Chapter 801, Bone Transformation Spiritual Lamp. Many people on the human side had no idea what was going on. Only Cao Jiaren's team was deep in thought and realized what had happened. Luo Xiaobai said casually, "He's an undercover agent." "What? We have a sea demon undercover agent, and he's so strong? Hiss, has an expert possessed an inferior manfish?" Everybody was stunned. So the hunting before was just an act. Lu Renkuang put on a smile and thought to himself, "He's always been an actor. You'll be shocked if you know his name, but of course I can't tell that to you." Cao Jiaren slightly frowned and looked at the overlord who stood like a tree not far away. She found it weird. The other captains on the human side looked at the overlord too. If this were an act, then who was this overlord? Was he here to work with the inferior manfish? Losing track of Han Fei, the 5 sea demon captains looked at each other and knew that they were in a dilemma. If they didn't launch a full attack immediately, Yu Fei might meet with human beings and use the bone transformation spiritual lamp, which wouldn't be in their favor. Only if the two parties were caught in a fight would Yu Fei be prevented from attacking. After all, the bone transformation spiritual lamp was a massive destructive weapon. All the targets within its coverage would be slowed and obliterated in 3 seconds. Therefore, the captains roared, "Ignore Yu Fei and charge at full speed." Yuji was rather gloomy while she charged forward. "Damn it, shouldn't they finish off the traitor first? Why are they charging already?" Remembering the effect of the bone transformation spiritual lamp, Han Fei took a deep breath. If the two parties started fighting, he wouldn't be able to use it anymore. On the human side, seeing that the sea demons were really charging and didn't stop because of Han Fei's escape, a lot of people stood up. Someone roared, "Everybody, prepare your secret techniques." Someone said telepathically, "Those whose immortal seal is still available, lead the charge." Luo Xiaobai shouted, "All manipulators, listen to my command." Swish, the overlord not far away suddenly plucked Snowmorn and stabbed it to the ground. He looked like a lone hero. Seeing that he plucked his sword, someone among the sea demons said, "He's extremely strong. Use Sea God's arrival to deal with him." Immediately, 2 heavenly talent captains shouted, "Let us." Cao Jiaren was about to play her flute when she heard a voice. "Does your illusion still work? Create an opportunity for me." After a brief stun, Cao Jiaren replied, "There are too many enemies. My illusion will be broken very quickly." Han Fei turned to the leafless tree. "Mr. Tree, I have a divine weapon. Can you charge at the sea demons?" The leafless tree replied casually, "If I charge at them, I can never go back." Han Fei, before he asked Shushan had already replied, "I cannot attack them with a divine weapon in my current state. If I were in my prime years, I could crush all of them with a single sword." Han Fei was lost for words as the guy's declaration meant nothing. Han Fei heaved a sigh. This is tricky. Of course, Han Fei wouldn't charge at the enemy stupidly. Although he was confident of his strength, only an idiot would challenge an army of heavenly talents. Boom. The ground was trembling at this moment. Hundreds of enormous vines that were made of millions of smaller vines rose. They were 20 meters in diameter first and then grew to 100 meters. It was the joint power of all the manipulators. Apart from that, a tremendous amount of poison permeated the water, paralyzing, maddening, and melting the enemies. A lot of the strengthened version of Poison God was mixed in it. However, the charging sea demons simply roared, the Sea King's Dragon Array. A circle of light rose like a barrier, creating a path through all the poisons in the water. None of the poisons could penetrate the barrier. "Death Door Sect, take action." Dum, 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 someone roared, and enormous gates descended from the sky. The ground didn't stop trembling until 18 doors dropped. Enormous vines were sweeping. Hundreds of vines were scattered on 2 sides like guards and attacked the army of sea demons. Pooh, 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 pooh. To Han Fei's shock, the brilliance that seemed to be from the sun tore apart the vines. None of them could resist the powerful impact. Han Fei couldn't help but swallow. He didn't know that the power of a team could be so high. His intuition was that it was much stronger than the Cao family's fist marks. Although the fist marks of the Cao family equaled the strike of a peak-level hidden fisher, the real effect of the attack could be different. At this moment, the brilliance was more powerful than 10 fist marks. Can I block it with the 3 death doors? The idea flashed in Han Fei's head. He then immediately disapproved of it. The demons might not have as many battle techniques as human beings did, but they were just as good in terms of absolute strength. He had already discovered that in the battle in the canyon, and he was further reassured of that here. Han Fei took a deep breath and spoke to Luo Xiaobai and Lu Renkuang. "Don't just charge stupidly. Do you have more divine weapons? Use them." "I know." Luo Xiaobai didn't have to say anything. The woman in red stepped out of the human teams and said, "Everybody, retreat for another 3,000 meters. Captain, Shisanue, you cannot resist them on your own." The woman in red roared, "I know what I'm doing. Armorists, retreat for 1,000 meters and launch your shields as a precaution." Seeing the woman in red, Han Fei thought something and said to Cao Jiaren again telepathically, "If the army of sea demons is halted, can you hallucinate them? Only half a second will be enough." Cao Jiaren was silent for a second after receiving Han Fei's message. "I might not be able to endure half a second. What do you want? You must be fast." Han Fei was following the army of sea demons underground. Not even half a second, he thought to himself. I'm already trying my best. Don't blame me if it doesn't work in this special situation. The woman in red stood in front of everybody behind the Death Door sect with a purple badge rolling on her fingertip behind her back. Boom, crack, crack, crack. The 3 death doors were broken so fast that they sounded like bullets that were being fired non-stop. When the last door was broken, a purple badge rose high. Boom, boom, purple lightning struck down like a storm. The woman in red retreated quickly. The shields behind her represented the armorists' determination to sacrifice themselves. What made Han Fei worried was that xuanhuan was among them. But fortunately, the lightning strikes were very fast, and 1,000 of them came down in the blink of an eye. Crack. After only 1 moment, the charging formation was disrupted, and the glowing circle was broken half a second after it was cracked. Ah, Sea God's arrival, Sea King's attachment, blue whale riding skill, water moon giant. A lot of secret techniques were employed, but they couldn't resist the purple lightning. In the blink of an eye, almost 30 enemies were shattered to smithereens, but some of them still had their immortal seals, so the divine weapon had really killed no more than 20 enemies. Woo, 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 woo. After 2 waves of lightning strikes, the purple badge was broken. Then, a piece of pleasant music echoed, raising a mist at the bottom of the sea. Luo Xiaobai glanced at Cao Jiren and pointed her finger. Summon the bluish poisonous flames. Chila. Hundreds of blue flowers of fire blossomed in the crowd and joined the hazy mist. Now is the time. Han Fei dashed out and crazily broke into the hazy mist. 1 second. 2. The music came to an abrupt halt in 2 seconds. Cao Jiaren's facial organs were bleeding, although she remained calm. Obviously, the shock was too strong. Luo Xiaobai vomited a mouthful of blood too. The moment the mist disappeared, Han Fei showed up. Instantly, some sea demons roared, "Get out of the way!" Hundreds of void chains rose, and Han Fei had broken in. He dare not use the flying flower demon flash, fearing that he would be caught after he arrived. However, a dry tree appeared in the void and gave Han Fei a push. In the next moment, it was a weird glow. The glow was as splendid as an aurora, except that it could only cover about 300 meters. When all the sea demons were burning their blood to rush forward, Han Fei only managed to cover about 30 of them. Then, 6 of them ran off in the first second, and 11 did in 2 seconds. Those who failed to get away in 2 seconds couldn't get away anymore. Their body melted at a visible speed. How could they run when half of their body was gone? Those who failed to run off during the first second were heavily wounded. At least, Han Fei could hardly recognize that they were half mermen. They had lost their eyes, nose, and mouth. Their skin was gone too, revealing the wriggling muscles. The human beings were all shocked and delighted, as this inferior manfish was truly helpful. Their purple lightning badge only killed 12 people, and this inferior manfish killed at least 20 in one attack. A half-merman roared curiously, "Yu Fei, I'm going to kill you." However, the bone transformation spiritual lamp was already broken, and Han Fei had slipped underground again. He snorted and said, "I'm proud that I'm making contributions to mankind." Chapter 802, Challenge. The Divine Weapon. When the name Yu Fei was mentioned, Luo Xiaobai and xuanhuan looked at each other, both finding it weird. There were about 250 sea demons at the beginning. The leafless tree knew that they were here to kill it, so it had been mainly attacking them. Later, Han Fei killed a lot of them. Plus their 2 battles with humans, the leafless tree's assault, and the kill count of the 2 divine weapons, the number of sea demons finally dropped. There were 89 of them left. 8 of them were heavily wounded. Why 8? Because someone walked out of the void after Han Fei's attack. Obviously, they had just used their immortal seal. However, they were illuminated by the bone transformation spiritual lamp for about a second after their resurrection, and they were still heavily wounded. The half-merman expert completely went mad and activated the secret technique of the sea god's arrival. He charged at the human beings with the illusion of a golden giant. It wouldn't have been a big deal if 1 or 2 of them were doing that, but 12 of them were using the sea god's arrival at the same time. On the human side, Cao Jiren didn't even have the time to wipe her blood. She squeezed a fist mark and launched it out. The abundant vines ignored those who activated the sea god's arrival, but surged at the other enemies. The captains among the human beings all walked out. They had a lot of treasures, and it was time for them to play their part. For a moment, all kinds of secret techniques, companion spirits and contractual spiritual beasts were sweeping across the area. The Overlord, who had been still, charged out with Snowmorn because experts were coming at him with Sea God's arrival. Hula. Snowmorn was slashed at the 2 experts in a terrifying attack. As Han Fei expected, the sword aura was broken. However, Han Fei also saw clearly that one of the sea demons' golden illusion half perished. Immediately, Han Fei concluded that if he were to wield Snowmorn, the attack probably would have been as powerful as that of an intermediate hidden fisher or a new advanced hidden fisher. It wasn't definitely not the peak. Swish. What shocked the 2 experts was that the Overlord could attack consecutively with such terrifying power. They were completely dumbfounded. Who said that the guy could only attack once? They remembered that someone claimed that the Overlord cut 7 enemies apart with 1 attack. Unfortunately, they were charging at each other at a high speed at this moment. They wanted to hide? it was already too late. After 7 attacks in a row, the 2 of them were cut into pieces instantly. When they reappeared, Han Fei cut them into pieces again. After their dying strike was activated, the Overlord slashed Snowmorn. The other sea demons saw this, but they were too busy fighting the human beings to attack the Overlord at this moment. Besides, none of them were willing to deal with the Overlord at all. The other 10 experts who used the sea god's arrival had been occupied and couldn't come. The regular heavenly talents couldn't beat the Overlord. Han Fei sneered. Don't you see what I'm using? It's an ultra-quality demonic stone. Last time, I only used a spiritual stone. How can they be the same? However, Han Fei slightly frowned at the cost of 30,000 points of demonic chi in every attack. An ultra-quality demonic stone contained 500,000 points of demonic chi. Did it mean that he used almost 270,000 points of demonic chi to kill them? He couldn't help but grimace as the cost was too high. It would be his problem. His level was too low. It seemed that he must improve his strength and deduce the void fishing art as soon as possible. After taking the 2 enemies down, the Overlord charged at the experts who used the sea god's arrival on the battlefield with Snowmorn. Some roared, "Block them." Those who were fighting rolled their eyes. "Why don't you go there? He's obviously killing anyone in his way. Just tell me if you want me dead." Seeing that the regular heavenly talents were reluctant, Yuji dashed forward. She was also using the sea god's arrival. She hated Yufei's guts, but she remained rational. She shrieked, "He needs 3 attacks to break sea god's arrival. Let's attack him in turns. He can't launch such terrifying attacks forever." On the other hand, Le Rinquang opened his weapon box. "Fuck you, have a taste of my bloodthirsty broadsword." One of the sea demons gloomily squeezed a weird shell and bellowed, "You'll go on fighting. I'm going to kill the leafless tree." Then, he pointed at Han Fei, "If you don't come, the leafless tree will die." Then, the sea demon suddenly disappeared, leaving a mist of blood in the seawater. Blood escape? Luo Xiaobai spoke telepathically. "Go after him. He has a divine weapon. None of us can stop him. We'll be fine on the main battlefield. You can defend the leafless tree." The Overlord dashed out, and so did Han Fei underground. While moving, Han Fei replied, "Xiaobai, what makes you think that I can withstand the attack of a divine weapon? The leafless tree can't die. I'll ask for materials and credits for you after we come back. If you lose your puppet, I'll get you enough materials to make a new one." Han Fei put on a bitter smile, as Luo Xiaobai was truly judicious on important matters. If it were him, he might not have decided to rescue the tree at all. A moment later, by the time Han Fei reached the leafless tree, he found a circle in a 100-meter radius around the leafless tree. However, the circle was flashing like a half-broken light that might die out any moment. Obviously, he had come late, and the old tree had already been struck once. Han Fei finally saw the old tree clearly. It was just a bare tree that only had 6 branches, and 3 of them were just broken. It was only 20 meters tall and 2 meters in diameter. There was a big old face on the tree that remained cool. It even raised its eyebrows when it saw Han Fei. Han Fei didn't know what to say. "Mr. Tree, you'd better give me something good after this battle, or it will be a heavy loss for me. Don't be distracted. If the circle is broken, I'll be dead for sure if he uses a divine weapon." Han Fei heaved a sigh in front of a circle. Seeing the harpoon that was coming with surging waves, the Overlord slashed out his sword. However, the sea demon simply ignored it, and the Overlord's attack couldn't break his sea god's illusion. Han Fei instantly roared and used the majestic mystic spell and the Sea King's secret technique. If the Sea King was going to absorb his vitality, so be it. He could always get it back later. Han Fei put on a golden battlesuit, prepared the sacrificing punch, and attached Little Fatty and Little Gold to himself. Boom! The red aura sword. The punch was Han Fei's most powerful attack. If he couldn't resist a single strike from his enemy, he might as well go home. Bam! Both of them were flung away almost at the same time. Han Fei hit the circle and almost destroyed it. The captain-level expert's eyes bulged. How could this guy be so strong? He resisted one of his strikes with his bare hands. Han Fei turned his head and filled his mouth with candle dragon blood. Then, electricity emerged above his head and he waved his sword. Lightning blade. The electricity current triggered by a lightning bolt hit the expert in the dark seawater, and the Overlord cut him twice in a row. Ho! Go to hell. Knowing that he was dead for sure, the sea demon simply threw out a shell. Han Fei swallowed. Damn it, this is a real divine weapon. When the sea demon threw the shell out, he had already been cut by the Overlord. Grow, 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 grow! While shouting, Han Fei said to the old tree telepathically, "Can you block other people's senses?" The needle stood in front of Han Fei, and demonic chi surged from it, turning into furious flames. Clang. The echo spread dozens of kilometers away instantly. Even the battlefield in the front line was also shocked by the loud echo. Many of them had bleeding ears because of the noise. They wondered what happened in the rear and what caused such a fearsome echo. Boom! The needle was flung away. Han Fei's face was bleeding and he was vomiting blood too. His arms were broken. His semi-divine battlesuit had dented despite the protection of the needle. In front of Han Fei, 6 octopus claws were protecting him. Those claws were broken too. Fortunately, limb regeneration wouldn't waste Little Fatty's resurrection opportunities. At some point, Han Fei picked the root of a grass in his mouth. Crack! The circle was broken in the end, and the needle left a deep ravine in the ground. The sea demon, who was just resurrected, was cut into 4 pieces by Snowmorn and died just like that. Leaning against the leafless tree, Hanfei sensed that the demon purification pot was shivering, knowing that the grass and the pot must be attracted to each other. However, Hanfei couldn't care less about that at this moment. He felt that his internal organs were rolling and his blood was surging. He felt that his body was falling apart even though vitality was flowing from the fateful holy grass into it. His bracelet shivered. Boy, you're truly tough. You've weathered through the attack of a divine weapon as an advanced hanging fisher. Hanfei was lost for words and blood was flowing out of his mouth. Do you think I wanted to do so? Chapter 803, Senior Uncle. In front of the leafless tree, the Overlord stabbed Snowmorn to the ground and stared at the battlefield like a statue with bluish flames flashing in his eyes. With the Overlord here, the sea demons knew that they had failed and it was impossible to kill the leafless tree. They didn't see it coming that Hanfei could weather through the attack of divine weapons. They had run out of divine weapons and their enemies were as strong as them. So, they had to retreat if they didn't want to die for nothing. However, almost all the sea demons remembered one name, Yufei. Someone roared, Yufei, we will kill you even if we have to chase you to the end of the world. Retreat. The leafless tree said at this moment, I secretly found the body of a soul warrior. His soul was destroyed by a mental attack and he's already dead. Do you need it? Hanfei nodded. Yes, don't let anybody else notice it. His bracelet shivered as if Xuanhuan were excited. Then the guy said, this is good. However, I need to remind you that you're in a dilemma. If you go to the human being's territory in your current look, Hanfei's heart became heavy. He was already exposed to the sea demons, and it was impossible for him to return to the 10,000 Demon Valley. But if he were to return to the Scattered Stars Island, he would be caught in a lot of problems. He couldn't grow stronger, and he might be suspected as a spy. No matter how Luo Xiaobai were to defend him, other people could argue that he was doing all this to win their trust. So, Hanfei frowned and spoke to Luo Xiaobai, who was trying to save her teammates after the battle. Xiaobai, how will you go back? Luo Xiaobai's face was pale. I have an array map. We can only return through the array map. After several seconds, she said, we'll be teleported straight back to the Scattered Stars Island. Hanfei's expression changed quickly. Then, the leafless tree said, if you wait for a while longer, maybe I can create a channel for you. Hanfei was refreshed. Really? How long do I have to wait? The leafless tree moaned. At least 3 months, or even half a year. Realizing that it wasn't too long, Hanfei nodded. Fine, no problem. At this moment, the woman in red named xuanhuan and the other captains walked to the leafless tree without tending to their severe wounds. They stopped 100 meters away from Hanfei and looked at him and the leafless tree with mixed feelings. This Yufei had truly made great contributions this time. They didn't know how he got exposed, but he had saved the day in the battle on his own and they admired him for that. Cao Jiaran had wiped off the blood on her face and became gentle again. She glanced at the Overlord casually. He's a puppet, isn't he? Huh? Xuanhuan and the others were all shocked. A puppet? Such a strong puppet? Someone noticed Snowmorn in the Overlord's hands and was shocked that it was a high-quality divine weapon. Unfortunately, this area was blocked a moment earlier, and there was no telling how Hanfei resisted the attack of a divine weapon. Leaning against the leafless tree, Hanfei said palely, why don't you take a guess about whether or not I'll tell you the answer? Cao Jiaran's lips curled. I already know the answer without you telling me. Xuanhuan solemnly bowed at Hanfei to show her gratitude. If I may ask, which lord did you used to be? Hanfei grinned and said, you don't need to know. Luo Xiaobai walked close and said indifferently, it's about the Thug Academy. You don't need to know. Everybody thought it through when they heard that the Thug Academy was involved. Only a lunatic of the Thug Academy would have possessed a sea demon and snuck into the sea demon's home, and only the crazy and stubborn heavenly talents of the Thug Academy could have been so strong. Luo Xiaobai casually looked at Hanfei and slightly nodded, hinting that Hanfei could adopt her claim and she was here to endorse him. Cough, cough. Naturally, Hanfei played along. Well, I didn't expect that the Thug Academy would have so many heavenly talents. One of them is even from a divine manipulator family. Since Luo Xiaobai was admitted by the Scattered Stars first unit, her identity as a divine manipulator must have been known. Hanfei pointed it out to show his knowledge. Also, the divine manipulator family wasn't known by everybody. By pointing it out, Hanfei was removing other people's suspicion. At this moment, Renquang exclaimed and staggered close. Ha ha ha, you're a senior from the Thug Academy. No wonder I felt that you were so reliable. Senior uncle, are you coming back? I'm going to treat you to hot pot. Hanfei thought to himself. Renquang is quite smart to call me senior uncle, which indicates that he's from another generation and another age. That's great. Old Bai mentioned that a lot of experts of the Thug Academy had perished and traveled to other places. He could just pretend to be one of them. Hanfei glanced at Renquang. Fat boy, your swallowing technique wasn't bad. However, what's hot pot? Renquang rolled his eyes and said, about the hot pot let me tell you, it's amazing. Renquang rambled on and didn't give xuanhuan and other people any chance to ask Hanfei questions, as it was inappropriate for them to interrupt the members of the same academy who had just reunited. Xuanhuan dropped a hint to everybody and slowly moved back to her team. They had to wait until the sea demons left the treasure trove before they went away. Seeing that everybody was gone, Han Fei said to the leafless tree, "Mr. Tree, can you set up a soundproof array?" "Simple." Han Fei frowned and said, "Xiaobai, how are you going to explain this after you return to the Scattered Stars Island?" Luo Xiaobai said casually, "It won't be a big problem." "How's your wounds?" Lu Renkuang also asked. "Right, Fei, how did you block the last strike of a divine weapon? I found it terrifying even on the other side of the battlefield." Han Fei's lips curled. With a divine weapon. Han Fei didn't tell Lu Renkuang the truth, or he would have exclaimed. Lu Renkuang glanced at the Overlord and then examined Snowmorn with his hands. Immediately, he moved his fingers back. "This sword is awesome. Considering how cold it is, it must be at least a high-quality divine weapon, right?" Han Fei yelled at him jokingly. "Where's your respect? I'm your senior uncle. How can I not have a divine weapon?" Lu Renkuang rolled his eyes quickly. "Enough. But we have to thank you for this. Speaking of which, how did you acquire so many divine weapons?" "The weird light that killed so many people was from a divine weapon too, right?" Han Fei said with curled lips. "I got them from the sea demons. Stop being sentimental. I'm not going back with you." Lu Renkuang was about to open his mouth when Luo Xiaobai asked in advance, "Then how will you leave? You can't go back with the sea demon's way." Han Fei assured her, "I have my way to get out, but I may have to spend a few months here. I'll come back after I get out." Lu Renkuang asked, "You have your way? Then is there a way for you to come back in here?" Han Fei said angrily. "You think I'm a god? I came here because of luck. I was already one of the top heavenly talents among sea demons. Given a few more years, I may have become a sea demon leader." Lu Renkuang remarked, "A sea demon leader. Speaking of which, is it fun to be a sea demon? How did you sneak into the 10,000 Demon Valley?" "What did you do there?" Han Fei coldly snapped. "Aren't you a curious boy? Just go away. I'll tell you everything after I come back. Right, after you return, try to get more level 2 soul crystals and spirit awakening fluid for me." Lu Renkuang sighed. "How can I?" Before Lu Renkuang could finish, a few sea-swallowing seashells had been thrown to him by Han Fei, who glared and said, "There are a lot of materials in them and a few semi-divine weapons. Sell them for resources for me." Lu Renkuang peeped at the sea-swallowing seashells and exclaimed in shock, "Han Fei, did you loot the 10,000 Demon Valley?" Luo Xiaobai asked curiously, "What's inside?" Lost for words, Lu Renkuang gave the sea-swallowing seashells to her. Luo Xiaobai scanned them and got speechless too. She looked at Han Fei and wondered what Han Fei had done in the 10,000 Demon Valley, as there were more than 70,000 materials inside. Han Fei chuckled. "It's not a big deal, not a big deal." Luo Xiaobai gave the sea-swallowing seashells to Lu Renkuang and looked at Han Fei. "Last time, we didn't have enough time." About Xiao Chen, Han Fei slightly shook his head. He didn't want to talk too much now that Shu Shan and the leafless tree were still here. Han Fei said solemnly, "We can't see her for now. If we become explorers someday, we may have a chance to." Explorers? Luo Xiaobai and Lu Renkuang looked at each other solemnly. Xiao Xiaochan's disappearance turned out to be even more serious than they thought. It was so serious that they weren't guaranteed to meet her even if they became explorers. Without asking more about Xia Xiaoshan, Luo Xiaobai suddenly asked, "Han Fei, did you ask Mr. Leafless to steal a body?" Han Fei was stunned for a moment. Then he was amused, knowing that Luo Xiaobai had the best senses on spiritual plants and she couldn't have neglected it. Han Fei nodded. "Yes, please cover this up for me." Okay, Chapter 804, Immeasurable Sap. It was not until an hour later that everybody, including Han Fei, finally had recovered. Having fought against a divine weapon in a head-on clash, Han Fei realized the limits of his resistance. Little Fatty was badly wounded but not killed. With its ability of limb regeneration, it could heal itself in good time. His body was strong, but not strong enough in front of divine weapons. He had to make a breakthrough to be a peak-level hanging fisher before he returned to the Scattered Stars Island, because he couldn't come out easily after he returned. Since the leafless tree promised him that it could create a path out, he was not in a hurry at all. He could cultivate and make a breakthrough while he was still here. A moment later, the leafless tree informed the human beings that the sea demons had teleported them out. Han Fei had basically recovered. He rose and walked to the crowd with Luo Xiaobai. Han Fei said to xuanhuan, who seemed to be the person in charge, "Little girl, I made great contributions to the victory, didn't I?" xuanhuan nodded. "Of course. After we return to the Scattered Stars Island, I'll personally report to Lord Shui Shenqi." Han Fei grinned and nodded. "It's impossible for me to claim my rewards, so I'll just give them away to Luo Xiaobai and Lu Renkuang. How does that sound?" xuanhuan was stunned and silent for a moment. "I don't have the final say on the matter, but I'll try to speak for you. You're not coming back with us?" Han Fei waved his hands. "You can go back. I have my own way to return. Also, the leafless tree is heavily wounded and vulnerable to the 10,000-year tree demons. I need to watch over it." Everybody was dazed for a while. Then, they realized that a 10,000-year tree demon wasn't easy to deal with. xuanhuan nodded in appreciation. "Thank you very much, Senior. We'll return to the island." After that, xuanhuan opened a map and a mysterious array rose. Very soon, a dark gate to the void was opened. Han Fei glanced at Lu Renkuang and suddenly gave him a kick. "Train harder after you come back instead of eating all the time. You told me about so many foods that I can't even eat. I'm so hungry." Lu Renkuang was lost for words. "Aren't you having a great time pretending to be a senior uncle?" Many other people secretly laughed and found the inferior man-fish very amusing. A moment later, after everybody left, Han Fei summoned the 9-tailed mantis shrimp and little gold and then put an ultra-quality demonic stone in the overlord. Then he said, "Protect me. I'm going to transform." In the central city on the Scattered Stars City. Shui Shenqi was listening to Shi Sunyue's report attentively. All the other captains were here too, waiting for his reply. After the report was over, Shui Shenqi frowned and glanced at Luo Xiaobai. An expert of the Thug Academy possessed an azure sea blue demon? Luo Xiaobai nodded. That's right. It's a secret matter of the Thug Academy. I'm quite positive of that. Shui Shenqi slightly frowned. Why would an expert of the Thug Academy sneak into the Sea Demon's team after so many years? Shui Shenqi pondered for a moment. The divine weapon he used must be the bone transformation spiritual lamp. Cao Jiaran, did you mention that the puppet killed 5 enemies in 5 moves? Cao Jiaran nodded. Yes, he didn't even use his sword, and 5 half-merman heavenly talents in semi-divine battlesuits were killed without using their immortal seals. However, the attack seemed to have restrictions, or he could have killed all the sea demons on his own. Shui Shenqi hummed, wondering whether it was coincidental or intentional that an expert of the Thug Academy appeared at this moment. He didn't suspect that guy from the Thug Academy. It was for the big picture, and any human being would have done that. He was simply caught up wondering who it could be. A moment later, Shui Shenqi said unhurriedly, "Give enough compensation to the families, villages, and towns of the deceased heavenly talents. Also, since someone from the Thug Academy helped, Luo Xiaobai and Ren Kuang will be promoted and rewarded with 5 million points. You can also choose a heaven-level, high-quality technique for yourself. Why? The sea demons had retreated from the Scattered Stars Island, and human beings had a chance to rest." All units were calculating their casualties. On a cliff in a battlefield on the west coast, Ren Kuang looked at Tang Ge, who was skinny and grim, and said, "Han Fei is still alive. He asked me to tell that to you." Airwaves spread out as Tang Ge looked at Ren Kuang with widened eyes, as if he were waiting for Ren Kuang's confirmation. Ren Kuang nodded. "If everything goes well, he'll return to the Scattered Stars Island in half a year." "Right, he asked you to go to the Twisted Jungle." Tang Ge's grim face put on a smile, but his clenched and shivering fists exposed his excitement. "In the Twisted Jungle." "Puh!" Old Zhang spouted out the alcohol in his mouth. "What did you say?" Tang Ge's eyes were filled with hope again. "Senior, Han Fei is still alive. He may return in half a year." Old Zhang was stunned for a long time before he said slowly, "He's still alive, even though his life tablet was broken?" "That brat." Zhang Qin looked at Tang Ge and said casually, "Since you're here, stay for dinner." Old Zhang snorted. "He knows that I hate trouble, and yet he sent you here. Never mind. Tang Ge, now that you're here, you can stay here for a couple of days, and I'll give you some tests. If you can't pass them, you'd better go away." "Huh?" Tang Ge was stunned and didn't know what he meant. Zhang Qin said, "If Han Fei wanted us to know he was alive, he could have asked anyone to deliver the message. He wouldn't have asked Ren Kuang to tell it to you and let you relay it to us." Tang Ge opened his mouth with a bitter smile. He didn't realize this at all. In front of Han Fei, a soul warrior was performing a boxing technique up and down. Han Fei said gloomily, "Enough. You've performed it 8 times. Ha ha ha, it's been too long since I've had a body. This feels nice. The body's slightly weak and untalented, but it's not a big problem." Han Fei said unhappily, "Bro, everybody who's come to this place is a heavenly talent. How can they be untalented?" Xushan chuckled. "It's because you don't know of my talent in the past. I think that your body is really great, except that its spiritual heritage is too low for your gift." Han Fei had regained his human form, which was much more comfortable. Xushan was thrilled to have a human body again after all these years. Han Fei, in comparison, wasn't too excited. Instead, he felt rather urgent. Peace was very rare to him. He certainly could not waste any time. Han Fei looked at the leafless tree. "Mr. Rolled any time." "Tree, you only have 6 branches, and 3 of them have been destroyed. Are you waiting for all of them to grow back?" The leafless tree put on a smile. "Of course not. It will take another 30 years if I want to regrow them." Han Fei was lost for words. 30 years? Just 3 branches? My main wounds are the destruction of the root rather than that of the branches. I've tried to heal them, but they're not fully recovered. Han Fei said unconcernedly. "It's fine as long as you can get me out." "Hey, old Shu, will you go to the Scattered Stars Island after you get out?" Xushan shook his head. "Of course not. This is not my age anymore. Why would I run errands for the juniors on the Scattered Stars Island? I'll spend the next few months recovering my strength and familiarizing myself with my battle techniques. After we go out, we can split up." Han Fei was briefly stunned. "Split up? Not that I'm underestimating you, old Shu, but your body is just that of a peak-level hanging fisher. How far can you go even if you get out? Besides, the sea around the Scattered Stars Island is the sea demon's territory. Are you sure you want to travel alone?" Xushan put on a brilliant smile. "Who do you think I am? I'm Xushan. Why do you think those regular half-mermen and half-mermaids confine me?" Han Fei snorted. "Fine, that body is yours anyway. You can do whatever you want." Xushan picked a place to consolidate himself. Han Fei hopped to the leafless tree and chuckled. "Mr. Tree, is the sap you mentioned ready?" Shallow green fluid emerged and gathered at a fracture of the leafless tree. A moment later, a ball of sap weighing about 2 kilograms was formed. The leafless tree seemed even older than before. It said, "You'd better drink it when you strengthen your body." Han Fei's eyes flashed and his face became solemn. He was rather shocked by the data in his eyes. Name Immeasurable Sap Introduction. This is the amazing sap of the leafless tree that contains enormous energy. It can polish bones, flesh and veins, and nurture the soul. L-level heavenly O quality. High spiritual energy, 105,987 points E effect. It can be eaten directly to polish bones, flesh, and veins. It works well on hidden fishers, mildly on law enforcers, but doesn't work on explorers. One note: in hanging fishers should take it with caution. Chapter 805, Leaving the Sea Demon Forest. Looking at the immeasurable sap in front of his eyes, Han Fei guessed that the leafless tree must be terrifying if it were outside. After all, the sap was effective up to the level of a law enforcer, and the hanging fishers were asked to use it with caution. Immediately, Han Fei didn't care about many things, but simply said to the leafless tree, "Mr. Tree, try to recover yourself. I'm going to train." A moment later, inside the jungle of algae, Han Fei looked at his information. Owner Han Fei, level 48, Advanced Hanging Fisher. A spiritual energy, 1,982,561, 15,452, 15,192, 2,192, 2,192. Perception, range 20,001, meters, sex spiritual heritage, level 5, high quality A spiritual beast, twin yin yang, spirit swallowing fish, level 43. A main art ray, void breaking technique, volume 4 of void fishing, demon level, divine quality. My perception has had a breakthrough. My perception has had a breakthrough. It was great news that he didn't have to resort to the god-scaring painting for the breakthrough. Han Fei realized that the breakthrough was probably because he had absorbed a lot of unowned souls in the 72 demonic realms and used the soul-splitting technique many times, thereby completely digesting those souls. Han Fei looked at Forge the Universe and found 36 level 2 soul crystals left. Those should be enough. Refining the soul crystals was fast anyway. He could absorb them first before the training started. He grabbed the soul crystals and began to meditate with the god-scaring painting. Crack, crack, crack. One soul crystal was melted after another. He absorbed 16 soul crystals in a row and was stuck at the 50th piece on the god-scaring painting. Let's continue. Han Fei had seen it coming. He absorbed 10 level 2 soul crystals in a row. Immediately, he memorized the 51st piece of the god-scaring painting. The demand for the level 2 soul crystals has increased. It required 3 level 2 soul crystals in the past and only 10 at this moment. Han Fei spread out his senses and found that the perception range had become 23,001 meters. He frowned. There's no change in the perception range? Seeing that more soul crystals could be absorbed and he had 11 of them left, he absorbed all of them. A moment later, 24,001 meters and still on the rise? Also, the perception range increased with every piece of the god-scaring painting that I remember becoming 1,000 meters. Han Fei put on a bitter smile. The most painful thing was that he could make breakthroughs but ran out of soul crystals. Without soul crystals, the only way to expand his perception range was to meditate with the god-scaring painting or make breakthroughs. But meditation would require too much time that he couldn't afford. His eyes flashing, he took out about 20 drops of immeasurable sap and put half of them into his mouth. Immediately, Han Fei felt that he was having a fever. Every drop of the immeasurable sap exploded in his body, and surging energy vanished into his flesh and veins. Han Fei's eyes widened. The feeling was as strong as when he absorbed the candle dragon blood. In particular, the immeasurable sap did not just contain enormous amounts of energy, but it was also flowing to his 32 major acupoints. Han Fei was shocked for a while. He recognized the 32 major acupoints when he practiced the 1008 Desolate God body. Then, he never trained with it again. At that time, he simply considered covering his indestructible body with the 108 Desolate God body, and he never practiced it intentionally. However, he found that the Desolate God body was behaving abnormally. He remembered that the purpose of the Desolate God body was to create one major acupoint that would be the only flaw on the body. Immediately, Han Fei practiced the Desolate God body by making 108 weird postures in the water. No, 10 drops aren't enough. 20 drops, 30 drops, 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. Xuanhuan was completely gone during the 3 months. He never showed up again. When Han Fei was sitting cross-legged, the seawater around him seemed twisted. 8 whirlpools were swirling, and a tremendous amount of spiritual energy was entering Han Fei's body. It took Han Fei 3 months to set up a spirit gathering array on the ground. With the torrent of spiritual energy, he had reduced the 32 acupoints to 8. His speed of training was truly terrifying. Break! Crack! Han Fei suddenly opened his eyes, and spiritual energy surged at him. Abundant spiritual energy in his body was absorbed too. After a long time, Han Fei rose and spouted a pillar of water that shattered the surrounding seaweed. I've made a breakthrough. I thought I had to wait until I deduced the 5th level of void fishing. My strength and stamina have increased by 30%, as expected of a heaven-level divine quality technique. If I reduce the acupoints into 1, I'll become 20% stronger. That would be great. One owner, Han Fei, level 49. Peak level hanging fisher, S spiritual energy, 1982, 5619 17512, 17,512, 1008, 2000,000,000,000,000,000,000,8. Perception range, 24,001 meters, spiritual beast, S spiritual beast. Twin yin yang spirit swallowing fish, level 43. A main ardor void. Breaking technique, volume 4 of void fishing, demon level, divine. Quality, Han Fei was slightly surprised. Han training in the past 3 months was quite rewarding. He had made a breakthrough in advance. Also, he found that the upper limit of his spiritual energy was increased by 2,000 points, which was better than any of the previous times. Is it because I've been wetted enough in all those battles? Han Fei couldn't help but ask, Mr. Tree, how are you doing? Can we go out now? The leafless tree's big face appeared. There was no telling if it was his illusion, but the face seemed slightly younger than before. The leafless tree nodded. Wait for another 3 days. I'll get you out in 3 days. Han Fei nodded. He would have postponed for a few days even if the leafless tree had proposed to send him out immediately. He had 2 more things to do before he went out. Firstly, he had to deduce the Majestic Mystic spell. At this moment, the Majestic Mystic spell was only demon level, divine quality. He never deduced it because he thought a 5-time enhancement was good enough. However, this trip had made him realize that his opponents were getting strong, so he had to grow stronger too. Deduce. Inside Forge the Universe. Information popped up in Han Fei's eyes. The Overlord's technique. Heaven level, mid-quality note. This is a secret swallowing technique based on observing the Overlord Mystic Tortoise. By sacrificing enormous energy, you can summon the Mystic Tortoise and multiply your combat ability based on your level. Current improvement, 8-time shortcoming. The more it improves, the greater energy it will consume. If it consumes too much energy, the potential of the body will be ruined. Deduced art, unknown deduction cost, 30 million. He had acquired the Overlord's technique with a 10 million point cost. Han Fei's lips curled as it was a really good time. He was confident that even the sea god's arrival might not be as good as the Overlord's technique, which granted an 8 times improvement. However, if he were to use the Overlord's technique, he would consume a lot of energy. The immeasurable sap that the leafless tree offered had been used up. Thinking that the tree was weakened and wounded, Han Fei didn't ask for more. At this moment, while Xuanhuan was hiding somewhere, Han Fei came to the leafless tree. Mr. Tree, tell me more about the vine. Why is it here? An old face appeared on the tree. Last time this treasure trove was opened, human beings and sea demons fought too. A human expert came to help me with that item. It has occupied the core of the terrain up till now. If you want to extract it, this whole place may crush, and the consequences are hard to predict. Han Fei's eyes flashed. Oh? Then why did you say that the opportunity hadn't arrived yet? The leafless tree said gloomily, I don't think it's full yet. It's not full? Han Fei looked at the leafless tree in shock. Are you saying that the vine is here for food? The tree face raised its eyebrows. Yes, it feeds on spiritual energy and other kinds of energy. I don't even know if it's good or bad. Because of that, I didn't know whether the human beings were here to help me or to loot the vine. His eyes flashing, Han Fei was deep in thought. Who brought this vine in? Pondering for a long time, the leafless tree said, the clone of a man named Han Guanshu. But he did save me last time. Han Fei's heart palpitated. Han Guanshu again? He felt awful at that time. If Han Guanshu were connected to him, no, the guy was definitely connected to him, because there was a vine at the bottom of the steps into the sea too. He had already taken that vine, and this was the second one. Han Fei asked casually, Mr. Tree, when do you think it'll be full? The leafless tree replied, maybe in 5 years, or 10. I'm not sure. It's up to the vine itself. Han Fei was lost for words. So, he was here already? Why did Han Guanshu keep the vine in the town? Was it for him? Why? Did the guy know that he would get the demon purification pot? Han Fei's head was a mess. He knew nothing except that a big secret must be involved. He felt like he was being manipulated. That was a terrible feeling. Han Fei didn't like that. Han Fei closed his eyes and tried to move the demon purification pot. However, the demon purification pot didn't shiver at all. Did it also know that the vine wasn't full yet? 3 days passed. Han Fei was sitting cross-legged in front of the leafless tree when suddenly he opened his eyes and saw a sword coming at a terrifying speed. His pupils contracted. What a fast and aggressive sword. Where's Mr. Shu? The sword stopped when it was 100 meters from Han Fei and turned into a person. It was none other than Xuanhuan. Han Fei was stunned. You've turned into a sword? Xuanhuan put on a smile. I'm a sword cultivator in the first place. Isn't it only natural that I can combine with my sword? Han Fei was lost for words. Why had he never seen anyone else done that before? Crack. Before Han Fei and Xuanhuan said more, Han Fei saw that another one of the leafless tree's branches was broken. Han Fei asked in shock, Mr. Tree, what are you doing? The leafless tree replied, you take my branch. You can come back here as long as you break the branch within 100,000 kilometers from the tree, Xuanhuan said lazily. I won't come back again. I'd like to see the world out there. Han Fei looked at the leafless tree. How can I tell when I should come? The leafless tree's old voice sounded, you can come any time you want after the first leaf grows on the branch. Then, a dark portal appeared 100 meters above, and the leafless tree said slowly, "I'll send you to a place 100,000 kilometers from the sea demon's entrance." Xuanhuan crawled into the portal and said, "Enough. New world and the infinite ocean, I'm coming." Han Fei looked at the leafless tree thoughtfully and left without looking back. Chapter 806, Traveling Alone Above the Blue Ocean. A round hollow appeared out of nowhere, and two men came out one after the other. The moment they appeared, a red boat was summoned to the sky. On the boat, Han Fei took a deep breath. "We're finally out." "Exhilarating?" Xuanhuan asked in surprise. "Your boat can fly?" Han Fei said with a smile. "Sort of. You can control boats with floating stones and fly very fast." Xuanhuan nodded. "Give me one." Han Fei thought that the old man taught him how to enter the spiritual sea, so it wasn't a big deal to offer a boat to him. He only had one wind god boat at this moment, but he had a few rather good boats in storage. Without further ado, Han Fei simply threw a sea-swallowing seashell at him. "Mr. Shu, are you really not coming to the human world?" Xuanhuan looked at the sky and said casually, "Now that I've been reborn, I don't want to take part in the war between mankind and sea demons again. It just occurred to me that I've never appreciated this world yet. I'm told that there are dangers and opportunities in the infinite ocean. I'll go there and check things out." Accepting the sea-swallowing seashell, Xuanhuan chuckled. "You're not a bad kid. Treat the cosmic ring well." Han Fei was stunned for a moment. Then he remembered that the old man gave him a cosmic ring after reclaiming the cosmic bracelet. Han Fei turned his hand, and a ring appeared. He couldn't help but ask, "Isn't it just like a sea-swallowing seashell?" Xuanhuan said in disdain. "How can you compare a cosmic ring to a sea-swallowing seashell?" Xuanhuan extended his hand and wiped the cosmic ring. Then, the cosmic ring turned into a longsword in Han Fei's hand. Xuanhuan said lazily, "Cosmic rings, also known as cosmic swords, are real ultra-quality divine weapons. This one is a gift for you for saving me. The cosmic sword art inside is also yours. After you claim it, you can hide it and few people can see it. However, I suggest you wait until you become a hidden fisher, or it will absorb all of your blood and kill you." Han Fei was lost for words. Dear God, this was really good stuff. Han Fei remembered how he claimed Snowmorn earlier and trembled. He would have been drained if he hadn't stored a great amount of spiritual energy or a large number of spiritual fruits. He touched the ring and said, "Okay, I'll keep it. You're going to the infinite ocean?" Xuanhuan waved his hand and a boat appeared and wobbled under his control. "I can go anywhere I want. After I regain my strength, I'll visit the infinite ocean. I didn't visit it in my last life, and I have to do that this time. See you." Watching Xuanhuan leave, Han Fei had mixed feelings and felt that the old man lived quite a carefree life. The infinite ocean? I'm going there too someday. Han Fei instantly calmed down. This place was too close to the 10,000 Demon Valley, and he might run into sea demons. Immediately, Han Fei heaved out his boat. He didn't dash off until he rose to about 5,000 meters high in the sky. Woo! After flying for 2 hours, Han Fei heard a distant and lonely sound from the clouds. Huh? The cloud whale? Han Fei instantly flew towards the source of the sound. A minute later, Han Fei saw a cloud whale that craned its head out of the clouds. Han Fei and the cloud whale looked at each other. Woo! As if it had recognized Han Fei, the cloud whale sounded a lot happier. It stuck its belly against Han Fei's boat and then flew back and forth. Then, it leaned its huge head towards Han Fei and winked, with happy airwaves spouting above its head. Han Fei laughed. "Big guy, we meet again. How can I not offer you any gift?" After that, Han Fei threw a squid that was more than 30 meters long towards the cloud whale. Woo! The cloud whale rolled in the clouds, opened its mouth, and swallowed the squid easily. Watching the giant squid be swallowed so easily, Han Fei was amused by its good appetite. After that, Han Fei glimpsed at the cloud whale. "What about it? Do you want some more?" The whale rolled up and down, as if it were giving an affirmative answer. Han Fei took out another purple lobster that was almost 20 meters long and threw it over. The cloud whale was waiting with its mouth wide open. It bit the lobster after it fell into its mouth. Hearing the cracks, Han Fei knew that he shouldn't feed more in case the cloud whale suffered from indigestion. Suddenly, Han Fei thought of something. This big guy flew in the sky every day. Did it know a safe place to hide? Immediately he asked, "Big guy, do you know a place that has no human beings or sea demons? Can you lead me to a safe place?" Woo! The cloud whale honked and suddenly descended. In the next moment, Han Fei found that his boat had landed on the whale's back. Han Fei simply put away the boat and sat on the cloud whale's back. He opened his hands and simply let the wind rage at his face. He couldn't have felt more comfortable. Han Fei remarked, "Big guy, your life is actually quite comfortable." Woo! The whale flew slower than the boat, but it was quite steady and natural. It was not until 6 hours later that the cloud whale finally descended. This was a sea in the middle of nowhere. Han Fei hadn't seen a single human being or sea demon. He didn't know where he had been brought to at all. Not only were there no human beings or sea demons, but Han Fei found few creatures in the sea too. After only 1 moment, the cloud whale had dropped 1,000 meters. Han Fei asked, "Big guy, is this the place?" Woo! Han Fei grinned. It sounded like a yes. He simply jumped off from the whale's back and shouted, "Don't come down. It's dangerous down here. Just stay in the sky." Woo, the cloud whale turned back and gradually disappeared into the clouds. Splash! Han Fei crashed into the water and summoned Little Black and Little White. Daughter, can you smell sea demons? Xiao Bai was stunned for a while. It turned around and then winked at Han Fei. Seems that there's none. Daughter, what about human beings? Do you detect any human beings? The result was the same. Han Fei was rather lost for words, wondering what place the cloud whale had taken him to. Can you tell where Luo Xiaobai is? This time, Xiaobai chose a direction with uncertainty. Han Fei was slightly relieved. The hesitation meant that Xiaobai wasn't sure about its instinct, but it still had a rough idea. So, he was relieved. It was fine if he knew the direction of his destination. He could just start the deductions if he confirmed that no other creatures were around. 2 hours passed. The 9-tailed mantis shrimp, Little Gold, Little Fatty, Little Black, and Little White protected him. Little Fatty was already recovered during the 3 long months of training. It said to Han Fei the moment it was summoned, "Are you fighting someone again?" Han Fei yelled at him jokingly. "I've fed you to level 40. What more do you want? If I have a chance, I'll find an undersea chimney and get enough spirit awakening fluid for all of you." Ignoring them, Han Fei sat cross-legged solemnly. He took a long breath, as he had to be baptized by another round of lightning. After the long breath, he took out a pot and cooked the only trivariant golden ginseng he had left. A moment later, Han Fei felt that his body was almost exploding, and he had only had 1/3 of the trivariant golden ginseng. With a thought, the fateful holy grass, the candle dragon blood, and the spiritual fruits he looted and bought were all gathered in a certain corner inside Forge the Universe. Deduce. Inside Forge the Universe, the spiritual spring was boiling, and the spiritual energy inside was 100 times denser than in the outside world. Boom! Thunders rumbled in the blue sky and clouds were gathering. A strong wind was rising on the surface of the sea too. Han Fei sat still and activated the indestructible body. His spiritual energy was already burning. A moment later, spiritual energy from all directions gathered. Gradually, some creatures were attracted to this desolate place. However, those creatures gradually retreated too. There was no telling what they were scared of, but they dare not come any closer. When the lightning flashed in the clouds, a heavy storm began. Boom! A thick lightning bolt hit Han Fei in the blink of an eye. Chapter 807, Someone's Passing. A Tribulation? Dark clouds had gathered on this far-flung corner of the sea, and a storm was raging. A lightning dragon seemed to be rolling in the clouds. The wind raised waves hundreds of meters tall that roared and rumbled. On the surface of the sea, a dazzling orange lightning bolt gradually turned white after it appeared. Poochie! After a flash, everything on Han Fei's body was shattered into pieces. His hair and eyebrows were gone, his skin was cracking, and he vomited a mouthful of blood. There were even electricity arcs in the blood he vomited out. Han Fei felt that his blood was freezing. The lightning strike significantly boosted the cultivation of the indestructible body. The vitality in Han Fei's body was crazily surging out. The energy he just swallowed was half consumed for the training of the indestructible body quickly. Han Fei took a deep breath. The ginseng in his mouth that he hadn't chewed yet was shattered during the lightning strike, and a tremendous amount of energy surged into Han Fei's body crazily. Boom, crack. Another lightning bolt struck down, and a lot of cracks appeared on Han Fei's skin. He was heavily wounded again. This time, even more electricity was gathered in Han Fei's body. He could even tell the lightning was spreading in his blood. However, to his surprise, the seed and the demonic origin in his abdomen were both intact. They seemed to be crazily absorbing the power from the lightning. Even the heaven spirit detoxifying insect had shrunk into a ball and remained safe under the protection of the seed and the demonic origin. A hint of blueness disappeared into its body. Han Fei could still handle it. Seeing that the heaven spirit detoxifying insect was fine, he was ready to swallow the spiritual fruits that he acquired from the treasure trove after the next couple of lightning strikes. The spiritual fruits in the treasure trove were twice or even 3 times as effective as those he bought from the 10,000 Demon Valley, so he could save the fateful holy grass until the last. Bam, bam, bam. Because of the mighty lightning strikes, the surging waves that were caused by them raised turmoil elsewhere. Both the Scattered Stars Island and the 10,000 Demon Valley sensed the anomalies in the sea at approximately the same time. The storm had such a huge coverage that drizzling rain was taking place on the Scattered Stars Island and the 10,000 Demon Valley too. Inside the transverse mountain on the Scattered Stars Island, someone looked at the sky. Something is wrong. This can't be a sea storm, can it? Someone remarked in confusion. It's an abnormal phenomenon, but its source is more than 300,000 kilometers away from the Scattered Stars Island. Shui Shenqi was frowning in front of a window in the palace too. He looked at the sky, and a mirror in his hand displayed the terrifying clouds and lightning. It shows nothing? What's going on there that even the sky-hanging mirror cannot see? Shui Shenqi said casually. Someone, come here. Outside the door, several experts with many stars came in and stood behind Shui Shenqi. Commander, ask General Mo Chi to go there with 2 inspectors and 3 adjudicators. Don't be quick for a fight if something is wrong. Yes, Commander. In the 10,000 Demon Valley, Blue Feather was standing on the top of the middle head of a 3-headed shark. 6 of the 8 wings of Blue Feather were with him. After a long time, Blue Feather finally said casually, Qianian Ying and Hail Wei Chongfeng, you go there and take a look. Yes, King Feather. The expert named Qianian Ying said after a moment of hesitation, King Feather, xuanhuan is better at this kind of task. Are you still not letting him go? 3 months earlier, when Yufei sabotaged the whole plan, Blue Feather burst into fury and threw xuanhuan into prison. Yuji was also unnamed as a heavenly talent and thrown to the Blood Sea Valley. Blue Feather snorted. I said he'd be tortured in the magma for half a year. He can't get out of there 1 second early. Qianian Ying slightly nodded and disappeared from the sea with High Elf Changfeng. On the other hand, Han Fei's skin was already as dark as coal. His blood was frozen the moment it popped up, and he looked like a piece of cracked china. I can't hold on anymore. This is just the 30-second lightning strike. Damn it, I hope that the fateful holy grass can deal with it. Before the next lightning strike, the glimmering fateful holy grass had been stuffed into Han Fei's mouth. Instantly, the cracks on Han Fei's skin disappeared at a visible speed. Han Fei was greatly relieved by the terrifying vitality. It was indeed much more powerful than regular spiritual fruits. Boom, 2 hours passed. The number of lightning strikes was significantly reduced, and the fateful holy grass had been used up. Han Fei's skin was full of cracks again. He had drunk half of the candle dragon blood. He felt that he had underestimated the difficulty of the deduction. If he had deduced it the moment he set sail, he probably would have been mutilated, if not killed. It was true opportunities were for those who were prepared. The consequences would have been more severe if he didn't have the fateful holy grass or the 108 desolate god body. Han Fei was surrounded by spiritual energy. He knew he had made it. The vitality from the indestructible body was repairing his body, and most of the storm clouds in the sky were gone. They probably would all disappear in a minute. What surprised Han Fei was that none of the sea creatures that intended to attack him dared to approach him after the first lightning strike. Also, the 9-tailed mantis shrimp and the others dare not come close either. Suddenly, Han Fei had a strange feeling, and the demon purification pot shivered. He sensed that danger was coming. Little Black, 9-tailed mantis shrimp, come back! The moment Little Black and the others disappeared into his body, Han Fei felt that he was scanned. He vanished in the next second. A moment later, a human expert arrived. He frowned and looked at the disappearing clouds deep in thought. Was that a man? He was 100% sure that it was a man, but the man didn't impress him as very strong. The man was probably only a new hidden fisher. However, the quick disappearance of the man made him suspicious. Was he heavily wounded by the tribulation and in a weak state? Was it a lightning tribulation? A moment later, several more people showed up. General Mo Chi, did you find anything? 2 law enforcers looked around and extended their hands, grabbing the blackened pieces of flesh and skin. They smelled the pieces and asked in surprise, a human being was passing a tribulation here? The experts who followed gasped when they heard that. Did someone become an explorer? Mo Chi said in relief. In any case, it's great that he's a human being, not a sea demon. The Scattered Stars Island would be under greater pressure if another like Blue Feather appeared. Everybody remarked with surprise and curiosity. On the other side, an inspector said, but the tribulation for a law enforcer to become an explorer shouldn't have been so appalling, right? Wasn't it too loud? Mo Chi said in amusement, for those who are talented, the tribulations will be very powerful, but it's fine as long as he's not a hazard to mankind. When they were about to return, Mo Chi extended his hand and picked up a massive amount of flesh and skin residue. In the next moment, Mo Chi sneered. If you're here, why don't we meet each other? After Mo Chi said that, everybody became vigilant. 2 strangers in the water appeared on the surface of the sea. Seeing them, the inspectors and generals instantly fused with their spiritual beasts and summoned their weapons, ready for battle. Mo Chi narrowed his eyes and looked at them. Qianian Ying and Hail Wei Chongfeng? I didn't expect that the first and third of the 8 wings of Blue Feather would be both attracted to a mere tribulation. A tribulation? Qianian Ying and Hail Chongfeng secretly gasped. Did human beings have another explorer? They scanned the sea. Although most of the residue had been picked up by Mo Chi, some traces were still left at the bottom of the sea. In the next moment, they looked at each other and shouted, run. Watching them escape, Mo Chi squinted and sneered, you're smart enough to run. If the experts were really here, do you think you could get away? The 8 wings of Blue Feather were equal to human law enforcers, so the super experts of the explorer level were terrifying enemies to them. They even guessed that the expert was simply heavily wounded from the lightning tribulation just now, and that they probably couldn't escape if the expert were recovered. Mo Chi looked at the distance and said casually, let's leave him alone. The expert doesn't want to be recognized by us. Let's respect his wish and return to report the matter. Chapter 808, Rapid Increase of Strength. Han Fei didn't dare to come out immediately. Whatever alarmed the demon purification pot was not something he could deal with. Besides, he had just been struck by lightning and he was still heavily wounded. It would take him at least a day to recover. He didn't want to go out either. If he stayed in the shelter, he could improve his spiritual heritage and strength. His own data popped up in his eyes. Uneror Han Fei Levelka, 49, peak level hanging fisher. Spiritual energy, 4,921 562 18862 ACs 2 Ul's spiritual power. 1502A 2000 4001, meters 24001, meters 24001, meter C spiritual heritage a level 6, low quality spiritual beast, twin yin yang, spirit swallowing fish level 43, main ardor, divine manipulation technique, volume 5 of void fishing heaven level, divine quality. The breakthrough was much better than Han Fei had anticipated. The upper limit of his spiritual energy was increased by more than 3,000 points after only 3 months. It was a major improvement of his strength. His spiritual power wasn't increased much, but he was already satisfied. He hadn't become a hidden fisher yet, and the breakthroughs couldn't be all significant. His spiritual heritage finally became level 6, low quality. There was still one level to go before level 7, which was a qualitative change. An idea occurred to him. He still had the heritage dredging fruit, and since he could improve his spiritual heritage at the cost of spiritual energy, it would be very easy to get a level 7 spiritual heritage. As for the cultivation art, Han Fei had known that it would be upgraded to heaven level, divine quality. It wasn't a surprise at all. However, why did the divine manipulation technique look like an ability of Luo Xiaobai's divine manipulator family? Han Fei took a quick glance at it, only to discover that the art included a way to make fishing poles. Fishing line? According to the descriptions of the divine manipulation technique, it couldn't be practiced unless he created the void line with the bloodline of dragons. This technique can manipulate multiple creatures without them knowing it. Interesting. Han Fei mumbled. Are my fishing poles finally going to be useful? However, Han Fei didn't study it immediately. His priority was not to improve his spiritual heritage, consolidate his strength, or cultivate a new technique. In Han Fei's head, a weird picture popped up. It was exactly the spiritual sea secret technique. He was going to enter the spiritual sea to strengthen Little White and Little Black. Xuanhuan had mentioned that it was possible to enter the spiritual sea after every advancement or unusual breakthrough. Han Fei lay on the ground. His head was dizzier and dizzier. The weird array of the spiritual sea secret technique seemed to be working. In his dizziness, Han Fei shivered and found himself possessing Little White because he saw that Little Black was having fun. With a thought, Han Fei transferred to Little Black from Little White. Immediately, he felt the thirst for blood. According to Xuanhuan's explanation, if he ate too many primitive spiritual beasts in the spiritual sea, their remaining soul power could become very terrifying. Last time, Little Black had 3 level-ups thanks to his eating. Should he have a feast again? It was very easy for him to become a hanging fisher. After the cross-rank breakthrough, he would have another feast opportunity. After the 2 breakthroughs, it was possible to upgrade Little Black and Little White to level 47 or 48. Wait a minute, Han Fei was slightly dazed. If he had eaten too much and there was too much soul power left, could he get rid of the concentration of soul power by moving to a different place after every hunt? Han Fei decided to have a try. Seeing the primitive spiritual beast of a shark was swimming by, Han Fei thought for a moment and bit it hard. There was no telling how long it had been. Han Fei had already changed a dozen places. He had completed 2 level-ups. Little Black and Little White had reached level 45. According to his plan, they would soon reach level 46 after going to another 2 places. Han Fei saw that a purple jellyfish was rising. Baji, he bit it. After he swallowed half of the jellyfish, Han Fei suddenly had a palpation. His consciousness quickly left Little Black in the next second. In Forge the Universe. Han Fei suddenly opened his eyes. He sat up slowly and frowned. This won't do. I cannot eat all the time even if I move to a different place. The dispersing soul power seems to be chasing Little White and Little Black all the time and could be terrifying if it's gathered to a certain amount. Then, my consciousness will be cut off from Little Black. What will happen after that? Han Fei was silent for a long time with a bitter smile. It did make sense. How couldn't such a mysterious place as the spiritual sea have loopholes that could let him infinitely level up? If the idea occurred to him, somebody else must have thought of that too. If everybody could avoid the rules of the spiritual sea, their naturally endowed spiritual beast could be eating all the time until they couldn't eat anymore. It seems that I have to explore the spiritual sea in another way. Han Fei wasn't too frustrated. After all, he had mastered the secrets of the spiritual sea, or his mysterious creatures couldn't have grown as fast. Although Little Black and Little White were only level 45, Han Fei was certain that they could reach level 46 soon. I have to explore it again next time. After a trip to the spiritual sea, Han Fei didn't know how long it had been, but he was still not in a hurry to go out. He had to upgrade his spiritual heritage. Upgrade. 5 million points of spiritual energy were instantly gone. Han Fei simply felt that his veins were getting hot. A moment later, his spiritual heritage was improved from level 6, low quality, to level 6, mid quality. Upgrade. A moment later, Han Fei found that his spiritual heritage had become level 6, high quality. He took a deep breath and wondered if he was tampering with his fate. He grabbed the heritage dredging fruit and thought for a moment. He knew that it was so invaluable that ordinary people didn't even have a chance to see it. Although it wasn't as miraculous as the heritage-stealing fruit, it was still an amazing fruit that could improve one's spiritual heritage. As for the specific amount of increase, he had to find out after eating it. Without thinking much, Han Fei simply swallowed the fruit. Immediately, his body trembled and the spiritual spring in Forge the Universe was surging, producing a great amount of spiritual energy that brushed his body. The brushing wasn't violent at all. Instead, it was very gentle. Han Fei felt that his veins turned from glimmering to glittering. He felt that his veins were itchy, as if some sort of change was happening. About an hour later, the brilliance was gradually gone. Then, Han Fei was shocked by himself. He subconsciously opened his mouth. Was it really happening? He found that the veins all over his body were like crystals, which would have made a perfect piece of artwork if they were extracted. Gudu, are they veins at all? Han Fei was stunned for a long time. He quickly looked at his stats after he came back to himself, only to find that his spiritual heritage had become level 7, low quality. Fortunately, I didn't have the heritage dredging fruit until I was level 6, high quality. It's just one level up. Han Fei thought for a moment and realized that it did make sense. That was a leap from level 6 to level 7. Even the lightning strike of the void fishing art had only improved him by one level. At this moment, he had one level up with a heritage dredging fruit, which had saved him from a lightning strike. Could he be any luckier? Han Fei couldn't help but grin. Starting from this moment, he realized that he had finally become a heavenly talent. I've finally caught up to Tunga. Han Fei had a lot of mixed feelings. It was truly hard for him to walk to this day with a broken level 1 heritage. Other people had got level 7 spiritual heritages without having to try at all. He, on the other hand, had to improve his heritage through lightning strikes. Han Fei rose and decided to test his new body. After a huge noise, his foot left a deep pit in the ground. Han Fei trembled and leaned forward. He tried to balance himself by holding the big red trunk. However, his inertia pushed him forward. Hiss! Han Fei gasped hard. What did he see? A deep mark was left on the big red trunk that was as hard as an ultra-quality spiritual weapon? Damn, Han Fei couldn't have been more shocked. How much stronger had he become? He couldn't even be accustomed to his new body? 3 days later, Han Fei had a shocking speculation. His strength might have grown by more than 50%. No, it was wrong to calculate it that way. His punch carried a force of almost 500 tons at this moment. About his body hardness, Han Fei cut himself with an ultra-quality spiritual weapon, only to discover that it left nothing but a shallow mark on the body after he used only 50% of his strength. What did the 50% of his strength equal? It meant that a full-strength strike of a regular peak-level hanging fisher couldn't likely hurt him with an ultra-quality spiritual weapon. Han Fei had a lot of complicated feelings. In a way, he was an ultra-quality spiritual weapon himself. No, he was probably even stronger. However, that was on the premise that the third layer of the indestructible body wasn't broken. Han Fei had a feeling that if he fully grasped the 108 Desolate God body and gained the only vulnerable acupoint, and if he made a breakthrough in the third layer of the indestructible body, he might become as hard as a divine weapon. Han Fei couldn't be more thrilled by the thought of that. Body cultivators are truly horrifying. Chapter 809, Subtleties of a Spiritual Heritage. After a day, when Han Fei was completely accustomed to his new body, he finally consolidated his cultivation in the new level. Furthermore, Han Fei even vaguely had a feeling that if he had learned the way to split spiritual energy, improved his soul, practiced the 108 Desolate God body, and deduced void fishing sooner, he might not have been crushed so badly in the battle against Xuanhuan. He even thought that there was a 50% chance for him to block Xuanhuan's attack in the hanging fisher level. Because Forge the Universe was an independent space, Han Fei had to explore the changes of the level 7 spiritual heritage in the outside world. Han Fei didn't think that those people were still outside after 4 days. In any case, after they saw him disappear, they probably guessed that he ran off. Since he had the sky-dissecting finger to protect himself, there shouldn't be a problem. Shua. Han Fei appeared in the outside world, which was already peaceful again. He looked at the sky and saw few clouds. He sensed a few creatures wandering in the seawater, but there weren't a lot. In any case, Han Fei didn't stay here. He simply controlled the Wind God boat to fly for 20,000 kilometers in the direction that Little White pointed out before he landed on the surface of the sea. Han Fei unleashed Little Gold and the 9-tailed mantis shrimp after he stopped. It was exactly the sunset. Han Fei suddenly realized that it had been a long time since he tried cultivating with void fishing during the day. Seeing the sea underneath his feet and the cold stone in Forge the Universe, he knew that he couldn't be burnt to death even if he was set ablaze, so there shouldn't be a problem. Instantly, Han Fei decided to take his chances. He sat cross-legged on the surface of the sea and began training. The moment he activated void fishing, the hottest pillar of light descended from the sky and enshrouded Han Fei. Hula. The seawater was surging within a 1,000-meter radius. Countless sea creatures were gathering in Han Fei's area as if they had gone crazy. Almost in the blink of an eye, Han Fei's hair and eyebrows were set on fire. The surging spiritual energy above his head shocked Han Fei. However, to Han Fei's surprise, the moment he was enshrouded by the scorching pillar of light, he found that he could hold it even though he felt like he was in the middle of an inferno. 1 second passed, 2 seconds passed, 3 seconds passed. 3 seconds later, Han Fei stopped training. He found that his skin was destructing and his flesh was torn apart. Seeing that the fiery pillar was gone, Han Fei grinned. He found that, now that his body was strong enough, he could resist the scourge of the sunlight and absorb the essence of the sun in the day. He had the feeling that if he were to use the indestructible body during training, he could endure 10 seconds or even longer. At this moment, he finally realized why Ren Tianfen could have returned to his peak with the indestructible body after he was destroyed. The spiritual energy that entered his body was 10 times more than what he could have acquired from normal training. It was definitely the fastest way to gain strength. Han Fei even suspected that Ren Tianfen had been doing that ever since he was a fishing master or a grand fishing master. Feeling the creatures that came to him in the water, Han Fei opened his hands and mumbled, "I have enough energy to perform one sacrificing punch. My spiritual energy is refilled instantly. No, I have to try again." Han Fei sank into the seawater. He launched hundreds of golden fist marks and used the art of invincibility as if it were costly. Countless creatures that swam at him were crushed into pieces. Also, he purposefully avoided using his spiritual energy in storage so that his spiritual energy was consumed quickly. My spiritual energy is flowing very smoothly, and my art of invincibility is at least 20% more powerful. Han Fei didn't return to the surface of the sea until it was enshrouded in blood. He started training again. 1 second passed, 2 seconds passed, 3 seconds passed. After Han Fei stopped training, he had gained more than 12,000 points of spiritual energy, which was about 60% of the total. He had more or less enough energy for another battle even though he hadn't regained all of it. He considered for a moment. I can get all of my energy back if I can endure 5 seconds. No wonder you'll be king of the unknown place after you make 3 consecutive breakthroughs in the indestructible body. Han Fei had a lot of mixed feelings. When Ren Tianfen said that, he couldn't have expected that Han Fei could already be king of these places. He was half reinvigorated after only 3 seconds. If he used the trick appropriately, he would be able to fight infinitely. Also, Han Fei clearly realized that it wasn't as effective when his spiritual heritage was still of a low level. This must be a benefit of the level 7 spiritual heritage. There must be other benefits. What can they be? A moment later, a lot more creatures were attracted to him. This time, Han Fei didn't purposefully waste his spiritual energy, but instead left on his boat. Han Fei discovered that his natural absorption of spiritual energy during battle was much faster. At first, Han Fei suspected that it was because of the battle technique he practiced. However, he found that his recovery ability was greatly enhanced. Flying slowly for 2 hours on the Wind God boat, Han Fei discovered, to his surprise, that he was absorbing as much spiritual energy as he was spending on controlling the boat. Hiss! What an amazing recovery speed! 2 days later, Han Fei found the first inferior man fish. The moment he saw it, Han Fei knew that he had entered the territory that was under the Scattered Stars Island's influence. 3 days passed. Han Fei found more inferior man fish. He landed on the sea and walked to them. The inferior man fish certainly wouldn't let Han Fei go after realizing that he was a human. Although he was much stronger than them, the inferior manfish couldn't tell exactly how strong he was, so they all charged at him. Bam! After only 1 punch, the first inferior manfish exploded. When the first inferior manfish was killed, more inferior manfish were lured to him. He killed one of those inferior manfish after each punch even though they had reached the peak of the demonization stage. At this moment, Han Fei concluded the advantages of the level 7 spiritual heritage. His recovery had been significantly enhanced. The smoothness of his spiritual energy utilization was increased by 20%. The hardness of his veins were at least 50% higher than before. Because he had been practicing the indestructible body and the 108 desolate god body, Han Fei wasn't sure if the recovery had anything to do with the spiritual heritage or not. However, when the spiritual energy filled in, he found that the endurance of his veins was a lot higher, which was why he could regain his spiritual energy so quickly. All in all, Han Fei found that the advanced spiritual heritage had absolute advantages against the alternative in every aspect. Watching the inferior manfish flee in panic, Han Fei didn't go immediately. He picked up a lot of harpoons and wandered on the surface of the sea. By his estimation, the inferior manfish could only summon other sea demons at best. Han Fei wanted to know exactly how strong he had become, so he needed frames of reference. More than 2 hours later, a half-merman who was at the peak of the demonization realm and holding a golden harpoon appeared. Seeing that Han Fei was at the same level as he was, the half-merman glanced at his golden harpoon and pointed it at Han Fei. Human, die! Boom! A sacrificing punch was launched. To the half-merman heavenly talent's shock, he had been hit precisely by the fist mark when he activated the Sea King's secret technique, Clang. The half-merman's broken body was flung 800 meters away without being able to struggle at all. After he walked back from the void, he saw that Han Fei was suppressing his semi-divine weapon magnificently. The half-merman heavenly talent didn't dare to recall his weapon at all but ran immediately. Han Fei didn't stop him. Just run off and bring back someone stronger. As for those inferior manfish, they had already run far away. After training for 3 seconds, Han Fei quickly left the area. After waiting for 2 hours, Han Fei finally saw a sea demon level half-merman coming at him with an ultra-quality demonic weapon. Looking at the guy's weapon, Han Fei chuckled. Why did you dare to come to me without a semi-divine weapon? The half-merman seemed to be aware of Han Fei's strength. He creaked and gathered a waterman 100 meters high. Human, you're just a peak-level hanging fisher. How can you be so cocky? Han Fei shook his head. Come on, show me how strong a sea demon expert can be. Chapter 810, He's from the Sea. With his head held high, Han Fei took a deep breath. It was the first time he had fought a sea demon expert. Perhaps it was suicide to a lot of people. However, it was extremely easy for Han Fei. So far, he had always dealt with them by hiding himself and using poison. He didn't have to anymore. Looking at the enormous waterman 100 meters tall, Han Fei suddenly grinned. Overlord's technique. After his strength was increased by 8 times, Han Fei launched a streak of dazzling brilliance towards the enemy. During that moment, he forgot all his frustrations in the past. In his head, the pictures of invincibility automatically showed up. Boom! After one punch, he gained lesser mastery on the art of invincibility. The terrifying waterman was crushed into pieces by Han Fei's punch. Han Fei mumbled in a void that only he could hear. This is what power feels like. On this day, a wave of 100 meters high was raised by someone who wasn't a hidden fisher for the first time. On this day, noise spread 100 kilometers away from someone who wasn't a hidden fisher for the first time. On this day, Han Fei walked out of the sea covered in blood with a disfigured sea demon expert in his hands, roaring. Half a month passed. On the Scattered Stars Island. At the skeleton shore, the 8th Battalion was having barbecue. Gu Daliang was enjoying a tank of liquor while having a lobster. He spoke to his new teammate earlier. My captain used to eat like this. I didn't know where he found all these bizarre spiritual fruits. In particular, there's a thing named pepper that tastes very good. The new teammate asked nervously, Are you referring to Han Fei, the one who hurt the Dark Hunters and set sail without permission? Gu Daliang replied innocently, Who else could it be? It's a shame that he isn't here, or the 8th Battalion would have the best equipment. Daliang, Sister Lingyun, has been officially promoted as a major captain. Wu Xiaoxiao hopped in delight and grabbed Gu Daliang. Let's go celebrate. We'll call Leng Hui too. I heard that he caught an exotic creature 2 days earlier. Let's fool him into eating that. Gu Daliang was instantly dazed. Is it really appropriate to eat exotic creatures? Wu Xiaoxiao said cutely. It's not like we never had them before. He's a deputy commander right now. What's wrong with having an exotic creature? Besides, we had everything when the captain was here, right? Wu Xiaoxiao, you're already a captain. Why are you still acting like a little girl? Someone scolded her. Instantly, everybody stopped laughing. Many people stood straight and greeted her. Major Captain. Major Captain, have some of the food. Congratulations on winning 4 stars, Major Captain. Congratulations, Sister Lingyun. Wu Xiaoxiao puffed out her cheeks and grabbed Yu Lingyun's arm. Sister Lingyun, Leng Hui is so cold. He never visits us or calls us to have the exotic creatures he catches. Yu Lingyun snorted and said, Do you know anything else except eating? It's all because of the former captain. Suddenly, a cold voice came from dozens of meters away, and an expressionless slim man slowly walked out of the shadows. The man indifferently threw out a purple and red lobster and said, It's here. Wu Xiaoxiao's eyes glittered. Leng Hui, you're back? You've never returned since you became a deputy commander. Leng Hui said casually, My job isn't easy. Recently, the sea demons are causing trouble again. Yu Lingyun frowned. Why are they here again? The last major battle was 3 months ago. Do we have to start another war already? Leng Hui shook his head. It's not a war but a limited battle. The sea demons are imposing pressure on the Scattered Stars Island. Wu Xiaoxiao asked in surprise. Imposing pressure? Why? Leng Hui said casually. It's said that a mysterious expert appeared on the sea recently. It's said that a mysterious expert appeared on the sea recently. He has killed 15 half-merman experts and countless regular half-mermen and inferior manfish. Yu Lingyun frowned. Aren't the fights between human beings and sea demons common? Is it worth imposing pressure on us? Leng Hui said in a low voice. It's said that he kills 1 sea demon-level expert every day. It's been 15 days and he's killed 15 of them. The sea demons suspect that we deployed an unknown expert. After all, it takes time for a sea demon-level expert to grow up. Hiss! Everybody gasped hard. Wu Xiaoxiao asked in shock, What? He killed one of them every day? They're all experts equal to hidden fishers. Gu Daliang was so shocked that he dropped the half-lobster in his mouth. After a long time, he finally remarked, What a brutal guy. Yu Lingyun said with a bitter smile, Why does such an expert not listen to the Scattered Stars Island's command? Let's not start a war against the sea demons again. In the last war, the 8th Battalion, sigh, a moment later, the 4 of them were cooking an exotic lobster while hiding in the back of the mountain. Wu Xiaoxiao thought for a moment. I do wonder what's going on with our captain. Yu Lingyun recalled Han Fei's lazy look and put on a smile. Then she heaved a sigh. It's almost been a year. Last time, I ran into his former teammates at the logistics division. They didn't look well when I asked them about him. Gu Daliang heaved a long sigh. I can't imagine how hard life would be for a man as lazy as our captain to set sail on the sea. What they left unsaid was that an intermediate hanging fisher was unlikely to survive for such a long time. Do you really wish me to die so badly? All of a sudden, a casual voice came from their back. Yu Lingyun, Wu Xiaoxiao, Gu Daliang, and Leng Hui, it's been a while. It rumbled in their head like a thunder. Yu Lingyun and the others all stood up in shock. Wu Xiaoxiao covered her mouth. Gu Daliang's eyes were widened. See, Captain? Yu Lingyun's mouth was widened. Why? You're back? Han Fei put on a smile. I didn't want to come here, but I need some help, and I know the way around here the best. Wu Xiaoxiao exclaimed. Captain, why, you're not dead? Han Fei rolled his eyes at her. Who are you talking to if I'm dead? Leng Hui stared at Han Fei's waist. Captain, your waist tag is gone. They finally noticed that Han Fei had lost his waist tag, which meant that he would be spotted in the city. Han Fei said casually, It's broken, Gu Daliang said. Captain, you must consider carefully before you reappear. If you just show up, the Scattered Stars prison will be after you. Han Fei chuckled. Daliang, you're just as innocent as before. They'll be after me whenever I show up. I'm here exactly to ask for your help on that. Yu Lingyun slightly narrowed his eyes. What help? Han Fei put on a smile. Inform Le Renquang at the logistics division that I'm back. Yu Lingyun thought for a moment and realized that it was simple. She also knew why Han Fei asked her to do that. Without the waist tag, Han Fei would be asked wherever he went. Han Fei knew that the command center where Zhang Xuanyu and Luo Xiaobai were stationed was not easily accessible to everyone. The logistics division was the only place that had frequent visitors. None would raise suspicion for going there. They would never be suspected for assisting Han Fei later. Yu Lingyun nodded solemnly. Okay, I'm on it. Han Fei raised his hands and stopped. Yu Lingyun, no rush. Let's have dinner first. I've barely had any tasteful food on the sea. A moment later, Wu Xiaoxiao sat next to Han Fei and watched him throw 4 seasonings into the pot. She instantly threw out a series of questions. Captain, did you find the girl? Captain, did you spend all the time on the sea? Captain, if you were always on the sea, why did nobody know you? Captain, is it dangerous on the sea? Captain, Han Fei felt a strong headache as he listened to all the questions. He glared at Wu Xiaoxiao. If you don't stop croaking, I'll throw you into the sea. Wu Xiaoxiao stuck out her tongue. Her captain was just as brutal as before. Leng Hui had been frowning silently the whole time. Finally, he said, Captain, why do you emit such intent demonic qi? Yu Lingyun had noticed that too, but she chose to trust Han Fei and didn't ask. Han Fei's lips curled. Are you suspecting that I'm a spy for the sea demons? Han Fei waved his hand and threw out the remains of a half-merman. Instantly, a strong wave of demonic qi spurted out. In the next moment, Han Fei waved his hand and took it back. Han Fei shrugged. Don't worry, I have 15 more of those left. Hiss, they were all shocked. Leng Hui, in particular, asked in a shivering voice, 15? You're the mysterious expert that's been hunting the half-merman. The lobster head that Gu Daliang was holding dropped to the ground. Wu Xiaoxiao and Yu Lingyun looked at Han Fei in shock. Han Fei scratched his head. Well, how did you know that? Gudu. While everybody swallowed, Han Fei rose and said, I don't want to owe you anything. Since I ate half of that lobster, I'll give you something in return. Boom, 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 boom. 4 gigantic creatures ranging from 20 to 30 meters long fell to the ground. Gu Daliang's eyes were widened. They're all exotic. Wu Xiaoxiao gasped. They're so big. I've never seen anything like that before. However, when they raised their heads again, Han Fei had already disappeared from the dark wood. Chapter 811 challenged the Dark Hunter Legion. Again, Han Fei's waist tag had been completely shattered when he was killed by Chunhuang Dian. On the Scattered Stars Island, anyone without a waist tag would be investigated, whatever they looked like. Han Fei was only able to sneak to the skeleton shore because he was very familiar with the terrain. Even so, he was still almost discovered by hidden fissures at the edge of the sea. He took quite a few detours before he finally snuck onto the skeleton shore. 3 days passed. In the Dark Hunter Legion's bluish forest, nobody could be seen at all. The only sound was the chewing noise when someone was having food. For hunters, the most important thing was to hide themselves. They always communicated telepathically. Gong Wenhai and Yang Ying had each grown into the captain role of a squad. They had also reached the peak of the hanging fisher level during the year. After multiple hunting missions, they were almost hidden fishers. At this moment, Gong Wenhai was stuffing dried fish unhurriedly into his mouth while he spoke to Yang Ying telepathically. 11 teams have been sent, yet they've found nothing about the mysterious expert. I don't want to waste all my time on searching for someone. Besides, he's as strong as a hidden fisher, and we might not be able to find him at all, Yang Ying said casually. We'll go if it's our mission. The deputy commander is out this time. I don't think we need to do anything, Gong Wenhai secretly chuckled. Yang Ying, I find that you're getting talkative. You've rarely opened your mouth in the past. Yang Ying put on a vague smile. Isn't it a good thing? Gong Wenhai said. Yes, it is a good thing, but you've been training too hard ever since that incident. You need to relax once in a while. All the other girls go shopping during holidays. Do you want me to go shopping with you tomorrow? Yang Ying glanced at Gong Wenhai coldly. Are you trying to hit on me? Gong Wenhai smiled awkwardly. We're the only members left of our old team, so we should bond with each other. Yang Ying sneered coldly. You've already forgotten Xia Xiaoshan. Gong Wenhai's lips curled. What are you talking about? I was indeed into Xia Xiaoshan until she betrayed us. Even if she didn't, she's probably already dead after such a long time. Also, it occurred to me that I don't like girls who are too proud. Yang Ying glimpsed at Gong Wenhai and then jumped to another tree. She had heard Gong Wenhai saying the same thing to multiple girls. Did he really think that she was a fool? Thinking about that, Yang Ying put on a cold smile. In a way, she had successfully got back at Xiaoshan and Han Fei. However, she also witnessed their love. She couldn't have hated them more for that. She didn't think that they deserved such wonderful love at all. Guan Qingyan, on the other hand, leaned close and said telepathically, Yang Ying, why are you leaving? Let me tell you, Guan Qingyan and Wu Jiaer worked out a way to make semi-divine weapons. Haven't you always wanted semi-divine daggers? I pulled some strings and got a chance. If you want, I can take you to them tomorrow. It's semi-divine weapons we're talking about, Yang Ying asked in surprise. Semi-divine weapons? Gong Wenhai said proudly. Of course, you have no idea how many people are waiting in line. I pulled some strings. With everything coming to this point, it's time that I told you my real identity. Yang Ying looked at Gong Wenhai in shock. What other identities do you have? Gong Wenhai said unhurriedly. In fact, who's there? Before Gong Wenhai could finish, he heard someone shouting not far away. A hunter suddenly emerged from the shadows and marched to an empty land. However, a golden fist mark flashed in the void, and the man was flung away. Gong Wenhai and Yang Ying both flashed out. As captains, they weren't weak at all. It was definitely not a small thing that someone snuck into the Dark Hunter Legion. However, when they were rushing to the shadow, both Gong Wenhai and Yang Ying were horrified as if something was after them. They quickly retreated, and Gong Wenhai roared, Invader! Shua! 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 People were coming in all directions. In the shadow, a stranger dashed out at a horrifying speed. The moment the stranger dashed, at least 20 hunters took action one after another, and many of the unpredictable daggers hit their target. However, what dumbfounded them was that the stranger completely ignored their attacks while their daggers clinked against his body. All of a sudden, dozens of streaks of golden light shone in front of Gong Wenhai and Yang Ying. They were too fast to be resisted. Puh! Gong Wenhai and Yang Ying were hit multiple times and rolled dozens of meters on the ground. Crack! Gong Wenhai vomited 2 mouthfuls of blood with broken arms. He couldn't be more appalled at this moment. He cried in shock, Hidden fissure! A hidden fissure has broken in. Yang Ying vomited multiple mouthfuls of blood too. The moment she was knocked out, she grabbed a flash stone. However, she found that her hand was gone before she could squeeze the flash stone. Ah! A devastating scream echoed throughout the woods. What did a severed hand mean to a hunter? Although the experts could regrow it with secret techniques, it wasn't easy to do that at all. When Yang Ying forced herself to calm down from the scream, she saw a man in front of her eyes. She raised her head. Then, her eyes were filled with disbelief, fright, and shock. After that, her eyes became full of hatred and brutality. It's you. You're still alive? Han Fei looked down at Yang Ying with a cold smile. Did you never expect me to come back? Did you think that I died out there and nobody knows what you did anymore? Seeing that Yang Ying shivered, Han Fei quickly extended his hand and grabbed her neck. Bam! After Han Fei's punch, Yang Ying vomited a mouthful of blood. Her internal organs were all deeply wounded by the terrifying force. Captain, what a bold burglar. You dare to cause trouble in the Dark Hunter Legion. Do you want to die? Bastard, I'm going to kill you. Villain, let go of our captain. On the other hand, Gong Wenhai rose back to his feet in fear. It's you? How can it be you? How are you still alive? Han Fei titled his head and looked at Gong Wenhai indifferently. Sorry, but I don't think you can give away your semi-divine daggers. Gong Wenhai was shocked. Did the guy hear that? In the next moment, Gong Wenhai roared in a low voice. Han Fei, you broke into the Dark Hunter Legion and set sail without permission. This time, you attempted to kill someone the moment you came here. That's an unforgivable crime. Have you considered the consequences, Han Fei? More and more people were gathered. They were all shocked to see Han Fei. Crazy. He's absolutely a lunatic. Nobody had killed a fellow human being on the Scattered Stars Island so far. However, Han Fei was so crazy that he came here even though he knew the consequences. He mutilated Yang Ying the moment he attacked. Han Fei was quite unstoppable too last time, but that was because he was supported by the door-holding man who was invincible. However, he had snuck into the woods on his own this time without being detected by anyone. Almost at the same time, many people began to call for reinforcements. At the same time, Zhang Teng was browsing through some paperwork. After learning that sea demons were capable of pretending to be human beings, his work got a lot busier. There were too many people he must investigate. There were 1,000 people on the list from different divisions. Some of them still needed to be further observed. All of a sudden, one of his subordinates rushed in panic. My lord, seeing how panicked his subordinate note, Zhang Teng knew that something huge must have happened. However, he was not in a rush at all. Nothing would be too serious as long as it was on the Scattered Stars Island. Zhang Teng asked casually, where are your manners? You could have reported whatever it was telepathically. The subordinate said, my lord, it's Han Fei. Han Fei is back. Huh? Zhang Teng quickly rose and asked solemnly, where is he? He's at the Dark Hunter Legion. Zhang Teng felt that his blood was freezing. The Dark Hunter Legion again. Why didn't you come to the Scattered Stars prison? It's not like I'll kill you. Why do you have to go to the Dark Hunter Legion? Zhang Teng roared, wait for me to come back. I'll go there and take a look. Pei Yi, who was going to the sea for the investigation, considered which direction she should go not far away from the Scattered Stars Island. Suddenly, she sensed that someone dropped her a message. Deputy Commander, come back right now. Han Fei just broke into the Dark Hunter Legion. Pei Yi was shocked for a moment. Then, she shouted with her expression changing drastically, turn back and go to the Dark Hunter Legion, Chapter 812, Killing in Public. At the Dark Hunter Legion's base, Han Fei was surrounded by hundreds of hunters. Some of them were even 6-star experts and hidden fishers. Gong Wenhai and xuanhuan, Yang Ying's former captain, were among them. xuanhuan yelled, Han Fei, whatever has happened to you, you'd better let go of Yang Ying right now or you'll surely be killed. I'll surely be killed? Han Fei grinned. I've traveled on the sea for such a long time without getting killed, and you're telling me that I'll surely die now that I'm already on the Scattered Stars Island? xuanhuan felt troubled, as Han Fei didn't appear weak at all. Also, since he had clutched Yang Ying's neck, nobody dared to do anything to him. They didn't know if they could kill Han Fei, but they were certain that Han Fei could easily kill Yang Ying with a gentle squeeze. xuanhuan said again, Han Fei, let's talk nicely. Did you learn something about xuanhuan? Yang Ying has nothing to do with that. Why did you catch her? Han Fei glanced at xuanhuan coldly. She has nothing to do with it? Heh. He turned back and said, few people could have escaped on the Scattered Stars Island with flash stones. You think I would give you the opportunity? Right, you were the one who stalked me at the Skeleton Shore a year ago, weren't you? Han Fei already knew the answer when he saw the hate in Yang Ying's eyes. Han Fei said again, you want to kill me? Right, you're not a sea demon. Even if you were, you had no reason to attack me or xuanhuan. So, you hold a grudge against me? I don't even remember pissing you off. Seeing that Yang Ying was glaring at him with bloodshot eyes, Han Fei snorted. You're going to die today whether you talk or not. Now, I'm giving you a chance to confess. Why did you attack xuanhuan with demonic qi? Why did you know her sickness? Who are you? Many people of the Dark Hunter Legion were puzzled. Judging from Han Fei's tone, there seemed to be irresolvable hatred between him and Yang Ying. xuanhuan was briefly stunned too. It was Yang Ying who attacked xuanhuan. Was xuanhuan sick? She knew that xuanhuan was occasionally short-tempered, but she didn't know her sickness at all. If she didn't know, how did Yang Ying know it? Gong Wenhai roared, Han Fei, stop telling lies. It's xuanhuan's own problem. Han Fei glared at him, and Gong Wenhai subconsciously took a step back. Then, he felt that he was deeply humiliated to be intimidated by Han Fei's glare. However, before Gong Wenhai could continue, Han Fei said casually, do you want to get yourself killed too? Gong Wenhai had learned from Han Fei's disobedient trip to the sea last time that the man was completely crazy. If he weren't crazy, would he have dared to break into the Dark Hunter Legion? If he weren't crazy, would he have dared to travel to the sea beyond the Scattered Stars Island alone? If he weren't crazy, would he have dared to break into the Dark Hunter Legion and kill someone in public? Scared by Han Fei, Gong Wenhai blushed and did not dare to utter another syllable. Han Fei sneered. What a wuss. Gong Wenhai almost burst into fury again. However, a hand laid on Gong Wenhai's shoulder. Pei Yi, the deputy commander of the Dark Hunter Legion, had descended from the sky. Pei Yi landed and looked at Han Fei coldly. Release her and I'll spare your life and give you to the Scattered Stars prison. You'll be punished according to the law. Ha 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 ha. Han Fei burst into laughter and looked at Pei Yi coldly. You'll spare my life? You will? I've killed more than 20 sea demon level experts, and you think you can take my life away from me? Hiss! Many of the hunters who surrounded Han Fei gasped hard. The sea demon level experts that Han Fei pointed out equaled hidden fisher level experts. Did he really kill so many of them as a peak level hanging fisher? Pei Yi was shocked too. For some reason, her guts told her that she should believe Han Fei. However, she still thought that there was no reason that Han Fei could be stronger than her, however talented he was. Ignoring her, Han Fei simply looked at Yang Ying. You have one last opportunity to talk. When you're done, I'll send you to the other world. Why did you follow me? Why did you set up xuanhuan? Who are you? Huh, cough cough hee hee. Han Fei's body helplessly dangled from Han Fei's hand, and blood dripped from her lips. She slowly raised her head. Why, you all deserve to die. xuanhuan deserves death too. Too bad that I managed to kill xuanhuan but not you. xuanhuan, Gong Wenhai, Pei Yi, and the others were all surprised. Was it really Yang Ying who did that? Han Fei didn't talk. He simply looked at Yang Ying and slightly loosened his hand so that it would be easier for her to talk. Yang Ying took a deep breath and then smiled. Do you know my nickname? Han Fei frowned. He had no idea what it was. Yang Ying coughed and struggled to say, Guar. My nickname was Yang Guar. I tried to kill you and Xia Xiaochan for revenge. Han Fei found the name rather familiar, but he couldn't recall where it was from. Seeing the confusion on Han Fei's face, Yang Ying said with a self-mocking smile, I was born in the Little Door village of Triumph Town. I had a husband whose name was Lian Qi. All of a sudden, Han Fei remembered that Lian Qi teamed up with some other guys to hunt him and Xia Xiaochan on the way from the undersea city to the steps into the sea in the level 3 fishery. At that time, Xia Xiaochan even complimented Lian Qi for his capabilities. Han Fei snorted. It was just the natural law in the level 3 fishery. Lianqi tried to kill me and Xiaoxiaochan, so it's only natural that I killed him. Yang Ying struggled and roared crazily. Death is no surprise to a cultivator. You were free to kill him, but why did you insult him? You hung his body on the mast and let a bunch of lunatics compete over his bones. All cultivators are cold-blooded. You're all wicked devils that deserve to die. The more she talked, the more excited Yang Ying became. You're all criminals, and you pretended to be lovebirds? If I were given 100 chances, I would still try my best to kill you. If I have a next life, I'd prefer to be a fish, a crab, or a clam than to be born as a sinful human being. Everybody in the Dark Hunter Legion fell into silence. In the sky, Zhang Teng and the commander of the Dark Hunter Legion fell silent too and didn't descend in a hurry. In the end, Yang Ying said in a low voice, "What a shame. Although Xiaoxiaoshan is dead, you're still alive as the culprit." Han Fei was silent for a moment. "I'm sorry. This is my belated apology. On the other hand, Xiaoxiaoshan is not dead. Lastly, I hope that you do have a next life." Yang Ying raised her head quickly. Then, after a crack, the brilliance in her eyes was gone. Han Fei didn't know what Yang Ying was thinking at the end of her life, but he didn't feel too happy after killing her. He remarked casually, "Not just human beings are sinful, this is just a sinful world. We're violating nature's law by cultivating, killing, and conquering. I won't stop." Nobody ever stops. After that, Han Fei loosened his hand and looked up at Zhang Teng, before he said with relief, "You're here?" Zhang Teng's expression changed quickly. He didn't know what to say and could only snort in the end. A hunter attacked Han Fei, who simply punched him away without looking at him. "You'd better wait in line if you want to kill me." Another boat arrived. Luo Xiaobai, Renquang, Zhang Xuanyu, and the door-holding man jumped off one after another. The door-holding man didn't offer any word of consolation. He simply patted Han Fei's shoulder and looked at Zhang Teng. "Junior brother, it's fine. Let's see who's bold enough to take you away today. Wang Dashuai, this is the second time. Do you really think the Dark Hunter Legion can't tame you?" Wang Dashuai set up the big gate and said, "Why don't you try?" Zhang Xuanyu came to Han Fei. Zhang Xuanyu didn't know what to say. He knew that Han Fei and Xiaoxiaoshan were both alive, and he had finally dropped his worries. They had all seen and heard what just happened. They didn't know what to say at this moment. Suddenly, Han Fei chuckled and said, "Senior brother and Xiaobai, Zhang Xuanyu, and Renquang, don't bother me. It's just the Scattered Stars prison. As it happens, I'm rather tired from the long trip. I can take a rest for a few days there." Everyone, Zhang Teng, was lost for words. "What kind of place do you think the Scattered Stars prison is? A hotel you can come to and leave freely? Do you think the Scattered Stars prison is a place for rest?" Wang Dashuai was shocked too. "Junior brother, what are you talking about? If you want to take a rest, come to my place." Han Fei dropped a hint to Wang Dashuai. "No, thank you. I want to rest in the Scattered Stars prison." Zhang Xuanyu was speechless. "Han Fei, were you drugged? Is the Scattered Stars prison a suitable place for rest?" Renquang was about to talk when Luo Xiaobai stopped him and said, "If he wants to go there, just let him." After that, Luo Xiaobai looked at Han Fei. "How long will you be there?" Han Fei grinned. "It depends. Maybe I'll come back soon. Maybe I'll stay longer." Zhang Teng felt like 10,000 ironhead fish were raging in his head. "So, you really think the Scattered Stars prison is a hotel?" Chapter 813, Locked in the 4th level of the Scattered Stars. Prison Yang Ying's death, whatever its cause was a matter that had to be dealt with seriously. At least, the Scattered Stars prison was responsible for dealing with all violations on the Scattered Stars island. However, Han Fei had come and taken care of the matter on his own. He shouldn't have done that because that wasn't the rule. Besides, nobody in the Dark Hunter Legion cared about the reason for Han Fei's killing. Xiaoxiaoshan had always been cold and tough when she was in the Dark Hunter Legion. She was not as likable as Yang Ying was. Besides, Xiaoxiaoshan had been gone for a long time, and Yang Ying had many friends in the Dark Hunter Legion. When Han Fei left, almost everybody looked at him furiously. Xuanhuan said regretfully, "He's come and gone so easily." Xiaoxiaoshan had always. "He's a jerk and a lunatic. With his personality, he can't be a good guy at all. I think Yang Ying is forgivable. He did wrong to her first." Someone's eyes were cold. Nobody good has ever come from the Thug Academy, outside of the Scattered Stars prison. The door-holding man and others had followed Han Fei here. Wang Dashuai said, "In any case, my junior brother can't be mistreated. If the Scattered Stars prison is to torture him, even if I don't come after you, you know that my 2 buddies won't go easy on you after they return." Zhang Teng raised his eyebrows. "Wang Dashuai, you're provoking the Scattered Stars prison and interfering with law enforcement." Wang Dashuai snorted. "Do you really think you can take my junior brother away if he didn't want to take a rest there?" Renquang followed Han Fei. "Han Fei, do you want me to deliver a message for you?" Renquang vaguely knew that they had a great supporter in the Twisted Jungle, so he asked. Han Fei shook his head. "No need to rush. I'll come out when the timing is appropriate." He suddenly looked at Renquang. "Help me look for bones of dragon bloodline descendants. I don't want low-quality ones." Then, he sized up Zhang Xuanyu. "You're at the peak level. You're even faster than Renquang." Zhang Xuanyu grinned and said, "Of course, I fight more often than he does." After a pause, Han Fei looked at Zhang Teng. Well, I need another moment. I'll take out my harvest first. Zhang Teng's lips were shivering. He almost wanted to smack Han Fei on his face. Just where do you think you are? However, before Zhang Teng opened his mouth, Han Fei had waved his hands. Clink, 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 clink. Immediately, a bunch of demon-level high-quality harpoons were heaped in the yard of the Scattered Stars prison like a hill. Zhang Teng snorted. They're not very valuable. Clink, 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 clink. Han Fei threw out a bunch of ultra-quality ones and glanced at Zhang Teng. Their materials are still usable after they're melted. Zhang Teng's eyelids shivered. He wondered how many sea demons Han Fei had killed. There were also more than 100 ultra-quality harpoons. Clink, 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 clink. Immediately, the glowing golden light almost blinded everybody. Hiss, shoot. Let me, Zhang Xuanyu exclaimed. Han Fei, did you turn a nest of sea demons upside down? Lu Renkuang's cheeks were shivering. 1, 2, 1 set, 2 sets, Luo Xiaobai simply said, 12 semi-divine harpoons and 9 sets of battlesuits. Zhang Teng's eyelids were quivering too. He was lost for words, wondering if Han Fei had really looted a sea demon's nest. When he saw that Han Fei waved his hands again, his eyelids jumped again. There's more? Clash, clash. He saw 15 bodies of half-mermen. He couldn't possibly be mistaken. Sea demon-level experts. Hiss. You're the mysterious killer? Han Fei thought for a moment and knew that he could take out the refining divine platform or his trip to the 10,000 Demon Valley would be exposed. The rest of the stuff had already been thrown to Lu Renkuang earlier. He glanced at Lu Renkuang and said, okay, there's nothing else. Fatty, do you have anything else for me? Lu Renkuang thought of something and said quickly, right, I knew that you would come back and probably need resources. As a good brother, I've accumulated some good stuff for you. Look, here are level 2 soul crystals and spirit awakening fluid. You can train yourself inside and try to become a hidden fisher someday. Zhang Teng couldn't have looked gloomier. What kind of place do you think the Scattered Stars prison is? You want to train inside? Han Fei accepted the sea-swallowing seashell and threw it to Zhang Teng. You can examine it. Return it to me if it has no problem. I need to train inside. Zhang Teng gnashed his teeth. You were out for a long time. We need to investigate you. Wang Dashuai shouted. What's there to investigate? Do you not see all the enemies he has killed? Zhang Teng snorted. We'll investigate it. If he's fine, he will be properly credited. However, he broke into the Dark Hunter Legion twice, left the island without permission, and killed someone in public. Those are serious violations. Also, where's Xia Xiaoshen? Han Fei casually glanced at him. You don't have enough permission to know the answer. Zhang Teng sneered. I don't have enough permission? Who does? Do you want General Shui to question you? Han Fei chuckled. I wouldn't say anything even if he comes to me. It's a matter of the Thug Academy that has nothing to do with the Scattered Stars Island. Huang Dashuai nodded. That's right. I know that Yang Ying must have set up my junior sister. You heard her confess to it. As to where she is, that's none of your business. Zhang Teng glanced at the people of the Thug Academy. Irrelevant personnel should leave immediately. Han Fei will be judged fairly. The Scattered Stars prison is a place of justice, not brainlessness. Holding the door plank, Wang Dashuai demanded, Do you dare to say that again? While the two parties were butting heads, a voice came to everybody's ears. Wang Dashuai, go back to your Empyrean waterfall. Everybody else, return to your position. Zhang Teng, keep Han Fei on the 4th level of the Scattered Stars prison for now. If he wants to train himself, let him. Hearing the voice, Wang Dashuai was instantly stiffened, and Zhang Teng bowed to the sky. Yes, sir. Luo Xiaobai was stunned for a long time. Why would Xue Shenqi get personally involved in this? Han Fei was stunned too. He had heard a lot about Xue Shenqi, but he had never met the guy. Now that Xue Shenqi gave a command, even his senior brother lost his temper. Han Fei knew that he would be caught for killing someone on the island. However, he simply decided to take the risk as he did earlier. After all, old Jiang still had his back. Besides, Han Fei didn't intend to work as a defender any longer after his return, which was why he had killed so many sea demons before he returned. It was his top priority to increase himself to the Hidden Fisher level. Asking for old Jiang's help would only bring trouble to him. He might as well spend some time in the Scattered Stars prison. Also, Han Fei vaguely felt that something in the Scattered Stars prison was attracting him. It was another reason why he wanted to come. Xue Shenqi had personally given an order to lock him on the 4th level of the Scattered Stars prison. What did it mean? Earlier, Zhang Teng had mentioned that the higher the floor someone was kept in, the stronger they would be. There seemed to be terrifying experts on the 4th level. Did Xue Shenqi not worry that he would be killed if he was locked in there? In fact, Han Fei was not the only one who was surprised. Wang Dashuai's became brave, as the 4th level of the Scattered Stars prison was not the best place to go. He had to look for his seniors for help. As for Luo Xiaobai and the others, they didn't know what the 4th level of the Scattered Stars prison meant, but they were still surprised. Zhang Teng was the most surprised one of all. Nobody knew the 4th level of the Scattered Stars prison better than he did. Only one person was locked on the entire 4th level, which was a place that only he and Xue Shenqi could go to. He didn't know what Shui Chi did in there, but he was always a food deliverer who sent a sea-swallowing seashell's worth of spiritual fruits, food, and other stuff there every time. He couldn't help but glance at Han Fei thoughtfully, wondering what was special about the guy. Was it because he was a genius? But there were too many geniuses in the Scattered Stars first unit. Every one of them was remarkable. Han Fei looked at Wang Dashui. Senior brother, you can go back now. Wang Dashui nodded solemnly. Okay. Luo Xiaobai glanced at Han Fei. We'll wait for you to come back. Han Fei glanced at Zhang Teng. Let's go. Han Fei was quite suspicious about Shui Chi's purpose. He felt that something was wrong. He was slightly reluctant at this moment, wondering if he would be imprisoned forever. However, he knew that old Zhang must be a strong and mysterious man and could certainly get him out. Inside the Scattered Stars prison, Zhang Teng led Han Fei to the stairs at the bottom level and suddenly paused. He looked at Han Fei and said, although the general wants you to go to the 4th level, I still have to ask the necessary questions. Where have you been? Where is Xuanhuan? Did the disappearance of the Sea Demon Mountain have anything to do with you? What happened? Han Fei's lips curled. Even the general didn't ask anything. Why would you? Just go down. Zhang Teng's face was rigid. Han Fei, do you even know what the 4th level is? If you confess now, you can beg the general for mercy with your contributions. Han Fei smiled. That will be unnecessary. I can only tell you that I was out there exploring treasure troves. I can't tell you anything else. What treasure trove? Where is it? What did you do? Did you get in touch with the sea demons? Han Fei casually smiled. It's 1,000,000 kilometers away. I can't remember the specific location. What else could I have done except increase my strength? Of course, I got in touch with sea demons. I even killed a lot of them. Zhang Teng was lost for words. You're truly stubborn, aren't you? Your confession is as good as nothing. You killed some sea demons in the last half-month. What about the rest of the time? Thinking about Shui Chi, Zhang Teng snorted. After you enter the 4th level, you'll have to wait for the general to set you free. Han Fei said hurriedly, I don't need your help. After they walked 8 flights of stairs and saw a bluish barrier, Han Fei's pupils contracted. A barrier? Zhang Teng said casually. I'm glad that you know it. However strong you are, you can't escape from the 4th level of the Scattered Stars prison. Just stay there, Han Fei asked in surprise. You're not escorting me in? Zhang Teng snorted. There are no prison cells on the 4th level. You can go inside yourself. Chapter 814, Prisoner. On the 4th level, Han Fei was rendered speechless when he heard that there were no prison cells on the 4th level. So, Shui Chi was locking him together with an unknown mysterious expert? Then why did he ask for the sea-swallowing seashell from Lurenquang? What if he got mugged? However, on second thought, he didn't think that a top expert would rob a junior, which would be embarrassing. Also, he knew that Shui Chi wouldn't send him to the Scattered Stars prison if he wanted to kill him. The man could have found any random excuse to do that. After thinking everything through, Han Fei was no longer scared. He was not going to be sent to hell anyway. Han Fei entered the circle without hesitation, which puzzled Zhang Teng and made him wonder why the guy was so bold as to enter a place that even the warden dare not go to. Since it was too perplexing, Zhang Teng would rather not waste his time thinking about it. He would rather not piss off those experts. He was not exactly scared of the Thug Academy, but the academy had many tales and did not really follow conventions. Han Fei was completely shocked after he passed the barrier. On the other side of the barrier was another space, just like how the Scattered Stars first unit was founded. Han Fei saw a garden where flowers were blossoming with all kinds of strange brilliance. They were like the glowing seaweed in the 10,000 Demon Valley. Underneath his feet was soil. There were forests and bushes far away. He could also see a vegetable field, a zigzagging river, and a hut next to the river. In front of the hut, there were a few stone platforms with random fish skins on it. On one of the stone platforms, a middle-aged man who wore gray linen clothes and trimmed hair was writing with a brush. It was the opposite of the prison that Han Fei had imagined. Shui Chi called such a place a prison? Whose prison could be so enjoyable? The man was still writing carefully without raising his head. As a result, Han Fei was stunned and didn't know what to do. Knowing that the man was an expert, he couldn't just go there and ask, "What are you writing? Do you want my 2 cents?" If he were to do that, would the guy kill him with a slap? Han Fei waited for a long time until the guy slightly raised his head and glanced at Han Fei. Build your own hut, chop your own wood, and make your own food. Han Fei, 1. Han Fei didn't expect the man to be so gentle and amiable without any arrogance of a top expert. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "Where's the kitchen?" The man wrote something else. As if he were very satisfied with his work, he nodded delightedly and then pointed at a stone platform by the river. "Over there." Han Fei glanced at it. "You call that a kitchen?" "That's just a stone platform, huh? Wait a minute. What's on it? A box of seasonings?" He almost couldn't stop himself from asking, "Bro, which year are you from? Why are you so good?" Then Han Fei spread out his senses, only to find that the box didn't have any seasonings at all. They were just dried, squished spiritual fruits. Han Fei thought for a moment and asked, "Where should I build my hut?" The man continued without raising his head, "Anywhere you want. This is a big and spacious place." Han Fei found that his strength remained, and the place had enough spiritual energy. He wasn't bothered since he wasn't suppressed at all. "If you want me to build a hut, then I will. Why should I be scared?" A moment later, the nine-tailed mantis shrimp quickly ran close with a few trees, and Han Fei easily chopped the wood into many pieces. Dwong, dwong, clank, 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 clank. Han Fei did build a hut. Halfway through the construction, the middle-aged man who was doing calligraphy said, "You're too impatient. A hut is for living. How can you make do with a few planks?" The nine-tailed mantis shrimp stopped, and Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "If so, should I build a palace?" The man smiled casually. "Don't be silly. You have to start an enterprise from the details. To build a house, you have to lay a solid foundation. You have to make sure that there are no shortcomings and all the parts fit perfectly." Han Fei's eyelids shivered. "Fine, you're the boss here. I can just build another one." Han Fei didn't quite figure out the man's personality yet. It was quite odd that the man was telling him how to build his hut. Before Han Fei could continue, the man said again, "Contractual spiritual beasts know nothing about aesthetics. The wood is already broken. You should do it yourself." Han Fei took a deep breath. "Fine, I'll do it." The nine-tailed mantis shrimp was despised by the guy, so Han Fei took it back. Han Fei thought to himself, "You want a house? I'm going to build a little villa." Holding a knife, Han Fei began to chop the wood in person, making sure that every piece of wood was identical. He then took out some materials and crafted a hammer, a bunch of nails, a chisel, and several carvers. He had nothing better to do anyway, so he decided to shock the guy with his work. Han Fei cleared a space of about 100 square meters and made a yard that was surrounded by pointed fence posts. This place was windless and peaceful, so no foundation was needed. He simply evened the ground and started working. During the day, Han Fei was building the house and the man was writing stuff. They never interfered with each other. When Han Fei had half completed the house, the man said casually, "Go make food." Han Fei, "One? You wanted me to build a house earlier, and you want me to make food now? Do you think I'm your servant?" Han Fei sneered. "Just wait for it. I'm going to frighten you with my hot pot." When Han Fei reached the stone platform by the river, Han Fei found a sea-swallowing seashell on it. The man said, "The materials are in there. Pick whatever you need." Han Fei examined what was inside the sea-swallowing seashell, only to be shocked. Seriously? Flood dragon? Golden carp? Primordial chaos? Big clam? Trivariant golden ginseng? He was dumbfounded, as all the ingredients were luxuries. Han Fei secretly took a deep breath and unhurriedly took out the golden carp, which was only half a meter long and should be quite good for food. He was shocked after he took out the fish. TN name: Eight-tailed golden carp. Dead. Introduction. It's one of the enlightenment fish that can be found in special undersea abysses. It carries the dragon bloodline and is extremely fast. The feathers on its 8 tails can unleash strange sword auras that only divine weapons can resist. All level 62 quality, exotic mutated. A spiritual energy, 58,652 points E effect. If you eat it, your insight can be increased by 3 times. EC collectible 8-tail features, 1-inch golden scale, absorbable, Gudu. Han Fei was shocked. Level 62, a mutated exotic creature? It could increase insight by 3 times. Dragon bloodline? Was it really a carp? Han Fei took a deep breath and took out what appeared to be a flood dragon. It was only 20 meters long, but Han Fei wasn't sure what it was. After all, he had never eaten such a thing before. Were its horns as nutritional as deer horns? In the next moment, information popped up in Han Fei's eyes. Namen Mystifying Dragon. Introduction. It's a flood dragon that lives in the deep sea. It carries the dragon bloodline and has enormous physical strength. It can also cause hallucinations. Level 63 quality. A quality. Exotic mutated. A spiritual energy. 48,652 points E effect. It can significantly strengthen veins and improve health and bone hardness if it's eaten over a long period of time. OC collectible Mystifying Dragon's Horns, Mystifying Dragon's Blood, Dragon Teeth, Dragon Scales, Dragon Eyes. Absorbable Gudu. Han Fei swallowed. This thing was full of treasures, and it was going to be eaten as food? Han Fei glimpsed at the middle-aged man who was practicing calligraphy. Who told me that he was a prisoner? Could any prisoner have the privilege of eating that? Han Fei was stunned. He had always thought that he was extravagant enough. Little did he expect that he would meet someone even more so. He did not dare to examine the rest of the ingredients. He simply thought that they were better as refining materials than they were as food. Seeing that Han Fei was still stunned, the man urged Han Fei, "Hurry up, it's dinner time." Oh, okay. Han Fei was going to use the materials in Forge the Universe, but they seemed too embarrassing to be presented at this moment. Han Fei hesitated for a long time. He had never had a dragon before. How should he cook it? He heaved a sigh. Forget it. He might as well make the carp first. Thinking about that, Han Fei put the carp on the stone platform and took out an ultra-quality long knife. After cleaning up the fish, he was going to slice the fish into pieces with the knife. Then, however, sparks splashed out after he cut down. Han Fei? Han Fei? He then gritted his teeth and took out the cosmic sword. Poochie. This time he was finally able to cut it. What Han Fei didn't know was that the middle-aged man put on a vague smile when he took out the cosmic sword. Han Fei was going to clean it up when the middle-aged man said, "You can keep the tails and scales for yourself." Han Fei was intrigued. He had been interested in the 8-tail features and 1-inch golden scale for a long time, and he didn't know how to ask for them. But seeing how casual the middle-aged man was, Han Fei knew that he probably didn't even care about them. Chapter 8:15, Sit down and have tea. Nobody would believe it if he said it, but for the first time in his life, Han Fei found it extremely difficult to cook. The oil was already boiling in the giant pot. Han Fei covered the carp with flour and shook off the redundant flour. Then, he put the carp into the oil, planning to heat it and make its skin crisp. However, after being boiled for a long time, the skin and meat of the carp were still fresh even though the flour was already burnt. The meat didn't seem edible at all. Han Fei scratched his head. That was too outrageous. The best chef of the Thug Academy couldn't even make fish. Are you kidding? Immediately, Han Fei made up his mind. I won't use oil anymore. I'll just use spiritual energy. This time, Han Fei used the heaven-level, high-quality spirit flame variation. When the spiritual flames popped up, the meat was instantly cooked. With a thought, Han Fei pushed the boiling oil out of the pot and enshrouded the carp so that the meat was fried in midair. A moment later, the fragrance of meat was already coming out of the pot. He then put sauce into the pot and mixed the sauce with the meat. Instantly, even the middle-aged who had been cool the whole time dropped his brush and watched Han Fei make food. After the meal was finally made, Han Fei took a deep breath and said, well, how about we have the flood dragon for the next meal? It's not easy to make. The middle-aged man slightly nodded and finally dropped the pen in his hand. He waved his hand, and a long desk flew to the river. The middle-aged man glanced at the fish that Han Fei made. He sniffed at it first and then slightly nodded. Sit down and have food. Han Fei felt like 10,000 tsunami jellyfish were roaring in his heart as the guy seemed to be expecting him to make another meal. However, Han Fei never had such great food before, and he was quite tempted too. Before he had the food, he glanced at the middle-aged, who looked like a handsome and gentle scholar and wore a vague smile all the time. The man picked up a piece of meat and put it in his mouth. Strange brilliance flashed in his eyes, but his expression didn't really change. As if knowing that Han Fei was staring at him, the man raised his head and looked at Han Fei. Focus on your food. Han Fei hummed and also picked up a piece of meat. Instantly, a tasteful fragrance spread out in his mouth. The meat of the fish was so fresh as if it were newly made tofu. Naturally, the fancy product couldn't be ineffective. Han Fei's head became a lot clearer after he had the first mouthful of meat. 1 pick, 2 picks. After having about half a kilogram of meat, Han Fei seemed to be frozen. He laid one hand on the desk and raised his chopsticks with the other, but his eyes were fixed. The middle-aged man glanced at Han Fei and continued having the food without talking. There was no telling how long it had been. Han Fei thought of a lot of things. He remembered the first time he learned to use chopsticks, the first time he was hit, the first time he went fishing, and the first time he used a knife. Many pictures flashed in his head. When every picture popped up, Han Fei realized a lot of problems in it. So, that was how he should have exerted strength on the rods. So, that was how he should have waved his knife to make it most powerful. So, that was how he should have used the spirit concentration art. So, that was another way to draw an array. By the time Han Fei opened his eyes, he found nothing on the table, and he was still holding his chopsticks. He subconsciously looked back, only to find that the middle-aged man was already practicing calligraphy. He asked, have you finished your meal? The middle-aged man replied without raising his head, I finished it yesterday. Han Fei gasped hard. Han Fei gasped hard. Yesterday? The middle-aged said softly. It will be dinner time in another 6 hours. Do your work for a while and then make food. Huh? Han Fei was stunned. It was dinner time again? Han Fei asked timidly, what's the schedule for our dinner? The middle-aged man replied casually, every 24 hours. Han Fei was dumbfounded. Had he been having dinner for 18 hours? He gasped hard and then resumed his construction work on the site. He was building a bungalow in a traditional style. He had also added fences among the pillars so that the pillars wouldn't seem too noticeable. 4 hours later, when Han Fei just opened the window, the middle-aged man said in a gentle voice, it's almost dinner time. Time to cook. Han Fei found the cause of the mystifying dragon's death. There was a hole in its head. Someone seemed to have poked their finger in it and killed it. Han Fei took a deep breath. How was he going to cook this thing? He didn't have any experience. Han Fei glanced at the middle-aged man, who said casually, cut off the horns, extract the veins and bones, remove the liver and gallbladder, and throw away the head. Cook the rest of the stuff as you see fit. Han Fei was intrigued. The way I see it, this thing is full of treasures. I'll take them all if you don't want them. The job was rather hard for Han Fei even with the cosmic sword, mainly because it hadn't acknowledged him as a master yet, and extracting the veins and bones was too troublesome. It took Han Fei more than an hour to finish the preparation work. He attempted to cut off the horns, but he failed to do so after a long time. Never mind, the dragon head won't be needed anyway. I'm just going to put it in Forge the Universe. As for the dragon meat, Han Fei thought for a moment. Since I don't have any experience cooking it, I'm going to make a few simple dishes with the dragon meat first. Well, 3 are probably good enough. A moment later, the middle-aged man saw spiritual flames rising to the sky next to the river as the dragon meat was being roasted. Fortunately, nobody was there to see that, or Han Fei had no doubt that he would be beaten to death. It was a dragon. Although not a real one, it carried dragon blood. Han Fei felt quite reluctant to have made so much food with the meat. But on second thought, Han Fei was quite happy too, as he had enough materials to practice the divine manipulation technique. He could also upgrade his fishing pole, as this bone was much better than the blue sea wandering dragon's bone. It was really good stuff. 2 hours past the dinner time. The two of them sat at the table next to the river. The middle-aged man picked up a piece of meat and put it into his mouth. Then he tried each of the dishes one by one. Han Fei was also holding a piece of meat as he stared at the middle-aged man. After a long time, the middle-aged man replied casually, "Not bad, but it tastes slightly greasy." The middle-aged man was talking about the braised dragon meat. Han Fei was slightly confused. He put a piece of braised meat into his mouth, only to feel that energy was surging into his body and making his blood boil. Holding back the shock, Han Fei put as much meat into his mouth as possible. Greasy? The meat was too delicious. He would have all of it if the man didn't want any. Unfortunately, Han Fei's skin had turned red after he only had 2 kilograms. When he opened his mouth, he accidentally spewed out fire. The middle-aged man looked at Han Fei in disdain. "Turn your head around first if you want to breathe hard during dinner." Han Fei's eyes had turned bloodshot. "Breathe hard? I'm dying of heat." Immediately, he left his seat and ran to the river. With a thought, he poured the water on his head. "No, I have to practice the 108 desolate god body in the river." Clash. Han Fei jumped into the river and made all kinds of weird postures. The middle-aged man looked at Han Fei in the water now and then while holding a slice of meat. After Han Fei finished the 28 postures, the middle-aged man slightly narrowed his eyes. When he narrowed his eyes, Han Fei didn't notice that he was also counting his fingers as if he were calculating something. This time, Han Fei didn't sit for a whole day. Although the dragon meat was powerful, the desolate god body was quite powerful too. He was able to soothe his boiling blood in only 4 hours. At this moment, the middle-aged man said casually, "It's time to go to bed." Han Fei was lost for words. "I haven't even made my bed yet. Where can I go?" he mumbled. "I might as well get some sleep. Anything can be a bed." Then he ran to his incomplete house and looked at the planks all over the floor. He then took out a shell that was more than 6 meters long from his sea-swallowing seashell. He dried the clam and then lay inside the shell, starting to sleep. Han Fei couldn't remember when the last time he had any good sleep. Cultivators didn't have to sleep, but eating and sleeping were treasures of life. Ordinary people could enjoy them easily, but cultivators couldn't. Han Fei slept tightly until he heard drizzles outside. "Han Fei?" He rose and walked out of the house. Then, he did see a drizzle going on. After that, he saw the middle-aged seated in front of a rock with a teacup. Steam was popping up from the teacup, and there was no rain within 10 meters. On the rock was a teapot and another teacup. Han Fei was quite surprised. Was the teacup left for him? As he expected, the middle-aged said casually without looking back, "Sit down and have some tea." Chapter 816, Painting with the Ocean Book. Han Fei was here for 2 days. He had 2 dinners with the man and built a house that hadn't been completed yet. A weird rain was going on and he was invited to have tea with the guy? Han Fei was rather puzzled. For some reason, he felt like he was being taught. In silence, Han Fei walked to the green rock and sat on the stone chair. Then he lowered his head only to find that the teacup was filled with glittering red tea. He raised the teacup and sipped it. Then he frowned as it was just a regular cup of tea and not anything sophisticated as he expected. The man on his opposite side blew at the tea and slowly raised his head. Reflection is very important for cultivators. No matter how crazy you are during cultivation, you have to look back now and then and digest the knowledge and power from the past. Han Fei couldn't hold himself back anymore and asked, "Senior, why did I come to the 4th level of the Scattered Stars prison?" The middle-aged blew at the tea again and had a mouthful of it. "Didn't you ask to come here?" Han Fei thought to himself. "I didn't know that I would come to the 4th level, or that the 4th level would be like this, or that such a big boss was on the 4th level," Han Fei asked again. "Then, are you teaching me, senior?" the middle-aged man said with a casual smile. "You may think so. Why?" Han Fei was quite curious. Did everybody have the privilege of having 8-tailed golden harp or mystic dragon? He subconsciously looked at the kitchen and remembered the other ingredients in the sea-swallowing seashell that he had seen. If he could have all of them, he thought that he would reach the very peak of the hanging fisher level in a month, and he might become a hidden fisher any time. Han Fei didn't believe that anyone would help him unconditionally, which was completely unreasonable. He had planned to make up for what he did with contributions, and to spend some time here training and studying. His other plan was to see if he could figure out the usage of the prison token, and why the hexagon starfish had it, and he got it in the end. At this moment, Han Fei had a guess, but he wasn't too certain. The middle-aged man smiled. "Don't ask until you're going out." Since the guy said that he shouldn't ask until he was going out, it meant that he had a chance to go out, and an answer by then. After having the tea, the middle-aged man put the cup down and said, "Set up your house tomorrow. Then you'll paint together with me." "Huh?" Han Fei was stunned for a while. "So, you were not doing calligraphy, but rather painting?" He nodded and suddenly said, "Senior, why is it raining in this place?" The middle-aged man raised his head and said unhurriedly, "Stop, Han Fei, rain?" To Han Fei's shock, the rain stopped. He was instantly stunned. "What was that about? Are you the Dragon Lord who is responsible for rainfall?" The middle-aged man said casually. Occasionally, a rain is needed to irrigate the land. Hanfei, mun, one, guru, Hanfei, mun, and Fei swallowed. Fine, you're the boss here and you're in charge. It took Hanfei a day to build his little house as well as the bed and other basic furniture in it. The next morning, Hanfei heard the sound of brushing in his sleep. He immediately woke up and walked out. As he expected, Hanfei found that the middle-aged man had started working in front of a stone table. The middle-aged man sounded as casual as before. Move a stone table here. Hearing that, Hanfei moved a stone table to him. This time, he finally saw what the middle-aged man was drawing. To Hanfei's surprise, the man was really painting. He was working on a flood dragon at this moment. The flood dragon was vivid and looked so intimidating as if a real flood dragon had been sealed to the fish skin by him. The middle-aged man drew a line every time he put down his brush. Hanfei even saw the glittering dole on the line. Whenever a new line appeared, it seemed to be enlivened as if it were part of the flood dragon. The middle-aged man finished a stroke and then stopped. He then waved his hand, and a brush, a fish skin, and the painting of a lobster appeared on Hanfei's table. The middle-aged man said casually, "Start by copying." Hanfei took a deep breath and picked up his brush. It was very easy for a cultivator to vividly depict anything. They could draw a lifelike lobster with their extraordinary senses and control over their mind and their fingers. Hanfei was very solemn. A hint of spiritual energy appeared on the tip of the brush as he copied the lobster painting. However, after the very first stroke, he realized that he made a mistake. It was just one line, but he realized that his line was quite different from the line on the lobster painting in that it lacked vigor. Hanfei was stunned for a long time. Then, the middle-aged man said, "Finish it first." So, a weird scene took place on the 4th level of the Scattered Stars prison. 2 men were painting in front of stone tables. If Zheng Teng were here, he would have been too shocked to say anything. Hanfei's lobster was already half painted, and he had already reached the body. All of a sudden, Hanfei exclaimed. He looked at the middle-aged man and the lobster painting. A power seemed to be rising from the fish skin. An array picture? Hanfei finally realized that the lobster was not a painting at all, but an array. He remembered the ocean book and the enormous array pictures that he never had time to practice. On the ocean book, every line was equal to an array. Naturally, he didn't know which line corresponded to which array, but he knew that when those lines were combined, they would be arrays. Lines and arrays, Hanfei mumbled. The lines are arrays too, and multiple lines mean multiple arrays. So, by painting with lines, I'm creating complicated serial arrays. Hiss! After thinking it through, Hanfei had a lot of complicated feelings. He felt that he had grasped the awesome essence of arrays. Focus. The middle-aged man reminded him casually, and Hanfei instantly calmed down. He finished copying the lobster in the old way, which took him about 4 hours. After the lobster was completed, Hanfei suddenly saw the illusion of a small lobster, which existed for one brief second and then disappeared. Hanfei couldn't hold back anymore and asked, "Senior, what's going on?" The middle-aged man didn't raise his head but said casually, "It means that you're poor at painting. Draw another one." Hanfei was puzzled, but he was actually quite shocked. "I almost brought the painting back to life, and I'm still poor at painting?" Hanfei wondered what would happen if the man next to him drew out the flood dragon on the painting, because even he could enliven a lobster. Would the man be able to create a flood dragon? Hanfei didn't ask. Since he made a mistake in painting, he might as well try another one. This time, the ocean book popped up in Hanfei's head. He intended to go with the lines on the ocean book and find out what he could get. When Hanfei moved his brush again with a line from the ocean book, the middle-aged man suddenly raised his head and glanced at Hanfei. Hanfei stood straight. "Was it wrong?" The middle-aged man smiled. "Go on." Hanfei didn't think further but continued drawing. This time, he completely followed the lines on the ocean book, and a lobster appeared on the fish skin in only 2 hours. After he finished the last stroke, a violent power appeared out of nowhere. A strong wind seemed to be rising, a thunder was rumbling, a tsunami was roaring, and auras of swords and spears were sweeping out. All in all, the lobster was nowhere to be seen, but a terrifying power was sweeping out. Crack, bam. After only 1 instant, the stone table in front of Hanfei was shattered. Everything within a 1,000-meter radius was crushed except the middle-aged man's stone table and house. The villa that took Hanfei 3 days to build didn't survive. Hanfei was dumbfounded. He stood there with a brush in his hand like an idiot. He felt like crying at that moment. "I didn't do anything. I was just drawing a lobster. How did this happen?" However, he clearly noticed that the power could have spread more than 1,000 meters away if it hadn't been restricted by an invisible power. The middle-aged man slowly dropped his brush and looked at Hanfei. Every line represents an array, but the arrays aren't random. You drew 1,245 lines, and only 47 of them were effective arrays. Those arrays are of different types, and some are contradictory. Only 13 of them really worked. Looking at the lawn that had already been ruined by Hanfei, the middle-aged man said again, "In order to make use of the arrays, you need to know what the arrays are and what power they represent first." Chapter 817, Arrays Aren't Difficult at All. Hanfei was quite embarrassed at this moment. He didn't know much about arrays or the ocean book at all. Although he could use the lines in the book, he had no idea which line corresponded to which array. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "Is it possible to create an array with a single line?" The middle-aged replied with a smile, "Yes, but you have to analyze the structure of the line." "Huh? Isn't it just a line?" The middle-aged shook his head. "Is a point of spiritual energy just a point of spiritual energy? Huh?" Han Fei was choked for a while. That did not seem to be true, as a point of spiritual energy could be further disassembled. Disassembled? All of a sudden, Han Fei exclaimed, "Should I disassemble it?" The middle-aged man nodded. "You're not too clueless after all." Han Fei's heart pounded quickly. In that case, if he could really understand the ocean book, didn't it mean that he would have thousands of arrays and could combine the arrays? So disassembling was the key here. He had to understand every line and every array in order to make use of those lines for his own purpose. Then another question popped up. How should I disassemble it? Han Fei looked at the middle-aged man as if he were asking again. The middle-aged man replied casually, "Repair the ground and the stone table first." Han Fei, as a spirit gatherer, it couldn't be easier for him to restore the grass. They were regrown in only 5 minutes. The stone table was even easier. Han Fei ran to the woods and moved a few rocks. He then cut them and shaped them into tables. As for the villa that he had built and only lived in for one night in, Han Fei scratched his head and could only rebuild it. This time, he did not want to build a villa anymore. He simply copied the house in his hometown, which took him 6 hours. If the middle-aged man hadn't been as picky about the details, he could have completed it in only 3 hours. After everything was done, Han Fei ran back to the stone table. This time, he found the same lobster painting on it. His task was still to copy the lobster. But this time, Han Fei stood for a long time without moving the brush. The first way of painting was completely wrong and could only represent the contours. The second way of painting was even worse. It was simply nonsense. Han Fei couldn't help but wonder what was correct. He stood for such a long time that it was time for dinner. After the middle-aged man reminded him, Han Fei instantly ran off to make food. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Han Fei stood for 3 days in a row without moving the brush. It was already time for bed. The middle-aged man had returned to his room for sleep. Han Fei lay on his bed with complicated thoughts in his head. Why do I have to draw a lobster? What's special about the lobster? Line, disassembling, array, picture. All of a sudden, Han Fei sat up. What's the purpose of me drawing the lobster? Han Fei took a deep breath. Since the middle-aged man asked him to draw the lobster, it was definitely related to arrays. The man also mentioned that the array was essentially about the dissembling of lines. Therefore, it was actually not a lobster, but a line. Han Fei was instantly enlightened. He had no time to think and was about to get up. Suddenly, a casual voice said, "Calm down. Take a sleep when it's time for bed." Han Fei slowed down. Forget it. He didn't have to rush into anything. He might as well wait for the morning. Han Fei wasn't sleepy at all. He was getting more and more curious about the middle-aged man's identity. The man's understanding of arrays must have exceeded Old Jiang's. Old Jiang had taught him how to quickly create arrays, but this middle-aged man was telling him the essence of arrays. They were completely different. Besides, why was this middle-aged man telling him something so mysterious and sophisticated? Han Fei gradually fell asleep with a lot of random thoughts. The next morning, Han Fei jumped off from the bed the moment he heard the sound of brushing. When he reached the door, he tried to calm himself down before he walked to the stone table again. Han Fei grabbed the brush and looked at the lobster painting. He kept telling himself, "It's just a line, it's just a line. Since it's a line, you must complete it with one movement of the brush." Han Fei was quite familiar with the job. It was very similar to creating a spirit-gathering array with one step. In order to confirm his speculation, Han Fei was not in a rush to paint the lobster. Instead, he dropped hundreds of points of spiritual energy in a line on the fish skin when he moved the brush. In the next moment, spiritual energy surged at him. The middle-aged man continued drawing his painting. However, on the other side of his face that Han Fei couldn't see, there was a smile. Yes, Han Fei had created a spirit-gathering array with one stroke. Yes, my guess is correct. This lobster is just a line. Immediately, Han Fei considered for a moment, and as spiritual energy flowed out of the brush, he managed to finish drawing the lobster with one touch. The line then jumped out, and a lobster about 10 meters long appeared on the open ground nearby. The illusionary lobster was painted at the cost of 200 points of spiritual energy, so it only contained the same amount of spiritual energy. With a thought, Han Fei prompted the lobster to pinch him. He then squeezed it into pieces. He speculated that it was a lobster that had just reached the hanging fisher level. Level 40, Han Fei guessed. Immediately, Han Fei grinned. However, his smile was gone very quickly. What he could do was to draw a creature or an array with one touch. When the middle-aged man waved his hand, Han Fei saw that the lobster painting became a picture that contained one line. Han Fei was dumbfounded. It was indeed possible to draw an array with one touch, but how was he going to disassemble an array into complicated arrays? He glanced at the middle-aged man and secretly heaved a sigh. He tried copying it with his spiritual power, only to discover that it was even more difficult than to copy the spiritual sea secret technique in the 72-floor demon realm. Wait, I can't see the array during the copying, but I can vaguely tell that it's related to water. Suddenly, the middle-aged man said casually, look at the painting that you drew earlier. Han Fei raised the brush and painted a spirit-gathering array with one touch. Then, spiritual energy surged at him. It seemed impossible for him to save the picture he painted. Han Fei scanned the spirit-gathering array with his spiritual power, and it instantly stopped gathering spiritual energy. Han Fei instantly realized that it was possible to seal the array that he painted with spiritual power. Twice, Han Fei was slightly surprised. His first touch was to paint it, and his second touch was to seal it. The first touch was visible, and the second touch was invisible. Han Fei realized that he didn't have to copy the painting. He simply needed to unveil the spiritual power on the fish skin. How should he unveil it? With his experience, Han Fei attacked it with spiritual power. Bam! All of a sudden, Han Fei was drenched as if someone poured a bucket of water over his head. Han Fei subconsciously looked at the middle-aged man who ignored him. Han Fei was lost for words. This was definitely a practical joke to make fun of him. What should he do about the spiritual power barrier on the array if it could not be broken with violence? The middle-aged man said casually, it's the right way, but if you're to attack a random array in a strange place, you might suffer more than a bucket of water. So, you have to break the spiritual power seals slowly. You cannot grasp all the arrays at the same time. Han Fei looked at the fish skin and scanned it with his spiritual power again, only to discover that it was a simple water-gathering array. He was quite appalled. If it weren't a bucket of water but a saber in a killing array, wouldn't he have been hurt? The middle-aged said, so, to become an array expert, you have to learn the existing arrays, or unveil the unknown, potentially dangerous arrays, or invent new ones. Invent? How can I invent them? The middle-aged man dropped his brush and said, it's about your will. If you want to kill someone, enter your killing will into the array. If you want to hide yourself, sneak into the array. Your will is whatever you want to achieve. It's a path that you have to complete on your own. My will? Han Fei didn't think that he completely understood it. Entering his thoughts into an array seemed rather complicated. However, Han Fei remembered the ocean book. He didn't have to rush into anything. The ocean book was copied by the demon purification pot. Even if it had spiritual power seals in the past, it shouldn't contain any at this moment. He could read the strokes one by one. Thinking about that, Han Fei asked again, how can I create an awesome array by combining the arrays that I know? The middle-aged man said slowly, how do you combine words? Han Fei was stunned. It was not until half an hour later that Han Fei finally mumbled, so, painting arrays is just like writing words? Fantastic. But isn't it too simple? He found that nobody was around. He looked back, only to find that the middle-aged man was having tea. The middle-aged man said with a smile, simplicity is always the greatest solution. You've grasped the essence of arrays. It's up to you what you can achieve in the future. Han Fei took a deep breath. In only a couple of days, the middle-aged man had completely changed his understanding of arrays. Han Fei suddenly felt that arrays weren't difficult at all. Chapter 818, Secret of the Sea Quelling Painting. Half a month passed. Instead of studying the ocean book in a hurry, Han Fei refocused his attention on the spirit-gathering scripture that old Jiang gave him. The ocean book clearly had many more arrays than the spirit-gathering scripture did. It was much more complicated and harder to learn than the spirit-gathering scripture, a systematic tutorial. Fortunately, after only half a month, Han Fei was already able to paint most of the arrays on the spirit-gathering scripture with one touch. The more complicated arrays were usually combinations of simple ones. All he needed to do was to turn the small arrays into lines and regather them. At this moment, Han Fei was painting a new array. He completed a pattern with 9 lines. Han Fei didn't seal the array with his spiritual power, but simply threw the fish skin out casually. Immediately, an array of 100 meters wide appeared with auras surging inside. Han Fei walked into the array, and he was instantly surrounded by overwhelming sword auras. Clang, clang, clang. I only used 2,000 points of spiritual energy during the painting. It was almost the power of an advanced hanging fisher. If a common advanced hanging fisher were here, it would take them at least 2 minutes to crack the array. A moment later, Han Fei painted another array and added a spirit-gathering array to it with one stroke. This time, when the array was thrown out and the swords were unleashed, spiritual energy gathered from all directions. Han Fei walked inside again. It didn't get more powerful, but it can last longer. Considering the consumption, it can last 150 seconds. It can hardly kill an advanced hanging fisher who can crack it by fusing with a contractual spiritual beast. However, it could be extremely dangerous against intermediate hanging fishers. Han Fei concluded that if he were to increase the power of the killing array by using 10,000 points of spiritual energy and a grand spirit gathering array, it shouldn't be a problem to trap and kill a peak-level hanging fisher. Cracking his own array easily, Han Fei turned back with a smile. Senior, what do you think of it? Not bad. The middle-aged man showed no response except a casual remark. Han Fei found that the middle-aged man had been painting a flood dragon since he came here 20 days earlier. He estimated that the man had left 10,000 strokes on the painting. Hiss, can it be 10,000 arrays? Han Fei was quite frightened. He could only fuse a dozen arrays at this moment, and the gap between him and the middle-aged man was truly huge. All of a sudden, Han Fei saw that the middle-aged man stopped. Han Fei asked in surprise, "Senior, it's not tea or dinner time yet, is it?" The middle-aged man chuckled. "The painting has been completed." "Completed?" Han Fei asked curiously. "Senior, what array have you painted?" Without keeping it a secret, the middle-aged man said casually, "A killing array." "Hiss!" Han Fei instantly gasped hard. "A killing array? Thousands of strokes for a single killing array? How terrifying must the killing array be?" The middle-aged man rolled the fish skin and said to Han Fei casually, "It's a gift for you." "Huh? A gift for me?" the middle-aged said with a smile. "You can't use it for now, even if I give it to you." Han Fei was instantly lost for words. "Why would you give it to me if I can't use it?" the middle-aged said. "It may be useful to you later." Han Fei accepted the fish skin in a daze. "What if I use it by force?" The middle-aged man shook his head. "You can't. It's not the right time yet." Han Fei secretly remarked, "How will I know when the right time is?" The middle-aged man asked, "Do you know what divination is?" Han Fei shook his head. How could he know that? Isn't divination by nature learning of the divine? The middle-aged man smiled. "Learn after me." "Huh? Learn what?" Han Fei instantly gasped hard. Back in the treasure trove, Luo Xiaobai mentioned that someone performed a secret technique and caused a half-month of rain in the Scattered Stars prison when he was away. However, Shushan also mentioned that one had to be an explorer in order to perform such a thing as fortune-telling. Han Fei pointed at himself. "Can I do that right now? Won't I be struck by lightning?" The middle-aged man's lips curled. "Of course, you can't really perform this yet. However, you can still learn the simple methods to predict danger." Han Fei said quickly, "Wait a moment, Senior. Should we get this straight first? You're giving me food, teaching me a raise, and showing me how to perform these techniques for nothing in return? Why?" The middle-aged man chuckled. "Do you really want to know?" Han Fei nodded solemnly. "Yes, I'm fine with owing other people favors, but I have to know the reason. Who are you? A senior uncle from the Thug Academy?" The middle-aged man chuckled. "I have my own reasons. I'm teaching you how to predict danger because you're lucky. Apart from my purpose, there's also the sea-quelling painting." "Huh!" Han Fei was instantly stunned and subconsciously stepped back. The sea-quelling painting again. He hadn't even found the boneyard yet, and someone was already talking about the sea-quelling painting with him? Han Fei's pupils contracted. "What do you mean? What's the sea-quelling painting?" The middle-aged man smiled casually. "You're from the Thug Academy, aren't you? You must be carrying a sea token, aren't you? Don't deny it yet. Do you know how long the sea-quelling painting has existed?" Han Fei slightly shook his head. He had a feeling that the man was telling him a big secret. The middle-aged man smiled. "The sea-quelling painting was acquired by Ren Tianfen from the remains of the Divine Palace 300 years ago. Don't ask where the Divine Palace is. You don't need to know that. All you need to know is that Ren Tianfen was hunted by many experts afterwards and almost killed. However, he was able to separate the sea-quelling painting from its essence and transform the essence into 99 sea tokens. Any guesses on what happened next?" Han Fei gasped hard. Was Ren Tianfen behind this? He thought that Ren Tianfen was still living a carefree life in the Heavenly Water Village 300 years earlier. Han Fei frowned. Did the Thug Academy gather the sea-quelling painting? The middle-aged man slightly shook his head first, but then nodded. The sea-quelling painting was indeed gathered, not when the Thug Academy was declining, but when it had already declined. Many experts robbed the Thug Academy for the sea tokens it found. A great war took place. After that, another great war happened. Another great war? Han Fei held his breath. He could totally imagine how miserable the Thug Academy was back then. If the sea-quelling painting was an ultimate treasure, countless people must have been coveting it, just like how people fought for a divine weapon in the level 3 fishery. The middle-aged man said with a casual smile, "Yes, there's more, but I won't tell you what happened later." Pooh, Han Fei felt like vomiting his blood. "Bro, are you kidding? You're only telling half of the story." "That's torture." Seeing that Han Fei was lost for words, the middle-aged man chuckled. "It's not because I'm unwilling to tell you, but because our fate will be changed if you know what happened, so you don't need to know it yet." Han Fei took a deep breath and asked in surprise, "I can't even learn what happened?" The middle-aged man chuckled. "You will know what happened, but not right now. I'm teaching you all this exactly for you to seize the sea-quelling painting." Han Fei rolled his eyes. "Senior, are you overestimating me? If what you said is true, so many top experts fought for that, but all of them failed and died. I'm just a hanging fisher. Even if I become a hidden fisher later, is it really something I can do?" The middle-aged man's lips curled. "It's not a matter of strength. Ren Tianfen was a venerable back then, but he almost died too. Nowadays, the experts are checked by other experts, so it's up to those who have acquired the sea tokens to fight for the painting." Gudu, Han Fei could totally imagine the picture where a bunch of hanging fishers and hidden fishers fought for the painting, and the big shots watched them until one of them got the painting. Then, the big shots joined the battle and killed all the sacrificial lambs. Seeing the fright in Han Fei's eyes, the middle-aged man said casually, "It's not as huge as you think. The painting itself doesn't matter. What's important is the secret inside. Those who compete over the painting all come from renowned families. The top experts dare not attack them easily." Han Fei was completely befuddled. Secret? The middle-aged man chuckled. Although the sea-quelling painting is a treasure too, that's not important. It is not a one-of-a-kind treasure that deserves such competition. Whoever has sea tokens is merely seeking the secret in it, Han Fei ventured. So, those searching are actually the safest. The middle-aged man nodded. Yes, any of you may find the painting in the end, but none of the top experts will. That's the key here. Han Fei asked unhurriedly. Senior, do you know what the secret might be? What if you kill me after I get the painting? The middle-aged man smiled and didn't say anything. He simply asked softly, do you want to learn it? Yes, Han Fei blurted out without hesitation. The man had made himself loud and clear. He wouldn't attack Han Fei until Han Fei got the painting. But after Han Fei got the painting, he still had the Thug Academy and the sky-dissecting finger. Han Fei was quite confident of killing anyone with the ultimate method. When worst came to worst, he could always hide inside Forge the Universe. Nobody could find him at all. Chapter 819, Why don't you exchange the sea-quelling painting for that? Although Han Fei failed to figure out the middle-aged man's identity, he was no longer anxious. Since the guy asked him to look for the painting, it was only reasonable that he charged a commission. Only an idiot would have refused a free gift. Besides, they were talking about divine techniques. Even though he was quite weak and could only learn how to predict dangers for now, it was still about foreseeing the future. If he got stronger later, he might be better at the skill and could really perform these skills. Han Fei was relieved. Not only must he learn the skill, but he also had to learn it well. Han Fei asked, Senior, when will we begin? How will you teach me? The middle-aged man replied with a smile. There's no need to rush. It's dinner time. Time for you to cook. Han Fei was not in the mood to make food at all. He simply made a hot pot and boiled vegetables in it. The middle-aged man slightly shook his head but wasn't annoyed, as they were still more delicious than what he had. On the table, they had a level 65 heavenly spirit ray. After only eating half a kilogram of meat, Han Fei was already having a nosebleed, and his head was a mess. In his dizziness, he heard someone whispering in his ears, Divination is just a technique to perceive your fate with the Tao of Heaven. It's actually a very simple technique. All you need to do is to remember the art of fortune. Han Fei didn't remember what was said next. He slept as soundly as a dead pig. When he finally woke up, he discovered, to his surprise, that the food on the table was gone, and that he had been lying on the ground for he didn't know how long. He looked around and found that the middle-aged man was fishing on the green rock not far away. Han Fei rubbed his head. Senior, how long have I slept for? The middle-aged man said casually. Well, I cooked for myself yesterday. Han Fei didn't know what to say. I've slept through 2 days? The middle-aged man smiled. You've already learned the art of fortune. I have nothing to teach you anymore. You can go out in a couple of days? Huh? Han Fei was dumbfounded. Wait, Senior, how did I learn it? By sleeping and dreaming? The middle-aged man said softly. Keep your voice down. You're scaring off the fish. Han Fei, the middle-aged man asked, why don't you predict when you can get out? Han Fei subconsciously counted his fingers, and a vague feeling appeared in his head. 3 days later, Han Fei stared at his fingers. Since when had he become capable of this? He closed his eyes in a hurry, only to see a piece of information. Art of Destiny, unrated. Introduction. Calculate one's fate and predict the future with the Tao of Heaven. It was just a simple introduction without any words or algorithms. It just appeared in his head. Han Fei swallowed and was even more awed by the middle-aged man who had taught him such an amazing method while he was sleeping. He had a lot of mixed feelings. All of a sudden, Han Fei thought of something and ran a predication. Then, he thought of the prison token and took it out. Senior, do you know the hexagon starfish? The middle-aged man glanced at the prison token and smiled. You're quite smart. Yes, I was the one who threw it out. Han Fei narrowed his eyes. The hexagon starfish was sealed by Ren Tianfen in the Heavenly Water Village for 300 years. How did you throw it out? Han Fei asked again. Senior, do you know Ren Tianfen? The middle-aged man looked at the water. Sort of. Han Fei took a deep breath. Did you live in the Heavenly Water Village too? The middle-aged man looked at Han Fei casually. Don't ask. Just hold your questions back. Why? The middle-aged man shook his head. I already told you. It may change our fate. Just let nature run its course. You will learn everything when you should. Han Fei instantly became gloomy. He asked again, what can we talk about? How about Tonga? The middle-aged man shook his head. Not a chance. Han Fei was lost for words. What about the Thug Academy? Let's talk about the details of the Thug Academy's decline 30 years ago. The middle-aged man shook his head. Not a chance. Han Fei gnashed his teeth. Then let's talk about my mother. The middle-aged man continued shaking his head. Even less likely. Han Fei said angrily, I thought you were dead. The middle-aged man chuckled. Sometimes, it's rather hard to die. Han Fei was not a fool. He simply didn't expect to meet his father in such a place and in such a way. After he learned divination, he instantly thought of the prison token, and as he thought further, the answer was obvious. Why couldn't the middle-aged man be a senior from the Thug Academy? Just look at Old Bai, Old Jiang, and Uncle Faceless. Would they have taught Han Fei like that? Also, the man talked about the Heavenly Water Village and Ren Tianfen a lot. Plus the way that the middle-aged man talked and educated him these days, Han Fei would have been a fool if he didn't know the answer. However, Han Fei was not sure whether the man was Han Guanshu or just his father. Were you a commander? The middle-aged man chuckled. Don't ask, don't investigate, don't let Tange investigate either, just as expected. The man was indeed Han Guanshu and his father. Han Fei demanded furiously, is there anything I can do? Can I fish with you? Han Guanshu nodded. You can. Lost for words, Han Fei angrily pulled a stone stool to the riverside. He sat down and asked, you can't tell me anything about the vine in the demonic forest either? The middle-aged man slightly shook his head. That's the only thing that even I don't know very well. Han Fei took out his fishing pole, only to be stunned. He didn't even have to scan the environment before he said, there's no fish in the river, voila. Hardly had he said that when Han Guanshu caught a 10-meter-long blinking fish from the water, shoot, Han Fei was instantly dumbfounded. He extended his senses into the river again, only to find that the river was not even as deep as the height of the fish. How could it have lived in the river? A string of data appeared in his eyes. Unnamed starlight fish. Introduction. A fish that grows up by absorbing the power of stars. It can emit starlight and move 3,000 kilometers in one flash. It's extremely hard to catch. When attacked, it will launch a star sword. Level 63. Quality. Equality. Quality. Exotic. Mutated. Spiritual energy. 47,008 points effect. It can increase your understanding of space if it's eaten over a long period of time. Collectible star pearl absorbable. Gudu. Han Fei was lost for words. What kind of marvelous technique was that? Han Guanshu replied casually. A fishing technique. Han Fei blinked his eyes. That's outrageous. Are you being condescending because of your high level? Han Fei quickly took a glance at the divine manipulation technique, Volume 5 of Void Fishing, only to discover that it was not an amazing fishing technique at all. The divine manipulation technique required a special fishing line called the Void Line. Han Fei never had the time to study it. After he read it just now, he looked quite weird. Looking at the guy next to him, Han Fei sat cross-legged and read the technique carefully. The so-called void line required fish or dragon veins that came from creatures with thick dragon bloodlines. It couldn't be made unless the requirements were met. When making the void line, one had to build a special network with the soul and hide the network in it. After the special network was made, it would solely belong to him. It could be very awesome. Just like the string of a puppet, it could control creatures and make it impossible for them to escape. The more advanced the void line is, the less likely it would be discovered. If it were discovered, the creatures that it caught could struggle and break free. Also, the void line had a high demand on spiritual and soul power. Of course, the problem could be more or less resolved if he were to create multiple void lines. Multiple void lines could also control creatures like puppets. Also, the void line could be split based on soul power. Han Fei didn't know how many lines it could split into with his current power. The void line could not only be used in fishing but also in fighting, but it needed a hook in battle, which could be discovered easily. No wonder it's called divine manipulation technique. Awesome. Who can possibly defend against that? Han Fei glanced aside. What should I call you? Senior? Han Guanshu chuckled. Do you have to call me anything? Han Fei chuckled too. It's fine if I don't. My life has been so hard since childhood. Why don't you give something to me? Han Guanshu looked at Han Fei. What do you want? Han Fei spoke frankly. 10 or so flood dragon veins. Han Guanshu was briefly stunned. Why do you want so many of those? Han Fei grinned. For my own purpose. Han Guanshu chuckled. Okay. Also, I want all the higher versions of the true spirit fishing art, above level 6. Han Guanshu frowned. Are you still practicing the true spirit fishing art? Han Fei took a long breath in relief. Everything that happened made Han Fei feel that his life had been arranged, but this question reassured him that it wasn't. Han Fei nodded. Yes, that's the only technique that suits me. Han Guanshu hesitated for a moment. I don't have any, but I can ask for them from someone. Han Fei's eyes glittered. All of them? Han Guanshu sneered. Just the 6th level. As for the 7th level, only one family in the entire Thousand-Star City has that. However, I beat the family before, and they're unlikely to give it to me. Han Fei was lost for words. What was he going to do? Did it mean that there would be no more true spirit fishing art after level 6? Han Fei took a deep breath. Which family? The Zhang family. Han Fei was briefly dazed. The Zhang family that's capable of the heavenly pearl body protecting art? Exactly. Han Fei was instantly upset. Then, that's bad. I beat them too. Han Guanshu looked at Han Fei speechlessly. However, it did make sense on second thought. The Thug Academy and the Thousand-Star City had never seen eye to eye with each other. It was only nature that they fought. After a pause, Han Guanshu suddenly said, however, it's not entirely impossible to get it from them. Han Fei shivered. How so? Han Guanshu said casually. You can always exchange the sea quelling painting for that. Chapter 820, Getting Out of Jail. Han Fei felt awful when Han Guanshu put it that way. If he did get the sea quelling painting in the end, why would he exchange that for only part of a cultivation technique? Han Fei considered for a moment. Can't I just destroy them? Han Guanshu found his son rather brutal. You plan to destroy the Zhang family of the Thousand-Star City just for one level of the true spirit fishing art? 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Han Fei spent every day enjoying tea, eating, sleeping, and fishing. He suddenly had a feeling that he was going out. He asked. Old Han, why are you locked in here? Han Guanshu replied with a smile. Don't ask. Han Fei sensed something and turned his head to the open ground where he came in, only to find that a middle-aged man who looked cold was standing there. Han Fei had never met the guy before, but he saw the guy's 12-star waist tag. Shui Chi. 12 stars was the highest rank of stars on the Scattered Stars Island. As far as Han Fei knew, Shui Chi was the only expert at that level. He looked at Shui Chi and Old Han, who was fishing solemnly without looking back. He couldn't help but wonder about the relationship between Shui Chi and Old Han. You can go out now. Shui Chi spoke with a heavy voice. There was no telling if it was because he had been in power for years, but he also sounded intimidating. Han Guanshu looked at Han Fei with a smile. Off you go. This place is open. Han Fei looked at Old Han thoughtfully and walked out. When he passed Shui Chi, he found that Shui Chi was observing him expressionlessly as if he were just a random guy on the street. At the exit of the place, Han Fei said lazily, I'm leaving. Okay. Han Guanshu gently sniffed and Han Fei disappeared from the 4th level of the Scattered Stars prison. At the stairs, Zhang Teng gazed at Han Fei as if he were trying to see him through. He couldn't understand why the commander was here to release the guy in person after only 1 month. Was Han Fei really so influential? However, he didn't have any say in the matter. Zhang Teng gave a star badge to Han Fei that had 6 stars on it. Han Fei accepted it and turned it around. He saw 5 million points on it, but there was no other information except that. Han Fei frowned. Is that all? Zhang Teng snapped. It's the commander's decision. Are you dissatisfied? Besides, you didn't even have 5 stars before you left. Your punishment and your rewards are offset. Don't think you can get the title of Guardian of the Sea. Han Fei smiled casually. I'm fine with that. Zhang Teng snorted and continued. From today on, you will not have any job on the Scattered Stars Island, which means that you won't have a team. Also, you will move to the Empyrean Waterfall. The people there have been informed. You can go straight there. Deprivation of duty was something that Han Fei had always hoped for, but he never thought that he would move to the Empyrean Waterfall. Walking out with Zhang Teng unhurriedly, Han Fei finally asked, Can I go out to the sea? Zhang Teng replied expressionlessly, You're now a 6-star slaughterer. Of course you can set sail. However, I need to remind you to tread carefully if you don't want to be imprisoned to the Empyrean Waterfall like Wang Dashui. Han Fei wondered what senior brother Dashui could have possibly done. He was determined to ask him after he arrived at the Empyrean Waterfall. Outside of the Scattered Stars prison, Han Fei looked at the sky and heaved a sigh. A prison is a prison anyway. It's not as enjoyable as the outside world no matter how well decorated it is. Putting on the waist tag, Han Fei left the Scattered Stars prison without looking back, even though he knew that someone was staring at him from behind. Han Fei didn't fly a boat, but roamed casually. He was contemplating. What is the problem between Shui Chi and Old Han? What is the relationship between Old Han and the Thug Academy? Do I need an opportunity to loot the sea-quelling painting? After all, I haven't even found the boneyard yet. Should I go to Luo Xiaobai, or the Empyrean Waterfall, or the Twisted Jungle? As he walked, a boat suddenly descended from the sky, and Luo Xiaobai was on it. Get up here. Han Fei jumped to the boat and asked with a smile, Why are you here? Luo Xiaobai said calmly. I've been paying attention to this place ever since you were locked into it, so I knew it the moment you were released. A moment later, in a certain club on the Scattered Stars Island, Luo Xiaobai, Zhang Xuanyu, Le Renquang, and Han Fei were sitting in a private room. Zhang Xuanyu asked first, Fei, what's on the 4th level of the Scattered Stars prison? Did they do anything to you? Have you been sent to the Empyrean Waterfall? Han Fei replied with a smile. There's nothing on the 4th level. Do I look like they've done anything to me? Le Renquang continued. But it's the Empyrean Waterfall. Senior brother Dashui is confined to the Empyrean Waterfall and can't even go to the sea. Han Fei smiled. Waterfall and can't even go to the sea. I can. Luo Xiaobai remarked coldly. Han Fei, the Empyrean Waterfall is not a safe place. There are secrets underneath the waterfall. Remembering the story about the lake under the Empyrean Waterfall, Han Fei said slowly, I'm not going there anyway. I'm still waiting to set sail. Luo Xiaobai and the others were all relieved. Then they all stared at Han Fei. Han Fei touched his nose in amusement. What? Is there dirt on my face? Zhang Xuanyu said. Just tell us and stop acting mysterious. It's time for a confession. Han Fei ran a prediction and found that nobody was eavesdropping. He then gathered spiritual energy on his fingertips and painted a pattern with 11 lines. Then everybody discovered that the noise from the outside world were blocked. Zhang Xuanyu exclaimed, What kind of method is that? Is it an array? Le Renquang remarked in mixed feelings. You can prevent the experts from eavesdropping? Luo Xiaobai looked at Han Fei curiously too. Han Fei explained, I deployed 11 arrays. At least, no hidden fishers can hear our conversation. As he talked, Han Fei pinched his fingers and paid attention to his feelings. He would stop talking whenever he noticed anything wrong. Even under such circumstances, Han Fei was still speaking telepathically. He found it quite necessary. After all, if anyone on the Scattered Stars Island were as strong as old Han, it would be hard to defend against them. Han Fei said slowly, Xuanhuan was taken back by her family. As to why I ended up in the 10,000 Demon Valley, that's a simple story, Han Fei told the stories. He skipped the reason why the Sea Demon Mountains were moved away and how Xuanhuan looked for him with divination. But apart from that, he told them everything, including how he entered the 10,000 Demon Valley, looted the refining shops, and explored a treasure trove. A moment later, Zhang Xuanyu and the others all gazed at Han Fei and swallowed. Zhang Xuanyu was lost for words. You're truly crazy. You snuck into the 10,000 Demon Valley just like that? Aren't the sea demons infuriated right now? Le Renquang asked. Is Xuanhuan's family very strong? Han Fei rolled his eyes, and Zhang Xuanyu patted Le Renquang. Are you an idiot? He would have told us if he wanted to talk about it. Han Fei didn't talk much about Xuanhuan, so Luo Xiaobai and Zhang Xuanyu already knew something was up. Le Renquang was the only innocent one that pursued further. Han Fei tapped the table with his finger and said solemnly, There's something that I can't tell you, but you must strengthen yourself as quickly as possible. If my guess is correct, something huge may happen soon. The three of them asked in surprise, What is it? Han Fei replied casually, It may have to do with the sea-quelling bizarre treasure. Hiss, all of them gasped. Even Luo Xiaobai was quite shocked too. They all knew that a sea-quelling bizarre treasure was much more powerful than a divine weapon. It was extremely rare even in the Thousand-Star City. How could they not be surprised when Han Fei talked about it so casually? Han Fei waved his hand with a smile. Fatty, where's our food? It's time to cook. Le Renquang laughed and took out a huge pot. In the middle of the dinner, Han Fei asked, Xiaobai already has 6 stars. Why do you two still have 5 stars? Zhang Xuanyu rolled his eyes. Do you think it's easy to get more stars? We were not as free as you on the sea, but I'm getting a new star very soon. Luo Xiaobai casually said, Han Fei, I spend most of my time in the central city, but I have a lot of spare time. If you want to go to the sea, you can come to me. Right, if you have the time, you can take a look at the Sea of Pearls. Huh? Luo Xiaobai said calmly, An accident happened on the Sea of Pearls, but it was taken care of very quickly. It's suspected that there are ancient ruins in the area. Han Fei nodded with a smile. Got it. Chapter 821, Challenge from the Dark Hunter Legion in the club. The roars and noise outside died down. Han Fei had a feeling that someone was coming. Luo Xiaobai was the one who reacted first. She raised his head and looked at the door. What's wrong? Bam! A bunch of guys flooded into the private room and glared at Han Fei ferociously. They made a path for a young man and a girl who didn't seem much older than Han Fei and his teammates did. Da! Han Fei snapped his fingers and the soundproof arrays were gone. He stared at the strangers carefully. You don't look very friendly. Luo Xiaobai's eyes were cold. They're Wu Yue and Wen Rong. As a team, they once killed 8 sea demon level experts consecutively. Luo Xiaobai looked at Han Fei. They're from the Scattered Stars first unit. Zhang Xuanyu bashed the table. Sons of Beatige, where are you from? Don't you see that we're eating? Le Renquang's cheeks slightly shivered as he glimpsed at them. 2 idiots. You walk in the shadows all the time, yet you're here for an open fight? The young man was grim and brutal, and the girl was arrogant and looked at Han Fei and the others condescendingly. The arrogant girl looked at Han Fei provocatively. I'm told that you broke into the Dark Hunter Legion and killed someone in public. Having spent a few days with old Han, Han Fei was even more confident than before. He slowly leaned against the back of his chair and crossed his legs. That's right. So what? Seeing Han Fei's action, all the other hunters were enraged. Humph, Han Fei. Nobody has ever underestimated the Dark Hunter Legion like that. Today, you will kneel and apologize to Yang Ying. Bam! Han Fei pointed his finger and a line appeared. In the next moment, a terrifying torrent of blades surrounded the talker. How bold of you. A glittering spot cut the finger that Han Fei extended out. When Rong took action, Han Fei immediately knew what her spiritual beast was. It was none other than the starlight fish that he ate not long ago. Wu Yue took action too. He turned into dozens of shadows and stayed in front of the talker. All the shadows came to a halt, and hundreds of daggers appeared in front of them and collided with Han Fei's array. Seeing the flashing starlight, Han Fei simply sneered and curled his finger, drawing another line and summoning a shiny shield. Clang! The huge impact shattered the items in the room into pieces. On Wu Yue's side, although he managed to block Han Fei's array, the resulting airwaves blew up the wall of the room. Moment. The cold tip of a spear was pointed at Wen Rong at a terrifying speed. Wen Rong's shadow was blown up into gray mist. The horrifying aura of the spear penetrated the entire club. The onlookers had known that the club was going to fall, and they had already retreated. Otherwise, the aura of Zhang Xuanyu's spear would have killed a dozen of them. At this moment, a huge hole had appeared from the private room to the exterior wall of the club, all because of Zhang Xuanyu's spear. The dozens of hunters all took action. Then, a fatty appeared with all kinds of colors glowing on his body. Sky swallowing technique. The The passers-by on the street quickly dispersed. When Han Fei attacked first, the noise had already spread out and raised the attention of guests in nearby clubs who all looked at the source of the ruckus. From the outside, they saw that a black hole appeared in the sky, and half of the club fell apart because of the absorption of the hole. Someone was surprised. Who are they? Are they not afraid of the supervisors? Someone was speechless. Are they lunatics? Why are they fighting here? Someone was puzzled. They'll have to compensate a lot for ruining the club, won't they? Someone pointed at the debris. Look, is that Han Fei? That's him. It's surely the crazy Han Fei. Wait, isn't she Wenrong from the Dark Hunter Legion? Hey, xuanhuan the playboy? Those are the guys from the Thug Academy. When someone called xuanhuan a playboy, Han Fei looked at him casually, and he replied in embarrassment, "Don't listen to their nonsense. I'm a decent man." What used to be a club had been reduced to debris. A sweeping vine had smacked off the other hunters who attempted to attack. 6 of them were sucked to the sky by Lurenquang and changed their expression. If Lurenquang were to kill them, they couldn't struggle at all. Han Fei said casually, "Fatty, throw them away." Lurenquang snorted. An invisible force was unleashed from the black hole and slapped the 6 captives dozens of meters away. Han Fei finally rose from the chair and looked at Luo Xiaobai and Zhang Xuanyu. "This happened because of me. There's no need for you to take action." Zhang Xuanyu snorted and put away his long spear. Luo Xiaobai put her arms down and the vine disappeared into the ground. Han Fei finally looked at Wu Yue and Wenrong. "You want to fight? I'll give you an opportunity. I'm told that you can kill a hidden fisher if you work together. Very good. From today on, you're free to attack me anytime," Wenrong said with her head held high. "From today on, we'll settle the score here and today," Wu Yue added coldly. "Exactly," Han Fei chuckled. "Did you think that I was messing with you? Aren't the hunters of the Dark Hunter Legion no different from ironhead fish in a head-on clash? However, if you want to fight, be my guest." Luo Xiaobai slightly frowned. "You've just come out of prison," Han Fei grinned and said softly, "Don't worry. I don't think the Scattered Stars prison will allow me to go back even if I wanted to." Zhang Xuanyu laughed. "I like the sound of that." "Okay, then we don't need to take action. Hey boss, you need to ask the Dark Hunter Legion for compensation. They attacked us first. The boss of the club was a hidden fisher. He wouldn't have been qualified to start a club here if he weren't. However, he didn't see it coming that these people would fight so quickly. If he had known it, he would have stopped them. The clubs had always been the liveliest places on the Scattered Stars Island where most conflicts happened. Some supervisors were on the watch at all times. At this moment, a squad of 5 supervisors were already running to them. Their captain roared, "What are you doing? Stop right now." Without Han Fei saying anything, Wenrong had already stepped forward. "We are initiating a challenge with Han Fei. It does not violate the rules." Wenrong and Wu Yue naturally knew that it was impossible to kill Han Fei. However, it was important to frustrate him. They had to defeat Han Fei in a crowded place such as a club so that the reputation of the Dark Hunter Legion could be saved and the cocky bastards wouldn't underestimate it. The captain looked at Han Fei in surprise. "You're Han Fei?" The captain rubbed his hands. At this moment, Han Fei's name had spread throughout the Scattered Stars Island. Few people had ever broken into the Dark Hunter Legion, and Han Fei had done it twice in a row. Who could possibly hold that back? The captain looked at Han Fei. "Do you accept their challenge?" Han Fei nodded slightly. "I do." The captain's eyes flashed. "Even so, you can't fight here, or other people may be affected. You can fight on the river." Wenrong turned around and dispersed into gray smoke. Then she reappeared on the river not far away. Han Fei looked at Wu Yue calmly. "You should come along. I don't have the time to fight you twice. You can fight me together." Wu Yue put on a brutal expression. "Are you sure?" Without further ado, Han Fei walked to the river unhurriedly. When he reached the river, he picked a random twig from a tree. Many people were puzzled to see that. Zhang Xuanyu and his teammates, however, had shivering eyelids, as they knew what the guy was attempting. With the fat on his face shivering, Lurenquang said, "I think those 2 will be too ashamed to ever come out again." Zhang Xuanyu laid his hand on Lurenquang's shoulder. "Lurenquang, do you think that Han Fei has been aggressive after his return? No wonder he's been exiled to the Empyrean waterfall." At this moment, thousands of people had gathered around the river. Han Fei walked on the river and dragged the twig in his hand. Many people were lost for words, as Han Fei was dragging the twig as if it were a huge sword. Wu Ye and Wenrong stood next to each other about 200 meters away from Han Fei. When Han Fei came to the center of the river, he glanced at them. "Bring it on, Shua." Wu Yu and Wenrong disappeared, but Han Fei stood where he was and casually painted on the surface of the water with the twig. Waves appeared and didn't disperse. In no more than 1 second, a weird sword aura emerged 10 meters on Han Fei's side. Han Fei punched casually with his left hand. A golden fist mark crushed the aura easily and pressed on. In everybody's eyes, Han Fei moved 3 inches aside after the punch, and the surface of the river underneath his feet was cut apart by invisible blades. Then, hundreds of sword shadows appeared around Han Fei and attacked him like the torrents of knives and swords of an armorist. Han Fei put on a smile. When he was about to be consumed by the invisible blades, a barrier showed up out of nowhere. Clank, clank, clank. Han Fei painted the array as unhurriedly as before, except that he moved back and forth now and then. Starlight. All of a sudden, Han Fei raised his head and found an illusionary moon in the middle of the sun, traceless swords. Dozens of meters away, Wu Yu appeared and pointed his sword at Han Fei. The water underneath his feet was separated as if it had been cut apart by a terrifying blade. Han Fei suddenly put his hands behind his back and looked at them with a smile. Are you really heavenly talents of the Dark Hunter Legion? Chapter 822, River as a Sword. The crowd on the two sides of the river who were observing the battle all exclaimed. Someone asked in shock, is it the Star Moon Wheel? It's the Starlight Fish. She's Wenrong from the Dark Hunter Legion. Someone took a deep breath and remarked, it's a powerful strike with the help of the power of the stars. With Wenrong's capabilities, she can probably kill a new hidden fisher. Someone lost his cool. Does she have to fight so hard? Wasn't Yang Ying a bad person who set up her teammate? Someone said, don't forget Wu Yu. His traceless blades can attack both the body and the soul. His strike is just as powerful as the Star Moon Wheel. Someone nodded in agreement. Of course. It's said that Wu Yu once killed a hidden fisher with that move. Why is he using that right now? His life isn't at risk. All the observers were deeply shocked except Luo Xiaobai, Zhang Xuanyu, and Lei Renquang. Furthermore, Zhang Xuanyu was even smiling. He wondered how strong Han Fei had become. When everybody fixed their eyes on Han Fei, he stepped on the river as peacefully as if it were nothing, with his hands holding the twig on his back. Huala. All of a sudden, the river behind Han Fei surged and rose almost 100 meters tall. The infinite cold sword auras inside the tide shocked everybody. When the starlight fell and the separated river came to 10 meters in front of Han Fei, shoot, 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 shoot. Han Fei finally extended his right hand and pointed at Wu Yu and Wenrong. At that time, the whole river roared and burst out as if it were a sword. It was as fast as Wu Yu's traceless blades. Sure, starlight fall. Two insignificant figures were stuck in the enormous tide. They could still manage to keep the tide 1 meter away from them. However, they couldn't have looked more awful, as the tide seemed to be tireless. Wenrong was appalled. How was it possible that a hanging fisher can launch such an attack? Wu Ye gnashed his teeth. His body was gradually sliding back, and the traceless blades within a 1 meter radius were still cracking in the water. Hiss! The observers were completely stupefied. Someone was shocked. Is that an attack that a peak-level hanging fisher can launch? He must be a hidden fisher. Someone was lost for words. Do you think any hidden fisher could have launched such a terrifying attack? Someone was panicked. That's right, it's just one attack. Even though the entire river has turned into a sword, it's just one attack. Gudu. Everybody swallowed as they were astounded by Han Fei's attack. Han Fei was still wearing a smile. He didn't use the Overlord's technique, but only a simple array and some of his sword will. He was confident that those two would have been crushed to pieces if he had used the art of invincibility. Moon brilliance. All of a sudden, the brilliance of the moon radiated from Wenrong in the sky. She somehow fended off Han Fei's attack and tried to step forward. Knowing that Wenrong was using a secret technique, Wu Yue didn't hold back anymore and roared, "Saber soul into the body." Chila. The enormous tide seemed to be torn apart. Wu Yue and Wenrong, to everybody's surprise, held back the terrifying attack and were able to move against the tide. Han Fei's voice echoed again. Secret techniques? So what? Han Fei was in the middle of the water and the array was underneath his feet. The attack would not stop until his spiritual energy ran out. He was quite interested in finding out if they could reach him. Not just Han Fei, the whole audience was waiting too. At this moment, nobody thought that Wu Yu and Wenrong could win anymore. They would win enough respect if they didn't lose. At least, it would be a great tale in clubs later. Thousands of people were scanning the river remotely too, which meant that many experts were observing the battle. Wenrong, keep it up. Captain, you can't lose. Wu Yu, go for it. The hunters from the Dark Hunter Legion that came along all looked awful. They had no idea how strong Han Fei could be. Wenrong and Wu Yu were among the top hanging fishers in the Dark Hunter Legion. If they failed, it would mean the failure of the younger generation of the Dark Hunter Legion. Many people were joining the crowd. The heavenly talents of the Scattered Stars First Unit were coming too, including Meng Guiyi, Ye Shangshang, Ning Dong, Gong Yehan, and Tang Ji. When Ye Shangshang saw how the man was waving the river as a sword, she couldn't help but cover her mouth. Tang Jie grinned delightedly. It was his happiest moment ever since Han Fei went missing. Meng Guiyi, on the other hand, stared at Han Fei and mumbled, "What a powerful array." After a minute, Gong Yehan slightly shook her head. Wu Ye and Wenrong can't make it any further. Everybody else nodded too. The closer they were to Han Fei, the stronger the resistance would be. When they were 10 meters away from Han Fei, they could hardly move their feet anymore, and they couldn't approach him at all. Bam! Wu Yue fell first. His sword was broken, and he was thrown hundreds of meters away by the tide. His body was covered with wounds. Wenrong roared again, and the starlight glowed. All of a sudden, Wenrong disappeared and reappeared half a meter in front of Han Fei. She was able to flash with the starlight in the middle of the tide, which shocked all the audience. However, they saw that Wenrong's dagger was stuck half a foot in front of Han Fei's body and couldn't be pressed any further. Crack, 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 not good. The moment Wenrong's dagger cracked, a heavy pressure descended and someone scolded, Han Fei, enough. As he spoke, the man slapped Han Fei from the void. Bam! Wenrong was flung into the mud at the bottom of the river like a cannonball. When the hand from the void reached Han Fei summoned his strength and crumbled the hand almost instantly. Voila! The tide fell back to the river, and Han Fei returned to the shore with the twig. He said casually, "The Dark Hunter Legion is worthless." The noisy street fell into silence as Han Fei's remark echoed in everybody's heart. Domineering? Arrogant? Cocky? Although Han Fei had already become famous when he broke into the Dark Hunter Legion last time, everybody only thought him to be arrogant. He might be a genius refiner, but it didn't mean that he was good at fighting. Even though Han Fei broke into the Dark Hunter Legion again after his return, everybody only thought that he was lawless and didn't really think that he was strong. But this time, Han Fei had crushed 2 top heavenly talents on his own in public. His capabilities appalled everybody. Of course, some people in the crowd had seen Han Fei fight more than once, such as Luo Xiaobai, Tang Ge, and Gong Yehan. They had already foreseen the result of the battle. Han Fei grinned and looked at Tang Ge. "I'm back. Have you been to the Twisted Jungle?" Tang Ge nodded. "Yes." Han Fei didn't look at Twisted Jungle again, but simply said, "Let's meet at the Twisted Jungle." The crowd made a path for Han Fei. Then, Han Fei saw that xuanhuan was flirting with a girl in the crowd. "Miss, the man who was fighting just now is my bro. Do you want to learn from him? In fact, some of his skills were taught by me. I can teach them to you." Bam. Han Fei kicked him. "It's time to go," the girl asked in a hurry. "Hey, where can I find you?" Xuanhuan looked back and put on a brilliant smile. "There's no need to look for me. If we're meant for each other, we'll meet again. I look forward to our next encounter," Han Fei said gloomily. "You'd better go back to your inspection team," Xuanhuan mumbled. "Don't interrupt me every time. I'm responsible for arranging the inspectors now. I have a 2-day vacation every 5 days. Luo Xiaobai slightly shook her head. "Han Fei, when are you going to the Empyrean waterfall?" Han Fei thought for a moment. "There's no need to rush. I have something else to do first. I wonder, am I still a member of the Scattered Stars First Unit?" "Yes," Luo Xiaobai explained. "As long as you don't violate the rules, your position there won't be removed. You can go back there and take a look if you have a chance," Han Fei said with a smile. "Maybe later. Is it possible to manufacture semi-divine weapons on the Scattered Stars Island right now?" Lu Renkuang replied. "I don't think so. They're available now with a very low productivity rate, but it's still higher than the past." Han Fei had a lot of mixed feelings. It seemed that Old Guan and Mujiar didn't resolve the problem yet. After that, Han Fei said to Lu Renkuang, "Give me your waist tag." Lu Renkuang asked in confusion, "What do you want?" Han Fei grabbed it and swiped it on his waist tag, transferring the 5 million points to Lu Renkuang's account. Lu Renkuang exclaimed, "You're giving me points again? What do you want this time?" Han Fei put on a brilliant smile. "Spiritual fruits that contain abundant spiritual energy." Lu Renkuang asked in a daze, "All of the points are to be spent on spiritual fruits?" Han Fei nodded. "All of them." Chapter 823, Senior Brother is a Thug. Wu Ye and Wenrong, as the top heavenly talents among the hunters, might not be so famous in the Scattered Stars Island. They were certainly not as famous as the well-known refiners like Guan Qingyan and Mujiar. After all, they were hunters. However, the news that Han Fei defeated the 2 supreme heavenly talents with a single blow still went viral. After all, many people witnessed it. The 4th floor of the Scattered Star Prison. 2 middle-aged men were drinking tea, one looking serious and the other gentle. Shui Shenqi muttered, "Not bad." Han Guanshu smiled and said, "He was beyond my expectations. My plan is that he will come in 10 years. Shui Shenqi smiled coldly. "Your prediction turned out to be wrong this time." Han Guanshu shook his head slightly. "I am not a god. Luck is variable, and the way of the heavens is impermanent. This child's fate has changed. My previous planning has almost failed. He is luckier than me." Shui Shenqi glanced casually in the air. "So, are you anxious?" Han Guanshu shook his head. "I'm just following the flow." There was a moment of silence. Shui Shenqi drank the tea from the cup and stared at Han Guanshu coldly. "I have done what you wanted me to do. Can you tell me what I want to know now?" Han Guanshu said indifferently. "You can only get one answer, either about the Sea Demon Forest Channel or about the strongman who came a few days ago." Shui Shenqi snorted coldly. "I let your son stay with you for more than 20 days. As if not hearing him, Han Guanshu gently blew the heat coming out of the teacup and slowly said, "Which answer do you want to know?" Shui Shenqi narrowed his eyes slightly. "Do you know that both answers are very important and are related to the life and death of thousands of people?" Han Guanshu raised his eyes. "Hurry up and ask." "It's almost time for me to eat." Shui Shen clenched his fist and stared at Han Guanshu for a long time before he said, "Why can't the Sea Demon Forest Channel be opened?" Han Guanshu smiled and said, "2 reasons. Firstly, you can't reach the infinite ocean through the Sea Demon Forest Channel, so your exploration target can't be achieved. Secondly, the demon forest behind the Sea Demon Forest channel is stronger than humans think, and both you and I know that the Thousand Star City has no king, but the Sea Demon Forest does. You can't even solve a demon city. What are you going to use to bet on the demon plant forest at the other end of the channel? Just because of these reasons, Han Guanshu said, I've been there once. After being silent for a while again, Shui Chi suddenly asked, can you achieve it with your original plan? Using Han Fei? Are you going to help him open a sea? Han Guanshu shook his head with a smile. This is another question, Shui Shen frowned. However, the Sea Demon Forest channel will open eventually. How many years can you put it off? Han Guanshu smiled. Let's see. A sea-quelling painting can make the Thousand Star City turbulent for 100 years. This is because no one can reach the sea-opening realm. Shui Shenqi suddenly stood up. Okay, let's wait for a few more years. Han Fei, without any job, was idle every day. After all, he had to lead a big group of people before, which meant a lot of work. Now, no one was telling him what to do, nor was he being asked to kill a few sea demons every month to contribute to mankind. The twisted jungle, Han Fei leisurely walked into this land full of poisonous plants and weeds, and suddenly smiled when he was halfway through. He walked, and from time to time pointed in the air with his fingers, breaking one array after another. After breaking about more than 10 arrays, Han Fei looked around and said helplessly, Old Zheng, why did you set up a chained array? Aren't you afraid that I won't be able to get in? Han Fei scratched his head and watched around for a moment. Suddenly in this jungle, there was wind and rain, golden lights flashed, and false flames burned. After a while, he saw a large array barrier. At this time, the array opened a hole, and Han Fei stepped in quickly. Old man, I'm back, old man? Humph! Walking across the small plantation, Han Fei saw Tungay sweating profusely in front of a large stove, with a strange fragrance wafting from the stove. Han Fei asked in surprise, Tungay, what are you doing? Tungay didn't dare to be distracted. He glanced at Han Fei from the corner of his eye and didn't dare to speak. Across the stove, Han Fei saw old Jiang staring at him sternly and then snapped, You're dumb, and you sent over an even dumber guy here. It's fine if he just can't master the spirit-gathering array, but he can't even cook. Fortunately, he has a little talent in alchemy, but he's still stupid, Han Fei said aggrievedly. Old man, do you also know alchemy? And you don't even ask me whether I'm fine or not. I almost died out there. Old Jiang snorted, poured wine into his mouth, and wiped off his beard soaked with the drink casually. You are nothing but a troublemaker. Even if you die outside, I won't be surprised at all. Han Fei was speechless. You're cursing me, old Jiang said in a huff. I went to the sea to look for you for more than 2 months, but I couldn't even find your body. However, after half a year, you suddenly came back alive, Han Fei said in surprise. Did you even look for me? Old Jiang snorted. I should have laid at home comfortably. You don't deserve my time at all. Han Fei snorted and glanced at Tungji. Tungji wants to learn alchemy? What's the use of that? Humph! Old Jiang glanced at Han Fei contemptuously. How dare you look down upon alchemy? You don't even know how fast alchemy can enhance your strength. Fortunately, I didn't teach you the alchemy scripture back then. Otherwise, it would have only been a waste of that masterpiece. Han Fei curled his lips but was speechless. If it hadn't been for old Han, the spirit-gathering scripture would have been thrown in a corner. Bam! Old Jiang had just finished saying this, and there was an explosion behind him, and bursts of black smoke emerged from the pill furnace. The strange fragrance just now turned into a burnt smell in the blink of an eye. Tong Ge was scratching his head foolishly. Puff! Old Jiang was so angry that his beard was crooked, and then he sprinkled water on Tong Ge. Concentrate, concentrate, alchemy is more complicated than refining. Look at the pills you refined. You just wasted these materials. Han Fei gave Tonga a helpless look, as if saying this was the style of this old guy. You chose the alchemy yourself. Just endure it, Tonga quickly asked. Han Fei, where did you go after you went to sea? How did you get back? Also, how did you get into the sea demons? He bombarded Han Fei with questions. Han Fei glanced at old Jiang. It seems that everyone knew what he was up to. Just when Han Fei was about to speak, old Jiang said, When Xiaoqin comes back, we will discuss it at dinner. Come on, cook some dishes. You've been overseas for so long. Have you brought back something delicious? Han Fei rolled his eyes, thinking, something delicious. I ate lots of delicious things on the 4th floor of the Scattered Stars prison. Han Fei patted Teng Jie on the shoulder. Let's go cook. Lend me a hand. After a while, Han Fei said to Teng Jie while cooking, Don't investigate that matter anymore. Teng Jie looked blank. Which matter? Cutting the fish, Han Fei glanced at old Jiang from the corner of his eye. The background of old Han. Teng Jie was stunned for a moment. The background of old Han? Seeing that old Jiang didn't respond, Han Fei said, Yes, no hurry about it. I've got a clue. Teng Jie was immediately excited. What clue? Where did you get the clue? Is he alive? Han Fei said leisurely. Probably. But not in good shape, I guess. Teng Jie immediately said anxiously, Tell me about the clue. We'd better find him quickly. Seeing that old Jiang still didn't respond, Han Fei turned to Teng Jie. Trust me, we'd better talk about it later. Teng Jie was taken aback for a moment and then nodded. Little did he know that the moment he turned his head away, old Jiang curled his lips before he continued to sleep. About 2 hours later, Jiang Qin came back. After smelling the scent of the food, Jiang Qin knew that Han Fei was back. Except for him, no one here could make this kind of taste. Old Jiang's cooking skills were not as good as his. Moreover, from what she knew of her grandpa, he wouldn't bother to cook by himself. Jiang Qin glanced at Han Fei and then at old Jiang. The array outside was broken. Old Jiang was chewing on a piece of shrimp and lisped, "It doesn't matter." Jiang Qin looked at Han Fei. "Have you lost the sea token?" Han Fei shook his head. "No." Jiang Qin nodded. "Try not to go to the water pool under the Empyrean waterfall, but fishing is okay. By the way, don't follow the bad example of the people over there." Han Fei, Jiang Jie glanced at Han Fei. "I heard that the place is full of villains," Han Fei sneered. "But my senior brother Dashuai is a very nice person." Jiang Qin and old Jiang just wanted to roll their eyes. Old Jiang said, "What makes you think so?" Han Fei wondered, "Am I wrong? Senior brother Dashuai treats me very well. Except for the fact that he looks a bit silly, he's all good." Old Jiang blew his beard. "Do you know he stole a girl to be his wife? He beat his captain so hard that his captain couldn't get out of bed for 3 years? And he almost destroyed the undersea chimney? And you said he's a very nice person? Huh?" Han Fei gasped in surprise. "What? Really? Are you serious?" Han Fei suddenly remembered that he had another senior brother and senior sister, and couldn't help asking, "Where is my other senior brother and senior sister?" Jiang Qin was chewing a fisheye. "They're hiding outside and don't dare to come back." Han Fei's mouth twitched. "What did they do?" Jiang Qin said lightly. "They secretly dug a hole into the transverse mountain, trying to steal spirit awakening fluid." Han Fei, holy cow, they even dared to dig into the transverse mountain? Chapter 824, People of the Empyrean Waterfall. People of the Empyrean Waterfall. Part I. After eating and drinking enough in the twisted jungle, Han Fei chatted with Tenge alone for a while. Han Fei didn't stay here long, but hurried straight to the Empyrean Waterfall. After all, he and Tenge had grown up. Although they walked on different paths, as long as they kept going forward, the future would be bright. Tenge said to Han Fei before he left, "You can cultivate at the Empyrean Waterfall a little longer. During your absence, they have basically all become hidden fishers." Han Fei nodded slightly and said with a smile, "Don't worry, if I want to break through into a hidden fisher, it'll be very fast. But you, with your level 7 spiritual heritage, are only a junior hidden fisher. You should cultivate harder." Tenge grinned. "I'm still very strong. When can we have a fight again?" Han Fei waved his hand and said, "When we have another task together, there'll be a chance." The twisted jungle was very close to the Empyrean waterfall. As long as one went out of the jungle, he could see the towering peaks and the faint clouds wreathing them. Old Jiang chose a good place indeed. The Empyrean waterfall, when it was first discovered, was full of human bones. At this moment, however, this place seemed to have changed a lot. People known for their crimes, restricted from going to sea, all gathered in this place. The Empyrean waterfall was divided into 2 levels, inside and outside, with a total of more than 300 households. Among them, there were 38 households in the inner enclosure and 279 in the periphery. No matter if it was the inner or outer households, in terms of strength, they had at least 6 stars or more, and 3 households had even achieved 8 stars. There were as many as 12 people with 7 stars. This meant that there were at least 15 hidden fishers here. But in fact, the actual number of hidden fishers far exceeded this number. No one on the Scattered Stars Island believed that there were only 15 hidden fishers here. For example, Wang Dashuai, this guy was of a 6-star rank. Was he a hidden fisher? At this moment, Han Fei landed on the periphery of the Empyrean waterfall. He was thinking, shall I live on the outside or inside? In theory, there was no difference between the inside and outside, and he could live anywhere. But intuitively, Han Fei felt that the inside was more dangerous. Shall I live with senior brother? No, that's not good. Isn't it embarrassing to meet senior brother every day, playing cards, eating hot pot? In Han Fei's field of vision, about a few hundred meters away, he could see a house. Upon Han Fei's arrival here, dozens of perceptions had passed through him. Han Fei didn't care and was about to find a suitable location to build a house. Not long after he walked, he saw someone holding a big bowl and squatting by the door. He looked at him quietly, looking like an old farmer. Someone appeared on the roof, chewing dried fish and waving his hand at Han Fei. Someone leaned on the door frame of his house and looked at Han Fei up and down. Han Fei was speechless. Why do these people look like ignorant villagers? Aren't they all strong masters? After passing dozens of houses in a row, Han Fei saw a person holding 2 daggers in both hands, looking at him deadpan. When Han Fei passed by, the person suddenly said, "When wrong is my junior sister." Han Fei stopped, tilted his head, and looked at him. "Oh, so? Are you going to avenge her?" The man curled his lips. "She lost because she was not strong enough. You're not in the wrong, but maybe we can have a fight someday?" Han Fei smiled politely. "Okay, when I'm free." Passing by this house, Han Fei saw a girl in a gauze dress trimming the flowers in her yard not far away. The girl looked up and saw that Han Fei was looking at her. She pursed her lips and raised her head slightly. "If you need some flowers and plants, you can transplant some from my house." Her courtyard was so full of spiritual energy. Immediately, Han Fei knew this girl must be a powerful spirit gatherer. The flowers and plants in her yard seemed to be planted with certain rules, so she must also be an array master. Besides, she liked flowers and plants, so she was probably also a manipulator. Han Fei couldn't help being shocked. Wow, this place is full of talent. However, this girl's proficiency in arrays didn't seem to be as good as his. Of course, better than he was before. Then Han Fei walked past another house. To be precise, it wasn't a house but a big rock. A young man in white was sitting on the rock with a sword on his knee. Within 300 meters of this person, there were sword marks everywhere. He should be a swordsman who didn't even bother to build a house. When Han Fei walked halfway through, a figure suddenly flew over from the air. Bang! The man fell heavily to the ground 100 meters away from Han Fei. Senior brother Dashuai? Clang! A big green door crashed to the ground 2 meters away from Wang Dashuai, causing the ground to shake. Han Fei's perception swept over, and he thought to himself, who the hell was able to beat up Wang Dashuai like this? Then, he saw a burly woman who even nodded slightly at him. Han Fei gasped in shock. Han Fei? Gee? Is this senior brother Dashuai's wife who he stole? No way. Look at her figure and her strength. She could even throw Wang Dashuai and the big green door away. How could senior brother steal her? Then Han Fei heard someone shouting, Dashuai, can't you be a man? How many times have you been beaten by her? Someone's voice came from a distance. Dashuai, you've got to repair this road. Your wife? Forget it. Don't forget to repair the road, okay? Behind Han Fei, the girl who was planting flowers poked her head out and shouted, Dashuai, the spiritual grass I just planted can invigorate blood and remove blood stasis. Would you like to have some? Hearing this voice, Wang Dashuai suddenly shivered, hurriedly got up from the ground, and kept waving his hands. No, I'm here to pick up my junior brother. Han Fei was speechless. Are you talking about me? Wang Dashuai got up, carried the big green door, came to Han Fei, and cracked an innocent smile at him. Don't be scared. Your sister-in-law may look fierce, but she's actually very kind-hearted. We were just playing around just now. Han Fei cast a weird look at Wang Dashuai. Senior brother, is my sister-in-law not welcoming me? Wang Dashuai immediately shook his head. No, definitely not. It's just, I said a few words to Yu Ye today. Han Fei asked in confusion, who is Yu Ye? Wang Dashuai secretly glanced behind Han Fei and immediately retracted his gaze. Han Fei looked back and found that the girl who grew flowers smiled at the two of them. Han Fei immediately understood why Wang Dashuai was thrown out. The girl behind them was so beautiful and gentle. However, thinking of Wang Dashuai's wife, Han Fei couldn't help but shudder. Han Fei patted Wang Dashuai's arm with sympathy and said, Senior brother, take care. Wang Dashuai smiled shyly. I'm fine. Don't worry about me. You're going to live under the Empyrean waterfall from now on, right? Then you should get to know the people here. Shall I take you around? Han Fei nodded. Okay, Wang Dashuai whispered. Actually, the people here are all very nice. Not as bad as the rumors at all. Han Fei was speechless. Very nice? I'll give them the benefit of the doubt. I do feel that the atmosphere here is very weird, Wang Dashuai said. But there are a few weirdos. I have to remind you in advance. But remember, they are just weird, not bad. Han Fei blinked and looked at Wang Dashuai. You're calling someone weird? How scary can they be? Wang Dashuai pointed to the way Han Fei came and said with a smile, You've seen Yu Ye just now. She likes to plant flowers, but you have to remember that unless she transplants them to your house herself, you shall never touch her flowers. Han Fei asked curiously, Why? Wang Dashuai sighed. Originally, there was another person living next door to her house. Just because he casually picked a flower from her house while chatting with her, she hung him under the Empyrean waterfall for 3 days and nights with a ghost vine. Gosh, Han Fei glanced at the huge waterfall and swallowed, thinking to himself, Are you really talking about that girl? But she looked so nice and even smiled at me. Wang Dashuai pointed to the cultivating swordsman on the rock and said, You can just call him Nameless. Nameless. Does he know Sword 23? Suddenly, a voice floated over. Sword 23? Sounds like a strong sword skill. Han Fei immediately turned around and smiled at the big rock. Haha, no, it's just an ordinary sword skill. Hearing that it was only an ordinary sword skill, Nameless suddenly fell silent. Wang Dashuai smiled and said, Don't mind him, let's just chat. Just don't go 300 meters around him. Han Fei was puzzled. Why? Wang Dashuai smiled again. If you want to challenge him, you can try getting close to him. Then he continued, When you came in, did you see a guy squatting at the door and eating? Han Fei nodded. Wang Dashuai said, He is called Yue Shir. He has a good temper and is the only nice guy in the Empyrean waterfall. Before Wang Dashuai finished speaking, various voices floated over. Wang Dashuai, what are you talking about? Wang Dashuai, have I ever picked on you or what? Dashuai, you hurt my feelings. Brother Dashuai, I don't like the way you talked about me. Han Fei looked at Wang Dashuai strangely, thinking, Senior brother, you'll probably be beaten again when you go back. My sister-in-law probably heard it too. Then, Wang Dashuai continued to introduce the people here. The guy who was lying on the roof and looking at the sky is called Ning Jing Yao, and his weapon is a knife. The girl who just called me Brother Dashuai is called Li Luoluo. Her nickname is Variety Devil Kid. The one leaning on the door is called Du Jiangliu, a savage soul warrior. After a while, Wang Dashuai smiled. Are you going to live inside or outside? If you live outside, I'll introduce the inside to you later. But if you want to live inside, I can show you around here now. Han Fei thought for a moment. I want to live in a remote and quiet place. By the way, are there fish in the pond? Suddenly, there was a silence. Wang Dashui said in surprise, Are you going to fish in the pond? Chapter 825, People in the Empyrean Waterfall, Part E. Han Fei clearly felt that all the surrounding perceptions paused, and they seemed to be quite shocked by Han Fei's thoughts. Han Fei said in surprise, Why is it forbidden? Wang Dashui was also stunned for a while. No, of course not. But except for the old lady Yin's Meow Meow Beast, you're the first one to say that you want to go to the pond to fish. Meow Meow Beast? Wang Dashui smiled. It's a very strange land creature, but, junior brother, you want to live somewhere quiet and also go fishing. Are you planning to live inside? Han Fei was puzzled. Huh? Is there any danger inside? Wang Dashui shook his head. There is no danger, but forget it. Let me show you around first. Puzzled, Han Fei followed Wang Dashui to walk to the inside. Many people cast surprised stares at him, and Yu Ye even smiled at him naughtily. After walking about 7 or 8 kilometers inward, Han Fei saw small courtyards scattered around the Empyrean waterfall. Wang Dashui explained, Some people are not at home, and some people don't like to contact outsiders. However, there are a few that have to be visited. After a moment, Wang Dashui led Han Fei to a house and introduced him. This is Senior Nangong's house. His full name is Nangong Xuan, 8 stars. He's going to be a law enforcer but hasn't made the breakthrough. Han Fei nodded slightly. Shushan was right. It was difficult for a hidden fisher to make a breakthrough, and some people couldn't do it for a lifetime. Han Fei couldn't help asking, Senior brother, what is your real strength? Wang Dashui scratched his head shyly and said, A little bit weaker than Senior Nangong. Han Fei's heart did a flip. Only a little bit weaker? Is he already a peak-level hidden fisher? Wang Dashui knocked on the door and said, Senior Nangong, open the door. My junior brother is here to visit you. A voice came from the door. I see. I'm cultivating, so it's inconvenient for me to see you right now. Go and visit the old lady and old poison. Han Fei felt that these guys should be the several major powers here. Seeing that Mr. Wang nodded, Han Fei bowed and said, Nice to meet you, Senior Nangong. We're leaving. Sorry for the bother. After a moment, Han Fei went to the yard of the second house and saw an old lady who looked about 70 or 80 years old, lying on a chair basking in the sun. Madam Yin, this is my junior brother. Han Fei smiled and said, Nice to meet you, Madam Yin. The old lady opened her eyes and glanced at Han Fei. Nice. Would you like to have lunch at my house? Da Huang has been out fishing. Wang Dashui said with a smile, No wonder I haven't seen Da Huang. It turns out that he's fishing. Thank you, but I should take my junior brother to visit Mr. Ye. The old lady nodded slightly. Okay, by the way, after visiting the old poison, let your junior brother visit Little Jew and stay longer there. Wang Dashui was taken aback for a moment and then scratched his head shyly. All right. Han Fei keenly noticed the old lady's wording. Did it mean he would have to go alone? After visiting old lady Yin on the way, Han Fei couldn't help asking, Senior brother, who is Little Jew? Wang Dashui hesitated and said, Little Jew is a girl. Han Fei waited for a long time, but Wang Dashui didn't speak anymore, so he couldn't help asking. And? That's it? Wang Dashui glanced at Han Fei. You will find out later. Han Fei was speechless. Can't you just tell me? Why do you make it so mysterious? After just 2 steps, Wang Dashui suddenly said, Little Jew is a real heavenly talent, only 1 year older than you. Are you 16 or 17? Han Fei rolled his eyes. I'll be 18 soon. Wang Dashui was stunned and then smiled. Oh, then you're of the same age. Little Jew is already a peak-level hidden fisher. Boom. Han Fei's brain suddenly went blank, and he was dumbfounded. What? Wang Dashui chuckled. So Little Jew is a real genius. She came to the Empyrean Waterfall on her own initiative, and is the only one among the residents of the Empyrean Waterfall who came on her own initiative. Han Fei was shocked. He had thought that his cultivation speed was very fast. Even heavenly talents like Luo Xiaobai and Tang Ge had just become hidden fishers. However, this Little Jew was already a peak-level hidden fisher. This cultivation speed was simply too shocking. Han Fei was walking and thinking when suddenly he felt the heaven spirit detoxifying insect in his body move, which seemed to get some toxins from somewhere and started to eat them. Poison? The old lady Yin just mentioned old poison. Was this person a poison cultivator? That yard was more than 500 meters away from Han Fei, but the poison had already invaded his body. Wang Dashui glanced at Han Fei. Did you feel it? You can block it with spiritual energy. It doesn't matter if you don't get close. A moment later, when the two of them walked to the entrance of the courtyard, Han Fei discovered that the courtyard was full of poisonous weeds and insects, and a young man was sitting on a chair in the center of the yard with teapots and cups on the table. A colorful little snake, coiled on the man's shoulder, was looking at Han Fei. Wang Dashui rarely looked so serious. Hi, Senior Ye, Han Fei thought. Didn't the old lady Yin call this guy old poison? Why did he look so young? Wang Dashui said to him via voice transmission. Senior Ye is called Ye Qingfeng. He is over 200 years old, so this old guy just had a young face. Han Fei saluted him. Nice to meet you, Senior Ye. Ye Qingfeng beckoned. Young man, you have a strong anti-poison ability. Come over and have a drink with me. Wang Deshuai's face changed immediately. However, Han Fei faintly smiled. Okay. The moment Han Fei walked into the yard, the heaven spirit detoxifying insect suddenly moved, dragged one thread after another of poison, and started to gobble it down. Sit. Ye Qingfeng glanced at Han Fei. When he looked at Han Fei's dantian, he was a little puzzled. He picked up the teapot casually, poured water into the cup, and pushed it to Han Fei. Come on, drink tea. Han Fei was calm, as if the cup of red and green tea in front of him was not poisonous at all. Han Fei drank up the cup of tea. Sour and sweet, it tastes good. Thank you, Senior Ye. In Han Fei's body, the heaven spirit detoxifying insect was hurriedly brandishing its claws, and one mass after another of poison floated over. Swish. Feeling the heaven spirit detoxifying insect's body suddenly lit up, Han Fei secretly smiled. The heaven spirit detoxifying insect upgraded. Not only had it been upgraded, but the heaven spirit detoxifying insect also seemed to want more toxin. Han Fei immediately looked at Ye Qingfeng and said, Senior Ye, I'm a little thirsty. Can I have another cup of tea? Ye Qingfeng was slightly surprised. He looked at Han Fei again and asked tentatively, Did you buy the heaven spirit detoxifying insect from the logistics division? Han Fei smiled. Yes. Ye Qingfeng nodded. No wonder. However, this tea is very precious. Fine, I'll give you another cup. Wang Deshuai didn't enter the yard. Seeing Han Fei finishing 2 cups of poisonous tea in a row, he couldn't help but admire. This junior brother is really awesome. Not only did he dare to enter the old poison's yard, but he also dared to drink the old poison's poisonous tea. Wang Deshuai couldn't help but think of little Ju. It seemed that the little girl also drank it when she first came. Thinking of this, Wang Deshuai smiled. While Wang Deshuai was thinking, Han Fei had already walked out and gave him a strange look. Senior brother, why are you smiling? Wang Deshuai immediately returned to his senses. Huh. Am I smiling? Han Fei nodded and said seriously, Yes, you are. Wang Deshuai smirked awkwardly. Well, I'm thinking of your sister-in-law. By the way, go forward by yourself. Keep going forward about 1,500 meters. That elegant courtyard. Go in by yourself. Han Fei frowned. By myself? Wang Deshuai patted Han Fei on the shoulder. Yes, after visiting that house, come to my house. You know the way. I'll ask your sister-in-law to make you 2 dishes. Let's have a drink. Han Fei nodded. Okay, Han Fei was about to use his perception when he heard Wang Deshuai say, Don't use perception inside. It's not far away anyway. Han Fei took a deep look at Wang Deshuai. All right, you can leave now, senior brother. Han Fei looked at the yard far away warily, frowning slightly. Is this little Ju's home? I don't even know what her name is. Han Fei turned around to ask, only to find that Wang Deshuai was gone. Han Fei couldn't help laughing as he shook his head and muttered, Is that girl a monster? What are you afraid of, senior brother? Then Han Fei swaggered to the yard. It took him about 7 or 8 minutes to walk to the courtyard. Suddenly, Han Fei discovered that hundreds of perceptions had fallen. He turned black and glanced at the sky. Didn't Wang Deshuai say not to use perception on the inside? Then what the hell was this? Han Fei walked to the gate of the courtyard. It was only a small fence, but he couldn't see what was inside. An array? Han Fei glanced at the sky again. Okay, you just want to see me make a fool of myself, right? No wonder senior brother Deshuai refused to come. It turned out he was afraid of the arrays. Han Fei's mouth smiled. I'm here to visit this girl, not to break arrays. What's so funny about it? Knock, knock, knock. Han Fei knocked on the door and waited silently outside the door with a smile. Come in. A clear voice came from the yard. The voice was elegant and concise, as clear and nice as a yellow oriole's voice. The wooden door creaked open, but Han Fei still couldn't see the inside. Han Fei was speechless. Do I have to break the arrays? Can't you just remove the arrays? Han Fei sighed slightly. Fine, I'm already here. Do I have a choice? I'll break them then. Chapter 826. Because of Han Fei's arrival, almost all the people in the Empyrean waterfall cast their eyes here. Especially some people living on the outside. Some of them couldn't perceive this far, so they came in groups, and almost every family whose yard was close to the outside received 7 or 8 visiting neighbors. The person being visited sighed helplessly. Why are you so curious? Someone sneered. Us curious? Aren't you curious about it? Someone chuckled. Interesting. How many people have been set up on a blind date with little Ju? Tisk, do you think he will succeed this time? Someone laughed. I bet on an ultra-quality spiritual weapon he'll be kicked out in a minute. Someone said leisurely. I don't think so. Han Fei defeated 2 heavenly talents with a single slash. I bet he can at least enter the yard. I bet 1,000 caddies of spiritual spring he can't. Come on, I heard that Han Fei won with a raise yesterday. No wonder little Ju's arrays seemed to have become stronger. Not using his perception, Han Fei didn't know that he was being watched, let alone that a group of people was betting on him. At the moment, Han Fei was looking at the confusing array and shook his head helplessly. There are many arrays here. Nothing can be seen from the outside. In fact, Han Fei was sure little Ju was probably sleeping inside. These arrays wouldn't affect the light inside at all. Han Fei looked at the ground and then at the railings. Cloud array, light shielding array, stealth array, water illusion array. Holy cow, this girl is indeed a genius. Han Fei thought about it. Little Ju's arrays were mainly meant to block one's 5 senses. Then, if he wanted to break these arrays, he could use light and wind. Thinking briefly, Han Fei began to draw in the air with his fingers. As lines appeared, there was suddenly a gale roaring at the gate of the courtyard, and a blazing sun appeared in the sky, emitting a strangely high heat. Rip! Taking this opportunity, Han Fei strode into the yard, and then the clouds disappeared and the black mist began to fade. Han Fei took another step, and a pale golden light shrouded over. The illusionary scene broke apart. Crack! The moment this illusionary scene collapsed, Han Fei's expression changed slightly. Then he stomped on the ground, and a wall of water suddenly blocked him with an old turtle lying down under his feet. Sure enough, at that moment, Han Fei found many rays of swordlight pierced into the wall of water. While the swordlight was shining, Han Fei saw a wave hit against his face. Tide sword array? Han Fei frowned and took 2 steps back and drew 4 lines in the air, breaking the waves and cutting the tides. In front of Han Fei, a tide rolled up, shining with knife light. Han Fei smiled. As long as it was not a big killing array, it was all right. He had already mastered all the basic arrays. However, 2 seconds later, the smile on his face disappeared. Han Fei suddenly saw the big array with big rivers as knives that he set up yesterday. Han Fei was speechless. Was this girl there yesterday? Having no time to think, Han Fei flipped his hand and a branch appeared in his hand. Rip! He used the draw technique, and the dazzling knife light was deadlocked with a big river. Han Fei didn't dare to take it lightly. He frowned and kept drawing in the air with his fingers. After 9 strokes in a row, 9 kinds of knife arrays combined into a single knife. In an instant, above the shadow of the big rivers, knife light cut through the water with irresistible force. Han Fei smiled. I have other ways to break the array. This array was originally created by me. I can break it any way I want. Then he stomped, and the 3 spirit gathering arrays integrated into one. Han Fei moved his hand secretly. In the sky, under the scorching sun, dazzling pillars of golden light burst down. Boom. In just a minute, the spiritual energy of the entire yard was absorbed by Han Fei, and then the arrays of the 2 sides had vanished. Han Fei secretly used the 5th level of the void fishing technique, whose spiritual energy absorbing speed was extremely terrifying. The surrounding spiritual energy couldn't escape Han Fei's absorption. Therefore, all arrays would collapse in an instant. When everything returned to a calm state, Han Fei saw that this was a very elegant small courtyard. The blue slates at his feet were all carved with array reliefs. The flowers and plants on both sides seemed to be transplanted from Yu Ye's house, but they were mostly of warm colors. However, it was also embellished with some cold-colored plants, which were gray-colored and not bright. On the right side of the small courtyard, there was a desk. A girl casually fluttered her hair to one side. At this moment, she was holding the pen with one hand and lifting her sleeves up with the other. Her watery, innocent eyes were full of surprise, joy, and some panic. She smiled, revealing her white teeth between her red lips. Seeing Han Fei, she blushed and then hurriedly lowered her head. Han Fei? Oh. Oh my God, what am I seeing? Is Han Fei so good at arrays? He just borrowed a ray of sunshine from the sky. Is that also an array? For a moment, the surprised onlookers all discussed it hotly. Someone regretted it. Oh, what a loss. Will little Ju be together with this troublemaker? Someone shook his head. No way, little Ju's standard is very high. Han Fei is not her type. Someone sneered. Aren't you a troublemaker too? Under the Empyrean waterfall, who isn't a troublemaker except for Yue Shir and little Ju? Only Wang Deshuai went home while muttering, My junior brother already has a girlfriend, don't you know? My junior brother is very loyal to his girlfriend, okay? Han Fei looked at the shy girl, stunned. She was completely different from what he imagined. The arrays that this girl had set up were really complicated and dangerous. With the slightest careless act, if it were someone else, for example, Guan Qingyan, he would have been kicked out of the courtyard within 3 minutes. Who would have expected the girl to be so delicate? Her tenderness was not fake, but a natural reaction. The girl was dressed in white, only wearing 2 earrings. It could be seen that she had a very simple personality. Cough. Han Fei coughed awkwardly. Don't panic at all. There are so many beautiful girls, and she is still slightly worse than Xiaoshan. Trying to show that he didn't care at all, Han Fei changed his attitude and said casually to little Ju, Hey, little girl, what's your name? Boom, clash, you, crack. The onlookers were all dumbfounded. What the hell? How can he speak this way? He sounds like a little punk. Wang Dashuai hurriedly looked around, got up from the ground, and let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, everyone is looking at my junior brother and no one saw me fall. Otherwise, how embarrassing that would be. Little Ju didn't expect Han Fei to be so rude. She had never met such a person before. Since her childhood, everyone she met was very respectful to her. They would try their best to put on a composed yet graceful air. No one would call her little girl the first time they met her. Little Ju grabbed the hem of her clothes nervously. Han Fei waved his hand and said, What are you trying to say? My name is Han Fei. Puff, many people just wanted to give Han Fei a good beating. Who the hell doesn't know your name is Han Fei? Just drop that flirtatious tone. However, little Ju finally calmed down from the initial panic. She rolled her eyes gracefully, which immediately caused a lot of onlookers to drool. Seeming to find that someone was watching, Little Ju waved her hand elegantly, and a layer of cloud enveloped the small courtyard once again. In the courtyard, the scorching sun wasn't blocked and was still shining dazzlingly. A faint breeze blew, and the two looked at each other at a distance of 7 or 8 meters. Han Fei quickly came back to his senses. Well, I'm a newcomer here, so I came to visit you. Cough, what is your name? Tell me. I'll have to go to my senior brother's house for lunch. Little Ju couldn't help but stutter. She finally said softly, My name is Ju Yinling. Han Fei was stunned for a moment. Is Ju your last name? Little Ju shook her head slightly. No, my last name is Ju Yin. Han Fei shrugged. Very strange last name, the first time I've heard it. He looked at Ju Yinling and was at a loss of what to say. Embarrassed, he coughed. Well, come to my house for hot pot tomorrow. Don't forget it. Hot pot? Ju Yinling had never heard of hot pot at all, so she was very curious. Han Fei thought for a while and said, It's a kind of delicacy. Ju Yinling cracked a beautiful smile. Cultivators shouldn't be distracted by earthly desires. Han Fei chuckled. You won't say that after you try it. Okay, I'm leaving. Remember to come tomorrow. Wait a moment. Han Fei, who was about to leave, turned his head back and asked with a puzzled look, Yes? Ju Yinling handed him a pen. Here you are. Han Fei, Mei, Ju Yinling said, Paint an array. Ju Yinling said, Paint an array. What array? Ju Yinling said softly, Anyone you want. Han Fei walked over in a puzzle and saw a table of fish skin paintings. Suddenly, Han Fei took a tumble. Ju Yinling is still at the junior level of drawing arrays. Therefore, the seemingly crazy array combination just now was actually prepared by her in advance. Han Fei glanced at Ju Yinling deeply. You owe me a favor. Huh? Ju Yinling was puzzled, not knowing why he said that. Then she saw Han Fei take the pen and casually drew a line on a blank fish skin paper. Okay, gotta go. Ju Yinling stared at the line on the fish skin blankly for a long time, her eyes and mind full of questions. Chapter 827, Henpecked Senior Brother. After leaving the yard, Han Fei smiled faintly and sighed in relief. Then he just shook his head and walked directly towards Wang Dashuai's house. Han Fei had never wanted to eat those tasteless dishes. Therefore, he must arrive before his sister-in-law. He would cook by himself to impress them and give himself a treat as well. However, Han Fei had just walked less than 500 meters when he suddenly saw a figure rushing over from the side. Subconsciously, Han Fei was about to punch him. Then, he heard this shifty-looking man hurriedly say, Don't beat me. Han Fei questioned, Who are you? Han Fei looked this man up and down. His clothes were rags, and there were even a few weeds on his head. He was not ugly, but his eyes were very shifty. Anyway, his impression of this guy was being slovenly and shifty. The man chuckled and said, My name is Qing Chen, and I also live in the inner circle. You're Han Fei, right? I've heard a lot about you. I really admire you for being able to break into the Dark Hunter Legion twice. That's really awesome. As he spoke, he put his arm around Han Fei's shoulders. Brother, we'll be neighbors from now on, and we'll meet every day. Where are you going to build your house? I know this place well. I can help you. Han Fei pushed his dirty hands away in disgust, saying unhappily, Brother, can you take a bath first? Qing Chen lazily said. Why bother? Even if I took a bath, I'd just get dirty again. Han Fei took a step aside and waved his hand, and then a water ball floated in the air. I'm a neat freak, Qing Chen wondered. What is a neat freak? Han Fei said bluntly. I don't like talking to dirty guys. As he said this, he shook his shoulders to shake the dust off that was left on his shoulders by Qing Chen's hand just now. Qing Chen sighed helplessly. Okay, I'm going to take a bath, okay. Immediately, he walked into the water ball. With a shake of his body, all the stains and dirt were shaken off his body in an instant. Then, the water ball turned black. The corners of Han Fei's mouth twitched, and he said still with some disgust, What are you doing here? Qing Chen looked at the sky. Going to dinner. Han Fei grunted and asked, Where is your home? Qing Chen smiled and said, I'm going to Wang Dashuai's house to eat. Han Fei stopped his steps. Wait a moment. Who are you? Are you from the Thug Academy? Han Fei frowned. Although this person seems to be a hidden fisher, perhaps he hides his real realm. But he can't be from the Thug Academy, otherwise senior brother would have told me. Qing Chen chuckled. I'm not from the Thug Academy. However, this doesn't stop me from going to Wang Dashuai's house to eat. Han Fei was puzzled. Why? Qing Chen sighed. Brother, you know what? Although there are so many people living here, no one cooks except for Yue Xier and Wang Dashuai's wife. Do you know how difficult it is for me to find food here? Yue Xier doesn't know how to cook, but Wang Dashuai's wife cooks fine. The food she makes tastes good. Han Fei was shocked. What the hell? He just bums meals off of Wang Dashuai? Han Fei laughed and said casually, Fine, off you go then. On the way, Qing Chen smiled and said, Old Han, do you know that you are the first man who has walked into Xiaoju's house successfully and has been alone with her? Han Fei was speechless. Wait a minute, do I know you? Old Han? Am I old? I'm only 17. Qing Chen immediately changed his way of calling him. Han Fei, what did you talk to Xiaoju about? Has the blind date worked? Did you fall for her? Did she fall for you? Bombarded with so many questions, Han Fei was dumbfounded. What? Blind date? I just paid a visit to her. Qing Chen laughed. You don't even know? Han Fei was puzzled. What am I supposed to know? Qing Chen grinned. Every man going to Xiaoju's home is having a blind date with her. I heard that Xiaoju cultivates comfort technique and that technique emphasizes sexual cultivation. Therefore, Xiaoju must find a husband. Any man who goes to Xiaoju's house is a candidate for her husband, especially those who have broken her arrays. Tiesk. Maybe you have been picked by her. What? Han Fei was shocked. I didn't know that. I've got a girlfriend, Qing Chen sneered. But your girlfriend, isn't with you. As a man, I know love can't be forced. But we can't put all our eggs in one basket, right? Han Fei said coldly. All I want is to cultivate. Qing Chen laughed. Yes. Everyone wants to cultivate. Especially Xiaoju. It's for cultivation that she practices that technique. Brother, why don't you give her and yourself a chance? Han Fei turned dark immediately. What the hell is this guy talking about? I don't feel like talking with him. Han Fei shut up, not responding to him anymore, but Qing Chen was still chattering non-stop beside him. Han Fei was relieved when he saw the courtyard of Wang Dashuai's house. Finally, he didn't have to listen to this guy nagging. He just hoped the food could shut him up. Senior brother, Wang Dashuai hurriedly said, come on in. Without using his perception, Han Fei entered the door only to see a burly, a big, a huge, forget it. He couldn't think of a word to describe what he saw. Anyway, his sister-in-law was about the same size as Wang Dashuai, only a little bit more slender, but her face was pretty. She was looking at him now. Under her gaze, Han Fei somehow felt a little scared, thinking, wow, sister-in-law is fierce. Han Fei hurriedly bowed to her. Hello, sister-in-law, Sloppy King. Are you going to bum a meal off me again? Qing Chen smiled fawningly. Sister Lu, the food you make is too delicious. No one can compete with you in cooking skills. Anyway, I won't eat much, hehehe. Humph. Then the woman changed her face and looked at Han Fei with a smile. Oh, is this our junior brother? So handsome. Come on, take a seat. Please have a taste of the food I made. Hey! Han Fei wanted to cook by himself, but when the words came to the tip of his tongue, he swallowed them back for fear that he would be slapped to the ground by her if he said no. The woman turned around, yelling at Wang Dashuai, who was processing vegetables. Hurry up, your junior brother has come. Bring out the liquor. Wang Dashuai shivered and quickly put down the vegetable in his hand, smiling flatteringly at her. Bai Lu, give me some face, Han Fei thought to himself. So, sister-in-law is called Bai Lu. Her last name is Bai? What kind of face do you want? Look at yourself. Do you have any face? Han Fei and Qing Chen, who were sitting on the chairs at the table, shivered at the same time. Han Fei looked at Qing Chen, speechless, asking him with his eyes, why are you shivering since you're so shameless? Qing Chen winked at Han Fei as if saying, yes, I'm shameless, but I'm also afraid of her. Han Fei sighed and gave him an affirmative look. Me too. A moment later, under Han Fei's stunned stare, Bai Lu put a large basin in front of Han Fei carefully and said kindly, little junior brother, try it. This is something invented by our Thug Academy. What's its name? Rice? Yes, rice. This stuff is delicious. This basin is yours. Han Fei was dumbfounded. What the fuck? Isn't rice supposed to be served in bowls? Why do you serve it with a basin larger than a wash basin? And what about the other dishes? Bang, bang, 4 big basins were placed on the table, and Qing Chen winked at Han Fei and said, Han Fei, this rice is delicious. I bet you'll like it. Come on, try it. It's because of you that I can get a basin of rice. Normally, I can only get half a basin. Han Fei couldn't help but glance at Qing Chen sympathetically. This poor kid, eating plain rice without any dish? Then, what if you see braised pork? At this moment, Wang Dashuai took 4 big jars of liquor out and smiled at Han Fei kindly. Little junior brother, let's have a drink. Han Fei was stunned. Rice with white liquor? Where is the vegetable you just processed? Haven't you eaten hot pot with us? Didn't you tell sister-in-law about it? Han Fei took a breath in chagrin. No, I must do something. He could feel that Bai Lu was very hospitable. Although she looked a little bit fierce, she didn't kick Qing Chen out, who had bummed many meals off her, so she was definitely not a bad person. Han Fei took another breath and laughed. Senior brother, sister-in-law, thank you very much for your hard work all morning, Bai Lu smiled shyly. Not at all. Junior brother, please visit us more in the future, and there'll be enough food for you. Han Fei was scared. Enough food? There is simply too much food for me. In order to not be stuffed to death, Han Fei hurriedly said, Sister-in-law, I went to sea recently and caught some exotic mutant marine creatures. I think they must taste good. If they're cooked by you, they would taste even better. Wait a moment, let me cook a dish for you. Qing Chen's eyes lit up. Exotic mutant marine creatures? Great, take them out quickly. Bai Lu smiled shyly and said, That's very nice of your junior brother, Han Fei hurriedly said. It's okay. That's my present for senior brother. After a while, when he put fish oil, garlic, chili, and other ingredients into the pot, when the fire flashed and the ingredients were churned in the pot, a strange fragrance wafted out of the pot. Bai Lu's eyes flickered immediately, her eyes full of admiration. Smack, suddenly slapped, Wang Dashuai looked at Bai Lu innocently. Bai Lu said angrily, Look how capable your junior brother is. And look at yourself. In addition to eating and carrying the door, what can you do? Wang Dashuai, and Qing Chen's saliva had already dropped into his own body. After a while, when the lobster hot pot was served, except for Han Fei and Wang Dashuai, Bai Lu and Qing Chen were all shocked. Wang Dashuai said to Han Fei via voice transmission, Junior brother, I'm doomed. I did everything possible to prevent her from knowing about hot pot. Otherwise, I'll have to go out to catch fish every day, and if I can't catch a fish, I can only buy it. Suddenly, Han Fei seemed to find that he had done something wrong. He gave Wang Dashui a sympathetic look as if saying, "Senior brother, I feel sorry for you." Chapter 828, Crazily Improving Strength. For a cultivator, he could eat 10 or even 100 basins of rice if he'd like, let alone one basin. Han Fei had no choice but to finish this basin of rice. He swore he would never come to Senior Brother's house for dinner again unless he had to. This was simply torture. As for what would happen to Wang Dashui, he was sorry, but he couldn't help him. After finishing a basin of rice, Bai Lu looked at Han Fei and said with a smile, "Little junior brother, Xiaoju is adorable, right? Do you know it's me who fixed you up? I talked to Granny Yin about you. She took Xiaoju as her granddaughter. She recognized your strength and talent, so she agreed to arrange a blind date for you two. Otherwise, you wouldn't have had the chance." Han Fei gave Wang Dashui a shocked look, and the latter gave him an innocent look back as if saying that, "I don't know anything about it." Han Fei couldn't help but smile bitterly. "Sister-in-law, I've already got a girlfriend. Besides, I am too busy with cultivation to have the time to start a relationship." Bai Lu immediately patted the table and said, "Yes, I know Xuanhuan is nice, pretty, and has a deep bond with you, but we've got to move on. Things happen, but people have to move on." Han Fei was speechless. "What are you talking about? Xuanhuan is not dead. Besides, I really don't have time now." Lao Han was locked on the 4th floor of the Scattered Star prison, and his whole body exuded the smell of secrets. In the demonic forest channel, there is still a vine waiting for me to get. The secrets of the sea-quelling painting may soon be revealed. With so many things to do, how can I have the time? But he just kept nodding and suddenly said, "Sister-in-law, well, I'm going to build my house this afternoon. Tomorrow, I'll hold a big banquet at home and entertain guests for dinner. Please come." "Well, I've got to go." Bai Lu smiled and said, "Okay, off you go then. But remember, don't dive into the pond. The one below is not very good-tempered. If you need to go there to fish, take Big Yellow of Granny Yin with you." "Okay, sister-in-law, don't bother to see me out. Bye." Ching Chen also got up quickly. "Wait for me. I am bored." "I can help you build the house." Bai Lu shouted from behind, "Wang Dashui, you go too. Won't you help your junior brother? Go, go. Okay. After a moment, the three of them ran to a clearing more than 1,000 meters away from the pond. It was surrounded by high mountains, and the Empyrean waterfall was close at hand. The water pouring down from the waterfall hit the cliff and splashed up clouds of mist. Wang Dashui said, "Junior brother, did you pick this place? But it's too close to the Empyrean waterfall. I heard from your sister-in-law that there is a vacant lot not far from Xiaoju's house. You can farm there, and it's not so humid." Qing Chen nodded. "Yes, this is right by the waterfall, too humid and noisy." Han Fei thought to himself, "I will never live next to Zhu Yinling." Suddenly, thinking of Bai Lu's words, he looked down at the pond and asked, "Who was the one below?" However, then he saw Wang Dashui shake his head slightly and blink at him, seeming to be indicating something. Han Fei glanced at Qing Chen. Could it be because Qing Chen was here so it was not convenient to talk about it? Qing Chen chuckled and said, "You'll find out anyway. If you have enough good things on you, you'll find out soon." Han Fei couldn't help but wonder, what does he mean? What does this have to do with my possessions? However, Han Fei didn't ask anymore. He just chuckled and said carelessly, "It's okay. I am a spirit gatherer and an array master. I chose here because the misty water here is very suitable for setting up a large array, especially the 100-water profound killing array. The water here can be the source of energy for the array." Qing Chen tilted his head and glanced at Han Fei. "I bet you and Xiaoju would make a good couple. Here, only the two of you have set up bunches of arrays at home. Won't the arrays stop you from enjoying the scenery?" Han Fei sneered. "You don't understand the array, do you? With an array here, it'll be easier for me to enjoy the scenery. I can bask in the sun and see the stars whenever I'd like. Do you think I'm soaking in the water every day?" Clang. Wang Dashui threw his big door to the ground and said with a smile, "That's it. Junior brother, since you like it here, let's pull some trees and build a house." In the evening, Wang Dashui went back home. Han Fei and Qing Chen squatted in front of the flowing water villa just built between the rocks. Qing Chen sighed. "Han Fei, your house is beautifully built." Han Fei smiled, thinking, "It's called Flowing Water Villa. There is even an open-air swimming pool on the 2nd floor, which is actually a killing array." In the afternoon, Wang Dashui carried hundreds of large blue stones and piled them into a small cliff. Han Fei drew a stream of water to pass by his door, looking quite beautiful. Now he just needed to pull up a few more trees and get some plants from Yuye to plant here. Then this would definitely be the most luxurious building here in the Empyrean waterfall. Han Fei sat down on a chair. "Aren't you going home?" Qing Chen chuckled. "I didn't build a house. Why don't we live together?" Han Fei immediately interrupted him. "No way. I am used to living alone, and I need to cultivate." Qing Chen was not offended. He smiled. "Well, I helped you in the afternoon, right? Aren't you going to treat me to dinner? The same as we ate at noon will be fine. Hot pot, right? Now I find that you are the best cook here." Han Fei immediately understood. No wonder he didn't want to leave. It turned out he wanted to bum a meal from him. Han Fei said leisurely, "Actually, I don't cook much, just occasionally. Fine, I'll make a hot pot for you tonight. But after you finish, you should go home. I'm about to start cultivating." Okay. After Qing Chen left, Han Fei waved his hand. and the whole flowing water villa was surrounded by clouds and mist. He chose this place because it had the most spiritual energy and was close to the waterfall, so if he made a breakthrough here, few people would notice. Then, no matter if he cultivated or made a breakthrough in the future, no one would doubt him. As for the one below, if I don't mess with him, he won't come out to attack me, will he? There are so many people here anyway. Now I finally have time to cultivate. Han Fei poured all the 87 level 2 soul crystals out. These were collected by Renquang for him during this period of time and were quite a lot. Since he stabilized his soul in the demonic forest channel, he hadn't improved his spiritual power because he ran out of soul crystals. It would take him too long to improve his spiritual power if he only meditated on the god-scaring painting. At this time, Han Fei casually grabbed a level 2 soul crystal and quickly absorbed it. 1 piece, 2 pieces. Han Fei's eyes flickered, and when there were only 27 soul crystals left, his upper limit of spiritual power reached 2,999 points, and his perception range reached 29,999 meters when he reached another bottleneck. Han Fei let out a sigh of relief. This time, the spiritual power increased more than he expected. This meant that the ownerless souls he absorbed in the ancient 72-floor demon realm had indeed increased his soul power by about 50%. He took a look at his data. Owner Han Fei level, 49, peak level, hanging fisher. Spiritual energy, 5,320, 2,658, 1998. Spiritual power, 2,999, 2,999. Perception range, 29,999 meters. Spiritual heritage, level 7, low-grade spiritual beast. Twin yin-yang spirit, swallowing fish, level 45. Main art, void-breaking technique, the 5th level, divine manipulation technique, heaven level, divine grade. Han Fei looked calm. When he was on the 4th floor of the Scattered Star prison, the upper limit of his spiritual energy increased rapidly, and he was close to the bottleneck. But he had a hunch. Within half a month he should be able to become a hidden fisher. He smiled. I must make good use of this breakthrough opportunity. Upgrading from a hanging fisher to a hidden fisher is a qualitative leap. Then maybe I can also have a breakthrough in spiritual power. Alas, the soul crystals are not enough. Han Fei took a look at his remaining 27 level 2 soul crystals. Then he suddenly remembered that he was already of the 6-star rank now. Maybe he could redeem his credit points for more level 2 soul crystals now. Forget it, I can use my connections. Anyway, Shui Shenqi seems to know something. It shouldn't be a problem for me to buy more soul crystals openly, yes. For this breakthrough, I'll have to seize the opportunity to enter the Soul Sea. I can't just eat blindly. I should try to figure out the secret of the Soul Sea and my beasts. It is too expensive to feed them with spirit awakening fluid. If I can rob another undersea chimney, or stealthily dig into the transverse mountain, this thought passed by in a flash. Han Fei was shocked by his own thoughts. Wang Dashui was restricted from going out to sea because he robbed an undersea chimney. No, even if he became a hidden fisher, he would only be a junior hidden fisher. In the transverse mountain, there were many strong people. He couldn't ruin his chance to go to sea because of this small profit. Yes, after I become a hidden fisher, I'll go explore the Pearl Sea. That's not right. The Heaven Spirit detoxifying insect is now only level 33, which is too low. Well, I should visit Yechingfeng more and then go get some poison god from Cao Chu. Lost in wild thoughts, Han Fei lay down on the chair. With a slight wave of his hand, the clouds and mist in the array dispersed, revealing the shining starry sky. Suddenly, Han Fei's eyes narrowed and he sensed that someone glanced at him. The power of perception was very subtle. If it weren't for the sharp increase in his spiritual power, he wouldn't have even noticed it. Han Fei couldn't help but turn his eyes to the pond under the Empyrean waterfall. Who the hell is the one below? Chapter 829, 3,000 meter sword domain. Early the next morning, Han Fei went to visit the heavyweight old guys in the inner circle. The nearest was the old poison master Ye Qingfeng's house. Han Fei stood at the door and knocked. Senior Ye, Ye Qingfeng replied in a low voice, indicating that he knew it. Han Fei smiled and said, Senior Ye, I'm hosting a banquet at home today. Would you like to come? To be honest, I'm quite skilled in cooking. Squeak. The door of the house opened, and Ye Qingfeng was holding a half-meter-long red centipede in his hand. He glanced at Han Fei indifferently. I'm not going. I only like to eat poison. Han Fei was dumbstruck. What is this guy talking about? He likes to eat poison? But he just smiled and said, well, I actually like to eat poison too. As long as the material is enough, maybe I can prepare a poisonous meal for you. What do you think? Ye Qingfeng said leisurely. Poison meal? You are not trying to cheat my poison, are you? Han Fei was speechless. Even though that's exactly what I'm thinking, don't give it away. Before Han Fei could explain, he heard Ye Qingfeng sneer. Forget it. If you want to raise your heaven spirit detoxifying insect, you can come to me for a cup of tea every day. Remember to come near dusk in the afternoon when it's going to be dark and just right for the toxin to evaporate. Han Fei grinned immediately and said, thank you, Senior Ye. Since that's the case, goodbye. Han Fei happily walked to Granny Yin's house. He was in a good mood. Ye Qingfeng's poison worked very well. Yesterday, the heaven spirit detoxifying insect was upgraded. Although the heaven spirit detoxifying insect might also upgrade soon even without Ye Qingfeng's poison, it would take time. If it drank poison at Ye Qingfeng's place every day, it should be able to upgrade by 2 or 3 levels within half a month. Han Fei was happily walking when he suddenly felt something was looking at him. Following his perception, Han Fei froze all over, dumbfounded. After a long pause, Han Fei rubbed his eyes and stared at the top of the wall of Granny Yin's house. That lump of yellow, fluffy, is that a fucking cat? Holy shit. Han Fei hurried over and stopped about 10 meters away from the big yellow cat. One person and one cat confronted each other. Han Fei was shocked to read the data in his eyes. Name, soul-swallowing spiritual cat. Yin Shui's contractual spiritual beast, introduction. An extremely rare terrestrial creature with a trace of bloodline of the ancient ferocious beast, soul-swallowing cat, swift as the wind, with a pair of sharp, soul-devouring claws. If anyone is scratched by its sharp claws, his mind will be unhinged for 3 days. L level 61 or quality. Legendary AC contained spiritual energy 42,256 points. F food ACCC combat. Skills soul swallowing magic. A remarks. Arrogant and cold. Better not approach it. Han Fei gasped with surprise. And suddenly he meowed at the cat. Puff. Ye Qingfeng, who was 1,000 meters away, spurted the tea out of his mouth and looked at Han Fei dumbfounded. Is this brat crazy? How dare he tease Big Yellow? However, the cat just glanced at Han Fei contemptuously and said, You didn't imitate me right. Han Fei blinked his eyes. Right, this cat is a legendary creature, so it's not strange that he can speak. Han Fei chuckled. I only saw cats in an ancient book, and I'm really curious. Are you Big Yellow? Let's go fishing if you've got time. Big Yellow's eyes brightened, and he jumped to the ground with a meow, staring at Han Fei and asking, Where did you read that book? Have you ever seen another cat? Can you show me the book? Han Fei answered, I can't find that book now. I got it from a secret realm called the Snow God's Temple. There used to be many land creatures there, and among them there were cats. The Big Yellow meowed and asked, Where is the secret realm? Han Fei smiled and said, The secret realm has been destroyed. You can ask Zheng Chaojie about it. He explored it after the secret realm collapsed. Hearing that the secret realm had been ruined, Big Yellow meowed in disappointment, head held high, and walked towards the pond with his tail erect while muttering to himself, I'm such a lonely cat. The people who were looking at them with their perceptions were all speechless. Han Fei could even start a talk with Big Yellow. Seeing that the Big Yellow was gone, Han Fei just walked to the gate of Granny Yin and heard the old lady say, Come in. Han Fei was about to speak when he heard Granny Yin say, I'm not going to the dinner. I'm too old for this kind of event. Don't forget to invite Xiaoju. I think she would love to go to the banquet. Han Fei was speechless. Why? I have nothing to do with her at all. Granny Yin waved her hand and said, Okay. Old Nangong enjoys crowds. You can try inviting him. The next second, Nangong Xuan's voice came over. I'm busy cultivating, so I'm not going this time. Let's wait for the next time. Rejected by 3 people in a row, Han Fei was a little frustrated. You guys just have no idea how good I am at cooking. You'll regret losing the chance to taste the food I make. Han Fei came to the outskirts, and when he passed by Yu Ye's house, Yu Ye poked her head out and smiled at Han Fei, which somewhat fascinated Han Fei. Now he knew why senior brother was beaten by his wife. Yu Ye must have learned a bewitching art, similar to the one Xiao Shan learned. Fortunately, he had been immune to this kind of art. Han Fei smiled back at her. Yu Ye, would you like to go to my house for dinner at noon? I prepared a banquet. Yu Ye nodded. Yeah. Okay. When you come back later, take some flowers and plants home for me. By the way, don't forget to invite Yue Shir. That fool will be too shy to go if you don't invite him. Han Fei nodded slightly. I see. When he passed by the big blue stone, Nameless glanced at Han Fei indifferently. If you can enter my 300-meter sword domain, I will go. Han Fei scratched his head. Is this necessary? While they were talking, Ning Jingyao, who was laying on the roof and watching from the sky, laughed. Hey, say yes. Are you afraid of him? Get into his sword domain and cut him. Noticing a lot of gazes fall on him, Han Fei was a little helpless. Do people here like peeping so much? Han Fei thought for a while and decided to accept the challenge to see the strength of the people in the Empyrean waterfall. At least, Han Fei was sure that once he walked into this 300-meter sword domain, his relationship with Nameless would go further. Han Fei grinned. Then I'm coming. Nameless nodded and at the same time lowered his strength to that of a peak-level hanging fisher. After that, Han Fei stepped into Nameless's 300-meter sword domain without hesitation. Swish! Suddenly, the sky was full of sword shadows, targeting Han Fei's body. At that moment, Han Fei could feel at least 1,000 sword shadows. Han Fei stomped slightly, and the coiled turtle array and the spirit gathering array appeared at the same time. He didn't use the knife, but threw out a punch. The invincible fist mark shot out 200 meters, but was soon shattered by the sword shadows. Feeling the boundless sword intent, Han Fei became serious. This man's swordsmanship was so strong that it was comparable to Sun Mu's deity-slaying array. Thinking for a while, Han Fei took out a long knife, which was an ultra-quality spiritual weapon. Buzz! The knife dazzled like a star river, and the eyes of Ning Jingyao on the roof were shining brightly when he saw the knife. Good knife. Clang, clang, clang. The draw technique was activated, shattering the sword shadows along the way. It swept 280 meters across, but still didn't stop. When he was only 1 meter away from Nameless, Nameless drew his sword and then stuck it back into the sheath in an instant. What a fast sword. The draw technique was shattered by the sword intent, which then swept towards Han Fei at an incredible speed. Han Fei frowned, and no longer reserving his strength, he thrust the knife into the ground. With a bang, a scarlet fist mark blasted out. Facing the fist mark, Nameless suddenly widened his eyes. He held the hilt in one hand, on which spiritual energy flashed for a full 6 times before Nameless pulled out his sword again. In an instant, all the sword shadows around him gathered and integrated into this sword. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The fist mark and the sword intent were contending, not giving way to each other. Nameless's pupils constricted. His sword intent was actually retreating under the pressure of this fist. Although it didn't retreat much, he knew what it meant. Han Fei was also horrified. He had injected double the spiritual energy into the fist mark, but Nameless actually managed to block it. Crack, crack, crack. The fist mark and the sword intent dissipated at the same time. The entire sword domain returned to calm, and Nameless restored his strength to the realm of a hidden fisher. He looked at Han Fei and nodded slightly. I'll go over at noon. Don't be surprised, you were in my sword domain just now. Otherwise, I would have been beaten by you. Han Fei couldn't help looking at the 300-meter sword domain. Did this sword domain enable Nameless to resist his fist mark? Han Fei secretly took a breath. The Empyrean waterfall deserved its reputation indeed, and a random person here was so strong. But Han Fei immediately regained his smile and said, I'll be waiting for you to come by. Chapter 830, the show has just begun. When Han Fei entered the 300-meter sword domain, Nameless reduced his strength to that of a peak-level hanging fisher. But even so, many people changed their views on Han Fei. Although there were all weirdos under the Empyrean waterfall, there was essentially a world where strength talked. Although the residents under the Empyrean waterfall were all thrown here because they committed crimes, they were the strongest group of people in the entire Scattered Stars Island. Ordinary people wouldn't even be able to get in unless they came to find someone. Ning Jingyao glanced at Han Fei and said, Han Fei, let's have a fight when you have time. The attack you launched just now is quite powerful. Han Fei chuckled and said, actually, that's all I've got. Ning Jingyao waved his hand. That's enough. Can we fight now? Get on my roof and let's have a fight. Han Fei shook his head. No. At this time, Han Fei was exhausted. He used the sacrificing punch just now, which almost consumed all his energy. Having said that, Han Fei took out a spiritual fruit and took a bite. The rich fragrance immediately wafted away, Ning Jingyao said with disappointment until the fruit was swallowed by Han Fei in 2 mouthfuls. Fine, but you don't have to invite people one by one. Ning Jingyao yelled, go to Han Fei's home if you'd like, and don't if you don't feel like it. Don't make Han Fei invite you one by one. That's too troublesome. Someone grunted in response. Someone laughed and said, okay, I'm going. It's been a long time since I ate anything. Someone laughed. Yes, I'm not doing anything anyway. Someone grinned. Even just in order to meet Xiaoju, I'll go. Someone taunted. Why do you want to meet her? Xiaoju is now Han Fei's girlfriend. Puff. Han Fei staggered back. Are you fucking kidding me? What's she got to do with me? Han Fei quickly shouted. What the hell? Don't talk nonsense. The relationship between us is innocent. Neighbors. Pure neighbors. Someone sneered. Han Fei, don't take it for granted. You were the first man to enter Xiaoju's home. Someone echoed. Yes, young man. Cherish the opportunity. Han Fei didn't bother to pay attention to them and went straight to Yueshier's home. Yueshier was the guy who squatted at the door eating. As soon as Han Fei walked into the 300-meter sword domain just now, this guy looked in his direction, still squatting on the roadside with a bowl in his hand. At this moment, when he saw Han Fei coming, he smirked at him. Han Fei was speechless. Why the smirk? This guy is really stupid. But Han Fei smiled back and said, what are you eating? Would you like to come to my house for lunch? Yueshier smiled and nodded, saying, dish soup. Would you like to drink it? Let me serve you a bowl. Han Fei thought for a while. Anyway, he didn't eat breakfast in the morning, so he nodded. Okay, this time it was Yueshier's turn to be surprised. However, he quickly got up, put the bowl on the stone at the door with a smile, and immediately ran into the house. After a while, a bowl of fish soup was served. Yueshier said a bit shyly, I'm not good at cooking. Maybe it's not delicious. Please don't mind it. Han Fei took the bowl and chopsticks and sat on a small rock casually. Not at all, thank you. Not knowing what to say, he finished the fish soup in a couple of mouthfuls. Then he glanced at Yueshier and said with a smile, you should go to Miss Yuye to get some flowers and plants. Yueshier blushed a little and said a little shyly, well, Han Fei immediately narrowed his eyes. That's strange. Yuye reminded him to invite Yueshier, and Yueshier would blush when he heard Yuye's name. Did the two fall for each other? Han Fei smiled. Okay, thank you for the fish soup. I'm going back to prepare for lunch. Han Fei liked inviting people to dinner. He felt that when he came to a new place, he could see a lot of things by having a meal with the local people. Besides, by treating them to dinner, he somewhat broke the ice with others, and then it would be easier for him to get along with them. Most importantly, he enjoyed seeing how these people were shocked by his fancy cooking. In terms of strength and realm, there might be many people here not weaker than him. Regarding cooking, however, no one was stronger than him. As soon as Han Fei came back, he saw Qing Chen hovering in front of his house. Han Fei stopped walking. Huh? Why are you here? Qing Chen chuckled. I'm here for dinner. I'm a little early, but that's okay. Han Fei looked at him and found this guy was all dirty again. Immediately, he stretched out his hand and a water ball appeared. Okay, shall I teach you how to cook? Qing Chen immediately shook his head. No, I just like eating. It's such a hassle to cook by myself. Han Fei was speechless, thinking, isn't it a bigger hassle to ask someone else for food? Han Fei waved his hand and the big array disappeared. He said casually, okay, then help me get some tables and chairs. This is simple. I'll be responsible for cooking. Just as Han Fei took out a lot of extra quality materials and was about to make a hot pot, he glimpsed an elegant figure slowly walking towards his home. Han Fei was surprised. Zhu Yinling, why did she come so early? Didn't she refuse to eat? Qing Chen waved his hand. Hey beauty, here. Han Fei glanced at Qing Chen contemptuously. This guy is almost as flirty as xuanhuan. At this moment, Han Fei discovered that Zhu Yinling's weapon was actually a writing brush, pinned to her waist the same way Cao Zheran kept her flute. When she came to the door of Han Fei's house, Zhu Yinling leaned slightly, bowed to Han Fei, and then said, May I come in? Han Fei glanced at Qing Chen as if saying, see how polite she was. Han Fei said lazily, come on in. Today I'll hold a big banquet and anyone living under the Empyrean waterfall are my guests. Zhu Yinling gently touched the ground with her toes and in a flash she landed in Han Fei's yard. Zhu Yinling looked at Han Fei deeply. Thank you for the array you painted yesterday. I had an epiphany. Han Fei asked in surprise. So soon? Zhu Yinling nodded slightly. Yes, I had never thought before that the array can be drawn that way, sealed with spiritual power. An array can even be made into an array talisman. I owe you a big favor. Han Fei was speechless. This woman has such an impressive comprehension ability. Could it be the reason that she became a peak-level hidden fisher so quickly? Han Fei waved his hand. It's all right. You don't have to be so polite. Well, I need to make the dishes. Would you mind sitting here for a while? Zhu Yinling was about to say something when she saw Han Fei take out a 30-meter-long lobster. She immediately shut up and said gently, not at all. Can I use your table? Han Fei nodded. Sure, just use it. Then Han Fei and Qing Chen saw Zhu Yinling run to the bluestone table in front of the door and begin to paint arrays. Qing Chen nudged Han Fei, saying via voice transmission, not bad, brother. You're really good at hitting on girls. Han Fei said in a bad mood, where are the tables? Go, cut a big tree. You can make many tables and chairs with a tree. Then he threw out 5 or 6 creatures all at once. Qing Chen exclaimed, exotic? All exotic species? You take them as food? Han Fei sneered. Let me tell you, eating is also a kind of cultivation. All roads lead to Rome. Zhu Yinling was also a little surprised. Isn't this person a bit too extravagant? Throwing these ingredients out, Han Fei activated the spirit flame variation. In a short while, 5 big pots and a pile of exquisite dishes, dinner plates, and bowls were refined by him. Suddenly, Han Fei saw a yellow shadow suddenly appear in his yard, standing on the head of a big fish. Seeing Big Yellow, Han Fei couldn't help but smile. Stay here for lunch, okay? Big Yellow looked at Han Fei with piercing eyes. Can't I eat it now? Han Fei was taken aback for a moment. You want to eat now? It's okay. Let me pick a smaller one for... Before Han Fei had finished speaking, he saw Big Yellow's body suddenly get bigger and bigger, and he turned into a cat monster, nearly 7 or 8 meters tall and nearly 20 meters long. In Han Fei's shocked gaze, this bastard cat actually carried away a starry sea flying fish that Han Fei wanted to use as a food ingredient. In a short while, not far from Han Fei's yard, there was the sound of chewing. Haha, a cat is a cat. Han Fei was deboning, disemboweling, and peeling the fishes. One after another, people came over. The first ones were Wang Dashui and Bai Lu. Bai Lu wanted to help with cooking. However, when she saw the ingredients that were piled up like a mountain, she immediately gave up the idea and ran to Zhu Yinling. Bai Lu smiled and said, Yo, Xiaozhu, you came so early? Then, the two of them were silent, as if they were talking in voice transmission. Having nothing to do, Wang Dashui carried his big door, stood at the door, and began to greet the guests. Soon, more and more people came. Nameless came with his sword. Ning Jingyao blamed Han Fei for cutting vegetables with a good knife. Yu Ye brought a lot of flowers and plants, and before Han Fei asked her to plant them for him, she began to adroitly plant them in Han Fei's courtyard. When Ye Shir came, he squatted by Han Fei's huge kitchen, watching him cook. Someone couldn't help saying, Han Fei, there are so many of us here. You're not going to serve us with sashimi, are you? Someone rolled his eyes. Does sashimi need a pot? At this moment, in front of Han Fei, there was no complete creature, and all of them had become meat. Hearing these people's jokes, Han Fei laughed. Guys, be patient. The show has just begun. Chapter 831, Help Her Become a Law Enforcer. This time, a total of 82 people came. With spirits and juices on the table, Han Fei smiled slyly. If you eat my food, you'll owe me a favor. Pay it back slowly in the future. Swish, swish, sizzle. 5 giant pots lined up and the fish oil sizzled. Han Fei didn't start opening the pot lids, but with a thought in his mind, the lobster, squid, ice fish, dripping blood clam, and a bunch of wisteria white vanilla began to merge. Damn, Han Fei, are you cooking or refining? Some people were quite curious. I've never seen such a way of cooking. Yes, this time, Han Fei changed his cooking method, slicing 4 exotic creatures and the wisteria white vanilla obtained from the Demon Forest channel, and then mixing them with the refining method. In a moment, 5 10-meter-long meat dragons with double horns and 4 limbs flew into the air. Wow, someone was dumbfounded. Is this cooking? Yuashir was completely dumbfounded at the moment. This cooking technique is simply extraordinary. Zhu Yinling looked at the 5 meat dragons hanging in the air curiously. Is this the way Han Fei cooks? Not only are the ingredients high-end, but the cooking method is also so unique. A smile appeared at the corner of Han Fei's mouth, and 5 masses of spiritual energy immediately wrapped the 5 dragons. Snap. With a snap of Han Fei's fingers, 5 clouds of spiritual energy flames ignited at the dragon's claws and soon wrapped the dragons in a spherical shape. When Han Fei saw that the meat had become tender and white, he grabbed in the air with one hand, and 5 lids immediately flew away. The hot fish oil flew out, and new fish oil re-entered the pot. The golden fish oil poured down on the 5 meat dragons. Under Han Fei's control, the meat dragons shone with dazzling golden light. Big Yellow had already squatted on the top of the wall of Han Fei's house. His eyes widened and saliva was dripping down the corners of his mouth. Because Han Fei had used wisteria white vanilla, after the fish oil was poured, everyone around him felt refreshed. At the same time, dozens of eyes fell here. A figure hurried over and instantly appeared beside Big Yellow. It was a little girl with 2 braids, in colorful clothes. At this moment, she was curiously watching the meat dragon in midair that was gradually dyed golden yellow. Han Fei wrapped the 5 meat dragons with spiritual energy. At the same time, as many as 20 kinds of seasonings were led into the oil pan in batches. Sizzle! The aroma suddenly rose to the sky, and all the guests swallowed their saliva after smelling it. Qing Chen and Yuashir were the closest, so they couldn't help but start to wipe their mouths with their sleeves. But at this moment, they didn't dare to disturb Han Fei, so their stares switched among the meat dragons in the air, the pot, and Han Fei. Many people looked shocked and held their breath. Bai Lu opened her mouth wide, looked at Han Fei in surprise, and muttered, "Little junior brother is awesome." Yu Yi froze for a moment and then looked at the meat dragons in the air, wondering, wouldn't it be more delicious if the fragrance of petals was added? Zhu Yinling was also watching in surprise. She simply couldn't move her eyes away. It was the first time for her to see someone cooking this way. Old Nen Gongxuan said that he would not come, but at this moment he stood at the door of Han Fei's house. Ye Qingfeng was, at this moment, holding a teacup, standing beside Ye Shir. So was Granny Yin. Now she was already sitting on the back of Big Yellow. Han Fei gave a bright smile and sniffed. Making sure that the seasoning had been melted, he drew several arrays in a row, and clouds floated over and wrapped the 5 meat dragons. Seeing this scene, Zhu Yinling couldn't help standing up. Arrays again? Can cooking also have something to do with arrays? Yu Ye was also taken aback by the arrays. Snap! As Han Fei snapped his fingers, the fire was ablaze in the clouds and turned the clouds crimson. The flame lasted for about 2 minutes. The clouds suddenly became cold, turned into frost, and quickly dispersed. Swoosh! In an instant, the golden light dazzled and a gold pearl hung in the air. Within 100 meters, the surroundings turned a pale golden color. The golden dragons flew towards the dining table. As the dragons soared, the frost cloud covered their bodies. Only then did the golden light fade away, and the golden and blue colors blended together. Han Fei shouted again, and as controlled by him, the fragrant sauce in the pot flew up to the dragons like 5 huge water snakes and poured down on them. Now the number of people who came to watch was as many as 153, and everyone was shocked. Someone exclaimed, "It's such a superb skill." Someone swallowed. "I have never seen anyone cook like this. It's magical." Some stared at the faint smoke and asked in surprise, "Is this the cloud Mr. Ray? The cloud dispersed just now, didn't it? Why is there still a cloud on the table?" Han Fei smiled and explained, "I burnt the meat dragons twice with spiritual fire, so the meat dragons are tender on the inside and crispy on the outside, but the outside is still hot. Then when the frost crystals fall, the hot meets the cold, which naturally causes the smoke to evaporate. And then I put the sauce on the outer layer and wrap the frost inside, so the smoke won't evaporate in an instant and clouds will form." Han Fei waved his hand. "Everyone, let's get started. The bowls and chopsticks are on the table. Please help yourselves." Meow, wait a minute. Hearing Granny Yin shout, everyone stopped. Everyone was complaining in their hearts, "Granny Yin, you can't do this. Big Yellow's mouth is so big. He can eat an entire dragon alone." Meow. Granny Yin patted Big Yellow's head. "Calm down. You can only taste it. Let Xiaoju eat first." The crowd was silent instantly. Han Fei paused, wondering if he heard it wrong. "Is this proper?" Zhu Yinling held her writing brush in a panic, her head lowered, her face flushed, and she looked very nervous. Granny Yin said to Han Fei in voice transmission, "Give Xiaoju the first serving. She's going to make the breakthrough and become a law enforcer. Give her a hand." At this moment, many people seemed to be pondering. They had already figured out why Granny Yin said this. In the entire Empyrean waterfall, no one had become a law enforcer. But now, Xiaoju, who cultivated the fastest and was the most talented among them, was stuck in a bottleneck. Therefore, she needed someone to give her a push. Bailu also said to Han Fei in a voice transmission, "Little junior brother, please help Xiaoju." So far, 37 people have tried to help her make the breakthrough, but they couldn't even enter Xiaoju's yard. For whatever purpose, help her. Ye Qingfeng also said to him in voice transmission, "Lad, if you help Xiaoju to become a law enforcer, I can help you upgrade your Heaven Spirit detoxifying insect to level 40. Han Fei shivered when he heard this. These people are desperate to help Zhu Yinling make the breakthrough. Han Fei smiled and said, "That's what I shall do." Han Fei strode casually to the table, picked a large piece of meat with his chopsticks, and walked towards Zhu Yinling. When Han Fei walked up to Zhu Yinling, he could even hear her unstable breathing and thumping heartbeat. Han Fei smiled gently. "Come on, have a taste." Zhu Yinling blushed and raised her head slightly. Seeing Han Fei's smiling face, she immediately lowered her head. Han Fei saw Zhu Yinling clenched her fist so hard that her knuckles whitened. He immediately said, "You can't be free until you let go of your obsession. Come on, eat it. You can't be free until you let go of your obsession?" Zhu Yinling froze, and after being silent for almost 3 minutes, she suddenly raised her head and looked at Han Fei. This time, Han Fei clearly felt that the girl in front of him seemed to have changed. Suddenly, Zhu Yinling looked into Han Fei's eyes as if she had just made some important decision. She smiled, took the plate, and put the meat into her mouth. Boom. As soon as she ate the meat, spiritual energy rolled over. Han Fei hurriedly dodged aside, and someone guarded the meat dragons on the table with a serious look. Granny Yin murmured, "She made it, she made it." In an instant, spiritual clouds wildly danced like a storm, and the whole Empyrean waterfall was full of spiritual energy. The sky and the earth turned dark, and something was vaguely dancing in the air. In the twisted jungle, someone looked in this direction in the sky. In the depths of the transverse mountain, someone soared into the air. In the central city, someone looked up and said in surprise, "There is a new law enforcer in the Empyrean waterfall? Yin Shui, or Nangong Xuan?" This was the first time Han Fei had seen someone become a law enforcer. There seemed to have been other changes besides the spiritual storm. Han Fei looked solemn, pinched his fingers, and calculated, but no premonition appeared. He took a deep breath. Law enforcer? What law is to be enforced? What is the meaning of the title of law enforcer? Suddenly, Han Fei felt that he seemed to be missing something. He looked at the air again and found there was a strange power flashing, and a power that he had never seen was poured into Zhu Yinling's body. The power of rules? By Han Fei's side, Wang Deshuai said to him in a voice transmission, "Little junior brother, pay attention. Enforce a trace of the rules of heaven." This is the significance of law enforcement. Han Fei looked at him and asked blankly, "What does it mean?" Wang Deshuai said, "A law enforcer will master a trace of law, which will give them power beyond ordinary people. That's why they're called law enforcers. Junior brother, you have done a great thing." Chapter 832, Mystic Light flashed, and spiritual energy hung upside down like a long river. This breakthrough lasted for half an hour before it gradually dissipated. At this moment, there were more than 500 people by the Empyrean waterfall, and these people just popped up out of blue. The banquet hadn't started yet. At this time, Zhu Yinling's clothes fluttered, and she suddenly opened her eyes. From the sky, a 100-meter-tall character suddenly fell down. Han Fei couldn't help but look up at it, which was the character Seal. At the moment this big character landed, many people felt that the spiritual energy in their bodies became stagnant, and their souls seemed to be oppressed by some kind of force. Old Nangong Xuan said in shock, "So Xiaoju will be in charge of the seal character. Strange. It seems to be able to block the flow of spiritual energy and stop the soul from leaving the body. This character is quite powerful." Hearing this, Han Fei couldn't help trying to perceive. However, he discovered to his horror that his perception didn't work. He tried to mobilize the spiritual energy in his body again. Fortunately, it could still flow, but the efficiency was directly reduced in half. Han Fei was shocked. With 50% off, his strength would only be equivalent to an ordinary hanging fisher. Is this the power of law enforcement? The same as Han Fei, the other people also looked shocked. Han Fei thought to himself, no wonder it's called law enforcer. Then what does it mean to be an explorer? At this time, Zhu Yinling gently stretched out a hand and turned over her palm, and the character suddenly disappeared, and everyone's strength returned again. Zhu Yinling looked at Han Fei deeply and bowed to him. "I owe you another big favor." Granny Yin smiled and said, "Xiaoju, congratulations. I knew it would work. Unfortunately, the former 37 were useless, wasting so much time of yours." Old Ye Qingfeng laughed. "Good, very good. It's a very strong law. Well done, Xiaoju." Bailu cut in, "Dashuai's junior brother is so amazing." Dashuai Wang immediately echoed, Yes, my junior brother is great. Congratulations on the breakthrough." Someone congratulated Zhu Yinling in the air. Someone came from afar and laughed. "Zhu Yinling, I knew it. As a genius in the Scattered Stars Island who cultivates the fastest, you're meant to be a law enforcer." Someone in the center city said, "Congratulations, Xiaoju. Remember to come to the center city after your strength is solidified." People swarmed up to congratulate her. Granny Yin said unpleasantly, "Leave. Just leave. We're having a banquet, okay?" The other people also shouted, "Yes, why are there suddenly more than 500 people here? Meow." Granny Yin's face changed slightly. "Big Yellow, go grab the food." Since Zhu Yinling had already made a breakthrough, Granny Yin didn't want her cat to starve anymore. In an instant, Big Yellow pounced over. Ching Chen tugged at Yuashir's sleeves. "Hurry up, grab a dragon head. Let's split it in half," someone exclaimed. "Don't touch my dragon." Someone was surprised. "Fuck, you beastards. Save me a little bit." The little girl with 2 braids appeared next to Han Fei with a swish, holding a plate with a large piece of meat on it. As she stuffed the meat into her mouth, she looked at Han Fei curiously. "You are the strangest person I've ever seen. A dish you made has actually helped Xiaoju become a law enforcer. Can you make me a meal too?" Han Fei looked at this girl with a dazed expression. "But I don't know you." However, according to her clothes, she should be the variety devil kid Li Luo Luo. The little girl smiled fiercely. "That's it. If you help me become a law enforcer too, I'll help you kill 100 people who are not pleasing to your eyes." Han Fei. With that, the girl ran up to Zhu Yinling and grabbed her arm. "Xiaoju, how do you feel? How does it feel to be a law enforcer? Can you still write that seal character? Show me." Zhu Yinling looked at Han Fei and then at Li Luo Luo. "Actually, the seal is not an absolute suppression. I can only control a trace of the law of this character. But if I become an explorer, I might be able to seal a domain." Han Fei gasped in shock. "Seal a domain? That's really strong. Zhu Yinling's cultivation speed is too fast, isn't it? I just came to the Empyrean waterfall one day ago. But she has become a law enforcer with 1 big realm and 2 small realms above me. Am I not a genius?" Han Fei smiled bitterly. Sure enough, he was not a real genius. He was too complacent. Bam! A figure was thrown out of the courtyard. Then someone flew up. The 5 dragons were gone before Han Fei even had time to taste them. Someone grabbed a dragon's foot and ran away. Someone caught a dragon tail and ran away. Some were holding a dragon head and some grabbed a big piece of meat. For a moment, the sky was full of people, and everyone was holding some part of the dragons carefully. Han Fei looked at the empty table, speechless. These bustards, where are their table manners? Among them, only Granny Yin didn't grab anything, and the others were scrambling for the dragons crazily. Big Yellow carried a dragon head in its mouth, fighting and biting someone. Han Fei hurriedly shouted out before they all ran away. Han Fei smiled and shouted, "Thank you all for coming today. I'll make the breakthrough and become a hidden fisher in a few days, and then I'd like to have a fight with you for experience. Please kindly come." Someone smiled and said, "Sure, I'd love to." Nameless said indifferently, "I am looking forward to it." Ningjing Yao said, "You have been on the Scattered Stars Island for a year and a half, haven't you? You're too slow in making breakthroughs, but you are welcome to have a fight with me." Someone laughed. "Any time, but I think you'd better make the breakthrough in the Wind Sky Grand Canyon. You should catch a suitable Wind Sky wings within 3 days after the breakthrough and absorb their wings." Someone echoed, "Yes, don't delay it. The sooner the better." Wind Sky Grand Canyon? Wind Sky wings? Han Fei was taken aback. Yes, a hidden fisher can fly to the sky, so their wings don't grow by themselves but are from the fish. Is this kind of fish called Wind Sky wings? Sounds pretty powerful. In any case, Han Fei's goal was achieved. He felt it necessary to strengthen his combat skills after he became a hidden fisher, so he wanted to have fights with these people. Even if these people were not hidden fishers, they were among the strongest. Only by fighting these people could he tell what kind of combat skills were best for him. Seeing everyone leaving, Zhu Yinling came up to him. "Han Fei, I'll go back to stabilize my realm first, and I'll come to you in a few days." Han Fei waved his hand and said, "Go ahead, congratulations." Han Fei thought, "Why will you come to me in a few days? You won't be able to return my favor so easily." After a while, only Bailu and Wang Dashuai remained. Bailu smiled and said, "Little junior brother, let me clean up for you." "These people are too lazy, slipping away after eating." Han Fei smiled and said, No, senior brother, sister-in-law, please go about your business. I'll clean up the mess, and after that I'm going to cultivate." Bailu grinned. "That's okay, but junior brother, don't make the breakthrough here. You'd better have someone accompany you to go to the Wind Sky Grand Canyon, make the breakthrough there, and catch a good Wind Sky wings." Han Fei was surprised. "Are there bad Wind Sky wings?" Bailu smiled. "Of course, ordinary, rare, exotic, mutant, and even legendary, there are many varieties of Wind Sky wings, which vary according to the size of their wings. There will be someone who can explain this to you. Choose a good one and don't rush." Han Fei nodded solemnly. In this case, he would have to choose carefully. There were so many species of this fish, which made him quite curious. After a while, Han Fei's flowing water villa was empty. Suddenly, Han Fei felt a stare on him, and when he looked back, he found that Big Yellow was still by his swimming pool, licking his mouth. Han Fei chuckled. "You still want to eat?" Big Yellow widened his eyes, which seemed to be full of curiosity. "Have you still got some?" Han Fei looked at the messy table and gave a wry smile. "Yes, I didn't eat anything. Let's eat together." Big Yellow meowed in joy, ran up to Han Fei, and sat like a human on the stone platform where Zhu Yinling was drawing a raise just now, waiting for the meal. After a while, Han Fei made another hot pot, and one person and one cat were sitting next to the pot. Seeing the cat was trying to get food with his paw, Han Fei immediately said, "Wash your feet, wash your feet." Big Yellow glanced at Han Fei contemptuously. My paws were turned from spiritual energy, not dirty at all. Speechless, Han Fei picked up a piece of lobster meat and put it on his plate, asking leisurely, "Big Yellow, do you know the one under the pond? Is he strong?" Big Yellow glanced at Han Fei. "You mean the big turtle? He doesn't even move. You don't have to be afraid of him." Han Fei was taken aback. "It's a turtle below?" Big Yellow didn't seem to hear Han Fei's words as all its attention was on the pot. What Han Fei said didn't even enter his ears. Han Fei frowned slightly. "Why is a big turtle in the pond? I thought it was a person." Chapter 833, Controlling Puppets with Void Lines. Han Fei was quite curious about the Empyrean waterfall. The old turtle that even the law enforcers and the explorers were scared of must have cultivated for too many years. Earlier, the rock-holding turtle had offered him the god-scaring painting and the needle. He couldn't help but wonder if this one would give him something good. At least, according to Big Yellow, the turtle wasn't too frightening. Han Fei didn't think that he should be scared if the cat wasn't. Thinking about that, he thought that he should try fishing the next day, at night. Han Fei poured out a bunch of ultra-quality or even better materials from Forge the Universe. Back in the treasure trove earlier, Han Fei didn't give all the materials to Lurenquang. At least, he didn't give away the ultra-quality materials from Yu Hanjia's shop. After all, Han Fei was quite short of weapons at this moment. Snowmorn couldn't be used easily. The needle hadn't acknowledged him yet. He didn't dare to let the cosmic sword acknowledge him, although he could. As for the golden harpoon, it was a special weapon of the sea demons, so all that Han Fei had left was the golden seal and the infinity water. The infinity water wasn't technically a weapon. Han Fei thought that it could be best used together with the million knife art. Earlier, he was very bad at arrays, so he used the infinity water frequently. However, it wasn't as effective as expected, mainly because it couldn't deal enough damage. Maybe he had just been misusing it. After all, such a heavy treasure definitely had other usages. The day before the previous day, when Han Fei waved a river as a saber in a high profile, he was partly showing his expertise in arrays, and partly fooling other people with the infinity water. It was meant to inform other people that he was quite talented in transforming water into blades. Of course, he had to forge another blood-drinking knife too, and he needed a better fishing pole. After all, he had to refine void lines later. Han Fei's priority choice of all the materials was naturally bones of the mystifying dragon, and the 9 dragon veins he acquired from Old Han. The void lines weren't refined in a regular way, but done with the fire in his soul. It meant that he would lose some of his soul fire after each void line was produced. There wouldn't be a void until the soul fire was melted into the fishing line. At this moment, Han Fei gritted his teeth and unleashed 3 soul fires. Then, the soul fires were attached to the dragon veins. Han Fei's face was slightly twisted when he used the divine manipulation technique, as if something were added to his head. Huh? A soul line? Yes, Han Fei didn't think the fishing line was a line anymore, but a weird wire in his soul that could be instantly attached to a fishing pole as long as he thought about it. What surprised Han Fei even more was that the soul line could be split. In fact, he didn't have to refine 3 dragon veins at all. He only had to create one of them, and it could be split into dozens of lines. Han Fei was about to moan about his loss when he realized something else. When a line is split into multiple lines, they're less powerful and controllable. Okay, in my current level, I can control the lines perfectly if each line is split into 3 void lines. Han Fei put on a smile. His 3 void lines could be effectively split into 9, and he could control them free at will. He tried using his finger as a fishing pole and controlling the materials on the ground with the void lines. Although it was not entirely satisfactory, he could totally control them well. What an amazing technique. 3 lines are enough for now, or my soul will be weakened. Also, I have to create a fishing pole that has a line to trick other people. Then, Han Fei summoned the demon purification pot with his thought. 6 kinds of semi-divine weapon materials, a dragon vein, and a dragon tooth were absorbed. A moment later, more than 800,000 points of spiritual energy were exhausted, and a bluish fishing pole drifted out. Namey Dragon Sting Pole. Introduction. It's made of the bones, vein, and tooth of the mystifying dragon. The fishing pole and the line are combined. When not fishing, it can be used as a long whip. Quality semi-divine weapon Mar note. If an exotic mutated creature is attached to this weapon, it might turn into a low-quality divine weapon. Receiving the whip, Han Fei grinned. So to speak, he actually had 2 kinds of fishing lines. One was a regular fishing line for regular fishing, and the other was the void lines that could be controlled freely. Apart from these things, a moment later. A sharp kitchen knife, a silver long stick, and 3 stings made of the 1,000-year demon stings were placed in front of Han Fei. He had a lot of mixed feelings when he saw these things. He had intended to turn the Blue Sea Wandering Dragon Bow into a semi-divine weapon, but he found that he didn't have enough materials. It makes sense. Materials above the ultra quality are hard to come by. I might as well replace them with divine weapons in the future. At this moment, all his weapons were ready. Apart from the blue sea wandering dragon bow, which was still not a semi-divine weapon, he had the blood-drinking knife, a dragon sting pole, a golden seal, a demon execution sting, and a silver stick. Among them, the demon execution sting was a secret weapon for ambush purposes that couldn't be used easily. After everything was done here, Han Fei intended to find a couple of awesome stick and seal techniques. Then, with the help of the people at the Empyrean waterfall, he would find one that was most suitable for him. In the end, Han Fei would use the art of invincibility and the suitable technique as his main techniques and the others as supports. He had already made plans for the hidden fisher level, and he was all set to become a hidden fisher. The next morning, Han Fei's yard was clean again. He cooked shrimp porridge for himself and waved his hand to disperse the cloud. Then, he saw that a man and a cat were staring at him at a corner outside of the yard. Ching Chen, Da Huang, meow. Ching Chen chuckled. Bro, are you having breakfast? Han Fei's eyelids shivered. Were those two shameless guys waiting for him to eat? Han Fei was lost for words. Ching Chen, this is outrageous. Are you going to eat my food every day? Ching Chen replied lazily. Of course not. Brother, come to me for help if you ever need anything. Han Fei waved at him helplessly. Since you're already here, just come on in. Big Yellow, I'll prepare a bowl for you. Meow. The cat was a cat after all. Although it could talk, it still loved meowing. Han Fei didn't make much porridge soup in the first place, and it was soon eaten up. Holding the dragon sting pole, Han Fei said, Okay, the breakfast is over. I'm going fishing. Are you coming with me, Big Yellow? Meow. Han Fei looked at Ching Chen, who patted his stomach and said, I'm not going, but I'll come back at noon. Han Fei quickly interrupted him. No, I don't cook at noon. Ching Chen gazed at him. Then I'll come back at night. A moment later, Han Fei and the cat arrived at the Empyrean waterfall. Han Fei was still rather speechless. He asked, Big Yellow, Ching Chen is quite mysterious. What does he usually do? Squatting on a rock, Big Yellow looked up at the Empyrean waterfall. He climbs. Han Fei looked at the waterfall in shock. He climbs the waterfall? Big Yellow nodded. Yes, he was often flushed down at first, but then it stopped happening. He would cultivate his body up top. Han Fei was even more surprised. Ching Chen is a body practitioner? Big Yellow meowed and swung out its tail, which quickly dangled like a fishing line. Han Fei was amused. What an amazing cat that tries to catch fish with its tail. However, he discovered, to his surprise, that the cat tail in the water had transformed and looked no different from any other fishing lines. Big Yellow meowed at Han Fei. Don't spread out your senses, you'll scare off the fish. You'd better hold back your voice too. The fish here are very shrewd. Very shrewd? Han Fei smiled and stopped talking to Big Yellow. He seemed to have cast the fishing pole, but the fishing line on it was just a disguise. Because Big Yellow didn't spread out its senses, it didn't know how Han Fei was fishing, so it was easy for Han Fei to use the void line. When the void line submerged into water, Han Fei found that he could sense what was within 100 meters of the void line with his spiritual power. Soon, he found some red half-meter-long fish that had butterfly wings. Huh? This kind of fish is rather rare. It must be one of the butterfly fish. Controlling the void line, Han Fei slowly approached the nearest butterfly fish. Maybe because of its intuitions, the butterfly fish shivered and sank almost 10 meters, looking around warily. Han Fei subconsciously stopped controlling the void line. About 10 seconds later, the butterfly fish was still absorbing something with its body erect. Han Fei's heart slightly shivered. This fish is truly vigilant. Can it even detect the void line? This time, Han Fei slightly recalled his spiritual power, and his senses were too blurred for him to see the butterfly fish clearly. However, he could still extend the void line to the butterfly fish. This time, the butterfly fish showed no special reactions. It rolled its eyes as if it were puzzled. Then, it kept absorbing, thinking that it was safe. 9 void lines descended around the butterfly fish at a low speed. When Han Fei attempted to clutch the butterfly fish with one of them, the butterfly fish trembled and tried to run. Han Fei quickly took action. Simultaneously, 3 void lines clutched the tail, the head, and one side of the fins of the butterfly fish. Phew, what a smart fish. Seeing that the butterfly fish was caught, Han Fei quickly grabbed the other parts of the butterfly fish with the rest of the void lines. When the 9 void lines all caught the butterfly fish, Han Fei felt like his eyes were getting blurry. About 10 seconds later, Han Fei discovered that he had the vision of a fish. The vision was quite strange, with a range of almost 270 degrees. Everything in his eyesight was deformed, but that wasn't important. Han Fei was quite appalled at this moment. Hiss, he gasped hard. So, the void lines can catch my prey's soul and deprive them of their will? Once a creature was caught and couldn't escape, he would be able to dominate its soul. The divine manipulation technique is truly remarkable. Han Fei's expressions changed quickly. Did it mean that he could have multiple clones? Whoever was caught by the fishing lines would become his puppets. What kind of terrifying fishing technique was that? Chapter 834, Old Turtle, in the Lake Huala. Water splashed on the surface of the lake, but it was nothing compared to what the waterfall raised. Han Fei saw that a butterfly fish was caught by Big Yellow's tail and delivered to it. Big Yellow simply sat on the rock lazily. Ignoring the red stings on the surface of the butterfly fish's body, it pierced countless holes in the butterfly fish and killed it. Information popped up in Han Fei's eyes. T. Name red blood butterfly fish. Introduction. A butterfly fish that can be found in lakes near waterfalls. They love swimming against tides and can absorb the power of nature. When caught in danger, they'll release 36 red stings that will explode in the enemy's body. Their butterfly wings can escape as they're clones for them to survive. L level 48. R quality, spiritual energy. 2864 points. RC Fecta can significantly strengthen health if it's eaten over a long period of time. RC collectible butterfly wings are absorbable. The butterfly wing clones are incapable of fighting at all. Han Fei was quite intrigued to see the message, wondering if the butterfly wings could make humans develop clones. Voila! Big Yellow ate the fish after it was caught. The cat seemed to be eating all the time. Although the raw fish wasn't as delicious as the food that Han Fei made, it was acceptable to a cat. Big Yellow was quite shocked to see Han Fei catch a red blood butterfly fish too. It gazed at Han Fei cutely. Big Yellow asked, "You've caught one already?" Han Fei was amused. "What are you talking about? You thought I couldn't catch any?" "Meow?" Big Yellow shouted. "None of the other people ever caught one. I can only do it with my unusual talent." Han Fei thought of something. "None of them have ever caught one?" Big Yellow replied. "No, the red blood butterfly fish are very smart. You can't catch them unless they voluntarily come to you. I caught them with my cat aura. What did you use?" After being stunned for a long time, Han Fei said slowly, "I used combat aura." Big Yellow tilted its head and looked at Han Fei, wondering what combat aura was. Han Fei secretly chuckled. "That's just something I made up. I couldn't have said that I caught the red blood butterfly fish's soul right. Big Yellow would definitely tell everybody else that." Han Fei cut the butterfly wings off and then threw the fish to Big Yellow. "This is for you. I don't want it." Big Yellow caught the red blood butterfly fish and moved it closer with its paws. "Great, I can never have enough fish. But why do you want the wings?" "They're not delicious at all." Han Fei chuckled. "The wings are beautiful." Big Yellow looked at Han Fei as if he were an idiot. Did beautiful mean delicious? It really couldn't understand human beings. Thinking about that, Big Yellow held the two fish with both paws and continued swallowing. It didn't eat too fast, as it wouldn't have enough fun if it finished the food too quickly. Han Fei simply ignored Big Yellow and made an attempt with his spiritual power while holding the butterfly wings. The butterfly wings were gone, and Han Fei's illusion appeared next to him. However, the illusion didn't look convincing at all. Big Yellow raised its head again. "It's fake and will be gone in 30 seconds. I can maintain my illusion for 10 seconds. After saying that, Big Yellow's illusion appeared next to himself. The illusion and Big Yellow meowed at each other for a while. Then the illusion was gone. Big Yellow meowed and said, "I wish it could be maintained. That way I'd have a cat to play with me." Han Fei sweated. "I was thinking about summoning a clone, yet you were hoping to get a playmate? It's true that a human and a cat were different. This cat must be too lonely." Of course, Han Fei had to abandon the idea of creating clones. The butterfly wings were absolutely useless. His enemy wouldn't even have to recognize it. Never mind, I'll just keep fishing. A moment later, Han Fei controlled a new red blood butterfly fish. This time, he released the void lines the moment he acquired the red blood butterfly fish's vision. About half a second after the void lines were released, the red blood butterfly fish seemed to be back to life. Its wings were dropped and turned into two new red blood butterfly fish. Han Fei realized that they were much more vivid than the clones that he and Big Yellow made. When Han Fei continued controlling the red blood butterfly fish, he discovered that what he controlled became a clone, and the real red blood butterfly fish had swapped with one of the clones. Han Fei didn't chase after it. He confirmed that once he stopped controlling the void lines, the target's consciousness would quickly return, and they would realize the danger and try to flee. He wasn't too disappointed. The divine manipulation technique would have been invincible if any target that was controlled by the void lines would remain as his puppet forever. The ability to own countless clones who had authentic identities was definitely remarkable. However, one clone was enough. Han Fei wondered if he could control a human or a half-merman with the void lines, which would be more significant. Thinking for a moment, Han Fei decided to try it on a half-merman or an inferior man-fish after he became a hidden fisher and got the wind sky wings. After Han Fei caught another red blood butterfly fish, he intended to find out how far away the void lines could go, and if he could check the old turtle at the bottom of the lake through the red blood butterfly fish. He didn't think that he would be discovered if he was using the red blood butterfly fish's vision. Even if he were, he could always drop the void lines. He put on a smile and controlled the red blood butterfly fish to go to the bottom of the lake. However, the lake was deeper than Han Fei had anticipated. He hadn't reached the bottom after diving for 20 kilometers. Han Fei found fewer and fewer red blood butterfly fish in the area. He saw a few sea cucumbers and sea stars on the ball. He even saw a yellow blood sea cucumber and a trivariant golden ginseng. Apart from them, there were only red blood butterfly fish and several kinds of fluorescent lobsters. He didn't find any powerful creatures. Han Fei decided to collect the trivariant golden ginseng after the exploration. That was not easy to come by near the sea. He didn't expect to run into one in the lake beneath the Empyrean waterfall. Han Fei dove another 20 kilometers. He discovered, to his surprise, that there were few creatures nearby. If he hadn't occasionally seen a red blood butterfly fish swimming up, he wouldn't have dared going further down, 50 kilometers, 60 kilometers. Han Fei didn't reach the bottom until he dove 60 kilometers. Han Fei was quite shocked. The lake was deeper than any place that Han Fei had known. Even the Mariana Trench he knew only had a depth of 10,000 meters. This place was significantly deeper. Then, Han Fei found that the bottom of the lake was connected to undersea currents. He was going to check it out with the fish, when a terrifying absorption force came. Han Fei was dragged 5 kilometers away beyond his control. He observed with his mind only to find that it was an old turtle with ancient rocks all over its body. The old turtle was extremely huge, and the rocks on its back covered almost 100 square meters. Han Fei had only seen the sky-holding turtle that was this big. Unfortunately, Han Fei couldn't see the detailed information of the old turtle through the eyes of the red blood butterfly fish, but it was definitely strong. The old turtle slowly winked its eyes that were bigger than a pot and then spoke in a weary voice. "Human kid, are you here to snoop on me?" Han Fei was at a loss. He wondered if he could disconnect the void lines and run off immediately. The old turtle said again, "You're truly capable. You came to this place through the red blood butterfly fish. Will your soul be damaged if I swallow the red blood butterfly fish?" Han Fei, sitting down at the Empyrean waterfall, was stiffened, as the old turtle was truly extraordinary. Instantly, Han Fei cut off the void lines, and the soul that was attached to them instantly returned. The old turtle said, "Don't run yet, human kid. Come back here. You seem to be special." Han Fei chuckled. "You think I'd believe you? I would never go down there even if you threatened to kill me." After Han Fei recalled his soul, he saw that Big Yellow was gazing at him. It then looked at the bottom of the lake and asked, "Did you talk to the big turtle?" Then, Big Yellow kept eating the fish unconcernedly. "No big deal. The big turtle can't move. It can't eat us." Han Fei was greatly relaxed. That explained a lot. It couldn't move. However, the big turtle's voice echoed in Han Fei's head again. "Human kid, there's a hint of demonic chi in your body. No, it's a power that's more advanced than demonic chi." Han Fei's perception range happened to be exactly as large. He replied, "Senior, sorry for disturbing you, but I'm just a normal person." The big turtle was silent for a moment. "Your senses can reach the bottom of the lake? But you're just a hanging fisher." Han Fei was briefly stunned. "Damn it, I'm exposed." The big turtle, however, wasn't bothered. "Human, can you get me demonic chi? If you can, I'll offer you something in return." Chapter 835, Secret Deal. Han Fei had planned to leave. He had got the hang of the void lines. All he needed to do was to experiment on a half-mermaid or an inferior manfish to see how good the divine manipulation technique was. For example, could he control the target's demonic chi? Could he use their power? Could he acquire their knowledge? It wasn't easy for him to run the tests on the red blood butterfly fish. He forgot to test its cloning ability too. He didn't intend to experience it for now, as he had been caught by the old turtle at the bottom of the lake on the first day of fishing. However, when Han Fei was about to rise and leave, what the old turtle said made him sit down again. He couldn't help but ask, "Senior, what do you mean?" Hearing about the returns, Han Fei was no longer anxious. After all, the old turtle was immobile and probably couldn't kill him with the soul. He never heard of anybody who died at the Empyrean waterfall. The big turtle said unhurriedly, "Don't human beings all like tea spirit awakening fluid? I can give you that if you have demonic chi." Han Fei was stunned for a moment. "Wait, Senior, are you so confident that I have demonic chi? I'm a human." The big turtle replied slowly, "Spiritual energy and demonic chi are both optional for the cultivation of sea creatures. Spiritual energy can be transformed into demonic chi, but not very fast. You can also provide power that's above spiritual energy and demonic chi." Han Fei was silent for a moment. If he were to turn into a sea demon, he could transform spiritual energy into demonic chi rather fast, but he didn't really have any power that was above them. Han Fei chuckled. "Senior, I think there must be a misunderstanding. I don't have demonic chi or a higher power. If you need spiritual energy, I can establish a spirit-gathering array for you so that you will have inexhaustible spiritual energy." The big turtle hesitated for a moment. Without mentioning the demonic chi anymore, it said, "I'm resting right above a spring of spirit-awakening fluid. If you don't need it, never mind. However, don't come through the red blood butterfly fish again." Han Fei secretly gasped. A spring of spirit-awakening fluid? Didn't it mean that there was infinite spirit-awakening fluid underneath the Empyrean waterfall? Han Fei glanced at Big Yellow and said casually, "Big Yellow, I'm going to Senior Ye's. Have fun fishing. Meow." Cats were always independent. It was the same for the cat whether or not Han Fei was with it. However, Big Yellow did remember that Han Fei said that he would cook at night, so it decided to visit him at night at Ye Qingfeng's home. While the old poison monster promised Han Fei to push the Heaven Spirit detoxifying insect to level 40, it would have taken him months to achieve the goal if he were only to have a cup of tea every afternoon. So, Han Fei smiled and asked, "Senior Ye, can I dig some of your poisonous, considerable grasses or fruits?" Ye Qingfeng was feeling 2 centipedes in front of a cage. He replied to Han Fei's question casually, If a heaven spirit detoxifying insect is fed with the same poison, it will slowly gain resistance. How about this? You extend your hand into the cage and let my centipedes bite you. Han Fei couldn't have looked more awful. To be bitten by the disgusting things that were full of legs? Han Fei gasped at the horror of poison cultivators. If any accident happened at this guy's place, the entire Empyrean waterfall would be covered in poisonous creatures. Ye Qingfeng must have been exiled to the Empyrean waterfall exactly for that reason. With his lips twisted, Han Fei walked close and saw a colorful centipede and a red one. He swallowed. Am I going to extend my hand just like that? Senior Ye, I think you can just let them spit out some venom and I'll drink it with tea. Ye Qingfeng laughed. What do you know? Some poisons may have subtle reactions with tea. It won't be as straightforward as biting. Come on, extend your hand to it. Han Fei extended his hands unwillingly. Then, the two giant centipedes tied up his hands and made Han Fei jitter. A moment later, Han Fei felt the sting on his hands, but the two centipedes failed to bite through his skin. Ye Qingfeng was quite speechless too. He quickly said, take out your hands right now and cut a wound on yourself. I don't want my centipedes to lose their teeth. Han Fei didn't know what to say. It was the first time that he cut himself to let a venomous thing bite him. Other people would have thought that he was insane. However, a moment later, when the green and red stripes surfaced underneath his skin, Han Fei knew that the poisons were horrifying. He felt that his arms were numb and that the heaven spirit detoxifying insect was already moving. It feasted upon the poison. The stripes on his arms dwindled at a visible speed. Han Fei didn't come back to himself until half an hour later. Ye Qingfeng was feeding grasses to other worms. Seeing that Han Fei recovered, he asked casually, it hasn't leveled up yet? Han Fei slightly shook his head. Not yet. Ye Qingfeng remarked with mixed feelings. As expected of the heaven spirit detoxifying insect. But don't feed it any more food today in case it dies of indigestion. You can have some other poison tomorrow. It will surely level up. Driving away Qing Chen and Big Yellow after dinner, Han Fei looked up at the Empyrean waterfall. Spirit awakening fluid was hard to come by. Mrs. Yin had kept the cat for at least 100 years, yet it was merely level 61. Did it mean he had to raise the nine-tailed mantis shrimp and others for 100 years? He quickly shook his head. When it was midnight, Han Fei cast a breath-concealing array and a concealment array on himself before he came to the Empyrean waterfall secretly. This time, Han Fei simply spoke telepathically. Senior, although I don't have demonic chi, I do have some demonic stones. Most of them are mid-quality, some are high-quality, and a few are ultra-quality. Do you want them? The big turtle replied. You're back. I can accept demonic stones. However, one mid-quality demonic stone can only be exchanged for 1 kilogram. A high-quality stone, 5 kilograms. An ultra-quality stone, 30 kilograms. Is that fine with you? Han Fei slightly frowned. Was the exchange rate so low? He never thought that the demonic stones were useful, even though he had dug almost 1,000 of them in the Sea Demon Mountains. Because he had dug right underneath a spring of demonic chi, there were no low-quality stones. He had about 600 mid-quality stones, 100 high-quality stones, and 200 ultra-quality stones. He couldn't even get 10,000 kilograms of spirit awakening fluid even if he were to exchange all of them, and 10,000 kilograms of spirit awakening fluid wasn't enough for the nine-tailed mantis shrimp after passing level 40. Thinking for a moment, Han Fei said, Senior, I only have about 300 mid-quality, 100 high-quality, and 100 ultra-quality stones. Can I have 5,000 kilograms first? You know that it isn't easy for human beings to get these kinds of stones. After a moment of silence, the big turtle said, Okay. Han Fei was delighted. He caught a sea-swallowing seashell with his fishing pole and threw it down. A moment later, he pulled the fishing pole, confirmed the 5,000 kilograms of spirit awakening fluid in the sea-swallowing seashell, and collected it in Forge the Universe. Do you want anything else? I really can't get any demonic chi. Maybe it was just the vibe of the demonic stones that you detected from me. The big turtle said unhurriedly, 1 longevity stone can be exchanged for 500 kilograms of spirit awakening fluid. 1 Phoenix Spirit Ginseng, 5,000 kilograms. 1 Heavenly Nutrition Ginseng, 50,000 kilograms. Han Fei's heart slightly shivered. Is this big turtle trying to make a breakthrough? He had heard about the Phoenix Spirit Ginseng before, which was said to be more nutritional than the Trivariant Golden Ginseng. He didn't know what the Heavenly Nutrition Ginseng was. There was no way that Han Fei was going to exchange demonic chi for the spirit awakening fluid. Should that be exposed, he would be punished. Even old Han, who was still confined to the 4th level of the Scattered Stars prison, couldn't help him. A moment later, at home, Han Fei activated all the arrays and summoned the 9-tailed mantis shrimp, Little Gold, and Little Fatty. Han Fei reluctantly cleared the water in the pool and transmitted the 5,000 kilograms of spirit awakening fluid to it. Plus the 3,000 kilograms that Le Renquang offered him, there were 8,000 kilograms in total. There are 8,000 kilograms in total. You can split them up. Putong, 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 putong. The 3 contractual spiritual beasts dove into the pool. A moment later, the 9-tailed mantis shrimp had a level up, but Little Gold and Little Fatty were the same. Hiss, damn it, Han Fei almost shed tears. They had 8,000 kilograms of spirit awakening fluid, yet only the 9-tailed mantis shrimp leveled up. Was that a joke? Han Fei was amused. He was really poor. It had almost been half a year since their last breakthrough. Han Fei could foresee that even if he were to exchange the rest of his demonic stones with the big turtle, it would be barely enough for Little Gold and Little Fatty to advance. Well, recalling the nine-tailed mantis shrimp and Little Gold, Han Fei asked Little Fatty, "Have you inherited any method for quick growth? It's really hard for me to keep raising you." The Little Fatty remained cold and indifferent. But when Han Fei sighed, it said slowly, "If I can go out more frequently and live in the sea, I will grow much faster." Han Fei was slightly intrigued, but then he sighed again, as a lot of problems could happen. The areas near the shore were occupied by human beings. It was impossible to herd them there. There might be dire consequences if 3 legendary creatures appeared. They would be doomed if an expert were to take action. Han Fei shook his head. "That won't do." "Any other solutions?" "Thinking for a long time," Little Fatty said, swallowing my own kind. Han Fei didn't know what to say. "You are a legendary creature. Do you think I'll let you swallow your own kind?" "I'd definitely keep them for myself. Even if I didn't, I'd just seal its spirit, alright?" Han Fei suddenly asked. "What about exotic and rare creatures? Will it help if you swallow them?" Little Fatty waved its tentacles. "Yes, but I have to eat a lot of them." Han Fei was instantly tempted. "I'll give you meals every day in the future." Chapter 836, Quiet Upgrade on the next day. After breakfast, Ching Chen left to train himself, and Big Yellow continued fishing. Han Fei thought that he would have tea at Ye Ching Feng's home in the afternoon, so he didn't visit him in the morning. He came to Wang Dashuai's home, only to find that Wang Dashuai had returned with a big squid, claiming that he would make a hot pot. Han Fei felt sorry for him for about 3 seconds. Then he said, "Senior brother, there's something I must ask you." Wang Dashuai smiled innocently. "Junior brother, just ask." Han Fei asked, "Senior brother, is the turtle at the bottom of the lake making a breakthrough?" Before Wang Dashuai replied, Bai Lu, who had been busy, asked, "Junior brother, have you met the old turtle?" Han Fei slightly nodded. "When I fished with Big Yellow yesterday, it talked to me telepathically." Bai Lu gradually became solemn. "Did he propose a deal with you?" Han Fei nodded. "Yes." Wang Dashuai laid down the huge green door and sat down with Bai Lu. The two of them looked at each other, which puzzled Han Fei. Bai Lu said, "Junior brother, truth be told, the old turtle is indeed attempting a breakthrough. It's half an explorer right now. It's already a peak-level sea spirit in terms of the sea demon levels." Han Fei took a deep breath. "It's about to make a breakthrough?" Bai Lu nodded. "Yes." Although the old turtle isn't malicious, no more than 5 people will be able to suppress it after its breakthrough. Wang Dashuai added, "Junior brother, you have to go through heavenly tribulations to become an explorer. You also need a tremendous amount of spiritual energy. Once the old turtle makes a breakthrough, all the spiritual energy near the island will be drained." "Do you think the sea demons will ignore the opportunity?" Han Fei asked in surprise. "Can't it make a breakthrough on the sea? Besides, aren't there explorers on the Scattered Stars Island? Can't they kill it?" Bai Lu slightly shook her head. "Junior brother, you underestimate the cost of the battle of an explorer who can easily shatter half of the Scattered Stars Island. The old turtle, on the other hand, is extremely sturdy. If we're to fight it, the Scattered Stars Island might sink. Even if it doesn't, what about the human beings on the island?" Han Fei swallowed. Was the attack of an explorer really so powerful? Maybe it was. Back then, Chunhuang was able to move 800 kilometers of mountains away. His power was beyond imagination. Han Fei was in a trance. "But why does the old turtle not come out?" Bai Lu sighed. "Of course it could. It would have come out a long time ago if it could. In fact, it was sealed underneath the Empyrean waterfall countless years ago. It's safe to say that the Empyrean waterfall is the old turtle, and the old turtle is the Empyrean waterfall. It's suppressed." Han Fei lost his cool. "It's pressed down there?" Wang Dashuai looked up at the highly rising Empyrean waterfall. "You didn't see this coming, did you? Once the old turtle breaks free, the Empyrean waterfall will be destroyed, which is actually fine. But if it makes a breakthrough on the Scattered Stars Island, human beings will have to evacuate to stay safe from the heavenly tribulation." Han Fei finally realized why the old turtle wanted to get demonic stones from him. It was trying to break the seal. Han Fei considered for a moment. "There's no other way?" Bai Lu smiled. "We're working on it. It will take at least 20 years for the old turtle to make a breakthrough. We've been arranged to stay here exactly to swallow the power of the seal near the Empyrean waterfall. Do you know why Xiaoju holds the seal? By logic, a law enforcer shouldn't have received such a weird powerful rule, but Xiaoju did." Han Fei asked in surprise, "The Empyrean waterfall? Does Zhu Yinling master the power to seal the big turtle?" Wang Dashuai slightly shook his head. "Not entirely, but more or less. Every time a person at the Empyrean waterfall becomes a law enforcer, the power of the seal will be weakened until the big turtle can break it in the end. It's also a pact of peace that we made with the big turtle." Han Fei nodded thoughtfully. Bai Lu suddenly asked, "Junior brother, did you exchange something with the old turtle?" Han Fei replied guiltily, "What if I did? Would it make the big turtle complete the breakthrough sooner?" Bai Lu and Wang Dashuai looked at each other in bewilderment and asked Han Fei, "Did you really barter with it?" Han Fei smiled awkwardly. "Just a little bit. It shouldn't be much for a big turtle that's a peak-level sea spirit." Bai Lu rolled her eyes and said, Just like everybody else from the Thug Academy, the first thing they do after coming to the Empyrean Waterfall is barter with the big turtle. Han Fei was instantly shocked. Huh? So, I'm not the first person to barter with the big turtle? Wang Dashui cackled, and Bai Lu said helplessly, your senior brother Chu Lin Yuan and your senior sister Mu Qingchuan got a lot of things from the big turtle on their first day here, which shortened the big turtle's breakthrough by 10 years. Because of that and something else, they still do not dare to come back. Han Fei knew that the other thing must be digging into the transverse mountain. He took a deep breath and asked, so fast? They shortened the big turtle's breakthrough? Han Fei looked at Wang Dashui, who chuckled and said, I didn't get much. I only exchanged for 30,000 kilograms of spirit awakening fluid before I was discovered. Han Fei asked in surprise, senior brother, that can't be the reason why you're forbidden from going to the sea, right? Bai Lu snorted. How can it be so simple? Your senior brother, having nothing to barter with the big turtle, looted an undersea chimney, so here he is. Han Fei remembered that Zhang Qin mentioned it before. He couldn't help but ask Wang Dashui, senior brother, how much spirit awakening fluid was there in the undersea chimney. Wang Dashui smiled innocently and scratched his head. I only got 500,000 kilograms. There was a lot more that I didn't get. Han Fei, Ain Fei didn't know what to say. 500,000 kilograms of spirit awakening fluid? How many points would it be worth? His senior brother was truly brutal. He had only exchanged for 5,000 kilograms of spirit awakening fluid from the big turtle, which wasn't a lot by comparison. Bai Lu asked curiously, Junior brother, what did you exchange with the big turtle? Han Fei said slowly, I gave it demonic stones. Was I tricked? Bai Lu looked at Han Fei in surprise. Junior brother, you didn't absorb them, did you? Han Fei shook his head. He didn't dare to absorb them at all. The spiritual energy and demonic qi inside the demonic stones were too impure and violent. There was no way that he would absorb them. Wang Dashui patted Han Fei's shoulder. Then you can make exchanges, as long as you don't get more than 50,000 kilograms of spirit awakening fluid. Han Fei rolled his eyes. If I could get 50,000 kilograms of spirit awakening fluid, I would have asked for 30,000 last night. After another bowl of rice at Wang Dashui's place and firmly refusing Bai Lu's offer of another bowl, Han Fei quickly escaped from their home. In the afternoon, Han Fei simply stayed at Ye Qingfeng's place. Although this old man rarely smiled, Han Fei felt that he was a good guy. Because Han Fei came early, the old man made tea for him and then chatted with Han Fei while holding a giant centipede in his arms. Ye Qingfeng asked, Han Fei, are you interested in learning about poisons? You're perfect to learn poisons with the heaven spirit detoxifying insect. Glancing at the giant centipede in his arms, Han Fei was quite frightened. If he were to spend the rest of his life with those creatures, he might as well kill himself immediately. Han Fei quickly shook his head. No, pills and poisons aren't suitable for me. I think I'll just cultivate regularly. I'm going to build up my body to the strongest level. Ye Qingfeng glanced at Han Fei casually. Oh, then you can practice with Qing Chen later. He's a body practitioner too. He might be a freeloader, but body practitioners all require a great amount of food and energy. They consume much more energy than refiners and alchemists do. Han Fei remembered Qing Chen's dirty clothes and wondered if that was the reason why he was so slim. A moment later, the tea was ready and Ye Qingfeng said, the poisons today are insipid, but they taste good after they're mixed. Since you can't be killed anyway, you can have 3 cups. Hearing that he could have 3 cups, Han Fei quickly grabbed a cup and filled it into his stomach. In his stomach, the heaven spirit detoxifying insect started to feast again. About 10 minutes later, the heaven spirit detoxifying insect flashed and leveled up. Han Fei gasped hard. This poison cultivator was indeed an expert when it came to poison-related things. He couldn't help but ask, Senior, do you have an encyclopedia of venomous worms and grasses? Ye Qingfeng was slightly surprised. Have you thought it through? Han Fei shook his head. No, I want to know them when I see them in the future, so I can catch some of them for you. As a matter of fact, how could Ye Qingfeng not know what was on Han Fei's mind? Ye Qingfeng, Chapter 837, The Wind Sky Canyon in the Evening. Han Fei secretly came to the lake by the Empyrean waterfall. Han Fei said telepathically, Senior Turtle, I only have enough demonic stones for 4,000 kilograms of spiritual energy. I'm going to make a breakthrough on the sea. I'll bring some good stuff back to you. The big turtle said unhurriedly, all right, give them to me. Han Fei tossed down a sea-swallowing seashell, and when it was pulled up, it was filled with spirit awakening fluid. During the process, Han Fei vaguely sensed that someone scanned him. However, as Wang Dashui said, any deals no more than 50,000 kilograms would be fine. It meant that the Scattered Stars Island supervision on the Empyrean waterfall wasn't too strict. Rather, the exchanges were even encouraged. Or maybe, they simply went easy on him for all the contributions he made. Han Fei was rather suspicious whether or not the big turtle would accumulate too much power if it was given a lot of things. Maybe the big turtle had gathered enough power but lacked an opportunity for the breakthrough, so nobody was worried that it would cause a disaster. Anyways, Han Fei stopped thinking and returned with the sea-swallowing seashell. He intended to tell Luo Xiaobai and the others on the next day and then went to the Wind Sky Canyon, at home, next to the pool. Han Fei swallowed 800 kilograms of spirit awakening fluid in a row, and the upper limit of his spiritual energy finally came to 29,999. He put on a smile, as the cost was less than he anticipated. He didn't give the rest of the spirit awakening fluid to the nine-tailed mantis shrimp and the others. His gathering of spirit awakening fluid couldn't keep up with the cost of the 3 legendary contractual beasts at all. To let them level up faster, the only solution was to find a place similar to the undersea chimney and then loot it. However, he had no doubt that he would end just as Wang Deshui did if he looted an undersea chimney without reporting it to the Scattered Stars Island. But that was all for the future. He had to go to Luo Xiaobai first and learn more about the Wind Sky Canyon from her. The next morning, Han Fei walked out of the house and waved his hand, filling his yard with clouds. He went to Ye Qingfeng's place and had a big spider bite him. Then, he was about to fly away on a boat. Suddenly, Han Fei heard someone speaking telepathically. Remember to choose a good timing for your breakthrough. Ning Jingyao shouted from the root. Don't blindly pursue a breakthrough. Try your luck in the graveyard. Another indifferent voice came close. Don't settle, and don't aim too high. Yi said gently. You can try multiple times. There's no need to rush. Yu Shir remarked innocently. Just catch the strongest. Han Fei laughed. Okay, thank you guys. He found that the neighbors at the Empyrean waterfall were quite nice. Nothing had happened yet. The place was surprisingly peaceful. Han Fei called Luo Xiaobai at the Sea God Square outside of the central city, but she didn't reply. On his way to the west of the city, he found that Luo Xiaobai, Renquang, and Zhang Xuanyu were coming his way. They met in the sky. Zhang Xuanyu instantly shouted, Fei, here, we're going to the Empyrean waterfall. Renquang shouted, did you know that we're on vacation today? Of course Han Fei didn't know that. As for Luo Xiaobai, she didn't need a vacation anymore. With her 6 stars, she wasn't assigned to any specific jobs. Luo Xiaobai didn't choose to travel on the sea. Instead, she entered the central city to get in touch with more information about the Scattered Stars City, Thousand Star City, and the 10,000 Demon Valley. Luo Xiaobai had always been reliable in that aspect. She always made rational and logical decisions. Han Fei knew her purpose. Only if one knew more secrets could one cultivate faster and more safely. A moment later, in a certain club at the east of the city, Han Fei was recognized by a bunch of people the moment he came. Someone exclaimed, Han Fei. Someone shouted to him, Han Fei, did you help someone become a law enforcer in the Empyrean waterfall? Someone roared, Han Fei, I'm going to challenge you. Hardly had he said that when Zhang Xuanyu yelled at him, go away, we're busy, inside the club. Han Fei looked at Luo Xiaobai. What should I pay attention to in the Wind Sky Canyon? Zhang Xuanyu asked in surprise. You're already turning into a hidden fisher. Han Fei glimpsed at Zhang Xuanyu. Am I fast? He said in despair. Zhang Xuanyu, it has been a while since you reached the peak level, right? Renquang, you're too slow. Zhang Xuanyu chuckled. I'll probably make a breakthrough in a month. I'll go there when the time comes. I do wonder when Renquang will reach the peak. Renquang mumbled, soon. I'm just building my foundation. After a moment of silence, Luo Xiaobai said, there's a couple of things you should pay attention to. The Wind Sky Canyon is an enormous canyon in an abyss that has horrible weather. Destructive gales blow all the time. The deeper you go, the more powerful the gales will be. The Wind Sky Wings live amidst the gales. If you find it too hard to move on, don't struggle to. Han Fei slightly frowned. Which way is the graveyard? He remembered someone mentioning a graveyard back in the Empyrean waterfall. Luo Xiaobai glanced at Han Fei casually. The graveyard is also known as the Desolation Graveyard. It has desolation gales and desolation water that can easily kill anyone. It's right at the bottom of the Wind Sky Canyon. Countless hero souls of the Wind Sky Canyon rest there. Han Fei asked in surprise. Hero souls? Are the Wind Sky Wings protecting something? Luo Xiaobai nodded. Supposedly, yes. However, nobody has ever gone to the deepest part of the Desolation Graveyard. Also, don't kill the Wind Sky Wings, or the other Wind Sky Wings might hate you and powerful Wind Sky Wings may be attracted to you. Han Fei was briefly stunned. How can I get their wings without killing them? Zhang Xuanyu said with a smile. You don't know that, do you? If the Wind Sky Wings lose their wings, they can regrow the wings. All you need to do is to pick the wind pearl on their forehead. Then, their wings will be yours. Simple as that. Han Fei grew quite curious, wondering why the creatures were so weird. Han Fei nodded. Anything else? If not, I'm going there after dinner. I may go to explore the Sea of Pearls this time. Luo Xiaobai said, you'd better come back and explore it after you stabilize yourself. To become a law enforcer, you have to take every step steadily as a hidden fisher. Renquang said quickly, I'm told that it's possible to hunt as a team in the Wind Sky Canyon. Should we go there together? Zhang Xuanyu nodded. Yes, I'm told that we can cultivate too. If we go there, chances are greater that we can get great wings. Luo Xiaobai, however, shook her head. We'd better not. The Wind Sky Wings are shy and afraid of teams. They'll subconsciously avoid even two-person teams. Han Fei is strong enough. He'd better go alone. Also, prepare some spiritual fruits to attract the powerful Wind Sky Wings. Then, Luo Xiaobai looked at Han Fei. If you make it to the Desolation Graveyard, try your luck and see if you can find the Wind God Pearl. The Wind God Pearl? Luo Xiaobai nodded. The Desolation Graveyard is given the name because countless wind skywings tried to swallow wind there and died. However, their restless souls might yield wind god pearls, which are hard to come by. The last person who found a wind god pearl got a pair of fiery wings. Han Fei nodded solemnly. Okay, got it. According to Luo Xiaobai's map, Han Fei flew all the way north. He didn't meet many people on the way, but the wind got stronger and stronger after 30,000 kilometers. Han Fei found a lot of boats on the sea and that there was an enormous pit in the middle of the turbulence hundreds of meters away, as if it were a wound on the surface of the sea. Seawater fell down from its two sides and it was hollow in the middle. Damn it, this is truly incredible. The power of nature is miraculous. Who could have created such a view? Han Fei found that his boat was no longer steady while flying, so he landed on the sea. When he was 500 kilometers from the Wind Sky Canyon, several people scanned him. Then someone said to him telepathically, "You have 6 stars. You're free to enter. You may try the Desolation Graveyard." Remember, the Wind Sky wing's size decides their strength. If their wingspan is 3 meters, they're below level 50. If their wingspan is under 5 meters, they're probably under level 50. The longer their wingspan is, the higher their level will be. If you encounter a Wind Skywing above level 54, you should consider retreating. Han Fei saw a man approaching him from afar. The man had 8 stars on his waist tag and must be a mentor in this place. A moment later, the man got closer and observed Han Fei. You don't seem weak. You may try hunting level 52 or level 53 Wind Skywings. Han Fei was slightly surprised. Are the Wind Skywings not good at fighting? Level 53 equals a junior to intermediate hidden fisher, right? The man smiled. The Wind Skywings are strange fish that live on the power of the wind. They're kind of like the birds in the transverse mountain. However, they don't have claws or beaks. Their only ways of attack is to use their wings as sharp blades and to raise a desolation wind. As an excellent heavenly talent, you should be able to deal with them. Before Han Fei said anything, the man had added, "Of course, you're free to ask for anyone's help or cultivate inside. Good luck to you." Han Fei slightly nodded. Thank you for your information, Senior. Chapter 838, The Fish That Swallow Wind. There seemed to be a boundless wall of wind that descended from the sky into the sea. The scene reminded Han Fei of the abyssal chasm in the level 3 fishery, which was just as deep. He couldn't reach the end of it at all, and didn't even dare to explore the treasure trove near at hand. The wind wall of the canyon was quite similar to the wall of sword aura out of the abyssal chasm. The furious tides were rolling one after another. Regular boats could have been sunk by any of them. The tides were so powerful that tsunamis were happening all the time. The only difference from the abyssal chasm was that the wall of sword aura only emerged on the 2 sides of the chasm, whereas the wind filled the entire Wind Sky Canyon. The closer one moved to the center, the stronger the wind was. That was just the wind wall in the sky of the canyon. As a matter of fact, Han Fei had already been consumed by a gigantic tornado. There were no clouds in the sky. Even if there were, the clouds had already been transformed into an enormous turbulence. Stepping into the turbulence, Han Fei felt that he would be blown away if he didn't stabilize himself with spiritual energy. Han Fei had a lot of mixed feelings. It wouldn't be too outrageous to call such a wind a level 20 storm. When Han Fei got closer, he occasionally saw fish that had blue bodies and 2 pairs of white wings flying in the sky. One of the pairs of wings was bigger than the other pair. The bigger wings grew between their head and abdomen, replacing the fins. The smaller wings, about 1/3 the size of the bigger wings, grew near the tail with a fan-shaped feather. Heh, even a bird wouldn't have grown like that. How can a fish look like this? The Wind Sky Wing in Han Fei's eyes was soaring in the wind, but nobody tried to catch it because its wingspan was no more than 5 meters. It was probably too weak. It was impossible to sail the boat any further. The tides on the surface were so high that Han Fei could only step on the water. Looking up at the sky, he saw the blue and white shadows flashing in the tornado at a horrifying speed. Those Wind Sky Wings were flying purely with the power of the wind. They knew how to manipulate the wind. One couldn't see anything but a flash with their naked eye. When Han Fei stepped forward, he still didn't see anyone. It seemed that no creatures lived here except the wall that didn't fit with the gales. He didn't detect any fish or shrimps at the bottom of the sea either. There wasn't even a clam, not to mention plants such as seaweeds. The bottom of the sea was mostly reefs and had little mud. As Han Fei pressed further, and when he was only 30 kilometers away from the enormous canyon, something flashed out, and a person chased it. When Han Fei saw them clearly, he found that someone had caught the Wind Skywing with a fishing pole and was dragged to the sky. The man and the fish quickly rose at an astounding speed. That was the result of natural wind. Han Fei didn't enter the canyon in a hurry. He raised his head and found that the man in the sky was trying to approach the Wind Skywing with a twisted face. To evade the hunter, the Wind Skywing simply flew to the edge of the storm, and Han Fei saw that the man was quickly covered by ice. So, Han Fei inferred that the temperature at the edge of the storm was extremely low. He wondered how freezing it could be. However, he didn't think that the ice could stop a hidden fisher. He believed that it was only a matter of time that the Wind Skywing was caught. However, when Han Fei thought that the man was about to succeed, his battlesuit cracked and his blood gushed out. Huss! It ripped apart? How was it possible? Han Fei was quite shocked. How could the power of wind or ice have shredded an ultra-quality battlesuit? Desolation gale? Han Fei's eyes slightly contracted. Right, a simple wind couldn't have been so destructive, but the desolation gale certainly could be. The wind skywings were fish that could swallow the desolation gale, but human beings couldn't. The hidden fisher quickly loosened his fishing pole and simply let the gale throw him dozens of kilometers away before he finally landed slowly. A moment later, when Han Fei saw the man at the entrance of the canyon, he found that the man was pale and covered with wounds. The man smiled and said, "I made a fool of myself." Han Fei slightly nodded. "You chose a wind sky wing that had a wingspan of 7 meters. You may consider a 6-meter one." The man slightly shook his head. "No. The hidden fisher and the law enforcer levels both require wings, so the stronger the wind sky wing is, the better." Han Fei smiled. "Good luck to you." Then they stopped talking and walked into the canyon together. The moment Han Fei stepped into the wind sky canyon, he found that a weird wind was blowing from inside. The wind was cold and felt as sharp as daggers. He felt that it was as powerful as a beginner hanging fisher. The man dashed down without hesitation, as if he didn't care about the feeble desolation gale at all. Han Fei was quite curious too. He also dove down and split the feeble desolation gale with his spiritual energy. After 1,000 meters, he found that the desolation gale became powerful enough to rip apart beginner hanging fishers. After 3,000 meters, Han Fei found that the desolation gale could even rip apart intermediate hanging fishers. After 4,000 meters, Han Fei found that it was powerful enough to tear apart advanced hanging fishers. This place was already at the bottom, where many people were sitting cross-legged. It had no water, just wind. All their clothes were fluttering. Most of them were wearing battlesuits, because the desolation gale could easily shred regular clothes. Seeing that a person was sitting cross-legged every few hundred meters in the enormous canyon, Han Fei shook his head with a smile and didn't think that the place was the desolation graveyard. At least 500 people are here. Some are peak-level hanging fishers, and some are already beyond. After the man landed, someone smiled and said, "Old Jia, you failed again? That was your 3rd time." Someone else said, "Old Jia, you have to make it in 3 days. Why don't you choose a level 51 wind skywing? A wingspan of 6 meters is good enough." "Right, Old Jia, you've already spent a day and a half on this." The man named Old Jia put a spiritual fruit into his mouth and chuckled. "I've figured out their pace. I'll definitely succeed next time." Then, without following other people's advice, he sat cross-legged and tried to recover. It was not until this moment that they noticed Han Fei. Probably because Han Fei had been away for too long, nobody recognized him anymore. Also, according to Luo Xiaobai, Sun Mu and his partners had already become hidden fishers. They must have already acquired their wings. Someone glanced at Han Fei. "Brother, are you here to adapt yourself to the desolation gale?" Someone was slightly surprised. "Huh? You look familiar. Have we met before?" Someone made fun of him. "Everybody looks familiar to you." Someone said teasingly, "Bro, what level of wind sky wings do you intend to catch?" Someone said, "Bro, if you're seeking a breakthrough, you'd better wait for a couple of days. The next 5 days have been booked. You don't want to coincide with others in a breakthrough, or there won't be enough spiritual energy." Hearing their whispers, Han Fei knew that they were all almost hidden fishers, so the desolation gale wasn't a threat to them. That was also the reason why they were chatting without worries. Han Fei put on a smile. "May I ask the way to the desolation graveyard?" All of a sudden, the whispers were gone. Many people gazed at Han Fei in shock. Those who were cultivating looked at him in surprise, and someone who just teased him was stumped. Old Jia, who failed to catch a wind skywing a moment earlier, suddenly opened his eyes and glanced at Han Fei. "You're going to the desolation graveyard?" Han Fei nodded. "I'm going to have a try." "Hiss!" Many people gasped, as if amazed by Han Fei's courage. Someone asked in surprise, "Bro, which department are you from?" Someone said solemnly, "Usually we have to wait months before anyone goes to the desolation graveyard, but you're already the 5th one to explore it this month." Han Fei was surprised. "The 5th? Have many people gone to the desolation graveyard?" Someone said with a self-mocking smile. "Yes." There was a fully armed little fatty, the genius refiners Xuanhuan and Mujiaer, a beautiful woman from the Justice Department, and you. Han Fei was slightly intrigued. Were Xuanhuan and Mujiaer here too? It did make sense. Both of them were refiners, and they must have been fully prepared for the adventure. Old Jia said, "It's said that the desolation graveyard lies in the middle rear part of the canyon. You have to walk forward for 3,000 kilometers to see it." Someone said, "Bro, don't blame us for not reminding you, but the further you go, the more powerful the gale will be. There will even be formidable wind skywings that attack you." Han Fei slightly nodded. "Thank you for your warnings." After the man finished, Han Fei walked forward. A moment later, Han Fei had surpassed everybody and moved into the desolation gales that were even more furious. Chapter 839, The Wind Skywings. While everybody watched him, Han Fei moved to the depths of the Wind Sky Canyon without hesitation. The desolation gale of such a scale wasn't a threat to Han Fei at all. In fact, once he became a hidden fisher, he would have to catch a wind skywing and get the wind pearl as soon as possible. Luo Xiaobai had repeatedly told him before he came that the sooner he took it, the better. After he finally disappeared from everybody's vision, someone finally remarked, 5 heavenly talents have been here this month. They all want to go to the desolation graveyard. I wonder how it is going with the former 4. Someone smiled bitterly. It has nothing to do with us anyway. Not everybody can go to the desolation graveyard. People as weak as us can only stay here. Those who are stronger are already on their way to the desolation graveyard. Those who can make it to the desolation graveyard are all heavenly talents of the heavenly talents. Someone slightly shook his head. I only hope that he can return alive. After moving only 100 kilometers, Han Fei found that the desolation gale was already powerful enough to hurt peak-level hanging fishers. He moved several dozen kilometers and sensed that someone was sitting cross-legged and training with the desolation gale. After Han Fei got closer, the stranger glanced at him but didn't talk to him. About 300 kilometers later, Han Fei found that 50 people were training. When they saw Han Fei, their eyes flashed. Are you Han Fei? When he said Han Fei, someone was quite surprised. How is it possible? Didn't Han Fei die on the outer sea? The man who said earlier remarked in surprise, he refined a weapon for me. I can't be mistaken, someone asked tentatively. Han Fei? Han Fei slightly nodded. Don't bother me, just keep cultivating. Immediately someone frowned. Han Fei, where are you from? The outer sea or the Scattered Stars Island? Han Fei knew that the guy wanted to know. He pointed at his star waist tag casually. 6 stars. I just received it. Someone was shocked. Han Fei couldn't have had more than 5 stars when he left, yet he had a 6-star waist tag at this moment. He was clearly from the Scattered Stars Island. After Han Fei walked away, someone finally remarked with mixed feelings, he's a tough guy. Everybody thought he died on the outer sea, but he has returned alive. Someone looked at Han Fei's back. Is he going to the desolation graveyard too? A lot of people died there. Someone laughed. He dared to go to the sea when he was only an intermediate hanging fisher. Where can he possibly be going if not the desolation graveyard? Someone shook his head. I hope that he doesn't perish inside. Crack. Han Fei moved 1,000 kilometers against the terrible desolation gales and ran into several dozen other people. He paused as the desolation gales were destructive even to a peak-level hanging fisher. The ultra-quality battlesuit on Han Fei was already full of cracks. At this moment, the battlesuit was shattered, and the desolation gale, which was as sharp as blades, caused clicking sounds when it hit Han Fei. But that wasn't the reason why he stopped. He stopped because he sensed the corruptive mist that was mixed in the middle of the desolation gale. The mist was what caused his ultra-quality battlesuit to fall apart. Desolation water? Schwa? Han Fei put on a new golden battlesuit and took out a semi-divine weapon before he stepped forward again. Fewer and fewer people were on his way. He went on for another 300 kilometers and only found one person who was cultivating. Over the past 500 kilometers, Han Fei had seen many powerful wind sky wings, except that they were mostly hovering 300 meters above his head. Some of the wind sky wings approached Han Fei curiously. One of the wind sky wings that had a wingspan of more than 6 meters just flew past Han Fei. Han Fei simply ignored it and moved on. After 2,000 kilometers, the desolation water didn't appear as mist anymore, but as small pillars of water. Shake! A drop of desolation water landed on Han Fei's golden battlesuit, and the power of shaking slightly moved Han Fei's body. Hula! All of a sudden, Han Fei sensed an anomaly over his head. A desolation gale was falling like a wave. Han Fei dodged horizontally and found that a wind sky wing with a wingspan of more than 8 meters attempted to attack him. Huh? You don't want me to move forward? Han Fei launched a golden fist mark to the sky towards the wind sky wing. However, the wind sky wing was extremely fast and was able to escape in time even though the golden fist mark had appeared out of nowhere. However, Han Fei put on a smile, because the moment he punched, the void lines had darted out and caught one of its wings. Once a void line caught a target, the other void lines wouldn't miss at all, unless the wind sky wing cut off part of its soul the moment it was hit. Once it hesitated, it would be impossible to escape. You dare to come 50 kilometers close to me? 9 void lines had caught the wind sky wing, which realized that it was caught. Its soul struggled, and the wind sky wing seemed to know that it couldn't possibly escape and came straight at Han Fei. Information popped up in Han Fei's eyes. A Nam-A wind sky wing introduction. A strange creature that grows where the winds are the fiercest and lives on the winds. They're shy, curious, and fond of flying. They enjoy bullying creatures weaker than themselves. When they open their wings, they can raise desolation gales. A human being can get wind sky wing feathers after swallowing their wind pearl. Level 53 quality S quality exotic S spiritual energy, 6,086 points, E effect. It can significantly strengthen health if it's eaten over a long period of time. Collectible wind pearl absorbable. Note A, the wind pearl must be eaten within 100 years, or the wind pearls will return to nature as desolation gale. Han Fei snorted. You're actually an exotic creature. No wonder you dared to approach me. However, goodbye, bro. Han Fei stomped and invoked the coiled turtle array. At the same time, Han Fei opened his right fingers and controlled the void lines to shatter half of the sharp winds with golden light. The rest of the sharp winds were no longer damaging after they broke the coiled turtle array and finally hit Han Fei. A moment later, the wind sky wing crouched in front of Han Fei. Han Fei put on a smile and jumped to the back of the Wind Sky Wing. He already had a second vision. Vaguely, he could see a bright blue, mysterious air current in the middle of the desolation gale. He felt that the Wind Sky Wing that was under his control had the desire of swallowing it. Huh. Is that the reason why the Wind Sky Wings swallow wind? Fish, hiya! Riding the Wind Sky Wing, Han Fei began to fly at a low altitude. Since there were so many Wind Sky Wings here, he wondered if he could control them with the void lines and absorb some of them first through the demon purification pot. However, Han Fei soon gave up the idea after it popped up. The reason was repetition. He already had Little Gold, which was extremely fast and much better at fighting than the Wind Sky Wings were. Why would he contract a Wind Sky Wing? He didn't even think that he needed the wings. However, if everybody else had a pair, he didn't want to be an exception. After all, he couldn't use Little Gold all the time. On the other hand, while he didn't need a Wind Sky Wing as a contractual spiritual beast, it didn't mean that the creature that he were to synthesize didn't require one. He simply needed a Wind Sky Wing that was more powerful than the exotic level. Thinking it through, Han Fei rode forward on the Wind Sky Wing. Hula, hula, the desolation gale got stronger and stronger. After 3,000 kilometers, Han Fei felt extremely cold inside the golden battlesuit. Han Fei removed the golden battlesuit, and his body was instantly covered in ice. The freezing chillness leaped into his flesh from his skin. The gale was sharp and the water was corrosive. Under the dual stimulation, Han Fei's blood was somehow boiling and fighting back. Han Fei realized that it was possible to practice the 28 desolate god body in this place. A blue color appeared on Han Fei's body. There was no telling whether it was because of the cold or because of the slapping of the gale and water. Some of the shallower marks were caused by the wind blades. Han Fei took a deep breath. Even though his body was hard, it was still hurt here. What if someone else were here? Guan Qingyan and Mujiare could probably make it, but only in their semi-divine battlesuits. It was hard to say about the other two heavenly talents. Even if they could weather through the desolation gale and the desolation water, they probably couldn't press on for another 1,000 kilometers. Hiya! All of a sudden, Han Fei found that the Wind Sky Wing he controlled slowed down with fright in the depths of its soul. Hula! Han Fei removed the void lines and jumped off from the Wind Sky Wing. He didn't care about the Wind Sky Wing at all, which was too weak for him. In the next moment, 2 visible wind blades cut down. Pucci! The Wind Sky Wing that was under his control was beheaded. Shoot, so brutal. Didn't they say that the Wind Sky Wings are shy? Han Fei raised his head only to find that a Wind Sky Wing that had a wingspan of 10 meters opened its mouth at him. Ha! Han Fei dashed towards the desolation gale and spread out his senses, hoping to catch the Wind Sky Wing with the void lines through the desolation gale. By logic, few creatures could have detected the void lines in such a turbulent environment, but the Wind Sky Wing flashed away as if it had foreseen the danger. Huh. Is it because the Wind Sky Wing is too familiar with the environment? However, the void lines caught up to the Wind Sky Wing like parasites. They were not real fishing lines anyway and could ignore the rampant desolation gale. The Wind Sky Wing seemed to be frightened and fled crazily. It escaped from Han Fei's senses in the blink of an eye. Han Fei was rendered speechless. If the fish hadn't reacted as fast, he would have got a new mount for himself. Recalling the void lines, Han Fei snorted. It seems that I'm still not an expert with the divine manipulation technique yet. Chapter 840, Unsuccessful Robbery. The Wind Sky Wing ran in panic. As a result, no Wind Sky Wings dared to fly above Han Fei's head for a long time. Damn it, what a bunch of cowards. Han Fei couldn't help but curse aloud. Without a mount, he had to move on his feet. He was also completely naked because his battlesuit had been broken. He felt lucky that nobody was around, or he would have been embarrassed. He had goosebumps all over his body under the freezing desolation gales and desolation water. Running for 800 years, Han Fei could see scratches on his body. Although no blood had appeared yet, it was enough to indicate that the place was too dangerous even for peak-level hanging fishers. All of a sudden, Han Fei sensed a red battlesuit. A woman? Han Fei instantly put on a golden battlesuit. The moment he put it on, he felt like getting in a warm bed in a cold winter. He wasn't detected by the woman until he reached 15 kilometers from her. Han Fei smiled as he didn't expect to run into an old acquaintance here. Determinedly, Mo Feiyan struggled to move on step by step. She knew it wouldn't be easy to reach the desolation graveyard. She felt like she couldn't make it any further after only walking 4,000 kilometers. And it wasn't because her battlesuit was broken. Her semi-divine battlesuit could endure another 1,000 kilometers, but her body probably couldn't. She heaved a sigh and envied the expert body practitioners who could definitely cross 5,000 kilometers with a semi-divine battlesuit. Then, they would have a chance to get a pair of soul wings. All of a sudden, she sensed that someone was approaching. She turned back, only to be greatly shocked. Han Fei was the last person that she expected to see. Didn't he set sail on the sea? Was he not killed? Remembering Han Fei's history with her and her friends, Mo Feiyan put on an awful expression and spoke telepathically. Han Fei, let's talk nicely. Han Fei chuckled. You think we should talk nicely now? Why didn't you propose that before? Mo Feiyan didn't know what to say when she saw that Han Fei was running in such a harsh environment, but she found it understandable when she remembered Han Fei's extraordinary body. It was why she hated the body practitioners. Although her own body was as hard as Yang Dayu's, she knew that there was no way that she could beat Han Fei. Han Fei smiled creepily. I thought you already became a hidden fisher, yet you haven't advanced yet? Are you waiting for me? Mo Feiyan gritted her teeth and cast out her fishing hook. Her spiritual beast was attached to her, and spiritual energy surged on her red longsword. Han Fei, if you attack me, how will you be punished after you return? Han Fei sneered. I've already moved to the Empyrean waterfall and become a delinquent that nobody cares about. What am I afraid of? Mo Feiyan was stunned. She didn't know that at all. Was the Empyrean waterfall the Thug Academy's garden? All of Han Fei's senior brothers and sisters lived there, and he had moved there too. Even if Han Fei didn't kill her but simply wounded her and prevented her from acquiring a pair of excellent wings, Han Fei would be the winner of this conflict. Mo Feiyan thought everything through and shouted out quickly, Han Fei, as long as we both return safely, I will never attack you again. Your grudge with Sun Mu and the others has nothing to do with me. I'm not interested in the sea token either. Han Fei wasn't in a rush to attack, he grinned. I'd be a fool if I believed you. If you want to be safe, surrender your sea-swallowing seashell, as well as your ring, bracelets, necklace, and pendants. Otherwise, you'll have to catch the Wind Sky Wings whose wingspan is 5 meters. Mo Feiyan secretly cursed Han Fei's shamelessness, knowing that he was robbing her of her resources so that she couldn't explore any further. Sheila. Without another word, Han Fei cut his enemy with the draw technique. When using the draw technique, Han Fei could attack as fiercely as a hidden fisher. Mo Feiyan sensed the attack the moment Han Fei launched it. She unleashed 2 watery dragons, and she slashed her longsword with her full strength. She discovered, to her shock, that Han Fei's attack was surprisingly powerful in the harsh environment. In comparison, she was suppressed by the Desolation Gale and Desolation Water and couldn't perform her strongest attack. The water dragons exploded, and Mo Feiyan managed to resist Han Fei's attack with her amulet. She looked at Han Fei in shock. You're as capable of fighting as a hidden fisher? Han Fei sneered. Are you surrendering it or not? I'm told that the Desolation Graveyard is a place where you may die easily. I'm sure that you can reach there, can't you? Mo Feiyan's heart shivered. Did Han Fei want to kill her? Mo Feiyan took out a piece of ancient jade, which surprised Han Fei as it was very similar to the fist marks of the Cao family. Han Fei slightly frowned. How many pieces of such ancient jade do you have? As he talked, Han Fei took out a piece of ancient jade too. It was exactly the one Cao Chu gave him earlier. Han Fei chuckled. Come on, I have a lot more trump cards, but I hope that you can understand the situation. You're no match for me right now. When Mo Feiyan considered, she felt the palpitation deep inside her soul. Shua, Mo Feiyan turned into water and escaped in fright. She didn't see Han Fei's action at all, but why did she have such a strong sense of crisis? Han Fei was slightly surprised too. It seemed that the void lines weren't always effective. At least, the strong enemies such as Mo Feiyan who were sensitive to danger could foresee them and escape in advance. To prevent Mo Feiyan from running away, Han Fei recalled the void lines for now. Han Fei sneered. I'll give you 3 seconds to consider. Give the stuff to me, and I'll spare you. If you don't, Heihei, I don't mind wasting some of my time playing with you. After all, there's no time limit in this place. Han Fei, you're indeed stronger than me in such an environment, but are you really confident in capturing me? Han Fei chuckled. You're free to try. If you can run as fast as Ye Baiyu, then just ignore me. If you can't, you must consider the possibility of death. Crack. Hoo. Mo Feiyan wasn't intimidated. She crushed the ancient jade, and an azure dragon 300 meters long roared and appeared. Han Fei secretly cursed, as those people were truly not easy to deal with. If she were anyone else, she might have already surrendered. Should I just attack her? Lost for words, Han Fei thought for a moment and detonated the ancient jade in his hand. However, the fist mark wasn't launched towards the illusion of the dragon, but straight towards Mo Feiyan. Mo Feiyan didn't see that coming at all. Was Han Fei truly not afraid of death? Han Fei, have you lost your mind? Han Fei pointed his finger at Mo Feiyan, who was running, and cast the spiritual sealing technique. He also caused a mist when he slashed at the dragon illusion. Overlord's technique. The power of Snowmorn, the 8-time augmentation of the Overlord's technique, Little Fatty's attachment, and the coiled turtle array, and the 6 spirit armor's protection. Han Fei chose to weather through the attack on his own. Unless Mo Feiyan could take out another piece of ancient jade, there was no way that she could dodge the fist mark of the Cao family. Boom. Snowmorn wasn't that powerful anyway, but it still managed to weaken the azure dragon by half. To prevent Little Fatty from getting heavily wounded, Han Fei added a sacrificing punch. This time, when he was hit by Mo Feiyan's attack, he was knocked away with cracks on his golden battlesuit. Pooh! Han Fei vomited a mouthful of blood, but he wasn't panicked. He put a spiritual fruit into his mouth and extended the void lines again. There was no telling if Mo Feiyan sensed the crisis again, but she squeezed another 2 pieces of ancient jade while she was running, which astounded Han Fei. One of the 2 pieces was aimed at the fist mark of the Cao family, and the other came at Han Fei. As for Mo Feiyan herself, she had already dashed away and vanished. Son of a bitch, you're really rich. Having no time to chase the enemy, Han Fei summoned the Overlord, who slashed the azure dragon with Snowmorn. Then, Little Gold appeared and smashed the lightning blade on it. Good thing that the Overlord had the time to attack again. Han Fei managed to get back to his feet even though he was knocked hundreds of meters away again and vomited blood. Damn it. Let's see if your ancient jade can remain as powerful by the time I become a hidden fisher. Recalling the void lines, the overlord and little gold, Han Fei performed the divine healing technique on himself and sat cross-legged to heal himself. There was no way that he could catch up to Mo Fei Yan, but it wasn't bad that he had wasted 3 of her peak strikes. He simply wished that the woman didn't have as many pieces of ancient jade as Cao Chu did. After all, he only had 1 fist mark of the Cao family, and he had already used it. After the round of violent attacks, Han Fei couldn't see any wind sky wings around. They must have been scared away by the terrifying attacks a moment earlier. An hour later, Han Fei finally got back to his feet and kept moving. Chapter 841, Part-Time Mercenary. Hundreds of kilometers away, Mo Fei Yan was running with the most awful expression. She couldn't feel more regretful about the 3 ultimate attacks she used to deal with Han Fei. She had used half of the trump cards that she had prepared for the Desolation Graveyard. She was quite surprised that Han Fei didn't chase after her. In such a case, it was hard for her to go to the Desolation Graveyard. Thinking that through, Mo Fei Yan chose to give up. She thought that Han Fei might not necessarily get a soul wing even if he made it to the Desolation Graveyard. Even if Han Fei did get the soul wing, he would only be faster than regular hidden fishers, which wasn't something she couldn't bear. What truly shocked Mo Fei Yan was that the peak level strike of a hidden fisher didn't wound Han Fei, who was bold enough to take it the hard way. It indirectly suggested Han Fei's strength. Mo Fei Yan couldn't help but look up at the sky. Han Fei, you're truly brutal. Han Fei couldn't care less about Mo Fei Yan's fury. For the big picture of mankind, he could have spared Mo Fei Yan and her friends, but if he met them privately, he would have tried to kill them. After all, those descendants of noble families had caused him a lot of trouble. If he had met Sun Mu a moment earlier, he would have attacked without hesitation rather than rob him like he did to Mo Fei Yan, as he and Sun Mu couldn't coexist. Looking down at the golden battlesuit, Han Fei found a few cracks on it. He had to respect the power of a hidden fisher whose sealed attack was already so powerful. If he ran into one in reality, he would probably have to run. Removing the golden battlefield, Han Fei moved on for 800 kilometers. Then, he found that his skin was cracking and bleeding. Han Fei's face slightly changed. He made up his mind and attempted to practice the 108 Desolate God Body. Swallowing 5 spiritual fruits in a row, Han Fei began to train. Under the blast of the Desolation Gale and Desolation Water, Han Fei sensed that his strength was increasing, but not very significantly. Wait, my energy is insufficient for my training here. Also, I'm already at the peak of the Hanging Fisher level. I can't make any progress in the Desolate God Body or the Indestructible Body. Han Fei cast the divine healing technique on himself with his eyes flashing, wondering if he should make a breakthrough. After the breakthrough, he would have about 3 days to absorb the Wind Pearl. The sooner, the better. However, he hadn't even found the Desolation Graveyard yet. I'll just carry on until I can't make it any further. Han Fei secretly took a breath and continued forward, ignoring the wounds on his body. Once he had more than 100 wounds, Han Fei would cast the divine healing technique on himself. After 200 kilometers, Han Fei sensed 3 people. The 3 people looked quite similar. They wore armor that covered them entirely, even without holes for their eyes. They were like 3 statues. One of them was slim, one was short, and the last was fat. They seemed to be training on the ground. Cao Chu? Han Fei recognized Cao Chu's armor, but the guy had smartly written Young Master of the Cao family on it. Han Fei was lost for words. He knew that Cao Chu had left the engraving to inform everybody of his birth and warn them not to attack him if they didn't want to be killed. Han Fei was quite amused. He was sure that the other 2 people were Xuanhuan and Mu Jiaer. Thinking that they were friends, Han Fei decided to meet them. So, he put on a golden battlesuit and walked to them. When he was 20 kilometers from them, Cao Chu suddenly looked back, and so did Xuanhuan. Han Fei was lost for words. It wasn't a surprise that Xuanhuan discovered him. But how could Cao Chu? Had the guy's spiritual power increased so fast? Back in the level 3 fishery, his perception range was only 800 meters. He should be very weak. Han Fei's battlesuit didn't cover his face because no semi-divine battlesuits could protect the entire body. He didn't wear a helmet as it was pointless to him. Han Fei? Brother Han? Mu Jiaer turned back and asked in confusion. Who? Isn't Han Fei dead? A moment later, Mu Jiaer jumped to her feet. Han Fei, you're still alive? Xuanhuan looked at Han Fei's waist. Huh? Han Fei, you returned to the Scattered Stars Island? Cao Chu had already run to him. Han Fei, I heard that the Sea Demon Mountains were gone. Were you behind it? How is the outside of the Scattered Stars Island? Is it exciting? I thought you were dead. Han Fei smiled. I'm still alive. It's too long a story to be told here. Why are you sitting here instead of moving further? Xuanhuan was the first to recover his equilibrium. He looked at Han Fei and said, Brother Han, the Desolation Graveyard is 100 kilometers ahead of us, but there are countless hero souls over there that we can't pass. Han Fei chuckled. Then why don't you make a breakthrough first and then try to pass them? Mu Jiaer said angrily. Go further and check it out for yourself. It's not about breakthroughs. Those hero souls are simply too strong for us. Han Fei tilted his head and looked at her. Have you fought them? Mu Jiaer paused for a moment. Not yet, but I'm sure I can't beat them. Han Fei was lost for words. How could he be convinced by 2 cowards and a guy who didn't know anything about fighting? He waved his hands. Let's see how strong they are. A moment later, when Han Fei's senses reached the desolation graveyard, he discovered, to his shock, that the shadows of Wind Skywings were floating one after another. They had a wingspan of at least 10 meters, even though they were hero souls, which meant that they were all above level 55 when they died. No wonder Mujiar said they were too strong. Even Han Fei didn't think he could beat them either. He could have defeated one or two of them, but he had easily detected more than 10 hero souls of such a high level after randomly scanning. There was no telling how many more were behind. Pondering for a moment, Han Fei asked, "If I may ask, can the hero souls turn into wind pearls?" Cao Chu replied, "No. It's said that the hero souls will swallow each other and result in a formidable wind skywing. If you kill the wind skywing, you can get a wind god pearl, which can give you powerful wings after you swallow it," Guan Qingyan added. "You may also acquire mutated wind pearls and get soul wings, which are faster and more effective than regular wings." After a moment of silence, Han Fei said, "Then I think you'd better stop searching for that." "Can you really kill it even if you find it?" Cao Chu mumbled. "I'm done searching. We're planning to hunt living wind skywings." Han Fei laughed. "Do you think any wind skywings will run towards the 5 of us?" Mujiara took out a ball and said, "They will come if we use this." Han Fei glanced at the ball in Mujiara's hand, only to find that it was a sealed pill. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "If you can attract the wind skywings to you, why didn't you make breakthroughs and get wind skywings?" Mujiar and Cao Chu both turned their head back, and Guan Qingyan replied calmly, "Because we can't beat them." Han Fei didn't know what to say about those people who were incapable of fighting. Then he thought of something and said, "Well, in fact, I think I can beat them, but I'll have to pay a high price too." "I can't help you for free, can I?" Cao Chu raised his head. "I'll make a deal with you. I can barter with you with the 3rd strengthened version of the poison god." Han Fei opened his mouth casually. 1,000 kilograms. Puh. Cao Chu staggered and fell to the ground. "I don't have that much. I've only carried 200 kilograms in total." Thinking about the effect of the poison god, Han Fei chuckled. "Never mind, 200 kilograms will be fine. But you have to give me 3 fist marks from the Cao family too. I only have 1 left." Narrowing his eyes, Han Fei said, "Cao Chu, do you know who I met when I first came?" Cao Chu asked in confusion. "Who?" Han Fei snorted. "Mo Fei Yan." Cao Chu was surprised. "She's here too?" Han Fei said casually. "I had a fight with her too. That woman threw 3 pieces of ancient jade at me." The trip here was truly dangerous. "I don't think it's acceptable if you refuse to give me 3 fist marks from the Cao family." After a moment of hesitation, Cao Chu said, "Then I can only give you 100 kilograms of the 3rd strengthened version of the poison god." Han Fei grinned. "Deal." Collecting the poison god and the fist marks of the Cao family into Forge the Universe, Han Fei unhurriedly looked at Mujiaer and Guan Qingyan and said earnestly, "Look, I'm not very demanding." Mujiaer raised her hand. "I'll give you semi-divine armor." Han Fei pointed at his golden battlesuit and said, "I'll accept it if you give me some divine equipment. I can already craft semi-divine equipment now." Guan Qingyan heaved a sigh. "Just as I expected. It seems that you didn't go easy on refining on the sea. Brother Han, what do you want? If you want the kind of attack, I have them too. I can give you 5 pieces. Han Fei was quite intrigued. He didn't know that those people were so rich. Was the ancient jade so cheap? Han Fei's eyes flashed. "In fact, I don't need that many. When I become a hidden fisher, that kind of attack will be just an unremarkable trump card. Now, I accept credit points, level 2 soul crystals, spirit awakening fluid, and spiritual spring. Old Guan, not that I'm petty, but it's really costly for me to catch one for each of you." Guan Qingyan was silent for a moment. "I don't have level 2 soul crystals or spirit awakening fluid, but I have 2 million credit points and 20,000 caddies of spiritual spring." Han Fei patted Guan Qingyan's shoulder. "That's all right. You can give me 2 pieces of the ancient jade. I won't ask for all of them." Guan Qingyan nodded and quickly transferred 2 million credit points to Han Fei. Han Fei was quite delighted. When he deduced void fishing, he spent so much spiritual energy on increasing his strength, upgrading his spiritual heritage, and refining semi-divine weapons that he only had 80 million points of spiritual energy left. Considering what Guan Qingyan offered, he had 100 million in total. Also, 2 million credit points could be exchanged for a lot of good stuff. Han Fei heaved a long sigh. "It's really not easy to make money these days. I have to work as a part-time mercenary and accept such a dangerous task." After that, Han Fei looked at Mujiaer, who stepped back in fear. Chapter 842, Capture the Wind Skywings. In fact, Cao Chu, Guan Qingyan, and Mujiaer all knew that Han Fei was simply extorting things from them. A lot of people were well aware of Han Fei's personality. However, they accepted Han Fei's demand because he was strong and good at fighting even though he could be quite greedy. Besides, Han Fei had broken into the Dark Hunter Legion and set sail for Xiaochen, which suggested that he treasured his friends. It was also the reason why they weren't afraid that Han Fei would take their money and go away. Besides, they were all wealthy and carried a lot of treasures with them. Giving some to Han Fei wouldn't be a heavy loss. What they didn't care about could be surprisingly useful in Han Fei's hand, so nobody would suffer any loss in the deals. After a moment of hesitation, Mujiar said, I'll give you 50,000 caddies of spiritual spring, 1,000,000 credit points, and a piece of ancient jade. Han Fei thought for a moment and suddenly grinned. Okay, deal. Han Fei made a fortune. Not counting the spiritual fruits, he had a storage of 150 million points of spiritual energy, which would be enough for him to use for a long time. As a trustworthy businessman, Han Fei intended to deliver his service. He asked, Mujiar, are you sure your pill can attract the wind skywings? I can help you take them down, but I can't get them here. I'll need your help. Mujiar nodded quickly. Yes, it can. I can show you if you don't believe me. Ch801 quickly stopped her. Hey, wait a moment. Let's back off a little bit or the hero's souls will be attracted to us. A moment later, 100 kilometers away from the desolation graveyard, Mujiar took out the pill and said, Be careful. The wind skywings here are very ferocious with a wingspan of at least 12 meters. Last time when one of them was attracted to us, we had to beat it together. Han Fei nodded. Don't worry. You just stay back and watch. You all have amulets and semi-divine armor. I'm sure you can ensure your own safety. Just leave the battle to me. Ch801 and Mujiar quickly nodded and Xuanhuan said, Brother Han, be careful. Han Fei nodded. Wait a moment. Let me establish an array first. Han Fei was going to set up a mystifying array. The wind skywings were too fast and good at running to be caught by void lines. After all, they were quite sensitive to danger. However, the case would be different with an array. If they were trapped in an array, he could pretend to let the nine-tailed mantis shrimp catch them, whereas he actually attacked them with the void lines. Nothing could go wrong. If it didn't work out, he could try to seal spirits with the wind skywings if he was fast enough. They would be doomed as long as they were sealed for half a second. Xuanhuan was quite interested in arrays too. Seeing that Han Fei was going to establish an array, he came close curiously, only to see that Han Fei was drawing lines on a fish skin. He asked in surprise, Brother Han, did you use a lot of spiritual energy? Han Fei smiled casually. It doesn't matter. Brother Han, what's that technique? It looks rather strange. Naturally, Han Fei didn't intend to teach him, nor could he do that here. He said casually again, it's a mystifying array I saw in a book. Okay, prepare yourselves. A moment later, the array was ready. Han Fei cast the divine healing technique on himself to heal his wounds. Then, he shouted at Mujiar, open it. Hearing that, Mujiar opened the seal on the pill. Immediately, a wave of strange fragrance spread far away. Hula. After only 20 seconds, Han Fei saw that 3 wind skywings came from the sky. Damn it, 3? Han Fei saw that 2 of them were level 57 and 1 was level 57 and 1 was level 56. Han Fei roared, protect yourselves. Overlord's technique. The 3 wind skywings swooped close. 100 meters, 50 meters, 30 meters, 30 meters. Open. 3 wind blades came close and the coiled turtle array rose from Han Fei's feet. At the same time, the infinity water reached the sky and activated the mystifying array. The great array emitted strange brilliance that turned the place into a dream world. Under the desolation gale and desolation water, usual clouds and mists wouldn't work and would probably be blown away immediately. So, those creatures could only be confused and blinded by light. Hundreds of chains emerged in the sky, and the 3 wind skywings ran off in panic, as if they knew they were tricked. Han Fei was quite relieved. Fortunately, the wind skywings were cowards. He couldn't have done the same to any other level 57 creatures, which might have killed him easily. After being dazzled by the light, the wind skywings didn't know where to run to and raised wind blades and gales randomly. However, the humans were all protected by semi-divine equipment, and the attacks weren't fatal. In the chaos, Han Fei finally caught the soul of one of the wind sky wings, and then connected the 9 void lines to it. Then, Han Fei pointed his finger and created an opening in the array. The other 2 wind sky wings quickly flew out. The one that Han Fei controlled fell on the ground. Its soul was struggling, but it had been caught by the void lines and couldn't escape at all. What Han Fei didn't know was that the fishing with the void lines had to do with the soul hardness of the creatures that were caught. He didn't sense anything when he caught the red blood butterfly fish because the red blood butterfly fish's soul was too weak. However, the wind skywing's soul was as powerful as Han Fei's, and the void lines were actually part of Han Fei's soul. When they tore each other, Han Fei felt the sting on his soul, which was why he set the other 2 wind skywings free. A moment later, Han Fei sat on the top of the wind skywing palely. After the array dispersed, Ch801, Mujiar, and Xuanhuan gazed at Han Fei, not knowing what to say. Ch801 danced happily. It worked, a wingspan of 12 meters. That's a level 57 wind skywing. Han Fei struggled to catch his breath. Alright, are any of you making a breakthrough? I can control it for a while with the new soul technique I learned, but it's very exhausting and I can't do it for long. You'd better hurry. Me, Ch801 and Mujiar shouted at the same time. Me first. No, me first, Han Fei said angrily. Why are you wasting time? Make breakthroughs together. The second capture operation will soon begin after your breakthroughs. Ch801 and Mujiar both sat on the ground and sought breakthroughs. Unlike the regular peak-level hanging fishers, they were from rich families and had a lot of good stuff. They also had enough spiritual energy for their breakthrough. Xuanhuan, on the other hand, kept staring at Han Fei in shock. A soul technique that could control creatures? Was it any different from possession? However, it seemed to him that Han Fei could only control one creature. So, Han Fei's soul should be slightly more powerful than the Wind Sky Wings, but it was impossible for him to control three at the same time. So, Guan Xingyan had a deeper understanding of the power of Han Fei's soul. Guan Xingyan had no idea what Han Fei had been through on the sea. However, Han Fei had made significant progress in arrays. He could craft semi-divine weapons and launch soul attacks. Guan Xingyan had a lot of mixed feelings. Han Fei glanced at Guan Xingyan and said, "What are you thinking? You should be prepared for your breakthrough too. I have to set up a defense array, or it will be hard for me to resist the Wind Sky Wings if there are too many of them." 2 hours passed. In the end, Mujiara was faster than Cao Chu to reach the hidden fisher level. According to Han Fei's observation, unlike when Zhu Yinling became a law enforcer, the breakthrough of a hidden fisher was no different from other breakthroughs. Mujiara hadn't stabilized herself yet, but she quickly came and fetched the green pearl on the Wind Sky Wing's head. The wings of the creature were completely gone, and it completely became a fish. Remembering that Luo Xiaobai said it was necessary to kill them, Han Fei removed the void lines. The Wind Sky Wing jerked in panic and then was thrown to the sky by a powerful wind. It quickly wagged its tail and dashed into the horrifying walls of wind on the two sides of the Wind Sky Canyon through the desolation gales. Holding the pearl, Mujiar observed it for a while and was amazed at the flashing wind in it. "What a beautiful pearl," Han Fei said angrily. "Why are you wasting our time? Everybody is waiting for you. Eat it already." After Han Fei yelled at her, Mujiar instantly put the wind pearl into her mouth and swallowed it. Mujiara closed her eyes. A glowing halo gradually appeared behind Mujiara. About 100 seconds later, a pair of pure wings unfolded on Mujiara's back. "Wait." Han Fei instantly realized that something was wrong. Mujiara was wearing semi-divine armor. Where were the wings rooted if they could be opened? Noticing Han Fei's surprise, Guan Xingyan explained casually, "The wings are half real and half illusion, so they can go through the armor." Han Fei slightly nodded. He wasn't entirely satisfied with the wings. If he was capable of catching a level 57 Wind Sky Wing, could he do better? Suddenly Mujiara flapped her wings and then she swirled in the sky and got carried away by the wind. Han Fei helplessly cast out a hook and pulled her back, before he snapped, "Can you fly after we go out? You're in the middle of a storm. Do you have to fly here?" "Humph, I have never flown before. I just wanted to find out how it feels." Chapter 843, Desolation Graveyard. A day later, Cao Chu and the others all advanced and acquired wings. They were all eager to fly into the desolation gale. Guan Xingyan looked at Han Fei. "Brother Han Fei, what about you? Are you going to keep exploring the desolation graveyard?" Mujiar said. "There's no way. The 100 kilometers ahead aren't easy to pass with all the Wind Sky Wing hero souls, who are timid too, but definitely bolder than the living Wind Sky Wings." Cao Chu also said, "Han Fei, they're quite tricky. You can't beat them." Han Fei thought for a moment. "You should go out. I'm taking care of my own wings." "Mujiar, can I borrow your pill?" Mujiar threw the pill to Han Fei unconcernedly and said, "You can't activate it for too long. It's a special pill whose sole usage is to attract the attention of the creatures nearby." Han Fei smiled casually. "I've survived the outer sea. I know how important my life is. You should go back." "I don't think any Wind Sky Wings will come if they see such a huge gang," Cao Chu remarked in mixed feelings. "Han Fei, you're not going to fight with your life, are you? In fact, wings are no big deal. They won't be useful after you become an explorer." "Huh?" Guan Xingyan explained. "Explorers can step onto the air and travel freely. However, it's not so easy to become an explorer. There's still the law enforcer level in between," Mujiar also added. "In fact, law enforcers are already able to walk the air with their spiritual energy. However, it's more convenient for the explorers to do that with the help of the natural power." Han Fei slightly nodded. "I know. You should go now." After finally driving Cao Chu and the others away, Han Fei didn't press further immediately, but sat down and started painting. Ever since he learned how to paint arrays, Han Fei had been carrying a bunch of fish skins for emergencies. He could paint arrays in advance and make use of them in the emergencies. Earlier, he had captured the Wind Sky Wings with mystifying arrays, which proved that he could at least capture Wind Sky Wings with a wingspan of 12 meters. That was his safety choice. It wouldn't matter even if he couldn't get the most powerful hero soul and acquire the Wind God Pearl. However, he would certainly not refuse it if he could get it. 2 hours passed. Han Fei rose and walked 20 kilometers from the desolation graveyard. In this place, he clearly sensed that the area ahead of him was different. The desolation gale up ahead was weakened. While it was still powerful where he was standing, it had left cuts in the golden battlesuit. The desolation water was slowly corroding the battlesuit too as he stayed. Obviously, he shouldn't stay here for long. However, there were a dozen Wind Sky Wing hero souls wandering in the area that was full of bones up ahead. They showed no intention of leaving. Han Fei stood for a moment and slowly extended the void lines. After the void lines entered the desolation graveyard, the Wind Sky Wing hero souls seemed agitated and flapped their transparent wings now and then, as if they were looking for something. Han Fei was secretly relieved. Fortunately, the void lines weren't real. If they were regular fishing lines, they probably would have been cut apart. Extending the void lines forward, he saw nothing but hero souls and bones on the way. Some of the hero souls were big, some small. Their wingspans were different too. However, even the largest wingspan that Han Fei saw was still no greater than 10 meters. All of a sudden, Han Fei found that it was impossible to spread the void lines further. Han Fei was briefly stunned. 300 kilometers? I can only effectively control the void lines for 300 kilometers. That was a rather awkward number. The distance was clearly nowhere near the end of the Desolation Graveyard. Han Fei took a deep breath. That method didn't work. Recalling the void lines, Han Fei fixed his eyes on the Wind Sky Wing hero souls that lingered before his eyes. The void lines were meant to catch souls in the first place, so it was only natural for them to catch the hero souls. Without a word, Han Fei controlled the void lines to catch a Wind Sky Wing hero soul. He aimed at one whose wingspan was 8 meters. However, whenever the void lines approached the hero soul would run away without giving Han Fei any chance. Han Fei was instantly lost for words. Making up his mind, Han Fei dashed forth. Well, aren't you staying vigilant? Where can you hide if I simply break in? When Han Fei broke into the Desolation Graveyard, he felt extreme coldness. His body was covered in a layer of ice, and his semi-divine battlesuit was creaking. Not good. The Desolation Gale is even more powerful here? Han Fei instantly realized the source of the problem. The Desolation Gale here wasn't weakened. In fact, it was completely combined with the Desolation water and extremely corrosive. It might seem weak from the outside, but it had actually turned more substantial. It was just like when a wind was solidified into a saber, you wouldn't see it shaking the twigs, but being cut by the wind sword would definitely be painful. Han Fei found it hard to breathe when he entered, and he lost at least 30% of his strength. Hula! Hula! Instantly, a dozen Wind Sky Wing hero souls swooped at Han Fei, and a storm of horrifying wind blades came at him. The Desolation Gales that they spouted out left a lot of wounds on Han Fei's face. Han Fei roared, "Come on, you're just a bunch of souls. Why are you being so cocky?" Han Fei threw a fish skin underneath his feet. He grabbed a soul attraction pill with one hand and controlled the void lines with the other. Immediately, dazzling light emanated and a mystifying array manifested. Han Fei quickly clutched a Wind Sky Wing with the void lines. He then removed the soul attraction pill and threw 2 fish skins under his feet. All of a sudden, an enormous old turtle appeared and a great number of wind blades crushed the old turtle. Clang, 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 clang. In the meantime, multiple other arrays burst out on the other fish skin. Concealment arrays, breath concealing array, stealth array, spirit sealing array, crack. When the coiled turtle array was broken through, the mystifying array gradually dispersed, and Han Fei was gone. At this moment, Han Fei was lying on the back of one of the Wind Sky Wings in absolute quietness. Han Fei was secretly relaxed after fooling the Wind Sky Wing hero souls. He had finally entered the place. However, the Desolation Gale seemed too strong. His battlesuit cracked and had scratches one after another. Hang in there. Don't break, at least not within the next 1,000 kilometers. Semi-divine equipment wasn't really divine equipment anyway, and Han Fei didn't have enough good materials to craft a real divine weapon. At this moment, Han Fei saw Wind Sky Wings everywhere. 20 meters away, a Wind Sky Wing hero soul seemed curious about the creaking sound from the Wind Sky Wing hero souls underneath Han Fei, so it approached him. Han Fei didn't even dare to move his finger anymore. Information popped up in his eyes. Namaye Wind Sky Wing Hero, Soul Introduction. Common undead souls in the domain of wind. They live and die for the wind and will not allow other creatures to ruin their resting place. They keep part of their old personality. They're shy, curious, and fond of flying. They enjoy bullying creatures weaker than themselves. When they open their wings, they can raise desolation gales. Level 53 quality, all quality. All quality, O quality. Undead, spiritual energy. 4T866.0 collectible. Undead vibe, unabsorbable. You can't see me, you can't see me, Han Fei mumbled to himself in panic. The hero soul that came to him circled him and stared at him. Then, it suddenly opened its mouth and unleashed a desolation gale. Shoot, you can really see me? Han Fei fell to the ground. From the piles of bones, he quickly jumped back. When he was about to take out the array skins he prepared earlier, he looked at the bones in surprise. Huh? Even the semi-divine equipment was corroded, yet the bones were intact. Hula! A bunch of other Wind Sky Wing hero souls spotted Han Fei and were coming to him. Having no time to think, Han Fei used the Overlord's technique and attached Little Gold to himself. Han Fei didn't dare to use the 64-dimensional fish dragon dance plus the sea racing art because it would be impossible for him to dodge the attacks in the straight line. He rushed crazily on the bones, followed by dozens of Wind Sky Wing hero souls. The Wind Sky Wings were truly adept at flying. Han Fei was slowed by more than 40% in the Desolation Gale, yet the hero souls remained as fast as before. In the water, Han Fei made all kinds of weird postures. At the same time, he controlled the Wind Sky Wing that he had possessed to fly to him. Han Fei jumped to the back of the Wind Sky Wing, which flew much faster than he ran. Chila. In the Desolation Graveyard, Han Fei zigzagged forward quickly as if he were flying a fighter jet. Hula. All the wind skywings on his way were chasing him. Hundreds of them were behind him. Han Fei gritted his teeth. I can't beat all of them. No, descend. Controlling the wind skywing to dive down, he extended his hand and collected a large number of bones. If the semi-divine equipment was corroded, but the wind skywing's bones weren't, they were definitely very hard, so Han Fei gathered as many of them as possible. Han Fei believed that the most important quality for a cultivator was greediness. How could you cultivate and find treasures if you weren't greedy? So, he had to pick treasures whenever he could. All of a sudden, Han Fei had a feeling of crisis. 2 wind blades that were dozens of meters long cut towards him horizontally. Damn it, Han Fei recalled the void lines and quickly unfolded the fish skin in his hand. Instantly, the skin unleashed a dazzling glow. It was an array that Han Fei prepared to blind the wind skywings, but it was not actually harmful at all and could only slow the enemy down shortly. That was all Han Fei needed. Following the dazzling light, a gigantic old turtle rose. It was a coiled turtle array he had painted earlier. 1 second passed, 2 seconds passed, 3 seconds passed, clang, clang, clang. In the middle of the storm of blades, Han Fei disappeared. Chapter 844, To Become a Hidden Fisher. Appearing in Forge the Universe, Han Fei subconsciously patted his chest. There were 1,000 hero souls as strong as hidden fishers. He would have been cut into pieces if he had slowed down. Han Fei sat on the ground. Obviously, the power of a hanging fisher wasn't enough to support him through the desolation graveyard. Could he protect himself? Han Fei knew that he could probably fight 1 or 2 of the enemies, but when faced with 1,000 of them, there wasn't another way except escaping. Also, Han Fei found that in order to pass the desolation graveyard, he had to be very fast. With his current speed and battle pace, he probably couldn't even endure 3 hours in this place, much less 3 days. Han Fei looked at the bones and took a deep breath. He decided to become a hidden fisher first. According to the current pace, he would catch a wind skywing very fast, or he had to do it outside of the desolation graveyard. Either way, there would be sufficient time for him to become a hidden fisher. Thinking that through, Han Fei instantly sat cross-legged. Break! Hum! A tremendous amount of spiritual energy surged into Han Fei's body crazily. Maybe because Han Fei had laid a solid foundation as a hanging fisher, Han Fei's breakthrough was surprisingly successful. While the crazily surging spiritual energy became sticky, his mutated veins didn't feel strange at all. After only an hour, Han Fei already felt that his senses had been expanded and that an uncanny power was entering his body. At that moment, Han Fei felt that his power was soaring and that sticky impurities were discharged from his body. His head couldn't be clearer. At that very moment, Han Fei seemed to see a path, but it was vague and blurry. He somehow had an epiphany. The hidden fishers seemed to be seeking and creating a path. Was the path going to be his too? Han Fei sensed that he understood something, but he didn't fully understand it. The breakthrough went on just like before. The spiritual energy came in one wave after another incessantly. An hour later, the filling of spiritual energy finally stopped. Han Fei opened his eyes and his mouth, exhaling the dirty air in his body. Is this the power of a hidden fisher? Han Fei rose and quietly examined himself. In terms of strength, he felt like he was 50% stronger than before. At this moment, Han Fei somehow remembered Wang Dashuai's big door. It seemed that holding the door wouldn't be a problem anymore. Hiss, so unbelievable. It's definitely more than 1,000,000 kilograms. Wait, holding the door is not a problem at all. Han Fei never knew that the breakthrough to a hidden fisher would increase his strength by so much. He even suspected that he might be twice as strong as before. What did it mean? A punch of his fist could cause a force of 1,000 tons? Han Fei quickly checked his information. Grow owner, Han Fei Level 51W Jr., Hidden Fisher. A spiritual energy, 5,062,236,230,886. Spiritual power, 3001, perception range, 29,999 meters. Spiritual heritage, level 7, low quality spiritual beast, twin yin-yang spirit, swallowing fish level 45, main, art E, divine manipulation technique, volume 5 of void fishing heaven level, divine quality. Hiss, Hess, Han Fei was stunned and rubbed his eyes in surprise. Hiss, Han Fei was stunned and rubbed his eyes in surprise. Had the upper limit of his spiritual energy been improved by almost 4,000 points? He didn't see the number coming at all. His level was only 51, which meant that he had stabilized himself in level 50 and rose by another level. Yet, the single level up had increased the upper limit of his spiritual energy by so much? Gudu, Han Fei swallowed hard. No wonder they say that one step will be a major breakthrough when you become a hidden fisher. It's truly an accurate description. The increase of one minor level is as good as that of a major level when I was a hanging fisher. Han Fei was delighted, but he didn't get too excited. He took out 27 level 2 soul crystals, which weren't a lot, but could still more or less improve his spiritual power and senses. Half an hour later, when Han Fei's spiritual power was increased to 3,168 and his perception range to 31,999 meters, the progress stopped. Han Fei had used up all his level 2 soul crystals without leaving any. He couldn't help but regret his poorness again. Han Fei had something more important to do than to hunt the Wind Skywing hero souls. The array of the spiritual sea appeared in his head, and he tried to enter the spiritual sea again. 100 seconds passed. Huh? I can't get in? Are you kidding me? Didn't they say that the spiritual sea is accessible when you have a major breakthrough? Is my advancement to the hidden fisher level not a major breakthrough? No, I have to try again. Another 100 seconds passed. Han Fei heaved a long sigh. It was exactly what Xuanhuan had said. It was just a matter of luck. Failing to enter the spiritual sea, Han Fei focused his eyes on the bones. He had already noticed that anything could be corroded in the Desolation Graveyard, including the semi-divine equipment. Then why were the bones intact? If the bones were invulnerable, wouldn't he be able to walk freely in the Desolation Graveyard if he crafted a battlesuit with the bones? Immediately, Han Fei summoned the Demon Purification Pot. He threw dozens of bones into the demon purification pot and imagined the look of a battlesuit. However, before he could finish his design, a white crystal the size of a thumb flew out after a tremendous amount of spiritual energy was consumed. A piece of information popped up in Han Fei's eyes. Unnama Essence of Wind Introduction. A material made of the wind sky wings bones that are full of the desolation gales. It can be used to craft divine weapons. Huh? A material? Han Fei was lost for words. Dozens of bones had been compressed to such a tiny bit. However, when he saw that the essence of wind could be used to craft divine weapons, he took a deep breath and exclaimed, "Materials for divine weapons?" Remembering the bones that were all over the Desolation Graveyard, Han Fei became excited. I'm getting rich. It's extremely hard to get materials for divine weapons. Who could have thought that they're everywhere in the Desolation Graveyard? Han Fei had a lot of mixed feelings. Someone else might have also thought that the bones could be crafted into battlesuits that could resist the Desolation Gales. However, Han Fei was certain that they would never succeed. He had got such a tiny bit from dozens of bones. In order to gather the essence of wind the size of an adult's fist, hundreds of bones would be needed. Who could have thought that ultra-quality materials were so hard to get? Han Fei didn't have to purify them crazily just yet. He had to find out how much spiritual energy it would require to purify them. This time, he intended to purify them with the spiritual energy he had stored. He threw 100 bones into the demon purification pot. About 50 seconds later, a crystal that was slightly bigger than the previous essence of wind flew out, and Han Fei slightly frowned at his loss. It took more than 440,000 points of spiritual energy, enough to forge an ultra-quality spiritual weapon. However, Han Fei didn't panic at all. He had made a lot of money by helping Cao Chu and the others catch the wind skywings. He could craft 2 fists worth of essence of wind first. A moment later, more than 8 million points of spiritual energy were consumed, and 2 balls of essence of wind the size of fists appeared. Han Fei instantly became grave. They were not nearly enough to craft a divine battlesuit. If he were to keep purifying, it would take at least 80 million points of spiritual energy to get enough materials for a battlesuit. Immediately, Han Fei summoned his golden battlesuit and gnashed his teeth. Reforge. He spent another 8 million points of spiritual energy gathering essence of wind. Then, he believed that it was enough to be fused into the golden battlesuit. After all, it was his battlesuit, not a piece of armor. He didn't have to be as extravagant as Cao Chu. Cutting his connection to the golden battlesuit, Han Fei threw the golden battlesuit and 6 pieces of essence of wind into the demon purification pot. A moment later, another 8 million points of spiritual energy was consumed. As a result, he only had 110 million points of spiritual energy left. Of course, what delighted him was that a brand new battlesuit appeared in front of his eyes. The golden color of the suit was gone, replaced by a greenish color plus gold. The battlesuit included shoes, armored pants, a breastplate, a cloak, and a high collar. It was in a modern style. A string of data appeared in his eyes. Name Feather Suit of Wind Introduction. It's made of a golden battlesuit and the essence of wind. It weighs 10,000 kilograms and is extremely sturdy. It's 50% more resistant to gales than regular divine battlesuits. No obvious shortcomings. Quality, low-quality divine equipment, a sealed spirit. None irrecastable unrefined S. Note, because of the restrictions of its materials, it can only be reforged into a low-quality battlesuit at best. Han Fei grinned. A piece of low-quality divine equipment was definitely worth the cost. Divine equipment might sound similar to the semi-divine, but it was of a much better quality. At this moment, the Feather Suit of Wind didn't have a sealed spirit. He might as well seal a soul in it on his way out. In that way, the Feather Suit of Wind might turn into mid-quality divine equipment. Of course, the first thing to do was to refine the Feather Suit of Wind. Han Fei didn't really dare to let it acknowledge him, or he would probably lose 90% of his blood. When he refined Snowmorn earlier, he would have been drained if he hadn't made blood for himself non-stop at the cost of his storage. Chila, Han Fei cut his hand and pressed it on the Feather Suit of Wind. Immediately, the blood in Han Fei's body surged and gathered at his palm. After only 20 seconds, he lost 10% of his blood. 50 seconds later, 30% of his blood was gone. 100 seconds later, 50% of the blood disappeared. Han Fei had already started swallowing spiritual fruits since the 50th second. He also cast the divine healing technique on himself. After 50% of his blood was sucked, he finally stopped bleeding, and he put on the Feather Suit of Wind. Haha, it suits me perfectly. Chapter 845, Fishing for the Soul Wings. It took Han Fei 6 hours to train himself, craft the feather suit of wind, and recover his lost blood by having spiritual fruits. Then, with a thought, Han Fei reappeared in the Desolation Graveyard. Similar to what he had anticipated, the wind sky wings that chased him had already disappeared. However, 2 of them were still fairly close to him after he came out. Clearly, the 2 wind sky wings saw him the moment he reappeared. However, Han Fei simply cast out the fish skin in his hand and enshrouded him in a mystifying array. At the same time, he used the concealment array and the stealth array on himself. Hualala, the area was surrounded by the void chains. The 2 wind sky wings weren't scared of Han Fei. They simply tried to flee because of their timid nature. They cut the void chains with the wind blades. Han Fei didn't dare to let them do that. The 9-tailed mantis shrimp was only level 41 and the gap between them was too huge. Even though it was legendary, the level gap was too wide. However, the delay was enough. The void lines were extended to one of the wind sky wings. Caught by a void line, the wind sky wing hero soul paused for a moment and then was caught by the other 8 void lines. Immediately, Han Fei sensed its resistance. However, Han Fei was no worse than them in terms of soul power. So, the wind skywing only struggled for 10 kilometers before Han Fei completely controlled it. Hey, that's more like it. It should be easier for me to defeat you now that I'm stronger. Controlling the wind skywing hero soul to fly back, Han Fei jumped on its back again. This time, not only had the feather suit of wind turned into divine equipment, but it also gained resistance to wind. It didn't creak anymore. Han Fei waved his hand and collected all the bones nearby into Forge the Universe. He then controlled the wind sky wing to swim deeper. Han Fei didn't pick all the bones because it wasn't the time for that yet. If he alarmed a swarm of wind sky wing hero souls again, it would be impossible for him to find the wind god pearl. So, Han Fei wasn't anxious at all on his way. The trip was much smoother than the last time. Firstly, the wind sky wing that Han Fei controlled had a wingspan of 10 meters and was level 55. Secondly, he didn't make any noises or attract any curiosity. Flying forward for about 800 kilometers, Han Fei felt perfectly good except for the minor coldness. He saw many wind sky wing hero souls with a wingspan of 12 meters. He was flying when he had a sense of crisis. He found that a wind sky wing hero soul with a wingspan of 13 meters was swooping at him. I've been exposed? No, wait, it's not coming at me, but the wind sky wing underneath me. Han Fei instantly controlled the wind sky wing to fly to an empty area. Sensing the greater wind sky wing that was chasing it, Han Fei stopped the wind sky wing underneath him from resisting. Chila. When the new wind sky wing attacked with a wind blade and tried to swallow the wind sky wing that Han Fei controlled, the void lines were darted to it. When they were attached to the powerful hero soul, it instantly squeaked and flew away. Han Fei, on the other hand, stayed still. That's fine, let's see if you can fly 300 kilometers away. I'd be damned if you can. 30 seconds later, the new wind sky wing flew back, and Han Fei jumped onto it again. Han Fei had a lot of complicated feelings as he had gained the courage to beat a level 58 hero soul. The breakthrough had really given him confidence. Han Fei roughly estimated that he had traveled 7,000 kilometers and 2,000 kilometers in the Desolation Graveyard. However, where was the wind sky wing big shot that they mentioned? The big shot who has a wind god pearl on your head, please come out. I can't beat the enemies up ahead. After flying for another 500 kilometers, Han Fei saw a few wind sky wings with a wingspan of 13 or even 14 meters fighting each other. As a sneaky tactic, Han Fei chose to fly from high altitudes. However, a moment later he found that a lot of wind sky wings were fighting. Sweet mother of God, these things are so strong. You can't see me, you can't see me. After sneaking for about 300 kilometers, one finally saw him and swooped at him. Han Fei saw that it had a wingspan of 15 meters, indicating that it was almost level 60. He was of a mind to get a stronger mount, but it was impossible for him to defeat 2 simultaneously. Damn it, why do you have to come together? Run, another chase began. More and more enemies joined the battle, and Han Fei initiated the fighter jet mode again. Do I have to hide inside Forge the Universe again? No. Han Fei quickly put a peppermint into his mouth. He was instantly refreshed. This place was no longer where he stood earlier. The wind sky wings here wouldn't give him a chance to hide and Forge the Universe. Immediately, Han Fei darted 2 void lines towards the nearest 2 wind sky wing hero souls. As if they sensed the danger, the 2 wind sky wings dodged quickly. Fortunately, it bought Han Fei an opportunity. However, he vaguely felt that the wind sky wing underneath him was resisting. You want to resist? Fly. Han Fei was quite intrigued. It seemed that 3 void lines weren't enough. He had to refine a few more dragon veins. After being chased for 100 kilometers, Han Fei suddenly found that the wind sky wings behind him slowed down. They stopped chasing him a minute later. You scared the shit out of me. Shoot, wait, why aren't any wind sky wing hero souls here? Han Fei's eyelids shivered. The only possibility for such a situation was that he had entered the territory of an even stronger enemy. Han Fei had no time to think. He couldn't abandon the wind sky wing underneath him. He might have to rely on it for his escape. However, Han Fei was also afraid that he couldn't defeat the enemy he was about to meet. Instantly, he extracted the 6 dragon veins he had left and refined all of them. Although he could split 1 void line into 10, he had to consider what each of the void lines could take. Even though he had become a hidden fisher, his soul hardness wasn't too high, and refining the dragon veins could be exhausting. He would have refined them a long time ago if he didn't have to pay anything. However, Hanfei couldn't care much at this moment. 3 void lines alone wouldn't be enough. Hanfei appeased the Wind Skywing hero soul and gradually refined the veins. 1, 2. When Hanfei was about to refine the 3rd vine, he saw 2 streamlines dashing at him. Shoot! He quickly controlled the Wind Skywing to dodge. When he raised his head, he found that a Wind Skywing hero soul with a wingspan of 18 meters was swooping at him. The Wind Skywing hero soul was no longer white but the color of jade, transparent and attractive. There was also a green pearl in the middle of the hero soul's head. The Wind God Pearl? Hanfei shivered, and a weird desolation gale was spurted at him. This time, Hanfei heard the creaks again. He was quite scared. Can a piece of low-quality divine equipment block the attack of a level 60 enemy? He was not sure. However, judging from the situation, he had clearly been exposed. The enemy's target was him, not the Wind Skywing underneath him. Hanfei took a deep breath. Fuck, let's see how I'll take you down. He used the Overlord's technique. Attaching Little Fatty to him, Hanfei crazily controlled the Wind Skywing to fly towards the enormous Wind Skywing. Hula. The powerful enemy flapped its wings and launched one wind blade after another. Hanfei nervously dodged and approached the enemy. Hanfei had a lot of ideas. As long as he approached the enemy and controlled it with the void lines, he would be able to win the battle. In the next second, when the wind blades were woven into a net, Hanfei shouted and deployed a fist mark of the Sao family. Almost at the same time, Hanfei opened the seal of the soul attraction pill, whose fragrance spread out in the raging gale. Come on, do you want this? Come here if you do, Chila. The fist mark of the Sao family was cut apart, yet the wind blades weren't stopped. After all, the fist mark of the Sao family equaled the attack of a peak-level hidden fisher, and the big shot with a wingspan above 18 meters was already stronger than any hidden fisher. Crack. Another fist mark of the Sao family was squeezed and launched. Hanfei controlled 15 void lines and darted them at the big shot. However, the Wind Skywing hero soul was simply too fast to be caught. Chila, Hanfei suddenly jumped away, and the Wind Skywing underneath him was cut into pieces. He waved his hand and threw out a fish skin, causing such a dazzling light that nobody could open their eyes in 1,000 meters. Mujiare, sorry for this. Maybe I can compensate you with the essence of wind later. I'll have to use your soul attraction pill. At this moment, Hanfei sent a void line to the soul attraction pill and threw it in the sky. Chapter 846, that's Hanfei. It all happened too fast. When the soul attraction pill was tossed out, Hanfei threw out another fist mark of the Sao family. These life-saving methods should be used when necessary. As long as the big guy up above could be caught, he wouldn't hesitate to use the fist marks from Xuanhuan and Mujiaer at all. In the wind, Hanfei attached Little Gold to himself. He could also fly. Even though his flight wasn't as steady as the enemy's, it was at least a pair of legendary wings. However, to deceive the enemy, Hanfei turned around and fled, extending the void lines. Eat it, eat it, eat it already. Suddenly, Hanfei felt that his soul slightly shivered. The void lines caught the target. Hanfei was instantly enthused. He dashed away, and the void lines that caught the Wind Skywing Big Shot split up. The other void lines also got close. However, the Wind Skywing Big Shot seemed to have sensed grave danger. It rose and flashed 100 meters away, trying to flee. Damn it, you can flash? Do you really think you can escape? When the Wind Skywing Big Shot rose, Hanfei stopped, and a long bow appeared in his hand. Instantly, all the spiritual energy in Hanfei's body was extracted, and 25,600 points of spiritual energy were concentrated in the arrow. The 8th arrow of the War Soul art was activated. Hanfei managed to endure the recoil and his arm wasn't broken, which proved that it was a right decision to become a hidden fisher. If it were before, his entire arm would have been ripped and bleeding after the shot. The War Soul art could automatically lock onto the target, but it might not be useful in the gales. After all, the target was a level 63 hero soul. Without the void lines, it would have been easy for the enemy to blow up Hanfei's arrow. However, the Wind Skywing Big Shot was still caught by the void lines, and it had 2 choices. The first choice was to stay for a while and break Hanfei's arrow, and the other was to continue escaping and ignore the arrow. However, with the War Soul art, each arrow was more powerful than the last one. The last few arrows could hurt the soul, and the War Soul art hero soul was a soul. It could be hurt very badly if it were shot in the front. As Hanfei expected, the enemy paused for a moment and flapped its wings, raising 4 wind blades towards the arrow. Hanfei grinned. It's over. At this moment, another void line caught the Wind Skywing hero soul, followed by a 3rd void line. Then, with Hanfei's thought, the void lines were split apart into 9. Then they caught the Wind Skywing's back, head, wings, tail, neck, and back. Hanfei's brain started to itch as the enemy was resisting him fiercely. While flying towards the Wind Skywing, Hanfei competed with the Wind Skywing over the control of its body. As he expected, 3 complete void lines weren't enough to control the big shot. Hanfei rose to the sky and chased the enemy in a furious wind. If he had the opportunity to fire another arrow, or to catch the enemy with a 4th complete void line, he believed he would win. The fish started escaping, and the man chased it relentlessly. Han Fei tried to keep himself at the highest speed to prevent the enemy from going 300 kilometers away. At this moment, the Wind Skywing Big Shot was almost 100 kilometers away. Han Fei couldn't help but curse. He really needed to improve his speed. You want to run when you're already caught? Soul-splitting technique. Han Fei roared. Out of the Wind Sky Canyon. Tao Chu, Guan Qingyan, and Mu Jiaer were waiting hundreds of kilometers away. Holding her chin, Mu Jiaer asked, how big do you think the Wind Skywing that Han Fei catches will be? A 14-meter one? Or maybe a 15-meter one, Guan Qingyan said casually. It's hard to say. Considering Brother Han's remarkable methods, he might really be able to subdue a 15-meter Wind Skywing. Cao Chu smacked his lips. Why can't it be the Wind God Pearl? Something is quite strange with Han Fei. No place that he's been to ever ends well. Mu Jiaer snorted. That's the Wind Sky Canyon. It's said that it only appears in the depths of the Desolation Graveyard, and it's extremely rare. There's only a couple of them in the entire Wind Sky Canyon. The last person who got one found it 60 years ago. Suddenly, Mu Jiaer grabbed Cao Chu's arm and said, Look, it's Sister Mo. Cao Chu snorted. Why are you so surprised? Han Fei taught her a lesson. She couldn't have entered the Desolation Graveyard. Also, not that I think little of her, but what could she do in the Desolation Graveyard? Could she possibly defeat so many Wind Skywing hero souls? Mo Feiyan saw Cao Chu and the others from a distance. She asked telepathically, Where's Han Fei? Cao Chu snorted. I don't know. Who knows? Maybe he's fighting for a Wind God Pearl. Mo Feiyan caught up to them and laughed in disdain. You think he can get a Wind God Pearl? I'll just wait for him here. I have to settle scores with him. Who do you intend to settle scores with? When Cao Chu and Mu Jiaer were about to argue, a gentle yet firm voice appeared in everybody's head. They saw that a woman in white was coming close, floating through the air. Her long hair and her clothes fluttered in the wind, making her look like a goddess that just arrived from the sky. Mu Jiaer asked in surprise, She's not using wings. Is she a law enforcer or an explorer? Huh, Juer? Guan Qingyan looked cold. It's her, Juinling. Has she become a law enforcer? Cao Chu was quite surprised for a while too. Then he waved his hand. Xiaoju, Xiaoju, Xiaoju. Juinling gently nodded at Cao Chu and then looked at Mo Feiyan. How are you going to settle scores with Han Fei? Mo Feiyan's pupils contracted. You've become a law enforcer? Mo Feiyan was quite shocked. She knew that Zhu Yinling had been cultivating fast, but it was still rather unbelievable that she became a law enforcer at such a young age. Mo Feiyan still played tough. That's between me and Han Fei. Is it your business? Zhu Yinling slowly stepped down to the tide. Then, she said as mildly as before, his business is mine. Clang. Yeah, huh, what does that mean? Cao Chu and the others all widened their eyes and mouth. What did it mean? Mu Jiaer shrieked, Xiaoju, have you developed an interest in Han Fei? Guan Qingyan's lips were quivering too. That's really absurd. Cao Chu sat down on his ship. Oh, my dear sea god, Xiaoju, have you picked Han Fei for your technique? Mo Feiyan was too shocked to say anything too. She couldn't possibly imagine how Han Fei and Zhu Yinling, who belonged to two different worlds, got together. Considering Zhu Yinling's personality, Han Fei should be the last type of person she would choose. How did this happen? Zhu Yinling said as gently as before. He's very special. I became a law enforcer because of him. Hiss! All of them gasped hard, feeling that their brains were turning into paste. Far away, several experts with 8 stars flew close and looked at Zhu Yinling in surprise. You're already a law enforcer? Someone laughed. As expected of a 1-in-1,000-year heavenly talent. Since she's already a law enforcer, she might become an explorer by the age of 20. Someone nodded. Exactly. Even if she can't make it by 20, she certainly will by 25. Zhu Yinling smiled and said, You flatter me, seniors. Someone shook his head with a smile. It's not flattery at all. I've never seen anyone level up as fast as you. It is truly astonishing. When they laughed and discussed, 2 streaks of brilliance soared to the sky on the horizon. One of them was green and the other was golden and red. Someone asked in surprise, What's that? Someone shook his head. It's too far away. I can't see it clearly. Has a strong Wind Skywing been born? Someone laughed. What are you talking about? It's clearly a predator hunting. Mu Jiaer asked in surprise, What's that? The light looks beautiful. Cao Chu snorted. We've got our wings. Whatever it is, it has nothing to do with us. That fierce battle must be dangerous. Everybody looked up at the sky, but the 2 streaks of light were traveling amidst the violent desolation gales and couldn't be seen clearly. Suddenly, a stream of spiritual energy was launched and someone seemed to be yelling, but the wind was too loud for him to be heard. It sounded like he was cursing. Han Fei finally shot out a second arrow. He summoned Little White and Little Black and threw Little White into Forge the Universe. In such a way, Little Black would remain alive even if it got killed. Thanks to the boost of the desolation gales, Han Fei and his enemy were both moving at an astonishing speed. They weren't flying, but more like darting like light. When Han Fei tried to gain control over the Wind Skywing's body, Little Black finally got a chance to bite the enemy, which gave Han Fei a chance to fire another arrow. Hey, son of a bitch, take my 4th hook. When the 4th void line caught the Wind Skywing, Han Fei instantly had the advantage. Han Fei had already stuffed 26 spiritual fruits into his mouth during the rush. He couldn't have chased it so far without the energy supply. Son of a bitch, get the hell out of the Desolation Gale. Han Fei had gone through a lot of trouble to drive the Wind Skywing hero soul to the edge of the Desolation Gale. After they left the Desolation Gale, it wouldn't be as fast, and he would have a chance. Bam, bam. The two of them dashed out of the Desolation Gale. Han Fei was excited after leaving the Desolation Gale and instantly launched the 5th Void Line. Instantly, the 5 Void Lines split up into 15 lines and all clutched the Wind Skywing. As if knowing that it was in a great crisis, the Wind Skywing turned back and attacked Han Fei. In the blink of an eye, dozens of wind blades and furious desolation gales were spurted at Han Fei. Crack, crack, a giant hammer appeared in the void. Clang, clang. Down below, Guan Qingyan quickly rose. That's, Mujiar was already shrieking. It's that fraud, Han Fei. He's using the hammer of the Guan family. Mo Feiyan trembled. Han Fei? How is it possible? Zhu Yinling opened her mouth in surprise. Han Fei? Chapter 847, Phantom Glass Wings. When Han Fei broke through the Desolation Gale, the people who sat at the bottom of the sea saw him and raised their heads in shock. Someone exclaimed, "What was that?" Someone was confused. Seems to be a Wind Skywing, but isn't it too big? It has a wingspan of 18 meters. Someone rose quickly and pointed at the sky. Look, another Wind Skywing is chasing it. However, why does the Wind Skywing behind have golden wings and a wingspan of 6 meters? Someone cursed. Are you blind? It's not a Wind Skywing at all. It's a human. Hiss! Everybody exclaimed in shock as the news was truly exciting. Immediately, someone roared, "Someone is hunting the Wind Skywing King. Let's go there and see. I'm coming too. I'm coming too." Han Fei quickly approached the Wind Skywing and cast out the void lines and extended the dragon sting pole. Because the Wind Skywing's soul had been controlled even though it was struggling hard, its speed significantly dropped, which gave Han Fei a chance. The illusions of 2 hammers bashed each other in the sky. The golden ripples raised by the impact blocked the dozens of wind blades, allowing Han Fei to jump to the back of the Wind Skywings that was coming at him. At that moment, information popped up in his eyes. Nama, the Wind Skywing Soul King Introduction. A rare king of the undead souls in the domain of wind. They live and die for the wind, and will not allow other creatures to ruin their resting place. They keep part of their old personality. They're shy, curious, and fond of flying. They enjoy bullying creatures weaker than themselves. When they open their wings, they can raise desolation gales. Level 63 Equality. Undead Spiritual Energy, 50,002. Points of Collectible Undead Chi. Wind God Pearl, Unabsorbable, a Noti. The Wind God Pearl must be swallowed within 100 seconds after it's taken. Note 2. The Wind God Pearl looks like a phantom in a piece of glass. Han Fei took a deep breath. It was true that every king creature was tricky to deal with. However, he was about to acquire the Wind God Pearl very soon. He would subdue it in several minutes. He felt lucky that the Wind Skywings were timid creatures. This one was also timid even though it had become a Soul King. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had a chance to subdue a level 63 undead creature at all. In a way, this creature was as strong as a law enforcer. All of a sudden, Han Fei looked down and found that many people were floating on the surface of the sea. Huh? Cao Chu and the others are still here, and so is Mo Feiyan? When Han Fei thought that he couldn't pick the Wind God Pearl just yet, he caught sight of another person on the sea. Huh? Zhu Yinling? What's she doing here? However, he had no time to care about that for now. The Wind Skywing Soul King was still struggling. Han Fei dashed into the clouds straight up and dove into the sea straight down now and then. It was much more exciting than flying a fighter jet. Han Fei's facial organs were all bleeding during the competition of control with the Wind Skywing. However, the injuries were insignificant, and a price that Han Fei was willing to pay for the victory. Son of a Baishe, stop, or I will seal your spirit. Han Fei suddenly thought of something. Right. Even if he took the guy's Wind God Pearl away, a Wind Skywing Soul King without wings would still be a king among the Wind Skywings. Would he still be able to seal spirits with it? In the end, there was no telling if the Wind Skywing lost its mind, but it suddenly fell straight at the surface of the sea at a crazy speed. Shoot, do you want to kill me with a crash? Bam! A huge wave was raised by the crash. Han Fei felt that his internal organs were all dislocated, but the Wind Skywing became under his control the moment he entered the sea. When Han Fei was going to control the Wind Skywing to fly into the gale, he suddenly heard a voice. You can absorb it here. I'll protect you. Han Fei scanned the source of the voice, only to find that it came from Zhu Yinling, who had approached him at some point. Han Fei realized that he had wasted some of his time. He was told that the sooner he swallowed a wind pearl after he became a hidden fisher, the better. It would take time for him to find an empty place in the gales. Since a law enforcer offered him protection, he might as well do the absorption immediately. He grabbed the Wind God Pearl on the forehead of the Wind Skywing and put it into his mouth without thinking. The moment he took off the Wind God Pearl, the Wind Skywing somehow dispersed. That was really a shame. Han Fei had planned to take it into the demon purification pot. When the Wind God Pearl entered his body, Han Fei sensed a powerful gale inside his body, which seemed to be trying to tear his flesh apart. However, Han Fei's body was extraordinarily hard. In particular, after Han Fei became a hidden fisher, it was even harder than before. So, holding back the pain with a twisted face, he waited for the digestion of the wind god pearl. Han Fei stood on the sea proudly and dismissed Little Gold and Little Fatty. Something seemed to be growing on his back and was trying to crawl out. It was quite painful. Chila, Han Fei's skin was torn apart. Something was growing rapidly like part of his body. Many people had gathered around Han Fei. They certainly wouldn't miss the chance to witness the absorption of a wind god pearl. However, Zhu Yinling said casually, "Nobody is to reach within 50 kilometers of him." Cao Chu said anxiously, "Xiaozhu, our perception range isn't that big." Mu Jiaer quickly nodded. "Zhuer, please let me go there. I just want to find out if the liar is absorbing a wind god pearl or not." However, when Cao Chu and Mu Jiaer attempted to move forward, Zhu Yinling pointed her fingers. Seal. Both of them were frozen, and they looked at Zhu Yinling with a bitter smile. Zhu Yinling remarked casually, "It is a wind god pearl." Then she pointed at a wave underneath the water and shattered it. After that, she glanced at Mo Feiyan and said, "You won't be so lucky next time." Mo Feiyan snorted with an awful expression and left immediately. She knew that Zhu Yinling had really developed an interest in Han Fei. At this moment, nobody except law enforcers could stop Han Fei from absorbing the wind god pearl. So, she certainly had to go, or Han Fei would definitely get back at her after he absorbed the wind god pearl. "Damn it, Han Fei, asshole, I'm going to kill you sooner or later." Mo Feiyan left. The other people, suppressed by Zhu Yinling, could only wait for Han Fei to come out of the sea. Only 2 of them were law enforcers like Zhu Yinling. There were also 2 guys with 8 stars who had high spiritual power. They were peak-level hidden fishers and could sense what was going on around Han Fei. At this moment, Han Fei grew a pair of wings that weren't white but looked like shadows and were quite vague. The wings were slowly extending out. Also, the pair of wings were flashing as if they were breathing. It was quite amazing. Zhu Yinling put on a casual smile, watching the wings grow bigger and bigger. She had a lot of mixed feelings and felt proud of the guy. The other people were shocked too. One of the law enforcers remarked, "It's truly amazing. This wind god pearl has quite special features." Another law enforcer nodded. "You're right. I remember that the last wind god pearl was a pair of fiery wings that contained the power of wind and fiery. I wonder what the specialties of this wind god pearl will be." The other 2 experts with 8 stars were quite envious too. Those who obtained the wind god pearls were never weak. They were all extremely lucky. Heavenly talents among the heavenly talents. Obviously, Han Fei was one of those heavenly talents. One of them remembered interpreting the rules of the Wind Sky Canyon for Han Fei a moment ago. He didn't expect to meet Han Fei so soon, or that the guy could acquire the wind god pearl. All the people outside turned impatient. Mu Jiaer had already run to Zhu Yinling. "Xiaozhu, how is it going? Is it a pair of fiery wings?" Zhu Yinling slightly shook her head. "No, I don't recognize it." Mu Jiaer asked earnestly, "What does it look like?" Bam! While Mu Jiaer asked questions, water splashed on the surface of the sea as the enormous wings that were as pure as glass emerged. Then, a dozen blurry shadows followed it, like Xia Xiaoshan's haunting shadow technique. When Han Fei stood still, the dozens of blurry shadows all disappeared into Han Fei's body. "Wow!" Mu Jiaer crossed her hands in front of her chest, amazed. "What a pair of beautiful wings!" Cao Chu exclaimed too. "Oh my god! They're really 18 meters. Han Fei, how did you do it?" someone exclaimed. "What are those wings? They're not fiery at all." Someone was shocked. "Son of a Bayesh, they're so beautiful." A law enforcer said casually, "Don't feel surprised. Just because the wind god pearl 60 years ago created a pair of fiery wings doesn't mean all of the wind god pearls will create that. For example, a wind god pearl caused watery wings 100 years ago. The law enforcer said to Han Fei, "You're Han Fei, right? What's the name of your wings? What are their features? You can show them to everybody and motivate them." Han Fei was stunned. "I don't know," the law enforcer laughed. "That's easy. It's part of your body now. All you have to do is to sense it carefully to know its features." Han Fei looked at the wings, and information popped up in his eyes. Nama Phantom Glass Wings. Introduction. They're from one of the special wind god pearls that belong to a Wind Sky Wing Soul King. They'll improve along with your level. They can double your speed and allow you to master the wind. They also give you the power to travel through the void. Double technique, Forn Ford Forn Menace. Forn Menace and Varier Ve Scent. Forn Menace and Varier Forn Menace and Varier. In Varier Scent, in Varier Scent, in Varier Scent. You can travel through the void within 100 meters unlimitedly and leave 9 blurry clones at the same time. Battle Technique 2, Agility of Wind. Your speed is boosted 3 times until you run out of spiritual energy. Battle Technique 3, Gale Blade. Launch 2, Desolation Gales. You'll have to refill the power of the wind after using it. Note: the power of the Phantom Glass Wings grows along with their wielder until he becomes an explorer. Chapter 848, Did You Have to Make Me Yell at You? Han Fei was completely shocked when he saw the information. Could wings be so awesome? They carried 3 battle techniques, and all the battle techniques seemed remarkable. Gulp. Han Fei swallowed and teleported himself 100 meters away. He didn't know what he did, but he somehow reached the new place just after thinking about it. He looked back, only to discover that his image lingered where he used to stand. Han Fei sensed that the image was controllable. However, he didn't do it and simply let everybody else mistake it for a blurry shadow. Hula. He unfolded his wings and flapped them. Then, he swooshed up into the sky. Huh? They're as fast as Little Gold? Han Fei realized that instantly. He had flown a lot of times since he got Little Gold. Although he was not using the highest speed, he estimated that his speed with the phantom glass wings was probably similar to the speed with Little Gold if he didn't use agility of wind. However, if he used agility of wind, his highest speed would be 3 times higher than that with Little Gold. It did make sense. The Wind Skywing was level 63, and Little Gold was only level 41. If Little Gold also grew up to level 63, it could probably easily outfly the phantom glass wings. However, it was quite a challenging task to let Little Gold grow to level 63. After all, Han Fei didn't have enough Spirit Awakening fluid to develop a legendary creature. Han Fei tried applying Little Gold's wings at the same time, only to discover that he could only use one of the 2 kinds of wings, which made Han Fei rather regretful. As for the Gale Blade, he flapped his wings and launched 2 visible, glittering wind blades. Shwa, shwa. When the wind blades were launched, Han Fei flashed out and left 2 blurry shadows in the air before he stood in the way of the 2 wind blades. Boom, boom, boom. 2 consecutive golden fists blew apart the wind blades, but some of the wind blades' power remained. Still, Han Fei felt that he could easily resist the power with his body. The wind blades are not outrageously powerful, but they're definitely not weak either. They'll probably grow more powerful as I grow. In any case, Han Fei was already satisfied. He couldn't expect all his battle techniques to be as powerful as the art of invincibility. It wasn't bad that the wind blades could take 2 punches from him. Exclamations came from the surface of the sea. With a thought, Han Fei dismissed the shadows in the sky. He would rather keep the secret of the 9 shadows to himself. The boost of the agility of wind must be kept a secret too. As for the wind blades, he could show them to the public. He wouldn't feel happy if he got such a pair of awesome wings without being able to show them off. Down below, someone exclaimed in shock, "That's a flash. Was that a blurry shadow or himself?" Someone swallowed. A blurry shadow, of course. But the blurry shadow felt just like real. Someone remarked, "He's so fast. I wish I could get a wind god pearl." Someone laughed at him. "You, a wind god pearl? In your dreams?" Mujiaer hopped to Han Fei with glittering eyes. Han Fei, here, come closer. Let me see your wings. Han Fei landed on the surface of the sea and looked at Zhu Yinling. Then, he looked at Mujiaer and said, "Well, I used your soul attraction pill as bait. But it doesn't matter. What do you want in return? I'll compensate you." Han Fei didn't know the usage of the soul attraction pill, but it couldn't have been ordinary to attract a Wind Skywing Soul King. He had robbed many people of many things. However, he borrowed it instead of looting it this time. He felt slightly embarrassed that he used up the soul attraction pill. After a moment of sun, Mujiaer dashed close unconcernedly. "That's all right. Can I touch your wings?" Han Fei was going to talk when someone appeared right next to Han Fei much faster than Mujiaer did. "No!" Zhu Yinling answered the question for Han Fei. There was nervousness on her red smiling face. "Han Fei? One?" Zhu Yinling simply looked at Han Fei and said, "I'm jealous." "Han Fei? When? Everyone?" Han Fei was instantly dumbfounded. He asked quickly, "No, wait, Xiaoju, what are you jealous of?" Zhu Yinling pursed her lips in silence, which was quite weird to Han Fei, and even weirder to other people. They looked at Zhu Yinling and Han Fei in turns. Mujiaer was dumbfounded too. She puffed her cheeks and said, "I just want to touch them. I won't do anything." Zhu Yinling looked at Han Fei, who replied grimly, "Do it." This time, Zhu Yinling didn't object again, as she knew that her objection would be useless. Han Fei extended his wings to a wingspan of 6 meters, and Mujiaer touched them curiously. She instantly exclaimed, "So cold, they're so strange. It's almost like some parts don't even exist. Only the visible parts are tangible." Guan Xingyan touched the wings too. "They're truly miraculous," Cao Chu complained. "I want them too. I'm starting to despise my wings. Can I change them?" A law enforcer laughed. "What do you think the wings are? They can't be easily changed." Zhu Yinling, however, also said, "I'd like to touch them too." Han Fei's eyelids shivered. He didn't refuse her, but then he said, "Those who I don't know, don't touch my wings. There's nothing special." "It's time to go," Guan Xingyan said in a low voice. "Mujiaer, come back." Mujiaer released her hands unwillingly and snorted. "I don't want my wings either. Han Fei, do your wings have a name?" Han Fei replied casually with a smile, "Phantom glass wings." Cao Chu was still holding Han Fei's wing, and Han Fei pushed him away. "That's enough. Get the hell out of here if you're done." Cao Chu grinned. "Han Fei, let me tell you, the wings must be studied." Before Cao Chu could finish, he saw Zhu Yinling was staring at him with her lips pursed and her eyes filled with tears, which silenced him. After a long stun, Cao Chu awkwardly retreated his hands. Fine, I'm leaving." "Han Fei, did you move to the Empyrean Waterfall too? I'll visit you tomorrow. Let me tell you, I've made remarkable achievements in my research. Just wait for me." Han Fei rolled his eyes. "I probably won't go back to the Empyrean Waterfall in the following days. You can go back first." Han Fei glanced at those who stayed and then flew away. On the boat 1,000 kilometers away, Han Fei had already recalled the phantom glass wings, which were beautiful but didn't have to be shown all the time. After all, the wings were only useful during flights and battles. Han Fei was quite frustrated at this moment because there was someone else on his boat. Han Fei said with a bitter smile, "Xiaoju, why did you come to the Wind Sky Canyon?" Zhu Yinling replied, "After I consolidated my cultivation, I learned that you came to the Wind Sky Canyon, so I followed you." Han Fei was stunned for a moment. "Why would you follow me?" Zhu Yinling said with her cheeks blushing. "I'm here to protect you." Han Fei's lips twitched. He found that the atmosphere wasn't right and quickly shook his head. "No, I'm a grown man. I don't need any protection. You should go back. I'm just roaming here." However, Zhu Yinling didn't move but stood still on Han Fei's boat. Han Fei was lost for words. "What is this woman doing?" Han Fei asked without confidence. "Why don't you go back first? I intend to take a tour in the Sea of Pearls." Zhu Yinling said, "You just became a hidden fisher, and you need to adapt to your new strength. After you're fully adapted, your comprehensive strength will rise again. So, it will be better if you go back to the Empyrean Waterfall for consolidation." Han Fei was stunned for a moment. "Really?" Zhu Yinling nodded quickly. "Yes." Knowing that Zhu Yinling would definitely come back with him, Han Fei said, "It's fine. I'll just consolidate my cultivation on the sea by fighting a strong half-merman." Zhu Yinling pursed her lips and said, "Then I'm coming with you." Han Fei almost tripped himself over. Is that really necessary? It will be more convenient if I do it alone. Besides, no enemies will dare to come close if a law enforcer is with me. Zhu Yinling was still not going. "I'm staying. It's a date." Pooh! Han Fei fell to the deck and looked at Zhu Yinling, astounded. He rose to his feet. "Wait, a date? We're just neighbors. Besides, as I told you before, I have a girlfriend." Zhu Yinling kept her lips pursed. "I know. She's gone and won't come back for a long time." Cough, cough. Han Fei was lost for words. Was it Wang Dashuai? Or maybe Bai Lu? How could they tell his secret to others so easily? Han Fei said grimly, "No, we're not suitable for each other. Do you despise me?" Huh? Han Fei opened his mouth, only to come up with nothing. He couldn't keep up with the girl's line of thinking at all. Zhu Yinling took a deep breath and said, "You helped me sort through my comfort technique. So, if you don't despise me, you'll be my boyfriend in the future." "Pooh," Han Fei asked gloomily. "What if I do?" Zhu Yinling instantly pulled a long face and shed tears. Hey, don't cry. No, I didn't mean it. Oh my god," Han Fei suddenly roared. "Don't cry. Stop." Scared by Han Fei, Zhu Yinling wiped her tears and hummed. Seeing that tears were still gathering in her eyes, Han Fei grew upset and regretted visiting Mrs. Yin. Han Fei turned around and waved his hand. "Did you have to make me yell at you? Never mind. I'm going back to the Empyrean Waterfall as you wish." Chapter 849, Coronation on the Sea. Han Fei flew all the way back to the Empyrean Waterfall. He was quite frustrated. Well, Han Fei sat at the dinner table in Wang Dashuai's home with a bowl of rice in front of him. Anybody who saw him would have felt sad. It wasn't easy for him to stop Zhu Yinling from tagging along. He claimed that the food at Wang Dashuai's was all served by bowls, which finally scared her off. Well, at the table, Wang Dashuai, Bai Lu, and Qing Chen all looked at Han Fei in surprise. Wang Dashuai scratched his head. "Junior brother, you've sighed almost 100 times. What's wrong?" Bai Lu also asked nervously. "Yeah, what happened to you? Didn't you get the Wind God Pearl and the Phantom Glass Wings? Why are you still sighing?" Qing Chen nodded quickly. "My heart is filled with jealousy. Yes, jealousy." Han Fei slowly put his hands on the table. "My life is so hard. Zhu Yinling really fell in love with me. I'm so worried." Bai Lu instantly rolled her eyes. "Why are you worried? Isn't she a great girl?" Qing Chen nodded too. "Brother Han, I just feel like you don't cherish happiness. I'm told that Xiaoju's technique is all about following what she really wants in her heart. She's very gentle and obedient. She may be a law enforcer, but you can command her to do anything." Thud. Han Fei smashed the table. "Which son of a bitch created that technique? I'll definitely cut him apart if I know who he is." Wang Dashuai said unhurriedly, "It's a technique from the ancient times. I think it was created by a king-level expert." Cough, cough. Han Fei was dumbfounded. Did the king-level expert have nothing better to do? Couldn't he have created anything better than the comfort technique? I feel quite uncomfortable because of this technique. Qing Chen patted Han Fei's shoulder and said, "It's only natural that you feel uncomfortable. Xiaoju definitely feels uncomfortable too because you refused her so many times. However, if you don't refuse her, you may create an explorer in 2 years. Think about it. Nobody will dare to mess with you if you have an explorer behind you." Bai Lu nodded. Qing Chen is right about that. It's really possible. Also, the more you refuse her and make Xiaoju uncomfortable, the greater her breakthrough may be when she feels comfortable later. Han Fei didn't know what to say to these people. Han Fei was lost for words. "I have a girlfriend. Are you forcing me to cheat on her? She'll cut me apart if she knows this." "No thank you." Glancing at the bowl of rice before his eyes, Han Fei blinked his eyes. "I don't feel very good. I'll just go out and fight a random guy." "Pa," Bai Lu slapped the table and roared, "Come back and finish your food." Immediately, Wang Dashuai and Qing Chen buried their heads in their bowls. Han Fei shivered and sat down again. Han Fei didn't know how he managed to swallow the bowl of rice, but he did. He swore never to eat at Wang Deshuai's place again, which was even more horrifying than Zhu Yinling. After dinner, Han Fei went home, but then he saw that Zhu Yinling was standing at the entrance of his yard. Han Fei quickly turned around and walked into Ye Qingfeng's place. Well, Han Fei heaved a long sigh. Senior Ye, do you have any poison? I'd like to have a drink. Ye Qingfeng was pruning a venomous grass. He looked at Han Fei and asked, Why are you sighing? There's a fiery hornworm in the corner. Tap its head and let it drip 2 drops of poison in your tea. A moment later, Han Fei held the teacup and sighed. Senior Ye, is there a way to break Xiaoju's heart? Bam! Han Fei was kicked out of the yard and rolled on the ground. He rose to his feet and patted his clothes to remove the dust. Whistling, he gritted his teeth and went back. When he passed Mrs. Yin's home, he tried to sneak past it. But Mrs. Yin shouted from the yard, Why are you running? Come here. Hee hee, Han Fei said at the door. Senior, did you ask for me? Mrs. Yin nodded her jaw. Sit. Han Fei obediently sat down on the stool and subconsciously sighed. Mrs. Yin couldn't help but put down the fish skin in her hand and laugh. You really don't know how lucky you are, do you? The technique that Xiaoju practices forces her to remain loyal to the man that she acknowledges. Besides, she's a great girl too. Han Fei frowned. But the problem is that I have a girlfriend. Don't say that she's not around. I'm not a good guy, but I'm serious about relationships. I can't cheat on her. Mrs. Yin glanced at Han Fei. Is Xiaoshan really so great? Han Fei thought for a moment and shook his head. Not exactly, but I love her. Mrs. Yin snorted and said, Actually, there are 2 solutions, but they're extremely complicated. Han Fei's eyes glittered with delight. What are they? I'm best at accomplishing difficult tasks. It's great that there are 2 solutions. Mrs. Yin sniffed. Don't be happy just yet. Let me tell you more about them. Han Fei nodded quickly like a chicken that was pecking for food. Please do. Mrs. Yin looked up at the sky and said, It's said that there was a wonderful book named Book of Dreams in the Primordial Age. It's a myth even in the Thousand-Star City. The book teaches you the technique to enter dreams. If you have the book, you can help Xiaoju practice her technique in her dreams. Huh? Han Fei squeezed his eyebrows. Are you kidding me? Where can I find such a mythical technique? Han Fei heaved a long sigh. What about the other option? Mrs. Yin asked casually. The other technique is also from the ancient legends. It's called Magical 3. The technique can separate one individual into 3 identical mirrors. In such a way, you will have 2 clones, and they can be independent from your soul. Han Fei was lost for words. Isn't that too challenging? Where can I find this Magical 3? Besides, even if I do, my clones will still be me. Han Fei started to suspect that the old lady wasn't reliable at all. Mrs. Yin said unhurriedly, That's why I said it was hard. Who knew that you're so committed? In villages and towns, many men marry multiple wives. Wouldn't it be great if you have another one? Huan Fei rose to his feet. Fine, you can keep enjoying the sunlight. I think I should probably take care of the problem on my own. Wait a minute. Han Fei looked back, and Mrs. Yin nodded at the stool again. Having no choice, Han Fei could only sit down. Mrs. Yin said, There's indeed a third solution, but it's very difficult too. Han Fei's eyelids twitched. It has nothing to do with ancient legends, does it? Mrs. Yin glared at Han Fei. This solution is very difficult, but it's not related to ancient legends. Han Fei was quite refreshed. What is it? Mrs. Yin said unhurriedly. Sea establishment and coronation. Huh? Han Fei was stunned. What do you mean? Mrs. Yin said casually. The level above the explorers is the venerable. You must have heard about that before. Then, above the venerable is the sea establishment stage, or the king stage. But nobody in the Thousand-Star City has made it to this level yet. Han Fei asked in surprise. The level about the venerable is the king? Mrs. Yin nodded. Yes, however, sea establishment is too hard for me. However, it's possible for Xiaoju. You've seen her talent. Your girlfriend isn't here for now anyway. If you can help Xiaoju with the sea establishment, she won't be restrained by the comfort technique anymore. Then you can break up with each other. Han Fei's heart became heavy. He rose and said, Got it. I'll go home and think about it. Mrs. Yin narrowed her eyes and said, Okay, go now. Leaving the yard, Han Fei squinted. He was sure that Mrs. Yin actually wanted to inform her of the third approach. She asked him to help Xiaoju with the sea establishment. So, in her eyes, Zhu Yinling's odds of success were higher. However, Mrs. Yin also mentioned that nobody in the Thousand-Star City had ever achieved that, so there were no kings. Then, was it a coincidence that Zhu Yinling practiced the comfort technique? Why was he chosen? Did they want him to help Xiaoju with the sea establishment? Or did someone simply want to make a king who could stand on the top of the Thousand-Star City? Han Fei had a lot of random thoughts. He looked at Zhu Yinling at a distance and strode to her. A moment later, standing before Zhu Yinling, Han Fei said casually, Come with me. Chapter 850, Tricking the Little Girl. Han Fei felt very uncomfortable seeing how obedient Zhu Yinling was. She shouldn't be so docile even if she were his girlfriend. It seemed to him that the comfort technique was all about making other people uncomfortable. He even suspected that Zhu Yinling was forced to practice this technique at home. Han Fei said solemnly, Xiaoju, is there something wrong with your comfort technique? Zhu Yinling blinked her eyes. No, the comfort technique, also known as the comfort and nature technique, is an amazing technique that's inherited by blood. Someone from my family acquired it 300 years ago, but he died as a hidden fisher and didn't reach any higher. Pondering for a moment, Han Fei suddenly smiled. In fact, I came from a small village, which is nothing compared to the 1,000-star city. I don't care. Han Fei was stiffened for a moment. Then, he smiled and said, but you have to tell me your background and identity, all right? Zhu Yinling quickly nodded. In fact, my clan has declined in the 1,000-star city. There's only 100 people in my clan right now. A moment later, Han Fei learned a lot of information. The girl only had one brother, who was 5 years old. They were the only two members of their generation. Her brother unluckily didn't inherit the comfort and nature technique, so her clan could only focus all their hope on her. She had been cultivating without being distracted since childhood. It was obvious that once Zhu Yinling became an explorer, her family would definitely rise. Han Fei heaved a soft sigh. Family and clan never meant anything to him. After Zhu Yinling told the story, Han Fei suddenly asked, can you show your comfort and nature technique to me? Han Fei wondered if he could deduce the comfort and nature technique for her. It was possible that the upgraded version wouldn't need to make him uncomfortable. Zhu Yinling was stunned for a moment. Then, she nodded and handed a jade slip over to Han Fei. At the same time, Zhu Yinling said, however, you'll need a special bloodline to practice the comfort and nature technique. Han Fei waved his hand and said, that's all right, I won't practice it. I'll simply check if there's any problem with the technique. Han Fei was not surprised at all when Zhu Yinling gave him the comfort and nature technique without hesitation. After all, it was impossible for anyone outside of her family to practice it, and Zhu Yinling was trying to impress him and win his heart. Han Fei accepted the jade slip and scanned it. Comfort and nature technique, heaven level divine, quality, introduction. In the primordial time, an expert caught the 9 notes of the heavens, melted them into the bloodline, and created this unusual technique. Practicing this technique means finding comfort in this world. You must have the bloodline of this expert, an undistracted mind, and a sophisticated life to pick up this technique. Your strength will grow fast once you get the hang of it. Deduction cost, 0 100,000 result of deduction, unknown note, the 9 notes aren't everything. This technique is incomplete. Just as I expected. Han Fei secretly complimented his smartness. Something was indeed wrong with this technique even though it was heaven-level, divine quality. The demon purification pot stated that there was more to the 9 notes, and Han Fei thought so too. Han Fei grinned. There was always a solution as long as the problem was located. It wasn't nearly as complicated as Mrs. Yin said. He didn't have to seek for the technique that could turn himself into 3 copies. Seeing the smile on Han Fei's face, Zhu Yinling asked curiously, you can understand it? Oh. I just feel that it's interesting, Xiaozhu. How many notes do you think the Tao of Heaven has? Zhu Yinling replied solemnly. 9. Han Fei grinned and looked at Zhu Yinling. Do you trust me? Zhu Yinling nodded solemnly. Han Fei smiled. All right, prepare 100,000 caddies of spiritual spring for me. Don't ask why. Zhu Yinling was stunned for a moment. Then she nervously squeezed a corner of her clothes and blushed. I come from a poor family. Han Fei's smile was frozen. Aren't you from the 1,000-star city? Your family is so poor that you can't even offer 100,000 caddies of spiritual spring? Zhu Yinling lowered her head and said anxiously, all the resources of my family were invested in me for my cultivation. Well, Han Fei heaved a long sigh. Zhu Yinling's level may be high, but she was an innocent girl. Did he have to pay the 100 million points of spiritual energy for her? He certainly wouldn't. Although he had enough spiritual energy for that, the deduction would cost all of it. What could he do after the deduction? Han Fei couldn't help but say, Xiaozhu, let me tell you, your technique is incomplete. Zhu Yinling quickly raised her head. That's impossible, Han Fei sneered. There are hundreds of thousands of notes in nature. How can there only be 9 in the technique? Zhu Yinling was confused for a moment. However, according to the technique, Han Fei rose and said unhurriedly, the technique may contain flaws that your ancestor left when he created the technique, but more on that later. I see that your technique asks you to see and experience as many things as possible. Have you been to the world out there and talked to ordinary people? Zhu Yinling was stunned for a long time. Then she slightly shook her head. Han Fei chuckled. See, you think fighting the sea demons on the Scattered Stars Island counts as seeing the world? You must try to live as an ordinary person and experience their life. That's necessary for your technique. Relationships won't help you. Zhu Yinling frowned at a loss. Could you come with me? Cough, cough, cough. Han Fei almost tripped himself over. He found it impossible to talk sense into the girl. Zhu Yinling might be intimidating when she showed her strength, but she was actually silly and ignorant. That was a serious problem. Feeling quite uncomfortable, Han Fei said, you have your comfort and I have mine. Well, if you want to be my girlfriend and travel with me, wait for me to become a law enforcer first. Before Zhu Yinling opened her mouth, Han Fei had added, my path is no easier than yours. I dare say you won't be a match for me when I arrive at your level. Zhu Yinling thought for a moment and nodded. Then she said timidly, I can help you. Han Fei put on a smile. No, I have to walk my own path. It's none of other people's business. Even xuanhuan never interfered with me when she was around. That's the basic quality of a girlfriend. After a long silence, Zhu Yinling said, okay. The girl had finally been tricked. There was still a long time to go until he became a law enforcer. Besides, even if he became a law enforcer, so what? Zhu Yinling was still a new law enforcer and must keep cultivating. He had a lot of time. By the time he became a law enforcer, he probably will have gathered 100 million points of spiritual energy. If he couldn't, he could always live an ordinary person's life with her, and it was impossible that she would become a peak-level law enforcer. Han Fei felt like he had almost persuaded himself. So, he went on and said, so, should I give a task to you, Zhu Yinling, Mayor? Han Fei put on a brilliant smile. You should go shopping more frequently. Shopping? Han Fei solemnly nodded. Yes, shopping, making friends, and observing what people usually do. You're right that I need to consolidate myself as a hidden fisher. I'll pick up a fight with Wu Ming. Let's work together. Zhu Yinling gradually put on a smile. We'll work together? Han Fei nodded quickly. Yes, relationships are serious. We shouldn't rush into anything. We need the buffer of time. Yes, a buffer. When the timing is ripe and everything feels right, what will happen, you know? Zhu Yinling shook her head in confusion. Pa. Han Fei slapped his thigh. This is exactly part of gaining experience. You have to go through the process. How can you just call someone your boyfriend? Why don't you go back and reflect on it for a while? As the saying goes, more haste, less speed, number C. After he finally fooled Zhu Yinling away, Han Fei simply fell on his chair. That was really scary. Well, I've at least bought myself a couple of years. Han Fei wondered if he would have to run away and be a sea demon again if those people forced him again. After taking care of the matter, Han Fei rose and walked out of the yard. Now that he was back, he should probably fight someone. As for the trip to the Sea of Pearls, he might as well wait for a couple of days until he was used to his new body and strength.